Chapter 1. Have I time traveled back? Look, what is that? Suddenly, a female voice exclaimed in the university classroom. A female student, covering her mouth in shock, pointed outside. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of her finger and were met with the sight of two azure portals shimmering with an eerie blue light appearing in the campus. Vile wretch! Xia Feng abruptly stood up, slamming his palm heavily on the desk. The loud noise captured everyone's attention. Xia Feng, what are you doing? The teacher at the podium glared at Xia Feng, questioning him sternly. This is... Xia Feng glanced at the teacher on the podium and then at his surrounding classmates, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Have I truly time traveled back? Recalling his struggle to survive and grow stronger after the cataclysm, only to perish at the hands of the one he loved most, Xia Feng felt his teeth grind in frustration. Warning! 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 A grand, commanding voice echoed through the sky, capturing everyone's attention as they looked up. World invasion. Multiple realms are about to merge. All humans of Blue Star, please swiftly activate your attribute panels. Strive to become stronger. Strive to survive. Once again, this is not a game. This is not a game. It has begun. Xia Feng gazed skyward, silently muttering to himself. What the hell? Activate attribute panel? Am I the chosen one? Has everyone activated their attribute panels? Why can't I see mine? Indeed, could it be a deception? What a monumental cost it must have taken to reach this point. Inside the classroom, all the students were in a frenzy, discussing animatedly. Xia Feng dashed outside. Having been granted a second chance at life, he understood better than anyone that to activate the attribute panel, one must engage in battle and slay the first monster. Charging outward, Xia Feng was not recklessly seeking a monster to battle. The world had just begun to merge, and the first creatures to emerge were the most primitive of monsters. However, even the most rudimentary monsters were not something they, having lived in a peaceful era and never having witnessed bloodshed, could confront unarmed. The world merger was also divided by nations. The first to slay a monster and unlock their panel would confer certain benefits to their country. In his previous life, the first to kill a monster and activate their panel was an individual from the beautiful nation. In that nation, carrying firearms was legal, which provided immense advantages to its citizens during the early stages of the game. Moreover, the first to slay a monster and activate their panel could awaken dual talents. In this life, Xia Feng aspired to be the first to seize the opportunity. What is that? Monsters. As Xia Feng burst outside, the azure portals emitted a buzzing sound and a horde of monsters emerged. With green skin, pointed ears, standing around 1 meter tall, bearing fangs and wielding spiked clubs. From another portal, a multitude of decaying creatures appeared, staggering and emitting unintelligible growls. Goblins. Are those not the goblins from the game? Zombies. Not only goblins, but also zombies. The monsters that emerged from the portals, upon spotting humans, brightened with a frenzied glint and charged forward like rabid dogs. All were paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the oncoming horde. Bang! A goblin, wielding a spike club, struck a student's head, shat. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the two goblins before him, and as he deftly evaded the goblin's assault, Xia Feng's tang knife made a subtle turn in his hand, swiftly creating distance. The blade's glimmer sliced through the throat of one goblin. Splurt! A copious amount of blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. The goblin, clutching its severed neck, collapsed, gradually succumbing to the loss of life due a fatal wound. This was no game. A strike to a vital area resulted in an immediate depletion of health points. Ding! You have slain a goblin and gained 50 experience points. You have killed a goblin and activated the skill absorption, acquiring 1 point of goblin strength attribute. As the notifications echoed in his mind. Xia Feng felt a warm surge coursing through his body, his strength augmented by a few degrees. With one goblin remaining, it posed no challenge to Xia Feng, although its attributes exerted some pressure on him. Xia Feng had danced on the edge of a blade in a world teeming with monsters for over a decade in his past life. The last goblin was no threat whatsoever. Xia Feng thrust his knife into the goblin's heart and swiftly leaped back. Bang! In its final moments, the goblin swung its wolf-tooth club with all its might, creating a small crater in the ground before collapsing lifelessly. Chapter 3. Slaying a Goblin. Ding, you have slain a goblin and gained 50 experience points. Your level has increased. You have killed a goblin and activated skill absorption, gaining 1 point of goblin strength attribute. You have acquired the goblin skill. Heavy strike. Xia Feng shuddered, feeling an inexplicable power surging within him. Especially as he had managed to steal a skill, he opened his attribute panel to examine his current stats. Xia Feng, resident of the Dragon Country region. Level 1, 0, 200 strength, 11 constitution, 10 spirit, 8 speed, 11 talent 1, attribute critical hit. A grade each time you level up, there's a certain probability that your attributes will produce a critical hit. With a critical value ranging from 1 to 10. Talent 2. Absorption. X grade when slaying monsters, there's a certain probability of absorbing the monster's attributes, traits, and skills. Note: skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill, Heavy Strike, Level 1. 110 forcefully swing your weapon to inflict 150 damage on the target. His level had increased by 1, and in addition to the attribute boost from leveling up. The absorption of the Goblin's strength attribute had balanced his strength and speed. Such a powerful talent, albeit without the ability to designate which attribute to absorb. Xia Feng gleefully closed his attribute panel. The only thing that left him feeling unsatisfied was that his A-grade talent, Attribute Critical Hit, had not activated. Had it triggered, the attribute increase from this level would have far surpassed that of anyone else. Having closed the panel, Xia Feng's gaze fell upon the 2 azure light screens on the school playground. Within those screens lay a miniature world, by rushing into them and eliminating all monsters. Including the monster leaders, these screens would transform into something akin to game dungeons. Not only could one acquire vast amounts of experience, but also numerous pieces of equipment and items, with the potential for skill books to emerge. Moreover, the first nation to eradicate the monsters within these light screens would reward all its inhabitants with substantial bonuses. In his previous life, the beautiful mountain empire had been the first to slay a monster, allowing its people to stay one step ahead of the rest of the world. Xia Feng shifted his gaze away. He was only at level 1. Entering the light screens to slay monsters would be tantamount to courting death. Though the monsters within these 2 screens were of the lowest tier, the goblin screen required a minimum level of 5, while the zombie screen required a minimum level of 10. The weakest zombies were feeble. Yet they possessed the potential for infinite evolution. If the zombie screen was not swiftly cleared and its level locked, who knew what might evolve from it? In his previous life, one nation had suffered greatly for failing to eliminate the monsters within the zombie screen in time, ultimately leading to the emergence of a terrifying entity known as the Zombie Emperor, which wiped out all living beings in that nation within a mere 7 days. Contemplating such matters now seemed premature. It was imperative for Xia Feng to elevate his level as quickly as possible. He shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. His foremost priority was to rapidly enhance his level and then enter the goblin screen to eradicate all the goblins within. The world had only just begun to merge, and everything dropped from the light screens would be irreplaceable in the future. Xia Feng recalled that the first to breach the goblin screen would receive a random teleportation stone, one without usage limits. Such an item was invaluable for preserving one's life, and no matter what, Xia Feng was determined to acquire that random teleportation stone. With his tang knife in hand, he made his way towards the teaching building. A throng of students had gathered inside, which would attract all nearby monsters, sparing Xia Feng the trouble of hunting them down. The killing god has finally departed. Xia Feng left. Those who had just intended to divert attention breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing Xia Feng, like a deity of death, dispatching the 2 goblins, they were terrified, fearing he might turn and seek vengeance upon them. You have slain a goblin and activated the absorption talent, acquiring 1 point of goblin strength attribute. You have slain a goblin and activated the absorption talent, acquiring 1 point of goblin strength attribute. You have slain a goblin and activated the absorption talent, acquiring 1 point of goblin constitution attribute. You have slain a zombie and activated the absorption talent, acquiring 1 point of zombie speed attribute. You have slain a zombie and activated the absorption talent, acquiring 1 point of zombie speed attribute. Seeing the notifications in his mind, Xia Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. The lowest tier zombies had deplorable mobility, yet he was somehow able to absorb speed attributes from them, leaving him momentarily speechless. The odds are not high. Xia Feng gazed at the successful absorption notifications in his mind. shaking his head slightly. He had already slain over a dozen monsters and had even reached level 2, but he had only absorbed attribute values from 5 of them. Not a single skill had been acquired. Despite his dissatisfaction, he realized that with only level 2, his attributes were already comparable to those of others at level 5. Xia Feng. In the teaching building, he went on a rampage, his attributes allowing him to dominate goblins and zombies alike. Coupled with his combat experience from his past life, he targeted the fatal areas of these monsters, ensuring none could endure more than 5 seconds under his onslaught. As he slaughtered his way from the first floor to the second, a sudden gasp echoed from a classroom. Xia Feng turned to see the astonished face of his teacher, eyes wide, staring at him in disbelief. Just moments ago, Xia Feng had been the first to slay a monster and had opened the attribute panel, enlightening everyone on how to do so. Some had mustered the courage to hunt monsters, but those who charged in quickly met their demise. The sight of Xia Feng, a formidable force, dispatching monsters with ease had left everyone petrified, causing them to shy away from any further talk of hunting monsters. Xia Feng, hadn't he just run out? Was he not supposed to be dead outside? The students in the classroom began to murmur, puzzled by their teacher's shocked outburst. They had thought that Xia Feng, having gone outside, would surely have been killed by the monsters that hadn't been announced just moments ago. Why were they still hiding here? Xia Feng was confused. It had been clearly stated that anyone who slew monsters would unlock their attribute panels. Xia Feng, Zhang Chuyang's voice rang out, laced with a commanding tone. Go and seriously injure a monster, and let me deliver the final blow that I can offer you money. Lots and lots of money. Chapter 4. Sending him to meet his maker. Xia Feng remained silent, merely gazing at Zhang Chuyang, his eyes filled with profound hatred. Xia Feng, why are you not speaking? A female student beside him chimed in. Her tone tinged with dissatisfaction that it was none other than Xia Feng's girlfriend, Wang Qingyu. Don't you need money? Perfect. If you assist young Master Zhang, he can offer you a substantial reward. This way, you won't have to toil so hard for money or take on menial jobs. Before Xia Feng could respond, Wang Qingyu continued. Sounds good. The summer breeze smiled, and he softly replied, turning to walk out of the teaching building. Indeed, Xia Feng was in dire need of money in his previous life. It was precisely due to believing in Zhang Zhaoshan's words that Xia Feng ventured forth to nearly annihilate a monster, dragging it before Zhang Zhaoshan to have him unlock its attribute panel. Zhang Zhaoshan was extraordinarily fortunate, born into wealth and awakening in S-level talent. Observing Xia Feng's courage and audacity, he endeavored to ingratiate himself with him, compelling Xia Feng to serve him. Ultimately, Xia Feng fell victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Wang Qingyu and Zhang Zhaoshan, meeting his demise amidst a horde of monsters. Upon exiting the teaching building, Xia Feng casually dispatched several zombies and goblins. These low-level goblins and zombies posed no challenge to him. Slaying them was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. After circling the school, he swiftly identified the monster he sought, a goblin with crimson skin, seemingly bathed in flames. The fire goblin's attacks bore a scorching effect, and most crucially, upon its demise, it would self-destruct like a bomb. In his previous life, Xia Feng had suffered greatly at the hands of fire goblins, nearly losing his life to one. Xia Feng picked up a stone and hurled it at the goblin. Bang! The stone struck the goblin's head, and it immediately became aware of Xia Feng's presence. Enraged, the fire goblin unleashed a fireball towards him. The searing fireball soared, reaching temperatures in the thousands of degrees. Distorting the air in its wake, Xia Feng was acutely aware of the fire goblin's attack methods. He rolled to the side to evade the fireball. Boom! The fireball detonated against the wall, shattering it into fragments. Xia Feng broke into a cold sweat. Although he was at level 2, his attributes could rival those of a level 5, yet a direct hit from the fireball would surely lead to severe injury or death. A string of bites erupted from the fire goblin's mouth, as if summoning allies, and a dozen goblins rushed over. One goblin, carrying a backpack, hurled a stone at Xia Feng. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Its force palpable. Clang! Xia Feng raised his tang knife to intercept the projectile, producing a resounding clash. His arm tingled from the impact. The strength of the throwing goblin was indeed formidable, even with attributes comparable to that of a level 5. Xia Feng found himself at a disadvantage in sheer power. With a slight crouch, Xia Feng positioned himself, the tang knife horizontally across his chest, and surged forward like a charging cheetah. His speed, reaching 11 points, propelled him forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the throwing goblin. The tang knife cleaved through the air, delivering a swift arc aimed at the goblin's neck. The throwing goblin, taken aback, had no time to evade. With a swift thrust, Xia Feng severed its head, sending it soaring, while torrents of blood gushed from its chest, its body collapsing. You have slain a goblin. Talent activation in progress. Absorbing 1 point of goblin's strength attribute. Just then, another fireball hurtled toward Xia Feng, but he slightly shifted his body to avoid it. The fire goblin glared at him with ferocious intent. Once more, it emitted a series of bites, and a fresh wave of goblins charged at Xia Feng. Humph! Xia Feng regarded the approaching goblins with a dismissive smile. Given his current attributes, aside from the fire goblin and throwing goblin, the other goblins posed no threat whatsoever. Armed with his tang knife, he plunged into the midst of the dozen goblins, wielding his weapon to unleash a flurry of slashes, each stroke claiming a goblin's life. You have slain a goblin. Talent activation in progress, absorbing 1 point of goblin's strength attribute. You have slain a goblin. Talent activation in progress, absorbing 1 point of goblin speed attribute. You have slain a goblin. Talent activation in progress, absorbing 1 point of goblin mental attribute. It seemed something peculiar had infiltrated the mix. Though goblins possessed a modicum of intelligence, their cognitive abilities were quite limited, leaving Xia Feng perplexed as to how he could absorb mental attributes. Shaking off the thought, he turned his attention to the fire goblin. The fire goblin gazed at Xia Feng in sheer terror, utterly astonished that this seemingly frail human could wield such strength. Were not humans meant to be their prey? Observing the fire goblin, Xia Feng smiled. With all the other goblins slain, only the fire goblin remained. Despite the fire goblin's formidable attacks, its ability to conjure fireballs was notably sluggish. After unleashing 2 fireballs, it appeared to have lost some of its fiery hue. Xia Feng approached the fire goblin. Goblins were inherently timid creatures. Any being stronger than them instilled fear, prompting them to flee. Upon witnessing Xia Feng slaughter its companions, the fire goblin turned to escape. However, aside from its fireballs, which posed a slight concern, its attributes were overwhelmingly inferior to Xia Feng's. There was no way Xia Feng would allow the fire goblin to escape. He swiftly pursued, delivering several strikes that severed its legs. Xia Feng yearned to eliminate the fire goblin, hoping to absorb its burning skill. This passive divine technique inflicted burn damage with every attack, causing continuous health loss unless countered by opposing attributes. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Feng decided not to rush. There were certainly more fire goblins to come. His primary focus was avenging the grievances of his past life. An eye for an eye, he intended to send Zhang Zhaoshan to meet his maker. Chapter 5. Deception and Deceit. Xia Feng returned to his classroom, dragging the fire goblin, its limbs severed. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Xia Feng, once I am out, I shall transfer funds to you immediately. Zhang Zhaoyang exclaimed upon seeing Xia Feng approach, dragging a distinctly fiery creature, clearly different from ordinary monsters. Very well, that I hope young Master Zhang won't forget. Xia Feng replied, casting a fleeting glance, his gaze as frigid as ice. He carelessly dropped the fire goblin at Zhang Zhaoyang's feet. Young Master Zhang, you need only deliver the final blow to unlock the attribute panel and awaken your talent. Zhang Zhaoshan rubbed his hands together in excitement, staring at the thrashing fire goblin. Its terrifying gaze startled him, prompting him to take a few steps back. Realizing he had retreated, Zhang Zhaoshan felt his pride wounded. Damn it! You, a mere monster, dare to intimidate me. Watch as I end you, he bellowed in anger. Hand me your knife, Zhang Zhaoshan demanded, as if it were his right to take Xia Feng's tang knife. Young Master Zhang, perhaps you should use something else, Xia Feng replied, firmly refusing to part with his weapon. The drop rate of these monsters was exceedingly low, and thus far, he had yet to encounter any equipment. My knife bears bloodstains. I fear it may disgust you. Xia Feng, you are quite impressive, Zhang Zhaoshan remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness upon hearing Xia Feng's refusal. After considering Xia Feng's reasoning, his expression lightened once more. Your judgment is sound. Henceforth, you shall follow me, and I promise you a life of luxury. Thank you, young Master Zhang, Xia Feng replied, feigning compliance. Please eliminate this monster quickly, otherwise it will bleed out and die. You are correct. Zhang Zhaoshan pondered for a moment, then seized a nearby chair and brought it crashing down upon the fire goblin's head. After a few strikes, he crushed the goblin's skull. Once the fire goblin lay slain. A prompt echoed in Zhang Zhaoshan's mind, indicating that he could now awaken his talent. Commencing talent awakening. Haha, I have awakened an S-level talent. From now on, I shall slay gods and Buddhas alike, Zhang Zhaoshan proclaimed, his ego swelling to new heights. Indeed, as expected of young Master Zhang, he had awakened an S-level talent. Young Master Zhang, I entrust my safety to you from now on, as long as you ensure my protection. I will comply with your every request. Upon hearing that Zhang Keasan had awakened an S-level talent, the students in the class cast glances of envy, jealousy, and animosity toward him. Among them, many girls openly and covertly hinted at their admiration for Zhang Keasan. It was evident, even to the most naive, how formidable an S-level talent could be. One could only surmise that such a blessing was akin to the smoke rising from ancestral graves. Something extraordinary indeed. Congratulations, young Master Zhang. What a splendid achievement, they exclaimed, acknowledging him as the fated child destined for greatness, who had astonishingly awoken an S-level talent. Xia Feng, while uttering his congratulations, harbored an icy demeanor in his eyes. You are quite impressive, Zhang Keasan remarked, his ego inflated further by his newfound prowess. He nodded brazenly, declaring, from now on, you shall follow my lead. Thank you, young Master Zhang, Xia Feng replied, casting a glance at the corpse of the fire goblin. He noticed a flicker of dim red light dancing upon it, a sure sign that the body would soon explode. I shall procure more monsters for you, young Master Zhang, to expedite your leveling up. Xia Feng hastily proposed. Go ahead, Zhang Keasan replied, satisfied, waving him off. As Xia Feng stepped outside, a grin of vindication spread across his face. Boom! Upon exiting, Xia Feng did not seek monsters to hunt, but instead found a spot to wait. Not long after, a thunderous explosion sent forth a blinding light. Once the thick smoke began to dissipate, Xia Feng returned to the classroom, which lay in utter disarray, limbs and debris scattered everywhere, in such close proximity to the explosion. None had survived. Xia Feng felt no remorse. In a world like this, the benevolent only brought harm to themselves and others. Even the closest of kin would act in their own self-interest. Help? Help me. Xia Feng, save me. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. A faint voice as fragile as a candle in the wind called out. Following the sound, Xia Feng discovered Zhang Keasan, charred and with a gaping hole in his chest. Remarkably, despite his condition, he still clung to life. Young Master Zhang. What happened? How did it come to this? Xia Feng approached, his tone laced with feigned concern, though his eyes sparkled with amusement, realizing the mockery in Xia Feng's gaze. Zhang Keasan, not a fool, quickly understood that this was all part of Xia Feng's scheme. Xia Feng, how dare you betray me? I will ensure you suffer. Perhaps driven by rage, Zhang Keasan found the strength to articulate his thoughts. Young master, do you not see your current state? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Xia Feng chuckled. It is for the best that you are not dead. This way, I can personally exact my revenge. When did I ever offend you? Zhang Keasan quivered in fear, unable to fathom when he had crossed paths with Xia Feng. Just let me go, and I will pay you whatever you desire. Money. It is now nothing but worthless paper, Xia Feng declared, having no intention of sparing Zhang Keasan. Without further ado, he swiftly ended Zhang Chaoshan's life. With a sigh of relief, Xia Feng felt a sense of closure, his thoughts unencumbered. Emerging from the classroom, Xia Feng checked his phone. It was just the beginning. The signal was still intact. He hurriedly dialed his sister. In his previous life, Zhang Keasan had betrayed him, leading to the grim discovery of his sister's mangled corpse, displayed gruesomely by monsters. Brother. The call connected swiftly, revealing a hushed, terrified voice on the other end. Sister, stay hidden at home and do not make a sound. I am coming to rescue you, Xia Feng instructed. Hearing the growls of monsters and heavy footsteps in the background, he dashed toward the school exit, In his former life, his sister had met a tragic end at the hands of monsters. In this life, he was determined to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. Xia Feng's home was not far from the school, and with his current speed, he was moving a third faster than usual. He evaded monsters whenever possible, and when not, he fought them head-on. Die, all of you. Upon reaching home, he immediately spotted a throng of monsters battering the door. Rage surged within him, turning his vision crimson. Chapter 6. Seeking Death. Are you? Fury ignited within him as he clenched his fists, yet reason prevailed. Calming his tempestuous spirit, he stealthily retreated to the backyard. Peering around, he saw the monsters mercilessly pounding at the door. 1, 2, 3. 10.10 goblins were present. It would be an arduous task to rescue his sister with only his bare hands. That a direct confrontation was impossible. Cunning was required. Xia Feng gazed upward, propelled himself, and nimbly ascended to the rooftop. Surveying the scene below, though the goblins were immensely strong, their blind assault yielded no openings to exploit. However, their surrounding formation made it challenging to penetrate the interior. Unless the chimney, with a swift motion, Xia Feng climbed to the top, opening the chimney cover and sliding down the flue with ease, landing gracefully on the ground. Sister, Xiaoru, where are you? Brother. A faint voice emerged from the cupboard. Xia Feng rushed forward, flinging the door open to reveal a tear-streaked, youthful face, her eyes swollen from crying. Sister, are you all right? He embraced her tightly, just as a loud thud resonated, a dent forming in the door, prompting Xiaoru to scream in terror. It's all right. With me here, they cannot harm you. Another fierce impact shook the door as the goblins intensified their assault. Xia Feng sensed their strength and aggression amplifying. He had to act quickly to get Xiaoru to safety. Sister, hide in the refrigerator. No matter what happens, do not come out. Do you understand? The refrigerator? Xiaoru's eyes darted with worry, struggling to comprehend her brother's command, yet she was swiftly pushed inside. Brother, I'm scared. Do not fear. Just count to 1,000, and you will soon be free, he reassured her. Really? Really? With a resounding thud, the refrigerator door was shut. As she huddled inside, trembling and helpless, the muffled sounds of chaos echoed from outside. Though uncertain of her brother's actions, Xiaoru held onto the belief that with him around, she would be safe. Having only each other in this world, he was her sole protector. Meanwhile, Xia Feng was drenching the refrigerator with water, wrapping it tightly in multiple layers of fabric for added security. He even tore several strips of cloth for good measure. However, the roof began to crack, and a goblin's claw emerged, fiery and fierce. The house was no longer defensible. The reasoning behind placing his sister in the refrigerator was simple. He intended to push it through the flames. Given his current capabilities, defeating the horde of monsters in combat was out of the question. Thus, speed became his only ally. They were fixated on launching fireball attacks. If he could move swiftly enough to evade them, both he and his sister could escape unscathed. With a resounding crash, the door splintered in two, and Xia Feng seized the opportunity to cover himself with a dark cloth. Inhaling deeply. 3, 2, 1, he shoved the gas canister forward, the sound of violent collision erupting. In an instant, an explosion roared to life. He shielded himself and the refrigerator with his fabric, though the heat enveloped him. Yet the commotion from the goblins subsided. That moment, Xia Feng propelled the refrigerator toward the door, racing forward. He neared the exit. A searing pain ignited in his feet. Looking down, he saw his skin charred black. Agony surged through him, yet he pressed on. Suddenly, a goblin appeared before him, launching fireballs and swinging a spiked club, seeking death. Are you? At that moment, Xia Feng was unconcerned with the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He swiftly yanked up the nearby fire hydrant and swung it, causing the goblin's head to tilt sideways. He then aimed the nozzle at the intense dry ice, unleashing an array of water jets that sent the fireballs into disarray, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Finally, Xia Feng seized a nearby spiked club and delivered a resounding blow to the goblin's skull. At that instant, everything came to an end. Yet as he turned back, the home they had cherished for over a decade lay in ruins, with only thick, black smoke rising into the air. Bang, bang. The sound emanated from the refrigerator as Xia Feng hastily unlatched it. How are you, sister? Are you all right, brother? Our home. Xia Ru's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her grip remained tightly fastened to her brother's clothing. If the home was lost, then so be it, as long as they were alive. There was still hope. Ding! The system's voice chimed once more. Successfully defeated one goblin, gaining one critical hit ability and one defense ability. Unlocked treasure chest system. A treasure chest system? He had not anticipated that the destruction of their home would present a new opportunity. The treasure chest system's task was clear. Defeat one goblin to unlock a bronze chest, 2 goblins for a silver chest, and so forth. Please complete the task to receive rewards. What? Upon seeing the system's merciless tasks, Xia Feng felt faint. Though he had leveled up, the effort of defeating a single goblin had already left him utterly exhausted. To take on another would surely jeopardize his life. Brother, Xia Ru gently shook him, prompting him to regain his composure. What should we do next? Suddenly, an idea struck him. There was someone he could turn to, someone who had a place to stay. Remaining in this world held little meaning now. He could only seek refuge with another. However, with the system in existence, surviving should not pose a problem, to the very least. His sister's fate had already shifted, relieving Xia Feng of any lingering worries. Bang, 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 in the dilapidated warehouse. A foul stench wafted through the air. Xia Ru covered her eyes and nose, bewildered by her brother's decision to bring her here. This place was filthy and chaotic. Surely, they would not be sleeping here. Bang, 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 bang. Xia Feng knocked impatiently, calling out, Lu Tao, open the door. I know you're inside. Look at the mess you made outside after drinking yesterday. If you don't come out, I swear I'll break this door down. Yet, only silence responded, leaving him no choice but to take action. With a resounding crash, his fist broke through the iron door, creating a gaping hole. Inside, a startled voice exclaimed, Xia Feng, are you out of your mind? Look at the state of my home. The disheveled man, hastily pulling up his pants, emerged, his unkempt hair and tattered clothing a far cry from the once dashing young man who had been the envy of many in school. Oh, you brought your precious sister with you? And to my place? Didn't you say you didn't want me to lead her astray? Chapter 7. A changed person, Xia Feng observed Lu Tao's nonchalant demeanor as he whistled carelessly. Without hesitation, he pushed him down. Why do you seem different today? Xia Feng noted the unusual strength behind his own actions. Ignoring Lu Tao's disdainful gaze, he pulled Xia Ru inside and quickly found a spot to calm her before rushing to the computer desk. Lu Tao, once the son of a nouveau riche, had been a true gentleman in school. However, due to his ineptitude, he squandered his family's fortune and quickly fell from grace. Those fair-weather friends had dispersed. Leaving only Xia Feng, who genuinely cared for him, he rubbed his nose, attempting to ignore the surrounding chaos and the putrid odor. Why don't you clean this warehouse? It's unbearable. I can't fathom how someone could live here for long. If you find it so unpleasant, then don't come. With a bang, Lu Tao slammed the door shut. As he flicked on the light, the dim environment brightened, yet Xia Feng felt even more suffocated by the sight. You come in and immediately use my computer. Something big must have happened outside. Xia Feng lifted his gaze, incredulous at Lu Tao's obliviousness. The world was on the brink of collapse, yet he remained as carefree as ever. In his previous life, when Xia Feng met his end, Lu Tao had still been alive, relying on his ability to avoid conflict, to live peacefully, and to mind his own business. Xia Feng had not intended to disrupt him. But given the circumstances, having lost their home, the warehouse was the only refuge left to them. Furthermore, he quickly began typing on the keyboard, formulating a plan. Hey, isn't this a city map? You pulled up this map, didn't you? The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. No. You're out of your mind. Lu Tao stared at him in disbelief, covering his mouth and shaking his head vigorously. If you really do this, what will happen to your sister? His tone was stern, his previously defeated demeanor now upright, as he shouted at Xia Feng. Xia Feng nearly covered Lu Tao's mouth. Enough, I know what I'm doing, with just a glance. He could absorb the entirety of the map into his memory. His eyes had become akin to a camera, capturing every detail effortlessly. Although Lu Tao was unaware of the events unfolding outside, he was not foolish. The primary reason Xia Feng sought him out was due to his exceptional hacking skills, enabling him to effortlessly uncover the happenings beyond their walls. Moreover, this warehouse was unlikely to attract the goblins. Leaving his sister here would significantly reduce their risk. Xia Feng, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Lu Tao shook his head. You remember the map, but do you really intend to take on monsters? Have you lost your mind? You think you're that strong? Despite nearly demolishing his warehouse door moments ago, Lu Tao remained skeptical. I may not be that strong, but how will I know unless I try? The system had already indicated that the more goblins he defeated, the greater his rewards would be. He either had to grow stronger or risk being victimized in this brutal world. I'm counting on you to protect my sister. Gently patting Lu Tao's shoulder, Xia Feng prepared to leave, unable to be deterred by Lu Tao's reluctant demeanor. Upon stepping outside, Xia Feng's first course of action was not to charge headlong into danger. Goblins favored crowded areas, so heading toward the center of commotion would increase his chances of encountering them, albeit with heightened risks. Xia Feng would not recklessly throw away his life. He first needed to ascertain the goblin's weaknesses. Just as he began to sprint, he suddenly took a large step backward. What had he seen? A goblin engulfed in blue flames stood before him. Previously a creature cloaked in fireballs, it had now transformed into one engulfed in blue flames. To his surprise, as his own abilities were advancing, so too were those of the monsters. Clearly, the dangers surrounding him were escalating as Xia Feng prepared to escape to the left. A loud crash resounded as a vehicle ahead was crushed into the ground. Raising his head, he found a muscular goblin blocking his path. Before he could comprehend the situation, another goblin appeared, effectively trapping him. His hands began to move instinctively, ready to strike swiftly and find an escape. Yet, to his astonishment, the goblins did not attack. Instead, they retreated, clearing a path for him. When had goblins become so obedient? A chill ran down Xia Feng's spine. However, what truly terrified him was the figure emerging behind them. A man clad in black leather, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward with a smirk, greeting Xia Feng with a slight bow. Xia Feng, right? You're quite impressive, being the first to unlock the attribute interface that you've truly strengthened our position. And now I need not fear anyone as he grappled with confusion. The man removed his sunglasses. That IT was him. How could it be him? Hello, allow me to introduce myself that I know, you're the director. Qi Tiansheng, RNTU. As the world descended into chaos, overrun by hordes of monstrous undead, various nations clandestinely established a joint organization. This consortium boasted the most advanced weaponry and technology known to mankind. Existing solely to combat the abominations that IT also gathered an array of exceptionally talented individuals, those endowed with extraordinary skills and innate gifts, whose mission was to safeguard the innocent and protect the populace. However, in a previous life, this organization fell under the control of the United States, rendering it a mere puppet, stripped of its true essence. Before him stood Qi Tiansheng, the director of this agency, a man with whom Xia Feng was all too familiar. Oh, you recognize me. How did you even become aware of this bureau's existence? The man, who had initially worn a smile, began to show signs of concern following Xia Feng's peculiar remarks and demeanor. This secret organization had only been formed a day ago, and aside from the top-tier personnel, no one was privy to its existence. Yet here stood Xia Feng, seemingly well-informed, even knowing the director's name. With a furrowed brow, Qi Tiansheng noted the encroaching goblins, their approach no longer friendly. How did you come to know this? Xia Feng asked, astonished and suspicious as he regarded the man before him. What do you mean? How did I know? Qi Tiansheng's fist tightened behind his back. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could command the goblins to attack. Chapter 8. Confidential information. Xia Feng had not anticipated that at this moment. Qi Tiansheng would attempt to assassinate him, that he wanted to retreat several steps, but the goblins encircled him increasingly. What was happening? He had merely wished to extend a sincere greeting, yet he was met with such hostility, causing him to swallow hard. Qi Tiansheng, observing him, grew more perplexed. Not only was Xia Feng the first to access the attribute interface, but he also possessed knowledge of such confidential information. This indicated that he was either an enemy or an infiltrator sent by the opposition. With a subtle wave of his hand, at least 4 goblins charged towards Xia Feng. However, Xia Feng was no pushover. With a resounding thud, he leaped high off the ground, swiftly scaling the wall. As his level increased, so too did his speed and energy, enhancing his agility significantly. Moreover, he perceived that the greatest flaw of these goblins lay in their inferior speed. Burdened with excessive weaponry, they stood no chance against him. And in a flash, he was already vaulting away. Qi Tiansheng did not issue orders to pursue. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, retrieving a walkie-talkie. That I've located this individual. He poses a significant threat. We must take preemptive action. Otherwise, if he falls into the hands of the Americans, the consequences could be dire. As Xia Feng dashed and leaped, he found himself navigating the rooftops, uncertain of his next destination. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he felt an inexplicable curiosity. Looking ahead, he spotted a television tower. He raced upward, reaching the pinnacle, placing his hands forward as he gazed down, gaining a comprehensive view of the cityscape. His mind began to map the general locations, and now his objective was to continuously level up and seek the rewards the system had to offer. But where could he find a relatively weak goblin? Just as he hesitated, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly noticed an elderly woman trembling at the end of an alley, a goblin standing before her clutching nothing more than a wooden stick. Based on Xia Feng's encounters with them, goblins typically wielded spike clubs. How could one be armed with merely a stick? Unless it were a novice zombie. Determined, he decided to eliminate this one for a closer examination. Xia Feng swiftly leaped down, and indeed, the evident speed and noise went unnoticed by the goblins. He extended his dagger, while the elderly woman remained oblivious to the unfolding events, closing her eyes in anticipation of death. She merely wished to see her granddaughter and had hoped to ascertain whether she was still alive. Little did she know that her hiding place had been compromised in that fateful moment. A loud thud reverberated, followed by a spray of blood that filled the air, the warm scent overwhelming her senses, prompting her to instinctively recoil. Had she perished? Was it the old woman? Old lady? Granny? Xia Feng gently patted her shoulder, but she instinctively swatted his hand away. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Xia Feng shrugged helplessly. Ding! The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a goblin. Reward acquired. Would wooden box a wooden box? He anticipated that lower-level foes would yield such meager rewards. Nevertheless, he mused. Having a wooden box was better than nothing. He quickly opened it, revealing nothing more than a knife. What good was a knife? He pondered whether it could even vanquish these zombies, as even firearms might not suffice. Just as he lamented, the knife's blade sliced through the box with a resounding crack, cleaving it in two. What kind of weapon is this? It cleaves through it effortlessly, a truly formidable tool. If a mere wooden box could be so easily severed, then what lay ahead? A radiant smile graced Xia Feng's face. The elderly woman, recovering from her shock, raised her head, and upon realizing he was human, her heart finally eased. You saved me. Thank you so much. I can hardly express my gratitude. Blood trickled down her face in streaks, creating a frightful visage, yet her cries echoed in Xia Feng's ears like the wails of a demon, after what felt like an eternity. As she calmed down, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. All right, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. It's too perilous to traverse alone with so many goblins and monsters lurking about. The likelihood of encountering danger is high. Yet he couldn't help but wonder how she dared to venture out in such dire circumstances. Was she truly unafraid of death? Xia Feng chose not to pry further. But the elderly woman grasped his hand tightly, unwilling to let go, and pointed ahead. Just go that way, and you'll reach my home. Which way? No, wait. Xia Feng observed his surroundings, noting the absence of any buildings. How could that direction lead anywhere? Nevertheless, the elderly woman continued onward, and in that moment, a miraculous sight unfolded before him. An invisible door appeared before him. It turned out this building was constructed from special materials. Under the sunlight and the refraction of light, it became nearly indistinguishable, its walls coated with an invisible protective layer. Now it made sense why she had spoken as she did earlier. However, Xia Feng could discern that while the woman appeared anxious, she exuded an aura of distinct importance. Was she his benefactor? With a resounding thud, the door swung open, and Xia Feng's eyes darted around. Just then, a person clad in a white coat rushed out. Upon seeing the elderly woman, he immediately clasped his hands and ushered her to the forefront. Granny, did you just run out like that? It's so dangerous outside. Why didn't you bring anyone with you? How was I to know? How was I to know that this horde of zombies would render your weapons useless? The man's face flushed crimson at her retort, while the elderly woman shot him a fierce glare, rendering him momentarily speechless. All right, go face your punishment. But hurry, that young man must be escorted to the VIP area. Had it not been for him, I fear I would have lost my life long ago. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng found all eyes upon him. The man quickly approached, bowing deeply in respect. Thank you for saving our elderly lady. Without your intervention, I believe she would have faced grave peril. As a token of our gratitude, may I invite you to join us for a meal in the VIP area? Upon hearing those words, Xia Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, a sudden, violent crash resonated from outside. Turning his head, he discovered that every wall was adorned with surveillance cameras, which displayed nothing but hordes of zombies and monstrous creatures. It became evident that danger lurked in every corner of this place. As the creatures searched, they caught a whiff of human scent, yet the invisibility of Xia Feng's protective gear left them bewildered, causing them to collide against one another in confusion. What on earth is this person's background? What kind of place is this? Ah, you're back, my dear. Abruptly, a familiar voice echoed, and upon turning sharply, Xia Feng found himself face to face with Qi Tin's. In that moment of eye contact, sparks flew, and a gun inexplicably appeared in Qi Tianxing's hand. Its dark muzzle ominously directed at Xia Feng. Perhaps out of consideration for the elderly lady, he refrained from pulling the trigger, though his piercing gaze remained fixed on Xia Feng. You know each other? The elderly woman, having sensed something amiss, glanced back and forth before stepping forward. Allow me to introduce you. This is my subordinate, who assists me in my endeavors. As for his character, she cast a meaningful glance at Xia Feng. Nodding in appreciation, he saved my life. He is my savior. After uttering those words, she turned and walked into the inner room, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. How audacious of you to hide here. Thinking we wouldn't find you. Almost instantaneously, Qi Tianxing launched a swift attack. Xia Feng attempted to block with his arm, but to his astonishment, he was lifted off the ground and thrown overhead. Yet, as he was tossed, Xia Feng executed a sweeping kick that caught Qi Tianxing by the neck, allowing him to narrowly escape a dire fate. However, upon landing, he felt a slight ache in his ribs. This man was undeniably formidable. Becoming the head of a secret organization was no small feat, indicating a power that should not be underestimated. Xia Feng took a deep breath. I am unsure of what grievance I have caused you, prompting you to attempt to take my life repeatedly. What is it that you truly desire? What I desire? That question ought to be directed at you. Just as Qi Tianxing aimed his weapon, another individual stepped forward and pressed down on his shoulder. Enough of this bickering. The elderly lady is still present. You wish for this place to be drenched in blood? The man in the white coat shot a glance at Qi Tianxing, signaling him to refrain from reckless actions. William, your heart is far too merciful that you have any idea who this person is. He is Xia Feng, the very first individual to unlock the attribute interface. Moreover, he knows my identity. Do you think that is mere coincidence or intentional? Oh. Upon hearing this, the man named William quickly cast a glance at Xia Feng, yet ultimately hesitated to make a judgment. All right, let's proceed inside. The elderly lady is growing impatient, and her temper is not to be trifled with. The two men entered, revealing an environment steeped in European architectural style, adorned with sculptures, both clothed and unclothed. What astonished Xia Feng most was the sight of figures in white coats depicted on the walls, each wielding weapons. What exactly was the identity of this elderly lady? He could not deduce. But he sensed the gravity of the situation that in the center of the hall, the elderly lady was seated, presiding over a veritable round-table conference. Come, sit here. You must be Xia Feng. Before her lay an extensive array of documents. With a command, she had all the intelligence compiled within moments. Think that this seemingly frail woman, who had appeared to need his assistance just an hour ago, possessed such a significant background was beyond Xia Feng's comprehension. Following her directive, he moved to the side. You are Xia Feng, a university student and the first individual to access the attribute interface. He hesitantly nodded, while the elderly lady smiled, Her hands crossed out. Qi Tiansheng, it appears you have indeed located this individual. With her wrinkled face breaking into a smile, Xia Feng perceived a hint of something sinister in her expression. Had he unwittingly stumbled into a den of thieves? Yet Qi Tiansheng did not share in the mirth. Instead, scrutinizing the elderly lady with a serious demeanor. This elderly lady is undoubtedly significant. But must it be him? Significant. Xia Feng is significant. He was perplexed by the thoughts swirling within this group. Yet he sensed that an immense opportunity lay ahead. He knows my identity. Qi Tiansheng's unease was palpable in that single statement. However, the elderly lady shook her head and inquired, "And what if he does?" Your ability to find him proves your high standing. That it is entirely reasonable for him to speculate about your status. So there's no need to overthink it. Now, you. She turned her attention to Xia Feng, her expression softening. Do you know my identity? Identity. Xia Feng pondered for a long moment before finally asserting. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the commander of Xia country, correct? A sharp intake of breath followed as Qi Tiansheng's expression turned increasingly fearful, particularly regarding his concerns for this individual. William, stationed behind, also tensed, his fingers curling, signaling the guards outside to ready their weapons, as if intending to prevent Xia Feng from leaving the door. What evidence do you possess to assert that I am the commander of Xia country? They resided in a nation known as Xia country within the realm of Blue Star, that he recalled that in his previous life, due to a zombie invasion and monstrous attacks, Xia country had swiftly implemented countermeasures, establishing 9 divisions, each led by a commander responsible for critical matters. The commanders were categorized by rank, divided into high, medium, and low levels, with the first 3 being high-ranking, the 4th to 6th being mid-ranking, and the 7th to 9th being low-ranking. Given the elderly lady's status, high-ranking seemed far-fetched. Most high-ranking commanders possessed considerable power and exceptional abilities, effortlessly obliterating monsters with but a flick of their finger. Thus, despite her apparent frailty, the elderly lady commanded a significant following, suggesting she was likely of mid-ranking status. Such authority was enough to compel even Qi Tiansheng to heed her commands. Xia Feng had formulated a rough assessment of the situation. Indeed, the elderly lady smiled with delight upon hearing his words. Excellent. You are both intelligent and capable, a paragon of wisdom and valor. It seems I've truly accomplished the task I set out to fulfill by finding you. Chapter 10. Surrounded by enemies with that proclamation, Qi Tiansheng slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Elderly lady, are you certain you wish to choose him? This is utterly inconceivable. No, absolutely not. His eyes widened in anger. But he quickly restrained himself upon witnessing the elderly lady's wrath. It was evident that she found his defiance intolerable. My apologies, I realize my mistake. Bowing his head, Qi Tiansheng fell silent. Indeed, I am Feng Ruyu, the commander of the 6th Division, the elderly lady declared confidently, her aura exuding undeniable authority. With her hands crossed, her posture radiated the demeanor of a leader. The 6th Division, positioned centrally, straddled the line between mid and low ranks. Overseeing a myriad of complex responsibilities, she gestured to her side. This is our research director, William. The man inclined his head, his dignified suit visible beneath his white coat, embodying the essence of a director. Feng Ruyu continued, and this is Qi Tiansheng, my personal aide, currently engaged in a secret mission. And you, she approached Xia Feng, gently patting his shoulder, are one of his assignments. Xia Feng remained silent, surveying the expressions of those around him, each face a tapestry of emotions, suspicion, jealousy, admiration, and astonishment. Ultimately, it was Feng Ruyu who turned away, leaving behind a light remark. Follow me to my study. As her words echoed, she vanished. While Qi Tiansheng rushed forward, his hostility unmistakable. I warn you, do not attempt any clever tricks, or the guns outside are not mere decor. Before Xia Feng could react, he was ushered inside. The study, fortified with iron and steel, boasted a door crafted from thousands of pounds of reinforced steel. Yet within, it was starkly barren. Feng Ryu stood at the center, illuminated by celestial light that enveloped her like the radiance of the Virgin Mary. You seek me not merely for the purpose of cultivating my potential, do you? Oh. Feng Ryu was taken aback by the abrupt mention of the word cultivation by Xia Feng. raising an eyebrow in curiosity. How can you be so certain that it is cultivation and not utilization? With a cold snort, Xia Feng knew all too well. Compared to the past, the Xia nation had already gained a considerable advantage, yet the United States would undoubtedly not relent so easily. They were bound to confront them in a decisive showdown. Thus, the establishment of the 9 major divisions came into being. Cultivating Xia Feng was merely due to the fact that he was the first to unlock the interface. His talent and potential were not to be underestimated. If he could not be utilized by them, and was seized by the United States first, the consequences would be dire. He had long since grasped the gist of his predicament. The commander spoke of utilization, which was not impossible. Xia Feng strode forward, standing before her, stating, "If I refuse to be manipulated by you, you may as well kill me or use me as a test subject. In any case, I cannot be handed over to the United States." Feng Ryu nodded in approval. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Nurturing him would yield fruitful results. She pressed forward, and a map suddenly appeared on the wall. Upon closer inspection, the map was dotted with red and blue points, the 2 sides seemingly equal in number. Moreover, there were numerous black regions that is this the map of Blue Star? Indeed, Feng Ryu replied, her hand gracefully gesturing toward the specific area. Red represents our Xia nation and allied countries, while blue signifies the contracting nations led by the United States. AS for the black regions. I need not elaborate, do I? The black areas were infested with zombie monsters. Xia Feng inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation, that if things continued in this manner, he wondered what the future would hold. In his previous life, Blue Star had succumbed entirely. Now, the commander of the 1st Division had already formed a temporary alliance with the United States, intending to collectively combat the monsters. Yet, as you understand, they would never be so straightforward. Observing Feng Ryu's bitter smile, Xia Feng instantly comprehended that it was imperative to avoid collaboration with the United States at all costs. To her surprise, this individual dared to oppose her, the commander of the Intermediate Division. One was expected to obey orders from above. However, when Feng Ryu received this news, she too felt a mix of discomfort and helplessness. Who could fail to understand the ambitions and intentions of the United States? Now that the Xia nation occupied a unique advantage, their proposal for cooperation was merely a ploy to share in the spoils. Under the guise of collaboration, they were, in fact, digging beneath the surface. Xia Feng, drawing from his previous life's experiences, concluded that only by relying on oneself could true resurgence and resistance be achieved. Commander, we must not collaborate with them. We still have the upper hand. Moreover, he leaned closer to Feng Ryu's ear. How can you be certain that there are no spies from the United States within our Xia nation or the divisions? His pupils dilated, disbelief filling his eyes. The wrinkles on Feng Ryu's face trembled. You know, it's not a matter of how you know. It's that you already know. It seemed they had long discovered the truth. Feng Ryu finally understood why the commander of the 1st Division had repeatedly urged her to locate this person. He was the savior. Feng Ryu grasped his arm tightly, her breaths growing heavier. I must tell you something. You must be cautious. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the floor, plunging the room into darkness. Xia Feng had yet to react when he fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the agonizing cries of zombies. The glass ceiling shattered, and the surrounding walls cracked. Even the heavy iron door was deformed. Such chaos was not particularly daunting for Xia Feng. But what about Feng Ryu? He groped in the dark, searching for the elderly lady's figure, but the smoke obscured his vision. Commander? Elderly lady? He called out desperately, hoping for someone to burst through the entrance to assist, until a beam of light emerged. Xia Feng covered his mouth and nose, waving through the smoke, squinting to discern the person before him. The light flickered, remaining silent, and he seized a moment to spot the figure pinned beneath a steel plate. Elderly lady, you bang! A gunshot rang out. A spurt of warm blood splattered across his face, and all Xia Feng could see was a crimson sea. She was dead. Feng Ryu had been killed. Looking up again, the light had vanished, and the assailant disappeared without a trace. Xia Feng stepped forward, only to be met with countless beams of light aimed at him, along with the barrels of guns. You killed the commander. What? How can it be that I killed her? No, it wasn't me. The roaring from outside continued, and at that moment, Xia Feng found himself besieged. Chapter 11. Is there a third person? If it isn't you, then who could it be? Qi Tiansheng sneered coldly, his malevolent eyes brimming with hatred towards him. Your hands are stained with blood. The commander lies dead at your feet. Is there anyone else in this chamber besides you? Don't even think about wriggling out of this. Now, Xia Feng found himself in a position where even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. He was utterly unable to refute the claims, and the so-called murderer had long vanished without a trace. Moreover, the escape route was fraught with danger. Attempting to flee now would surely lead to capture by the guards at the entrance. Capture the murderer alive. With a command, everyone lunged forward. They were all skilled fighters, but Xia Feng was not one to be easily subdued. With a twist and a leap, he deftly grasped the iron beams of the ceiling. Climbing with agility, the earlier explosion had created a gap above. Xia Feng quickly ascended. Quickly! Chase him! He is escaping! By the time Qi Tianxing reacted, half of Xia Feng's body had already leaped out, yet the surroundings made him hesitate for several seconds. Countless goblins were hopping outside, brandishing clubs and carrying submachine guns, each radiating an aura of fire or electricity. This group of monsters had undergone mutations. They were now watching hungrily for below the castle. The invisible barrier had vanished, leaving them completely exposed to danger. It turned out that the earlier explosion was an attempt by the zombie horde to break through this location. The weaponry they possessed was astonishingly powerful. Xia Feng had no time to ponder. With a tiger before him and pursuers behind, he had no choice but to act. He let out a whistle, drawing the attention of the goblins below. Goblins were highly sensitive to sound, and this whistle was sufficient to help him break free from encirclement. He first jumped midway, seizing a stone and accurately striking a goblin on the head. Just as he did, a goblin wielding a submachine gun leaped swiftly in front of him. But Xia Feng had already anticipated the move and dodged into the shadows. That moment, Qi Tianxing's men finally burst forth. One head poked out, and it was immediately severed, blood splattering everywhere. The others were not spared either, falling victim to a series of headshots, much to Xia Feng's satisfaction. Let them battle it out while he focused on escaping. Xia Feng skillfully maneuvered to the rear, believing he had evaded danger. However, as his feet touched the ground, a tingling sensation coursed up his legs, and oh way. What a coincidence. Looking up, he saw blue currents wrapping around a goblin's body. Its mouth gaped wide, one eye missing, drooling, its limbs barely connected. The terrifying sight made Xia Feng gulp in fear. Ding! The system's friendly reminder chimed. This electric goblin has the following attributes. Type: electric, level 8. Ability: 10, defense 11, attack 20, speed 2. Reward: golden treasure chest. Xia Feng nearly cursed the system under his breath. With such a level and attack, the reward was merely a golden treasure chest. That was incredibly disappointing. Nonetheless, this prize still piqued his interest. With a swift motion, he brandished his knife, eager to test the strength of this electric goblin. But as he took a step forward, he promptly fell. The overwhelming electric current was insurmountable. He couldn't even approach it, let alone strike. As the goblin drew closer, Xia Feng scrambled to evade. At a glance to the side revealed a water faucet. Electricity? Water! Of course, as the summer breeze swirled to the right. It swiftly leaped to the eaves above, seizing the waterproof layer with remarkable speed. Draping it over himself, a barrier was formed, rendering him impervious to any electric current. He leaped down, positioning himself directly upon the goblin's neck. Plunging his blade vertically into its forehead, a torrent of black viscous fluid erupted forth. Yet the goblin's movements remained unimpeded. It grasped Summer's ankle, its body convulsing violently in an attempt to throw him off. However, Summer was quicker, locking his legs around the goblin's waist. Another strike ensued, but such force and assault were no match for him. Exhausted from the fray, Summer seized an opportunity, rolling to the front of the goblin. A piercing scream resonated. It turned out that Summer had driven his blade directly into the goblin's remaining eye. The black ichor flowed relentlessly. Summer then tumbled onto the lawn, grabbing a hose and pointing it at the creature. "Hey, look here! Your time is up!" The water gushed forth, exacerbating the wounds he had inflicted. As the electric current leaked out, and the water surged. The sensation of electrocution ensued. Summer dodged the water, cautious not to harm himself. He realized that when confronting goblins of a higher level, a direct confrontation was unnecessary. Cunning was the key. Water extinguishes fire, and water counters electricity. Attacking their weaknesses proved far more effective. A deafening explosion resounded, followed by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a golden treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Summer, however, had little time to ponder, as survival took precedence that Qi Tianxing's men were still pursuing him. Given their capabilities, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. The urgent task was to retreat. Outside the garage, a furious knocking reverberated, shaking the door. Finally, Lu Tao emerged. Hey, I just managed to fix this door. Could you refrain from banging on it so hard? Otherwise, Summer forcefully pushed him aside and strode in. His sister was safe, allowing his heart to finally ease. Yet the events of the day left his heart racing. A lingering discomfort gnawing at him. He had been framed, and the victim was none other than the commander of the 6th Division. There was certainly something amiss. Why was it him? Had he inadvertently stumbled into a trap? Or had they orchestrated this scheme specifically to ensnare him? Summer shook his head, and Lu Tao approached with a look of confusion. Why are you covered in blood? Did you kill a zombie? It's a long story, but I need your help to... As he lifted his gaze, it was the first time Lu Tao saw Summer so solemn, his seriousness almost intimidating. What's wrong? I've never seen you like this before. Lu Tao recoiled slightly, only to be dragged to the computer by Summer. Your skills in information technology are remarkable. You can hack into any system. Help me investigate the 6th Division. The 6th? As expected. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao turned back in terror. How do you know? A cunning smile crept across his face. Summer was well aware that Lu Tao, with his penchant for mischief, often hacked into systems to gather information during his idle moments. Otherwise, it was improbable he would have survived in his previous life without any means of defense. Clearly, he was more knowledgeable about the 9 divisions than Summer himself. All right, I'll help you, but it may not be as simple as you think. Chapter 12. Virus. Lu Tao rapidly danced his fingers across the keyboard, only to be interrupted by the blaring alarm. No. What is happening? He glanced back at Summer, ultimately fixing his gaze on the main computer unit. With a loud bang, sparks flew as the main drive ignited. This is a virus infection, not a virus. Summer looked at Lu Tao in confusion, noticing him slumping helplessly into his chair. Yes, I attempted to infiltrate the 6th Division system, but I discovered a highly potent computer virus. Not only could I not breach it, but it also infiltrated our systems, meaning all our information and data are now compromised. Instinctively, Summer shook his sister awake. Sister, wake up! Hurry! What's wrong, brother? Rubbing her bleary eyes, Xiaoru saw her brother's tense expression. You're back. What happened? Summer had no time for lengthy explanations. He quickly gathered her belongings and turned to Lu Tao. You need to leave too. Since the 6th Division is already aware of our information, this address is no longer safe. It's best for you to stick with me. Lu Tao hesitated, but ultimately, Summer forcibly pulled him into his dilapidated vehicle. Yes, this prodigal son still possessed an old car, albeit one he had modified himself. Though it appeared worn, it was still operational. Summer recalled that this was the very vehicle he had used to escape. With a loud bang, the electricity surged, revealing a treasure trove within. Everything from kitchenware to various ingredients. Summer had anticipated Lu Tao's resourcefulness, so he felt no fear. As long as they had this vehicle, they were prepared for anything. How did you know the purpose of my car? Summer, already familiar with the vehicle, took the keys and settled into the driver's seat. Enough chatter. Open the back door quickly. If we don't escape soon, we'll be surrounded. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of sirens echoed outside. With Summer's level now elevated, his defensive capabilities had increased, making him acutely aware of the slightest disturbances. He estimated they had about a minute before the pursuers arrived. Swiftly, the back door swung open, and the car sped away, only for Summer to look up and find themselves encircled by helicopters. This is bad. I didn't anticipate their speed. The 6th Division is no pushover. It wasn't just the 6th Division they were facing. They were up against individuals from all 9 divisions. With the commander from the 6th Division dead, the others would undoubtedly intensify their pursuit of the fugitive. with Summer now their primary target. How could they possibly let him escape? He suspected that Qi Tiansheng was pursuing him with intentional fervor. Glancing in the rearview mirror, there he was, proud and imposing. Resembling a rooster, it was clear he intended to corner Summer at all costs, this day. Summer still didn't comprehend how he had offended him or why he was being relentlessly hunted. While Qi Tiansheng was subordinate to Feng Yuru, their connection was not particularly deep. It seemed he was merely seeking to capture him to enhance his own standing, unaware of how to truly trust. Accelerating the vehicle, Summer weaved left and right. The alleys and byways were vividly etched in his mind, allowing him to navigate with fluidity, swiftly outpacing his pursuers. However, evading the aerial units was an entirely different matter. Suddenly, gunfire erupted above, the bullets narrowly missing their targets, serving merely as a warning. What do? They're using machine guns. Lu Tao, terrified, clutched Xia Ru tightly, both trembling as they looked at Summer. Machine guns. Then I shall match their speed. With a sudden stomp on the accelerator and a sharp turn of the steering wheel, bullets flew past him. Summer was determined to engage in a true battle of speed and adrenaline with the helicopters. Sure enough, he maneuvered the vehicle into the bustling marketplace, where throngs of people gathered, completely oblivious to the aerial pursuit. It was a trivial matter to lose them in such a crowd. Moreover, as they were operating in secrecy. The citizens of Xiagua were fiercely loyal and trusted one another. Thus they would never dare to act recklessly. Summer swiftly navigated through the throngs, the crowd serving as a shield. Impressive, daring to do this. Yet, could they truly shake them off? Lu Tao was anxious, but Summer merely smiled and shook his head. Even if you don't trust them, you must trust my driving skills. Just then, a sudden leap brought them face to face with a river. Hey, what are you doing? You must not, with a sudden crash, allow the vehicle to sink. Lu Tao had yet to react when he hurriedly pressed the button. As expected, this vehicle was indeed capable of submersion. However, it was quite peculiar that once submerged, there was an eerie silence. Concealed by the crowd, they remained oblivious to Xia Feng's whereabouts. Finally, with his heart at ease, he turned to his sister beside him. How are you, sister? Are you all right? I'm fine, but can we breathe in this water? Not only can we breathe, but we are also safe. In his previous life, Xia Feng had relied on Lu Tao's vehicle to escape numerous crises and hardships. Thus, he was fully aware of every intricacy of this machine. Had it not been for this vehicle, he would have perished long ago, instead of merely lingering until that moment. Reflecting on it, he found himself quite fond of it. How do you know? Suddenly, Lu Tao, with his hands in his pockets, glanced at him with a look of skepticism, his expression tinged with wariness. What do you mean, the two of us? Though we are friends, I have never disclosed anything about this vehicle to anyone. Lu Tao was utterly certain that this vehicle had always been his secret, his final ark of salvation. Furthermore, every mechanism and switch on the vehicle was known only to him. Xia Feng was exceptionally familiar with it, and even knew it could submerge. Could it be that he had been lurking beside him all along, perhaps even installed a listening device? No. When he built this vehicle, he had not uttered a word. So how could he have been overheard? Did you possess foresight? Or are you a prophet? Lu Tao's thoughts began to stray, but at least he completely trusted him. Xia Feng, having no time for further contemplation, approached the computer at the back and promptly activated it. Chapter 13. Vanished in a thin air. Xia Feng needed to ascertain one matter first. Had the death of Feng Yuru been announced? As anticipated, everything was calm and undisturbed. Why had Feng Yuru's death not been made public? Logically, as the commander of the 6th Division, this would become a focal point for everyone in the forums. Now, with the system inaccessible, it was as though this individual had vanished without a trace. What could be the reason? He simply could not fathom it and plopped down beside Lu Tao. Suddenly, he recalled a critical detail he had forgotten. He had yet to open the golden treasure chest the system had provided him. Closing his eyes, he gently pressed his finger. Sure enough, upon opening the golden chest, he discovered a submachine gun. However, this submachine gun was unlike the usual AK-40. It possessed infinite ammunition and required no magazine whatsoever. With abundant firepower, a simple sweep could directly target the enemy. Goodness, with this in hand, I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate those goblins. Xia Feng chuckled with delight. At that moment, someone gently nudged his shoulder. We're almost to the water's surface. Have you decided where to go? Lu Tao looked at Xia Feng's hands returning to the keyboard, the red dot on the large screen flickering. Let's go here. He wore a puzzled expression, and with a loud bang, an escape pod leapt out of the water. Before them lay a desolate expanse. Ever since the zombie invasion of Blue Star, many places had transformed entirely. Once vibrant grasslands now lay barren, overrun by monstrous invaders. They surveyed the bleak landscape, a sight seldom seen. Xiaoru instinctively moved closer to Xia Feng, finding solace before drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Tao, seated in the passenger seat, was perplexed. Why are we heading to this location? I see a rescue pod not far ahead. Shouldn't we gather some supplies? No, the rescue pod has long been raided, leaving either our people or foes behind. The weight of his words instantly resonated with Lu Tao. Our people implied the presence of desperate individuals lying in wait. They remained in the rescue pod, ready to pounce on anyone who approached, to rob them clean, and ultimately resort to cannibalism. In this brutal world, survival was a challenge, and encountering zombies was preferable to facing one's own kind. Swallowing hard, Lu Tao chose to remain silent. However, soon a vast, desolate clearing appeared before them. The grass here was the greenest, yet devoid of any human presence. Why are we stopping here? Aren't we supposed to be searching for people? We have arrived. Xia Feng first placed Xiaoru upon the bed, then, armed with a submachine gun, cautiously descended. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was near, he took a deep breath. Were you investigating in this clearing? Surely you are not. With a loud bang, Lu Tao wandered aimlessly and accidentally bumped his head. This doesn't make sense. There are no obstacles here. How could that happen? Invisibility cloak. Is there an invisible system here? Lu Tao gaped in disbelief, his hands exploring the area. You only just realized? Xia Feng rolled his eyes. Did you not notice how the scenery here completely contrasts with the outside? The grass appears withered and yellow. Yet here it flourishes in vibrant green. This is a flaw in William's attempts to conceal himself. Indeed, Xia Feng was searching for William. Just earlier in the vehicle, he had pondered the most suspicious aspect, as fellow subordinates of Feng Yuru. Qi Tiansheng had appeared before him, yet the other subordinate had seemingly vanished. Xia Feng possessed an impeccable memory and would not make mistakes. He was either hiding or dead, but Xia Feng preferred to believe in the former. After all, William possessed exceptional research capabilities and keen insight. How could he have possibly died without cause? His absence could only mean one thing. He must have known something about Feng Yuru's death that day, opting to remain hidden for his own safety. Or perhaps someone was pursuing him, forcing him to find a secure place to conceal himself. However, he could not be certain if the man was truly hiding here and could only treat this dead horse as a live one. But how do we enter this invisible system? Lu Tao was unable to locate the entrance, having searched for a long time without any clues. The invisible system is man-made. We just need to find a switch for the door and try it. No sooner said than done. Xia Feng leaped upwards to as expected. It was from a height that one could discern the clues that William's dwelling had already been breached. The opening had been torn apart violently, suggesting he was no longer present. He must have fled in a hurry, neglecting to maintain the invisibility system of his own home. It seemed he had indeed been one step too slow. Hissing sound began to emerge. Lu Tao quickly approached, scanning left and right. Did you hear that? It sounds like... I heard it. It must be zombies. With a swift turn, a powerful kick confirmed their fears that a goblin was baring its teeth at them. Crouched on all fours, with a tail trailing behind. The speed of mutation was alarming. It had become a hybrid of human and beast. With sharp fangs dripping saliva, it moved sluggishly but could easily close the distance. Xia Feng took a step back, while Lu Tao trembled, grasping his sleeve. Look, there's another one over there. No, it's a whole group that on what had once been a vibrant green clearing, a dark arc was advancing. An offensive formation composed of goblins. In that moment, Xia Feng realized that even with 10 submachine guns in hand, he might struggle to defeat them. Quick, get inside the vehicle and start it. I'll try to hold them off for 5 more seconds. Do you understand? Lu Tao was already panicking, frozen in place. Finally, with a strong shove, he tumbled inside. Xia Feng steadfastly held the vehicle door shut, determined to keep them at bay. But just then, without warning, a creature leaped onto the roof. Bang! The submachine gun in Xia Feng's hand fired, killing it instantly. But he had no time to breathe. A tail had ensnared him tightly. It latched onto his left ankle, preparing for a violent throw. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng swiftly yanked the tail of one of the goblins, tearing it off. Unbeknownst to him, such actions had already provoked their wrath. 1. 2. All of them began to converge, forming a towering wall nearly 3 meters high. This sight left anyone wide-eyed, completely at a loss for how to act. Bang, 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 bang. The summer wind submachine gun unleashed a rapid barrage, yet the construction of the high wall proceeded at an increasingly swift pace. The goblins were determined not to let him escape, intent on devouring him whole. Chapter 14. The absence of an armory. Lu Tao's vehicle roared to life as Xia Feng forcefully slammed the door shut and lunged inside, shoving aside the occupant in the driver's seat before hastily retreating towards the rear. Lu Tao, do you know what the most significant flaw of this vehicle is? He exclaimed, "It lacks an armory." This won't do. After surviving this ordeal, we must install a few cannons. That he paid little heed to the details as cold sweat streamed down his forehead from the passenger's seat. This moment, escaping with his life was the only priority. The front windshield was besieged by no fewer than 10 goblins, their teeth bared, claws scratching against the glass, producing a cacophony of terror. This harrowing sound permeated even their attempts to cover their ears. With a sudden jolt, Xia Feng thrust forward, extending his submachine gun out of the window. That he accurately shot at the back of one goblin's head, but the most formidable challenge remained that towering wall. Breaching it seemed straightforward, yet the execution was fraught with peril. Lu Tao, the steering wheel is now in your hands. Remember, press the accelerator all the way down and do not falter. When I tell you to release, do not hesitate. Release? How do I release? Only sheer inertia would allow the vehicle to halt swiftly after crashing through a gap, ultimately enabling a sharp turn to escape the encirclement. However, the timing had to be precise. Moreover, the driver had to act without hesitation. Any delay could lead to failure. With a bang, Xia Feng struck another goblin with lethal accuracy. As it collapsed, Lu Tao pressed the accelerator, his voice rising in a frantic countdown. 3, 2, 1, stop, slam on the brakes. Time appeared to suspend as the vehicle spun in the air before crashing down, and in less than 3 seconds, the world seemed to shift dramatically. Bang! The car veered in a new direction. Yet they had already breached the high wall. Xia Feng, disregarding any sense of relief, once again seized control of the steering wheel, accelerating rapidly across the vast expanse of open land. Why have those goblins ceased their pursuit? Xia Feng mused as he glanced in the rearview mirror. It was as if an invisible boundary had restrained them, preventing further chase. This was perplexing. Previously, encounters with these goblins had followed a similar pattern. They seemed to operate within designated territories, refraining from pursuing any living being that ventured beyond their bounds. Could it be that someone was orchestrating their movements, compelling them to adhere to their respective zones without encroachment? A sense of foreboding settled over Xia Feng, as if an intricate web of conspiracy was being woven around him. As darkness descended, Xia Feng polished his weapon, its surface gleaming ominously. Lu Tao, however, sat fixedly, his gaze locked onto him. What are you staring at? Do you expect to glean something from your unwavering gaze? You are the first to unlock the attributes interface. It is only natural for the Bureau personnel to seek you out. However, take a look at this. Lu Tao revealed a communicator affixed to his body, capable of internet access and system intrusion, a source of pride for him. Xia Feng, unfazed, accepted the device, only to find his own photograph glaring back at him. He had become a wanted It appeared that the incident involving Feng Yuru had been exposed. The 9 major bureaus were now inexorably intent on capturing him and apprehending the perpetrator. He let out a cold chuckle, fixing his gaze on Lu Tao. Aren't you curious if I truly killed that person? After all, the murderer is sitting right next to you. Lu Tao snatched the communicator back, casting a skeptical glance. Whether you did or didn't, I cannot say, but I trust you. You're not the kind of person who would commit such an act. He tightened his coat as he spoke. Indeed, they had parked the vehicle at a location to rest momentarily. Yet, to survive the night, they would need to take turns keeping watch. What are your thoughts? Who would frame you? Have you crossed someone? Xia Feng shook his head. Could it be those zombies setting a trap? Or perhaps someone from the 6th Bureau? Xia Feng shook his head again, his ignorance igniting irritation. Enough of the shaking. If you continue this way. How can we assist you? Assist? Xia Feng had no need for help. His foremost desire was to locate William. Only by finding him could he uncover the truth of the matter. Just then, an exceptionally bright light appeared in the distance. As it drew nearer, Xia Feng sprang to his feet, his submachine gun aimed ahead to that a vehicle. Who would be out here at this hour? Unclear, regardless of whether it's human or ghost. We must exercise caution. In this world and era, the line between human and ghost had blurred, and Xia Feng could not allow any harm to befall them. At the very least, he had to ensure their safety. The vehicle came to a stop beside them. It was a red Jeep, a luxury model no less. Lu Tao leaned in to whisper something in Xia Feng's ear. Back when he was the son of a newly wealthy family, he had been well acquainted with such cars, and now he was even more intrigued. However, neither of them anticipated that a woman would emerge from the vehicle. Lu Tao's gaze was riveted, tracing her figure from the ground up, marveling at her stunning physique and fair skin, which stood out even in the enveloping darkness. How could such a captivating beauty appear in this desolate place? Yet, Xia Feng felt an instinctive wariness. Women were often veiled for deception, and their words and appearances could be the most misleading of all. Hello, boys. May I borrow a light? Borrow a light? They exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Feng was the first to regain his composure. You want a light? Why would you need one? Your vehicle appears well equipped. Surely it must have a lighter? Unfortunately, it seems I can't find one at this hour, and I just happen to notice you too. The woman smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped and enchanting. Lu Tao had already reached into his pocket, but Xia Feng shot him a warning glare. We can provide you with a light, but you must maintain a distance of at least 10 meters from us. Xia Feng gradually backed away, and while Lu Tao thought him overly cautious, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Here, take this lighter. He tossed it gently, creating a graceful arc through the air, but Xia Feng detected an odd scent, reminiscent of gasoline. Panic surged as he pulled Lu Tao backward. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted. Chapter 15. Feet suspended. The sudden attack left both men momentarily stunned, particularly Xia Feng, as the explosion whipped up a whirlwind of dust and debris. In the darkness, he struggled to discern the source of the assault. As he squinted, attempting to locate the attacker, a powerful left hook struck him squarely. He felt his jaw fracture. Not only that, but a vice-like grip seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. Who are you? As realization dawned, he found himself face to face with the very woman he had regarded with suspicion. The voluptuous beauty, with cascading waves of hair, was the one constricting him. Was she human or specter? How could she possess such formidable strength? With a resounding thud, his skull collided with the ground. It was evident that had Xia Feng's internal level not risen significantly, he would have met his demise at her hands. You are Xia Feng, aren't you? After much effort, I've finally tracked you down. You dare to kill my grandmother. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Grandmother? Is she related to Feng Yuru? As Xia Feng's rationality began to return, he saw her right hand poised to strike once more and swiftly turned away. Her speed was astonishing, yet her punch was equally formidable. In a flash, Xia Feng executed a scissor kick, trapping her head between his legs while grasping her ears. Leaping backward, he managed to free himself from her grasp, but the agility of the woman was anything but ordinary. She seized both of his wrists, pulling them back in an attempt to dislocate them. But Xia Feng was not one to succumb easily. With a swift backward roll, he seized the woman's ankle, and together they tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. Round and round they went, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet, it was evident that the woman possessed a superiority in skill, as if she were imbued with an unusual, searing power. Lu Tao, come lend me a hand, he called out, still feigning death on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao rushed over and promptly tossed his submachine gun towards him. Armed at last, Xia Feng felt invigorated. But the woman was no pushover. She swiftly kicked the gun away. However, she had overlooked the fact that Xia Feng had concealed an exceptionally sharp dagger within his shoe. In an instant, her slender neck was ensnared. Enough, let us cease this battle, or we shall find ourselves unable to converse. Xia Feng panted heavily, while the woman sought an opportunity to escape. Yet, Lu Tao had already approached, binding her with his self-crafted invincible chains. These chains possessed the capability to deliver electric shocks, rendering even the most monstrous of zombies powerless. How could an ordinary person hope to escape? You are quite the fiery woman, I must say. Who would have thought that your temperament matched your looks? Truly frightening, he remarked, expectorating deliberately. The woman, upon witnessing this, furrowed her brow in disgust. The two repulsive men were beneath her contempt, after attending to his injuries. Xia Feng returned, having finally managed to reattach his jaw. Though the pain was excruciating, I just heard from you that you are the granddaughter of Feng Yuryu. So, when does she intend to seek you out? When, at this, the woman froze, her gaze locking on his Xia Feng. What did you say? When does my grandmother wish to find me? Is it not true? Xia Feng pulled a chair towards her, stepping closer. About 2 days ago. She exited the 6th Bureau alone, intending to find you, but was captured by a goblin on the street. That I was the one who assisted her, which is how I ended up back at the Bureau. Impossible! The woman instinctively shook her head and spat at Xia Feng. That my grandmother is the commander of the 2nd Bureau. It is inconceivable that she would leave without a retinue, let alone be captured by a goblin. Such notions are utterly preposterous. Even if she ventured out alone, there would surely be others protecting her. Indeed, the woman's words struck a chord with Xia Feng, awakening a realization. How had he not considered this? Yet, he distinctly recalled there being no one around to assist. Otherwise, he would not have dared to approach. This revelation clarified why Feng Yuru had returned to the Bureau with such a pallid complexion, unwilling to let anyone near her. Their last conversation had revolved around the matter of a mole within the Bureau. Could it be? Xia Feng sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with clarity. Thank you. Your words have illuminated my thoughts. I was at a loss until now. The woman found herself baffled by a sudden shift in demeanor, while even Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback. Xia Feng, what are you talking about? Your words are nonsensical. What do you mean by you have figured it out? Just then, Xia Feng moved forward, attempting to untie the woman's restraints, but was swiftly halted. Hey, what are you doing? Just because she is attractive, you cannot help her. Are you aware that she intends to kill both of us? It's fine. Untie her, Xia Feng insisted, confident that if he presented his reasoning well, the woman would surely come to trust him. He would never harm Feng Yuru. No. The more Lu Tao observed Xia Feng, the more he felt something was amiss, as if he had fallen under a spell. Just moments ago, he had claimed to see only beauty, yet now he seemed entranced by this enchantress. You need not worry. Unbind her. I trust that you won't harm me. Will you? Unexpectedly, the next moment, the woman lunged forward, biting him. Xia Feng quickly withdrew. See, I told you so, Lu Tao remarked, smirking knowingly. It seems even heroes have their weaknesses when it comes to beautiful women. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, his demeanor lighthearted. I wish to assure you that I did not kill your grandmother on that day. She indeed emerged from the 6th Bureau, but after returning, she brought me beneath the sky vault to her study. Are you aware of this? The study? It was clear that the woman had no knowledge of such intricate details. As she pondered, her bindings were loosened. Lu Tao, unable to restrain her, retreated into the vehicle. She twisted her arms and wrists, finding the task not overly challenging. Yet the strength of the bindings had been formidable. What makes you think I would believe you? Just because I can accurately describe the layout of the sky vault study? Still, the woman shook her head. So what? I heard that you took my grandmother to the study and subsequently killed her. You are the murderer. Her voice rose in intensity, her gaze fierce as she fixed it upon Xia Feng. Yet, to her surprise, she was met with mockery. What are you laughing at? Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? What am I laughing at? I laugh at the state of the world. At the nature of humanity, Xia Feng exclaimed, appearing almost deranged. He had never anticipated that living a second life would lead him to believe he could navigate it smoothly with the wisdom of his past. How naive he had been. He had forgotten that without power or connections, being too conspicuous could invite peril. Yet, the events had transpired, and Xia Feng refused to evade responsibility. Rather, he steadfastly adhered to a principle. If one stands in the way of a killer, they must be dealt with, and if one confronts a ghost, they must capture it. Moreover, the mystery surrounding Feng Yuru's death was rife with uncertainties, as long as he could identify William as a point of leverage. Everything could be resolved. Xia Feng valued not only the resolution of this matter, but also the benefits that would follow. Regaining his composure, he regarded the woman before him, who was fuming with indignation, and patiently stated, "I am not the killer. We may have fallen into a trap of character fabrication." The woman frowned. "Even now, you refuse to admit your guilt? My dear aunt, use a bit of common sense." Xia Feng felt exasperated. "You." The woman was incensed, nearly jumping in place. "Listen, miss, we can understand your grief over your grandmother's death, but you must also consider what Xia Feng has to say," Lu Tao interjected, moving closer, only to be restrained by Xia Feng. "Take care of my sister." "What, miss? You're the one who say miss. Your entire family is a miss," she yelled at Lu Tao's departing figure, though her tone softened as she turned to Xia Feng. "Speak. I wish to hear how you will defend yourself. First, when I saw your grandmother, she was indeed alone. Secondly, she invited me to the study. I did not force her. The moment we entered, chaos erupted, and I soon learned that she had passed away. It was then that I became the target of pursuit." Xia Feng relayed his account rapidly. "Moreover, based on my deductions, it seems that more than one person is privy to your grandmother's death. That I am currently searching for that individual." The woman, now more composed, reflected, "So, the true murderer has deceived everyone?" Xia Feng remained silent, simply observing her. The woman furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Xia Feng. "That I wish to join you." Under what conditions? Xia Feng had gauged her strength during their earlier confrontation. She could accompany him, but he would not easily acquiesce without extracting some advantage in a world governed by self-interest. This was especially true for someone like Xia Feng, who had lived two lives. If this woman could not present a compelling offer, Xia Feng would rather face the complications alone than agree to her companionship. "I can provide you with official protection," the woman proposed, her lips parting slightly. "Be more specific. Also, how can you prove you betray me?" Xia Feng held skepticism towards anyone, particularly someone who had just threatened his life. "That I can guarantee your safety in the city." "As for proof, do you have any recording devices in your vehicle?" The woman glanced towards the car. "Lu Tao, bring over the hidden camera you have. Ensure that you conceal anything that shouldn't be saved." Xia Feng called into the vehicle. Lu Tao's half-exposed form emerged, shock etched across his features. "How did you know all this?" Xia Feng smirked. "Stop dawdling. Just admit it. Are you some sort of prophet?" Lu Tao, despite his banter, was on the verge of a mental breakdown, yet his hands remained unceasingly busy, swiftly encrypting the memory card. "What other secrets do I possess that you remain oblivious to?" Xia Feng shrugged in response, reluctant to disclose that he was already privy to all of Lu Tao's secrets, including the fact that his initial motivation for learning hacking was simply to admire beautiful women. Before long, Lu Tao descended in a flurry of curses, tossing the camera to Xia Feng before darting back into the car. Xia Feng activated the camera, recording the woman's promises, which finally set his mind at ease. "What is your name?" Xia Feng inquired, adjusting the camera as he looked up. "Luo Rong." "Are you a member of the Luo family?" Xia Feng asked, slightly astonished. In a previous life, the Dragon Kingdom had experienced a period of profound stagnation, with the United States relentlessly seeking to suppress it. During that time, no one dared to take the lead. Only the head of the Luo family bravely resisted, ultimately sacrificing his life in valiant defiance. "Do you know of the Luo family?" Luo Rong queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. "The Luo family has long since faded from the world under my father's management. This individual may not be as simple as he appears." Contemplating this, a shadow of uncertainty crossed Luo Rong's eyes. "That I am unfamiliar with them, merely having heard of their existence." Xia Feng replied with a light-hearted chuckle, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Let us depart promptly. If we delay any longer, I cannot guarantee that I will still be able to trace William's whereabouts." The researcher from the 6th Division, Luo Rong, entered the vehicle, following Xia Feng's lead. "That if he goes into hiding, finding him will prove challenging. William possesses remarkable cloaking technology that is quite troublesome." "That I am aware." Xia Feng paused momentarily. "But we must search for him, no matter how arduous the task." Luo Rong pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. "Lu Tao, Attempt to bypass the nearby surveillance systems, and do your utmost to evade the surrounding goblins and zombies. Before Lu Tao could respond, Xia Feng heard a tremendous crash from the vehicle. Damn it! Xia Feng cursed, exasperated at the incessant disruptions. Peering through the glass, he recognized that a horde of zombies, some of which had already mutated, was obstructing their path. Grip the steering wheel tightly, slam the accelerator, and charge forward. I will deal with those mutated zombies. Remember, regardless of what transpires on my end, do not halt. Xia Feng urgently instructed, casting a glance at Luo Rong. Remain in the car for now. Should an unforeseen event occur, we cannot afford to be without someone inside. Understood. Luo Rong instinctively agreed, as if acknowledging Xia Feng's authority. Be cautious and do not act recklessly. Xia Feng vaulted onto the car's roof, grinning when he heard Lu Tao shout this advice. It is necessary. There remain countless tasks yet to be accomplished. Xia Feng drew the knife awarded by the system, leaving the previous Tang sword for Lu Tao as self-defense. While he had considered using a firearm, he dismissed the idea due to the noise it would create. Who knew if anyone was nearby? Moreover, with Luo Rong present, it was prudent to conserve some strength. Xia Feng tapped the knife's hilt against the car roof, producing subtle sounds that the low-level zombies would fail to detect. This was precisely the effect he desired. As anticipated, several mutated zombies from the horde turned their attention toward him. Damn it! Why are they so fast? Is speed part of their mutation? Xia Feng muttered, frustrated by the erratic speed and direction of these creatures. The leading zombie lunged onto the roof, and Xia Feng, from his elevated position, struck it fiercely with his blade. However, the anticipated division did not occur. Instead, he was met with a ripple effect, followed by a sudden dizziness. Xia Feng staggered back, nearly losing his balance. Just avoiding the zombies' claws? In a way. Aren't psychic zombies supposed to appear later? How could such a formidable zombie manifest now? Chapter 17. A blade to the throat sidestepping another zombie's assault. Xia Feng flicked his tongue over his back teeth, relishing the long-forgotten thrill, enveloped in an intoxicating bloodlust. Come forth, wretched zombies. Allow me to seize your attributes. Xia Feng gathered his strength, leaping onto the head of the psychic mutated zombie, raising his knife to deliver a decisive strike. The zombie hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng gripped its throat, dragging it onto the roof, and swiftly drew his knife to deliver a lethal blow. Ding! You have slain a psychic mutated zombie, earning 100 experience points. Critical hit triggered with 3 critical points. Heavy strike skill leveled up. Your level has increased. Skill absorption activated. You have absorbed a point of the psychic mutated zombie's mental attribute. You have acquired the skill daze from the psychic mutated zombie. A familiar warmth coursed through Xia Feng's body. There was no time for elation. The speed-mutated zombie was already brandishing a branch before his eyes. He flung the recently slain zombie's body forward, and the speed-mutated zombie easily sidestepped it. Xia Feng darted forward, executing a sweeping kick, then pivoted to deliver a knife strike aimed at the zombie's neck. The zombie staggered but continued to press its attack against Xia Feng. This one refuses to die. The zombie moved like a phantom, occasionally striking, forcing Xia Feng to adopt a defensive stance. It seemed to have discovered a method to counter him. Its speed accelerating, activating the skill daze. Growing increasingly agitated by the relentless pursuit, he used himself as bait. As the zombie lunged again, he unleashed the skill. The zombie faltered, and Xia Feng swiftly raised his hand, slicing horizontally across its neck, causing its head to tumble to the ground. You have slain a speed-mutated zombie, earning 50 experience points. Using the absorption talent, you have acquired 2 points of speed attribute. Xia Feng raised his gaze, fixating on the final zombie, which, perplexingly, had yet to attack him. This was not typical of the zombie's behavior. His eyes narrowed, sensing a twinge of unease. Suddenly, the zombie turned and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was heading toward the 6th Division. As the zombie departed, the surrounding horde seemed to receive some unseen command, abruptly ceasing their attacks, and soon, they were left far behind by Lu Tao. Xia Feng rapped sharply on the car roof, signaling Lu Tao to halt, while simultaneously accessing his attribute panel. Xia Feng, resident of the Dragon Kingdom region. Level 2, 50200, Strength 11 constitution, 10 spirit, 19 speed, 13 talent 1, attribute critical, a level each time you level up. There is a certain probability that your attribute values will produce a critical hit, with critical values ranging from 1-10 to talent 2, absorption, X level upon slaying monsters. There is a certain chance to absorb the monster S attributes. Traits and skills. Skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill, heavy strike level 2, 210 forcefully swing your weapon to deal 150 damage to the target. Skill, daze level 1, 110 recite the skill silently to inflict dizziness on the target, with the duration decreasing according to the target's level. Xia Feng put away the panel and leapt down from the roof. Xia Feng, you are so impressive, Lu Tao exclaimed, wrapping him in a bear hug that left Xia Feng gasping for air. Xia Feng grasped the back of Lu Tao's neck, effortlessly pulling him away. These zombies are abnormal, Xia Feng stated seriously. It seems there is some control behind the scenes. Luo Rong hesitated, opening her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. Xia Feng entered the car to check on his sister, failing to notice Luo Rong's unusual demeanor, while Lu Tao narrowed his eyes at her reaction. Were you frightened? Xia Feng asked softly. Not at all. Brother, you are amazing. I want to be as formidable as you, to protect everyone. Xia Feng, hearing this, affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, reassuring her. With me around, you 1T have to charge into danger. In this life, I will ensure the safety of those around me. Yet it seems as though there are elements here that should not exist. Xia Feng powered on the computer, accessing nearby surveillance, which revealed no signs of a zombie horde or goblins in the vicinity. Lu Tao, I asked you to monitor the surveillance. Why didn't you evade before the zombie horde arrived? Turning off the surveillance, Xia Feng began to plan their next route. I didn't see any zombie hordes on the monitor. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. You don't think we've encountered a supernatural event, do you? Lu Tao suggested, casting a pointed glance toward Luo Rong. He caught the subtle implication in Lu Tao's words. Pausing his task to exchange a knowing look, quickly grasping Lu Tao's intent. Luo Rong. Hearing her name, Luo Rong pressed her lips together and stepped into the vehicle. Xia Feng remained silent, merely observing Luo Rong. Their eyes met briefly, but Luo Rong quickly averted her gaze. Then she closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, Xia Feng noticed a hint of resignation in her expression. Indeed, someone is controlling the zombies and goblins from behind the scenes. Luo Rong's words were astonishing. What did you say? Lu Tao exclaimed in shock. Raising his voice to be quiet, Luo Rong shot him a piercing glance. This matter involves significant complications. I heard it from my grandmother. Luo Rong paused momentarily, then continued. The United States had long anticipated that a mutation would occur across the entire Blue Star today, using this knowledge as leverage to extend olive branches to various nations in pursuit of their own interests. Without exception, the Western countries have all become vassal states of the United States, while some Eastern nations have resisted. Consequently, the higher-ups in the United States began infiltrating the Eastern countries, led by the Dragon Kingdom. Their objective is to become the first nation to unlock the attribute panel, and the United States has already developed methods to control monsters, though achieving success is exceedingly difficult. She sighed. I also noticed the zombies that left temporarily. It is highly probable that the previous horde was being controlled by someone. Xia Feng furrowed his brow. Who controlled these zombies, and why did they target us, only to leave in the end? As far as I know, it should be an undercover agent sent by the United States, but I never anticipated their actions would be so swift. Luo Rong clenched her delicate fist. The targeting of you may be related to your grandmother's demise. Or perhaps you have encroached upon the interests of the United States. He instinctively understood what Luo Rong was alluding to. It seemed that his actions had triggered a certain butterfly effect. What do you plan to do next? Luo Rong turned her gaze to Xia Feng, awaiting his response. Find William, prove our innocence, expose the undercover agent, and clear the screen. Upon hearing clear the screen, Luo Rong's expression became inscrutable. You know about that too? Xia Feng squinted. What? Luo Rong hesitated before finally speaking, clearing the screen. The monsters within it must be dealt with to level up. Furthermore, my sister has yet to unlock her panel. You're being unreasonable, Xia Feng. I haven't either. Lin Tao interjected loudly. Ignoring Lin Tao, Xia Feng maintained his calm demeanor. knowing that Luo Rong's previous inquiry must have implied she was privy to something significant. Let us go. We need to find William quickly. Xia Feng gestured for Lin Tao to drive the vehicle. Where are we headed? To the 6th Division. ISNT that walking into a trap. Lin Tao frowned deeply. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Besides, the monsters outside have already been controlled, that if this continues, we will eventually be worn down by attrition. Lin Tao drove the vehicle at high speed, while Luo Rong remained silent, and Xia Feng took the opportunity to rest his eyes in peace. Suddenly, Lin Tao slammed on the brakes, causing Luo Rong to collide with the back seat. What are you doing? Luo Rong shouted irritably. Lin Tao swallowed hard. Xia Feng, look ahead. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng lifted his gaze, only to see Qi Tiansheng, flanked by a group of goblins. To be frank, I have been monitoring your every move. The reason I am here now is that I have obtained the internal surveillance footage from the firmament. What else can you say in your defense? Qi Tiansheng declared with righteous indignation. Xia Feng stepped out of the vehicle. Is that so? Do you dare claim you have no involvement in this? Xia Feng fixed his gaze steadily upon the man before him. That not speak nonsense. Qi Tiansheng retorted. Then how do you explain these goblins? Xia Feng replied with a sardonic smile, awaiting a reasonable explanation from Qi Tiansheng that you've been suspected of having an unusual identity for quite some time. How can you remain so calm in the presence of the goblins behind me? Qi Tiansheng drew a wooden firearm from his waist. The 6th Division, leveraging its formidable research capabilities, began developing countermeasures the moment these creatures emerged. We have now gained a certain degree of initiative. Xia Feng, at this point, will you not surrender? Luo Rong parted her lips, uttering 4 words. Nonsense. Upon seeing Luo Rong, Qi Tiansheng's pupils constricted. How are you here? What? Are you disappointed that I didn't go to the Central Plaza? Luo Rong scoffed. Such childish tricks could never deceive me. However, you have inadvertently aided me. Attack. Seeing that Luo Rong understood everything, Qi Tiansheng, incensed, commanded the goblins to engage in battle. Qi Tiansheng, I didn't expect you to be an ungrateful wretch. Luo Rong retorted. How has my grandmother ever wronged you? If not for her, you would have perished in the underground fighting ring long ago. Qi Tiansheng's spirit wavered momentarily before he quickly adopted a ferocious expression once more. Shut up. With the goblins glaring ahead, Xia Feng shouted, Get in the car. Hearing this, Luo Rong ceased her struggle and hopped into the vehicle. Drive, break through, Xia Feng instructed, his expression impassive. What are you talking about? The car will be totaled, Lin Tao exclaimed, visibly distressed. Stop talking nonsense. Xia Feng had no faith in Lin Tao's claims. In his previous life, Lin Tao had survived for so long thanks to a single vehicle, and he didn't believe any car could not withstand a goblin's attack. Having you is truly my misfortune. Lin Tao started the engine, steeling himself, and charged straight ahead. Remember to install a combat system on your car when you get back. It's utterly useless, Xia Feng remarked without mercy. Lin Tao, feeling a surge of frustration, held his tongue. The windows were filled with goblins obstructing their path, causing the vehicle to shake violently from the onslaught. Damn pests, Xia Feng, irritated, pushed open the car door and swiftly drew out a knife, severely wounding a goblin and pulling it into the vehicle with force. What are you doing? Luo Rong attempted to halt Xia Feng's reckless actions. Mind your own business. Xia Feng threw back a retort. Control the goblin, Xiaoru. Take this knife and slay this goblin. Though he wouldn't allow Xiaoru to charge into battle. In this world, one must possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Xiaoru stood frozen, catching the knife thrown her way, unsure of how to proceed. Don't be afraid. Grip the knife tightly and aim for its neck like you were chopping vegetables. It'll be over in one swift motion. Xia Feng encouraged her. Luo Rong, her expression complicated, was taken aback by how casually Xia Feng viewed killing goblins as if it were merely a mundane task. I'll give it a try. Xiaoru summoned her courage, shutting her eyes, and tried her best to ignore the goblin's shrieks. Thud! The goblin's head rolled to the ground, landing at Lin Tao's feet. Lin Tao jolted upright from the driver's seat, losing control of the steering wheel. Focus on driving. Xia Feng shot him a sharp glance. How can you still have the gall to say that? Lin Tao seethed, yet he hastily grasped the steering wheel. How does it feel? Xia Feng looked at Xia Ru expectantly. Brother, I think I've awakened the ice talent. Xia Feng discarded the headless goblin he had in hand, realizing that if he recalled correctly, the ice talent should be of S rank. Sister, you're quite impressive. Xia Ru, feeling shy from her brother's praise, replied, Thanks to you, brother. You must learn to protect yourself from now on. Understand? Xia Ru nodded earnestly that I'm very sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Luo Rong said apologetically at ITS nothing. I hope you can keep your word. Also, can't my wanted poster be removed now? That can only be done by entering the system of the 6th Division. But Qi Tian Sheng 1T let us pass that easily. The vehicle suddenly came to a halt, and Lin Tao raked his disheveled hair back. Have you forgotten about me? Given Lin Tao's skills, accessing the 6th Division system was not an issue. However, having failed once already, he was uncertain of how vigilant the personnel at the 6th Division would be. Give it a try. Xia Feng, though uncertain, felt it was worth attempting. After their previous journey, Xia Feng and the goblins had already been left behind, and he glanced at Luo Rong. Are you still going to follow me? Luo Rong pondered for a moment. Qi Tian Sheng said he has control over all your movements, and without me, you 1T be able to shut it down. There was no denying it. Xia Feng chose not to say more. As for William's whereabouts, it had become irrelevant. Now they had only 2 tasks. Proceed to the 6th Division and clear the screen. Let us open Lin Tao's attribute panel. It's not too late to do that once the screen is cleared. Drive, Lin, our unfortunate driver. The beleaguered Lin Tao took the driver's seat once more, begrudgingly working for Xia Feng. That I'll help you install the combat system when we get back, Xia Feng reassured him. All right, he replied with a resigned shake of his head. Oh, you want to find your grandmother's remains? Xia Feng inquired, observing Luo Rong. Her expression faltered, taken aback by his sudden mention of the matter. I do, but based on your description, she may very well be beyond recognition. Chapter 19 Control the air hung heavy for a few seconds as Xia Feng observed Luo Rong's despondent expression. A chill enveloping him entirely. In times of chaos, the separation of kin and the fracturing of familial bonds is a commonplace occurrence. Yet it remains one of the most helpless of circumstances. Having returned from rebirth, he had pushed himself relentlessly, fiercely vying for the first opportunity to activate his attribute panel, hastening to clear the light screen and unlocking the attribute panels of Xia Ru and Lin Tao to gain Luo Rong's protection. Was it not to prevent the very scene unfolding before him? The diminutive Xia Ru silently stepped back, her fingertips crystallizing into frost. Initially, it formed a simple column, but soon she could manipulate it at will. With her brother exhibiting such remarkable prowess and diligence, she felt compelled to keep pace. Once more, she conjured cold ice, her eyes brimming with determination. Nearby, in the town, there were others. Lin Tao deftly navigated the central control screen. Pulling up the town's layout. Shall we venture down? There are a few goblins surrounding the area. Everyone awaited Xia Feng's decision. Look, eliminate the goblins, and take this opportunity to activate your attribute panel. Their gazes met in silent understanding. For the first time, Lin Tao appreciated having Xia Feng, this troublesome friend, by his side. Wait. Luo Rong's voice interrupted. Look at your sister. Xia Feng's expression hardened as he strode over, only to find Xia Ru's face flushed. Her body curled in on itself, trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? Lin Tao, driving ahead, turned to inquire. She seemed fine just moments ago. It's nothing. She's about to level up. Xia Feng crouched beside her. You feel a surge of power swirling within you? Try to follow it. Xia Ru nodded gently. Truly an S-level talent. What a short time to achieve such advancement. It's astonishing. His own X-level talent had yet to stir even slightly. Did it require some special opportunity to level up? Remember, do not resist that surge of power. Follow it, then attempt to control its flow, guiding it towards your heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of energy erupted from Xia Ru. That you've succeeded. Take your time, do not rush. Now try to control the dissipating energy and draw it back into your body. Beside them, Luo Rong gazed intently at Xia Feng, her eyelashes fluttering, an intense curiosity hidden in her eyes. Brother, I've leveled up. With the external energy retracted, Xia Ru opened her eyes, excitement radiating as she turned to her brother. How enviable, came a discordant voice. Focus on driving. Remember to hide the vehicle when we arrive." Lin Tao, unperturbed by the remark, shrugged and continued towards the town. "What is your ability?" Xia Feng asked, pulling Xiaoru up from the ground. "I can condense ice and alter its form at will. But it must have a physical attachment. That IT must have a physical attachment. That implies it cannot be used as a projectile in midair." Patting Xiaoru's head, Xia Feng encouraged her. "That's already quite impressive. I am merely at the level that." He then turned to Luo Rong. "And what of your ability?" Suddenly called out, Luo Rong conjured a wooden knife from thin air, the very one Xia Feng had previously wielded. "As you can see, creation, S-level. Remarkable," Xia Feng remarked. This ability was peculiar. As long as it was something he had modeled, he could materialize it by consuming his internal energy. But when had she discovered his wooden gun? "How did you know I possessed a wooden gun?" "When you were fighting earlier, I observed that your evasive maneuvers instinctively avoided your waist. What else could be there but the wooden gun? That alone does not suffice to prove you can accurately identify the model of my wooden gun, even noting the wear on the handle." Xia Feng pressed on, skeptical of Luo Rong's claims. "These matters pertain to the Luo family's secrets. I cannot divulge them. Yet what I just stated was the truth." She activated her ability, causing the wooden gun to dissipate, a tense atmosphere filling the air. Unfazed, Luo Rong guided the energy of the wooden gun back into her body. All right, enough noise. The vehicle came to a halt, and Luo Rong was the first to exit. Lin Tao approached Xia Feng, patting his shoulder, signaling him not to take it too seriously, and took Xiaoru's hand as they both stepped out. The group concealed themselves among the underbrush, and Xia Feng calculated the strength of the goblins. There were 3 in total, 2 of which were mutated. Perfect, one could serve as practice for Xiaoru, while the fully red goblin would be left for Luo Rong, and he would handle the last one, unlocking Lin Tao's attribute panel in the process. The red one goes to Luo Rong. Xiaoru will deal with the ordinary goblin, and the last one is mine. What about me? Lin Tao felt as though he might be a burden. You could deliver the final blow to my mutated goblin. Xia Feng swiftly instructed. Action! Luo Rong led the charge, swiftly leaping to confront the red goblin, ensnaring it with her vine. This bold move provoked the goblin, which conjured a fireball to incinerate the vines. With a cold snort, Luo Rong exerted her strength, tightening the grip on the goblin and dragging it to the ground. Xia Feng turned away from Luo Rong, joining Lin Tao in battle, handing him the tang knife for protection. With a surge and a slide, Xia Feng propelled himself, wrapping his leg around the goblin, gripping its head with both hands. The goblin thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Xia Feng drew the knife and plunged it into the goblin's arm, which shattered instantly. Excellent blade. Xia Feng grew more adept with each use, seizing the opportunity to pin the goblin down and prepare for a finishing blow. Lin Tao aimed the tang knife at the goblin's neck, but the creature suddenly erupted, sending Lin Tao staggering back. Truly feeble, Xia Feng struck the goblin's head with the hilt of his knife, causing it to roar in anger, the sound reverberating painfully in his ears. Not dawdle. Upon regaining his composure, Lin Tao readied himself and struck down where he had last aimed, severing the goblin's head, which spilled a mixture of yellow and white fluids onto the ground. Disgusting, Lin Tao stepped back, sensing something amiss in his body, and inquired, "Is it time to activate the panel?" Looking up, he found Xia Feng had already vanished from view. Lin Tao scanned the vicinity and spotted him with Xiaoru, unable to suppress his thoughts. What a devoted brother. The sounds of battle had drawn the attention of the villagers, who now gazed at the group with hopeful expressions. Great benefactors. As Xia Feng and Xiaoru concluded their skirmish with the goblins, the battle neared its end. Luo Rong delivered a piercing blow that penetrated the goblin's head, and Xia Feng turned just in time to witness the scene. This woman is truly ferocious. What talent have you awakened? Xia Feng gestured to Lin Tao, B-level control. Before Xia Feng could comment on Lin Tao's seemingly inferior talent level, the villagers encircled them with enthusiasm. Thank you for eliminating these monsters. We have little to offer, but please accept these rations. The leading man spoke earnestly. Chapter 20, how about staying? Oh, where are we even headed? It's fine, it's fine. Lin Tao wore a broad smile, his eyes squinting into slits as he sincerely accepted the provisions from the man, even weighing them in his hands. This isn't much. The man chuckled awkwardly, moving past Lin Tao to grasp Xia Feng's hand. "What is your surname, young man?" "Merely Xia." Lin Tao, feeling overlooked, silently shed a couple of tears. Was he truly so insignificant? "Mr. Xia, this town is filled with the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Why not do good to the end and stay with us?" A shrewd glint appeared in the man's eyes, the wrinkles at the corners nearly reaching his temples. "Brother, let us go." Xia Ru tugged at Xia Feng's sleeve, not wishing for her brother to engage with these individuals. Xia Feng patted her head to reassure her, while Lin Tao erupted, "Why aren't you seizing the opportunity? This young sir, one can eat haphazardly, but cannot speak carelessly." The man's gaze fixated on the rations in Lin Tao's hands. "Let us go, Xia Feng. This is truly bad luck." Lin Tao stuffed the provisions back into the man's hands and turned to signal Xia Feng to leave. How naive to mistake kindness for stupidity. Luo Rong wore a similarly displeased expression, crossing her arms as she followed Lin Tao out. "Brother." Xiaoru once more tugged at her brother's sleeve, and Xia Feng, holding her hand, regarded the man with interest. "What gives you the confidence to think we would agree? Just because of these rations?" "Huh. Mr. Xia, do not be ungrateful." That a dangerous glimmer sparked in the man's eyes, and he subtly gestured behind him, where the elderly, weak, and vulnerable all fixated their gaze on Xia Feng. "Nor should you be overly self-assured." Upon concluding his words, Xia Feng drew forth a blade and lunged at the man, who retreated a step. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Feng fled backward with Xia Ru in tow. These individuals are anything but normal. Xia Feng turned his head, observing the elderly, weak, women, and children, their expressions twisted into grotesque visages, their movements reminiscent of zombies. He abruptly halted. "Luo Rong, take my sister away." The air around them was thick with an ominous aura, as Xia Feng faced those grotesque figures, or rather, the zombies masquerading as the elderly and vulnerable. "You truly possess remarkable cunning, Qi Tiansheng." Unperturbed by the exposure of his Fa Ade, Qi Tiansheng casually opened his rations, stuffing some into his mouth, his form shifting back to his previous guise. "That it seems you are indeed quite attentive to me. Recognizing me like this, villains perish from their excessive verbosity." Xia Feng rolled his neck, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. "The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. Knowing so much, perhaps it would be better for you to descend to the underworld sooner." A sinister grin spread across Qi Tiansheng's face, sending a chill down Xia Feng's spine. "Stop just watching and come help me." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao wasted no time, joining the fray with fervor. While Luo Rong, having secured Xiaoru, brandished her vine whip, swiftly positioning herself beside Xia Feng. "These zombies shall be entrusted to you. I shall deal with Qi Tiansheng." Such audacity. We shall see if he can back it up. Gripping his knife, Xia Feng swiftly closed the distance, his moves intricate, targeting the lower regions. Though unsophisticated, they were undeniably effective. "Where did you learn such unorthodox techniques?" Qi Tiansheng gasped, quickly putting distance between them. "From your mother. So do pay close attention." Closing in once more, Xia Feng feigned an attack, deceiving Qi Tiansheng, then swiftly struck toward a specific target. Qi Tiansheng crouched just in time to evade, stifling a curse. Xia Feng activated his skill, causing Qi Tiansheng to momentarily freeze, and with steely resolve, Xia Feng lunged at him. Ding! A critical hit was triggered, inflicting 7 points of damage. Blood instantly stained the blade as Xia Feng withdrew it. The man before him was now on the brink of death. Your blade can actually pierce my skin. There is nothing remarkable about it. Prepare to repent your sins in the netherworld." Without further ado, Xia Feng delivered a fatal blow, ending his life. Turning to check on Lin Tao and the others, he spotted Xiaoru, who was following Lin Tao, conjuring ice. His heart tightened immediately. "Wasn't I supposed to have you take my sister away?" Pulling Xiaoru back, he reproached Luo Rong. "Your sister has awakened an S-class talent, and even leveled up. You cannot simply shield her. What if in the future? Impossible." Interrupting Luo Rong, Xia Feng's expression darkened. Luo Rong swung her whip, dispatching a nearby zombie, then stepped back, fixing her gaze intently on Xia Feng. "Stop deluding yourself, Xia Feng." Xia Feng glared fiercely at Luo Rong, vehemently disagreeing with her words. "Hey, I can't hold them off for too long. Hurry up! Lin Tao activated his talent, preventing the zombies from closing in, unable to refrain from quipping, a grown man behaving so timidly. Luo Rong does have a point. This is not your place to speak. Xia Feng retorted sharply, shoving his elbows outward. Luo Rong seized her standoff with Xia Feng, dispatching the zombie before Lin Tao, not forgetting to taunt him. Your talent is truly lackluster. Fine, you're impressive, Miss Luo. I'm merely here as a bystander. Brother, please don't be angry with Sister Luo. I want to come along too. I wish to contribute and not be a burden. Xiaoru spoke cautiously, glancing at her brother's stern profile. Too intimidated to say more. Return first. Brother, I want to go back. Her small hand tightened, and Xiaoru bit her lip, ultimately acquiescing to her brother's wishes. Xia Feng pulled Lu Tao aside. You two return and keep an eye on my sister. Observing Xia Feng's restrained expression, Lu Tao refrained from further comments, knowing Xia Feng's nature. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Xia Feng, now consumed by rage, relentlessly vented his inner turmoil, while Luo Rong halted her actions, stepping back to allow Xia Feng his catharsis. You have slain a zombie, activating your talent, absorbing 1 point of power attribute. You have slain a zombie, activating your talent, absorbing 1 point of control attribute. Something seems amiss, yet in that moment, Xia Feng had lost all sense of reason, mechanically repeating the motion of swinging his blade. The heads of the fallen zombies beneath his feet had formed a small mountain. The ground stained a deep crimson, as Xia Feng systematically annihilated the horde, gradually finding solace in his heart. After dispatching the last zombie, dusk had settled, the sun's fading rays illuminating the blade, reflecting the slight redness around Xia Feng's eyes. He understood Luo Rong's words, yet he was loath to let Xiaoru face danger. However, he seemed to have overlooked her feelings. Collecting himself, Xia Feng departed without a word, and Luo Rong, pursing her lips, followed closely behind. Yes, she opened the car door. Xiaoru rushed into her brother's embrace, the scent of blood lingering in the air, causing her to wrinkle her nose, yet she clung to him even tighter. It's dirty. Xia Feng's hand gently pushed Xiaoru away, though he did not forcefully do so. Chapter 21. Clearing the illusion. Xia Feng, you must understand that while you can protect her for a time, you cannot shield her for a lifetime. Lu Tao whispered from the side, exchanging glances with Luo Rong, who also spoke. Today may have been a bit reckless, but your sister cannot simply rely on your protection. Brother, I don't want to become a helpless canary. Xia Feng remained silent for a few seconds, then firmly grasped Xiaoru's shoulders, stating gravely, It was my oversight. I apologize. My earlier attitude was inappropriate. Upon hearing his sincere apology, Luo Rong's beautiful eyes sparkled twice, the corners of her lips curving upwards, evidently in a better mood. Let us proceed to the 6th division, but a pair of not particularly long hands struck the steering wheel. Dust caught between the fingers, and then Lu Tao pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward like a wild stallion. Allow me to take you to savor the taste of the wind. Upon reaching the 6th division, Luo Rong did not allow Xia Feng to exit the vehicle, for he was still a target of public ire. After passing through layers of identity verification, Luo Rong arrived at the control room, only to find it unexpectedly empty. Strange. With no time for further contemplation, she quickly accessed the system to delete the wanted notice and remove the surveillance commands tracking Xia Feng. After completing these tasks, Luo Rong took a steel pen frequently used by her grandmother as a memento. Miss Luo, why didn't TU inform us of your arrival? We could have prepared for your reception. Luo Rong froze momentarily, unaware that someone had entered. No need. A rat has infiltrated the 6th division, and I trust none of you. Luo Rong's tone was sharp. The 6th division was in disarray, and if she did not assert herself firmly, no one could predict what chaos might ensue. Miss Luo speaks wisely. However, the sudden death of the commander has thrown us into turmoil, and we are making every effort to locate the traitor. A man clad in black tactical gear spoke respectfully. It seems you are not entirely foolish. The traitor has already met justice at the hands of your so-called killer. I see no reason for you to remain here. We wouldn't dare, since Mr. Xia has resolved the matter. The 6th division would welcome him as a guest at any time. A guest. Luo Rong responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes. It seems this place remains quite filthy. Suddenly, Luo Rong sprang forward, brandishing her vine whip directly at the man's vital points. The loyal servants of the 6th Division have likely been slaughtered by you. Haven T they. The man leisurely sidestepped, catching the whip with ease. Miss Luo, you are mistaken. The United States merely seeks a friendly cooperation with you. The others are being well taken care of, not as you have suggested. However, I am curious. When did you recognize me? When? The moment you spoke. That, of course, she did not voice this thought. Channeling her strength, Luo Rong withdrew the whip, delivering a powerful strike against the man he failed to evade in time. A trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, the man pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Miss Luo, you are quite ruthless. Treating a partner in cooperation this way is rather unseemly. Wouldn't you agree? In the midst of his words, the man moved like a specter, reaching Luo Rong's back within mere breaths, startling her with his astonishing speed. Miss Luo, please inform your Mr. Xia that the 6th Division is rather incomplete without William. Go to hell. Luo Rong activated her innate talent for creation, replicating Xia Feng's blade and swiftly thrusting it towards the man behind her. Drawing for her previous experience, the man raised his hand to block. But Luo Rong quickly altered her technique, forcefully flinging the knife while simultaneously wielding a vine to restrain his movements. Once more, she replicated her ability, tightening the vine to further imprison him, and in the next instant, the sharp blade pierced through his chest. How pitiful it was to be exploited even in death. There was no time for her to lament. The 6th Division had been thoroughly gnawed away by pests. Recalling the man's last words, Luo Rong's expression darkened. The investigation into the truth involved William, and these pests were also seeking him, making the situation seem rather intriguing. Steeling herself, Luo Rong traversed the 6th Division. Apart from a man whose life had just been extinguished, the vast division was devoid of any other presence. Ikati appeared she would need to venture into the place the man had mentioned to them. As she exited the 6th Division, she spotted Lu Tao signaling her from a distance, momentarily causing her to feel disoriented. Perhaps they could become her allies, despite the previous unpleasantness. You all go clear the light screen. I will stay behind. The wanted notice and surveillance have already been dealt with. Observing Xia Feng's calm demeanor, Luo Rong felt an indescribable sensation. What are you staying here for? To find William and reorganize the 6th Division. A resolute expression emerged on Luo Rong's face. The 6th Division could not simply fall apart, not even for her grandmother's sake. All right, be careful, we'll come find you after we finish. The deep voice echoed in her ears as she watched the car gradually fade into the distance. Her grip on the vine tightening, that he never questioned the reasons for his actions, merely stating he would come find her once he was done. Perhaps it was trust. You say she's a perfectly fine Luo family miss, yet insists on meddling with the 6th Division. What's the point? Lu Tao, who had already accepted his role as the driver, remarked, I don't know, that if I had known you were oblivious, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. Send Luo Rong the clues we found about William. What? Are you worried about her? To be honest, you might have developed feelings for her. Don't deny it. I have a strong capacity for acceptance. Just thinking about how my former good buddy has taken a liking to someone who nearly took his life is quite explosive. Xia Feng felt a wave of irritation, raising his hand to deliver a light smack to Lu Tao's head. You've been watching too many melodramatic shows. Point one more word, and I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Amid their playful banter, they reached the location of the light screen. Fortunately, it had yet to be cleared, so their arrival was not too late. As Xia Feng was about to step out of the car, he paused, turned to look at Xia Ru inside. It seemed he had made a significant decision. Keep an eye on my sister. We're going to the light screen together. Upon hearing this, Xia Ru's eyes sparkled like fragments of a falling star cutting through the night sky, and no problem. The three of them exited the car with great momentum. And at that moment, several monster corpses littered the area around the light screen, indicating that many individuals in the school had already activated their attribute panels. Accompanied by Lin Tao and Xia Ru, Xia Feng entered the goblin light screen, but a wave of dizziness washed over him. The space within the light screen was unexpectedly vast, albeit shrouded in darkness. He despised this sensation. Under the veil of darkness, malevolence thrived. Every corner permeated with a nauseating stench. Hoarse roars echoed incessantly as goblins swayed towards the trio. Kill, that a simple command, and the three launched their attack simultaneously. Lin Tao initiated by controlling the surrounding goblins, while Xia Ru summoned ice to both hinder the goblins and inflict damage. Finally, Xia Feng moved in for the finish. You have slain a goblin. Activating your absorption talent, absorb 1 point of power attribute, gain 50 experience points. You have slain a goblin. Activating your absorption talent, absorb 1 point of control attribute, gain 75 experience points. Critical hit triggered, critical points 3. Chapter 22. What a freak. The trio's cooperation was seamless. Fortunately, the number of goblins within the light screen was not overwhelming enough to exhaust Lin Tao and Xia Ru. Controlling these things requires quite a bit of effort. Lin Tao, who had been continuously activating his talent, was beginning to breathe heavily, while Xia Ru was also perspiring slightly. Only Xia Feng seemed unaffected, his breathing steady, his movements precise and lethal. I really don't know what kind of freak this guy is. As Lin Tao activated his control talent again, he couldn't help but grumble. Focus. You're not yet capable of facing these alone. Don't let your guard down. Xia Feng, who was busy harvesting experience ahead, couldn't resist glancing at Lu Tao. We'll delve deeper shortly. There's a goblin boss inside. If we kill it, this light screen will be completely cleared. The reason he hadn't informed them about the potential drop of a teleportation stone was that this lifetime had seen too many changes. And Xia Feng was uncertain. Bro, what's that over there? Following Xia Ru's pointed finger, Xia Feng noticed an object resembling a bracelet, a converter. What converter? Lu Tao scratched his head, unable to comprehend Xia Feng's words. You don't understand, Xia Ru. Can you use your talent to retrieve that thing? I'll give it a T or wide. In his past life, converters were equipment owned only by the leaders of each country. This converter could transform a monster's energy into one's own leveling energy. In other words, as long as you hunted monsters with this converter, you could convert a portion of their power to benefit yourself. You take it for now. I'll explain once we're out. Now let us deal with that boss. Xia Feng's eyes gleamed. Teleportation stone, here I come. Lu Tao, you take the lead. Stay behind me and watch out for injuries. Xia Ru, you stand alongside Lu Tao. When I engage, make sure to support each other and use ice to give me a layer of defense. Understood. The trio swiftly entered combat mode. Lu Tao initiated control, but it only affected the goblin momentarily. Sensing the goblin's condition, Xia Feng quickly closed in and activated his stunning skill. Xia Ru reacted promptly, utilizing ice to pierce through and restrain the goblin. The goblin, with its massive frame, managed to withstand Xia Ru's ice attack. Xia Feng, refusing to slacken, tightened his grip on the knife and aimed for the goblin's eyes. However, the anticipated outcome did not occur. Instead, Xia Feng found himself ensnared by the goblin, his clothing torn to this moment. He disregarded everything, using his legs to coil around the goblin, twisting his upper body at an unnatural angle. Xia Ru once again formed ice, transforming it into a bow and arrow, pulling the bowstring taut to shoot an ice spear. That moment, Xia Feng also exerted force, tightening his grip on the goblin. With a resounding thud, the enormous body collapsed, causing the space within the light screen to tremble. This monster is truly troublesome. Beads of sweat dripped from Lin Tao's forehead as he held an ice spear to cool himself down. If you can't hold on, take a break. Overexerting your talent too soon will affect your future leveling. Watch out. Xia Feng swiftly retreated, turning to see the goblin's feet encased in ice. Immediately, he pivoted, executing a flourish with his knife before lunging forward. The sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the goblin's massive body, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Ding! You have slain a goblin, activating your absorption skill. Absorb 1 point of defense attribute. Absorb 1 point of power attribute. Critical hit triggered, critical points 5. Gained 150 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a crossbow bolt. Before long, a dark crossbow bolt appeared in Xia Feng's hand, feeling hefty, yet lacking an arrow. What the hell? He pouted, stowing the crossbow bolt while searching for the teleportation stone beside the goblin. He remembered it should be a crystal emitting a blue glow, and he found it. A weight lifted off his chest. Rising, he approached Lin Tao and the others. Let us go. The mission is complete. What do you have in your hand? As the trio exited the light screen, Lin Tao couldn't help but curiously examine the object in Xia Feng's grasp, a teleportation stone. It allows for unlimited teleportation. Glancing at the lingering zombie light screen on the playground, Xia Feng felt a pang of anxiety. With his current strength, he could not clear that light screen, yet time was running short. If left unattended, it might evolve into a being like the Corpse Emperor, and by then, it would be too late. Here, SA crossbow bolt for self-defense. Drawing forth the crossbow bolt, he handed it to Lu Tao, saying, however, the arrows are for you to procure on your own. This is quite simple. At first glance, this crossbow bolt is anything but ordinary. Are you truly giving it to me? Do not regret it later. Xia Feng grinned, aware of Lu Tao's fervor for projectile weaponry, having previously provided him with numerous arrows in his past life. If I give it to you, then I give it to you. Why so much unnecessary chatter? Brother, look over there. Following the sound, they spotted a young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, surrounded by a horde of zombies and goblins. The girl swung a spiked club mercilessly, slaying one creature after another. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching her in a mixture of the monsters and her own. This girl piqued Xia Feng's curiosity. It had been quite some time since the anomalies in Blue Star began. Yet she was the first he had seen daring enough to actively hunt down monsters, especially at such a tender age. Let us go take a closer look. Activating her ice powers, Xiaoru instantly froze a large swath of monsters. Not bad, your abilities are growing stronger, Xia Feng remarked, giving Xiaoru a pat on the shoulder. The commotion quickly drew the girl's attention. Exchanging glances, she swiftly dispatched the monsters encased in ice with a swift strike. Xia Feng squinted. She was indeed skilled. Who are you, and why have you come to assist me? After neutralizing the surrounding creatures, the girl was the first to speak. I am a student of this school. What about you? Su Yinwan. From the Su family. Xia Feng pondered inwardly, wondering when such a small place would have a member of the Su family. He recalled that in his previous life, the Su family was one of the most prestigious families in the capital. Even amidst the calamity that befell Blue Star, they thrived, and he had once benefited from their generosity. Reflecting on this, he mused, but from the capital Su family, what capital? Everything has changed. The girl gave a sorrowful smile, discarding her spiked club and sitting despondently on the ground. The former young lady of the Su family is now being hunted by her own uncle, fleeing to this place, her parents murdered, her territory usurped. How am I to survive in this chaotic world? I apologize. The air fell silent in an instant. The sun remained overhead, while the relentless tide of zombies continued to pour forth from behind them. Yet here, they were held at bay by Xiaoru's ice wall, preventing them from advancing. Chapter 23. The Hunt for the Yin, Eagle. Xia Feng sighed. The capital had undergone a drastic transformation, and the downfall of the Su family astonished him. Yet in these tumultuous times, who could truly remain unscathed? There is no need for apologies. It is merely a pity that the Su family of now is no longer what it once was. Su Yinwan appeared to have come to terms with everything, her expression remarkably serene. The nearby horde of corpses continued to surge forward, and while they were obstructed by the ice wall, an undercurrent of unease lingered in the air. As if at any moment, the tide could rush forth. If you can, perhaps you should stay. At least being with us is better than venturing out alone. Xia Feng was acutely aware of his predicament. Merely surviving in a precarious interstice in truth, even with companions by his side, their abilities rendered them hardly capable of ensuring their own safety. Indeed, it is exceedingly perilous outside, Xiaoru remarked, her gaze wandering anxiously. The looming dangers nearby left her feeling quite unsettled. Perhaps sensing Tang Feng's hesitation, Su Yinwan sighed softly, ultimately refusing with grace. I appreciate your kindness. However, some matters are destined to be mine alone to resolve. Just as Xia Feng was about to inquire what those matters were, Su Yinwan had already turned and departed with a light step. Her speed was remarkable, effortlessly traversing the monster-ridden terrain as if skimming across water. Perhaps being a member of the Su family endowed her with certain self-protective skills, preventing her from easily falling into peril. Yet Xia Feng could not help but sigh, feeling a tinge of guilt within. The complexities surrounding the Su family were indeed convoluted, explaining why Miss Su was so beleaguered. Lu Tao gazed after Su Yunwan's departing figure, exclaiming in wonder. Xia Feng shook his head. By the time he wished to call her back, she was already over 100 meters away, and it was too late to pursue her. I hope she remains safe. That night, in the woods, a slender figure weaved through the monsters, aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. There echoed a cacophony of monstrous cries. Ding, you have slain a goblin, absorbing the skill to gain 1 point of defense attribute and 1 point of strength attribute. Critical hit triggered, dealing 5 points of critical damage. Experience gained, 150 points. Ding, you have slain a zombie, gaining 60 experience points. You have slain a zombie, absorbing the skill to gain 2 points of zombie strength attribute. Xia Feng wielded his Tang Dao, cleaving another zombie in twain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on how many days had passed. He had been diligently clearing the nearby monsters each day, ensuring the safety of the vicinity. While the experience gained was meager, it accumulated over time, allowing him to achieve steady growth. I could see that moment. He retrieved the black crossbow bolt from his pack, feeling its substantial weight and assessing its considerable power. Just then he spotted a goblin in the distance, perfect for testing his aim. Crossbow bolt. Attack, 4-9. Attached skill, long range. Has a certain chance to pierce the target and deal double damage. The attack power was quite satisfactory, and it felt comfortable in his hands. Knocking an arrow, the sharp tip glimmered with a faint cold light. Xia Feng held his breath, mind focused as still water. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly heard faint footsteps. Though the sound was nearly imperceptible, it rang clear in his focused mind. Who goes there? In this chaotic region, he had to be wary not only of monsters, but also of those with ulterior motives, as well as potential ambushes. Following the rustling sound, he turned to see a figure emerge slowly from behind a tree. Miss Su. Xia Feng was momentarily taken aback. Su Yunwan emerged gracefully, as if she had been quietly observing from behind the large tree. Allow me to take you to a place. Su Yunwan left this enigmatic statement and began walking in a specific direction. Xia Feng scratched his head lightly. Though puzzled, he chose to follow her. After traversing a short street, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of sand that obscured his vision. Moments later, a massive griffin appeared, its body exceeding the height of a man. With an expansive wingspan, when it spread its wings, it cast a vast shadow over the ground, blocking out a significant portion of sunlight. Moments earlier, it was merely the griffin's casual wing beats that had stirred up such a tempest. One could scarcely imagine the devastation it could unleash if it were to attack intentionally. Su Yunwan took refuge behind the remains of a crumbling wall, crouching down. Have you ever seen such a monster? Xia Feng felt a sense of familiarity. After ruminating, he recalled having encountered such a creature in his past life. Yin Eagle. Xia Feng inhaled sharply. How could a Yin Eagle appear here? The Yin Eagle was a ferocious beast that fed on human flesh, capable of snatching away a fully grown adult, its sharp beak able to pierce through bone. This area was decidedly unsafe. This creature could easily hunt down dozens of people in a single day. Xia Feng drew his crossbow bolt, aiming it at the Yin Eagle, intent on slaying it. The threat it posed to the nearby survivors was far too significant. What are you doing? Do not provoke it. Otherwise, we are all in grave danger. Su Yunwan was startled by Xia Feng's actions. She had witnessed the Yin Eagle's ferocity and was hesitant to provoke. I could see that moment. The Yin Eagle flapped its wings and landed on a rooftop. Gazing into the distance, seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng held his breath, steadying his aim, and pulled the trigger. Click! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was deafening, a sharp bolt streaking through the sky like a shooting star. At the moment the arrow was released, Xia Feng realized he had triggered his skill, doubling the power of the shot. Thud. The Yin Eagle plummeted from the rooftop, crashing to the ground with a thud. A horrific wound penetrated its chest, emerging through its back, a clear passage from front to back. Witnessing this scene, Su Yunwan's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond measure. Ding, you have slain a Yin Eagle, gaining 120 experience points. You have slain a Yin Eagle, absorbing the skill to gain 4 points of Goblin Agility attribute. The summer breeze suddenly made Xia Feng feel a lightness in his limbs, invigorating his spirit. Turning around, he gazed in astonishment at Su Yunwan. What could Miss Su possibly be doing here in such a perilous place? Su Yunwan had yet to recover from her earlier surprise. I merely wanted to come here for some practice. Never expecting to encounter such a monster. Clearly, the creature she referred to was Yining, which was far beyond her capacity to handle. Xia Feng pondered for a moment. If Miss Su has no objections, would you accompany me back? It would be safer for us to look out for one another. In this instance, Su Yunwan did not decline. This place is unsafe. Let us return. Xia Feng began to walk slowly in the direction of home. Today, as practice could be deemed complete, having slain the most formidable of monsters. As the sun gradually descended, it was indeed time to return for some rest. Throughout the journey, Su Yunwan remained somewhat taciturn. Her eyes flickered, drifting uncertainly. The image of Xia Feng shooting Yining with a crossbow arrow replayed incessantly in her mind, filling her with excitement. Such a powerful monster, when encountered by an ordinary person, would almost certainly mean doom. Yet today it had been pierced by a single arrow. How astonishing! Su Yunwan had witnessed firsthand the might of Yining. The dark crossbow arrow and its sharp tip were truly unforgettable. Before long, the two arrived at a dilapidated house. "Brother, you're back." Xiaoru swiftly approached, her demeanor warm and inviting. "Miss Su, welcome. Please come in and make yourself comfortable." Xiaoru's eyes crinkled with a smile. Clearly pleased to see Su Yunwan. "Welcome, welcome." Lu Tao's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then he hurriedly joined in the welcome. "From today onward, Su Yunwan shall be our new companion. Our little team has gained a new member." Xia Feng declared emphatically. As if making an announcement without seeking consensus, he hesitated, wondering if this was a bit hasty. However, none of them voiced any objections. They all agreed unanimously. This delighted Xia Feng immensely. "Welcome to the team." Xiaoru was the first to raise her hands in a welcoming gesture that we warmly welcome Miss Su. Lu Tao grinned widely, his honest smile shining forth. Thus, the group joyfully formed a small team. In the days that followed, apart from venturing into the woods alone to eliminate scattered monsters, Xia Feng would also take Xiaoru and Su Yunwan along. Although the experience points were minimal on the periphery, it was a notably safer environment. Today, we have eradicated numerous monsters. Although this forest appears tranquil, there are always some creatures lurking about each day. Xia Yunwan sighed, already feeling fatigued, though she regularly trained outdoors. She had always exercised considerable caution. However, with Xia Feng by her side, her worries diminished significantly. Should they encounter a formidable monster or even a boss, she would not find herself in a dilemma. "Ding, you have slain a goblin, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, your level has increased." A system notification echoed in Xia Feng's mind, signaling that he had leveled up. He exhaled a sigh of relief. These past few days, he had primarily focused on assisting Su Yunwan with her training rather than concentrating on his own experience points, so he was pleasantly surprised to find himself leveling up at this moment. Yet at his current pace, each level gained was exceedingly slow. Xia Feng contemplated this. It had been several days since he acquired any corresponding talents, which was somewhat unsatisfactory. It would be advantageous if he could obtain some worthwhile talents. However, he had previously attempted to absorb Xiaoru's S-class talent, but it proved impossible to draw from it. This was perplexing. So slow. At this rate, who knows how long it will take to level up further? Xia Feng felt a wave of helplessness. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Xiaoru's voice broke his reverie, and Su Yunwan turned to look as well. In that moment, Xia Feng had a sudden inspiration. Since Su Yunwan had joined their team, he had yet to inquire about her abilities. Having witnessed her in action, it was evident that she could handle some peripheral monsters with ease, often without needing to activate her talent skills, which piqued his curiosity. "Miss Su, may I be so bold as to inquire about your talent skills?" Xia Feng cautiously probed, aware that he might be overstepping. However, Su Yunwan showed no signs of reluctance. She opened her wristband, revealing her talent. Xia Yunwan, with element bloodline. Talent: Nature's Power, 310, capable of controlling tree growth. Upon reading the brief description of her talent, Xia Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed somewhat lackluster. This was likely why he had never seen Su Yunwan utilize it. Nevertheless, he would not dismiss the opportunity. If he could attempt to absorb her skills, that would be a boon. His current mindset was one of open receptivity. Welcoming all possibilities. It was an A-class talent, albeit not particularly impressive. Su Yunwan's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. Yet Xia Feng was unfazed by this. Brother, should we attempt to merge our talents? Xiaoru seemed to read his thoughts, and suddenly spoke up. Su Yunwan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, yet she did not refuse. Ding! Talent absorption initiated. Absorption failed. Xia Feng fell silent for a moment. He quietly turned and found a nearby tree stump to sit down on. This makes no sense. Xiaoru blinked in confusion. Just a moment ago, Su Yunwan had clearly been cooperating, yet it had yielded no results. How about we try to work together? Xia Feng nodded. Given that he had not succeeded in obtaining a talent previously, he had not held out much hope, but he was willing to give it another shot. Xiaoru activated her wristband and closed her eyes to sense. Ding! Talent absorption initiated. Absorption successful. Current talent awakened. Xia Feng felt a surge of excitement. He opened his attribute panel to assess his current status. Xia Feng, resident of the Dragon Country District. Level 2, 10500. Strength 15 Constitution, 14 Spirit, 9 Speed, 13 Talent 1. Attribute crit. S-class. Each time you level up, there's a certain chance to trigger a critical effect on your attribute value. With a critical value ranging from 5 to 20. Talent 2. Absorption. X-class. Upon defeating monsters, there is a chance to glean attributes, traits, and skills from the monsters themselves. Note: skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill. Heavy Strike. Level 1. 210. Forcefully swing your weapon to deal 160 damage to the target. Xia Feng was overjoyed to discover that his attribute crit had reached S-class. This is fantastic. Xiaoru's face lit up with a radiant smile, equally thrilled. Help! Suddenly, Xia Feng heard a cry for help. It was Lu Tao's voice. He quickened his pace toward the sound. That moment, Lu Tao was facing two goblins alone. Trapped between them, one goblin had seized him from behind, rendering him immobile. Whoosh! Xia Feng drew his crossbow, aimed carefully, and simultaneously pierced through both goblins' bodies. Lu Tao finally broke free, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Lu Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead, regaining his composure. Chapter 25. Locator, why were you out here alone? Do you realize how dangerous it is? Xia Feng scolded. Just moments ago, he had calculated the angle perfectly, delivering a fatal blow that eliminated both goblins. Had he been a second slower, Lu Tao would have been struck in the head by one of the goblins' axes. His heart raced with anxiety. Lu Tao stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He had seen Xia Feng's talents advancing, and compared to his own slow progress, he felt a twinge of urgency. Thus, he ventured into the woods alone, hoping for a thrill. Yet he hadn't anticipated that danger would strike so soon after entering combat. You truly frightened us. If anything had happened to you, I don't know what we would have done. Xiaoru exclaimed, clearly still shaken. You were far too reckless. Su Yunwan added a remark, which left Lu Tao feeling extremely aggrieved. I merely wish to clear the surrounding monsters. What fault do I bear? I too aspired to level up and refused to stagnate. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had last made any progress. He feared not the slow pace, but rather the standstill. Lu Tao, displeased, offered a rebuttal or two to yet. Reflecting upon the earlier scene, Xia Feng still felt a shiver of anxiety. The ambush by the goblins was exceedingly perilous, and even he had nearly faltered. Do not attempt to justify yourself. Your lack of organizational discipline could lead to grave consequences. Xia Feng was unyielding. Humph. You are a genius. Your talent is evident, and whatever you say must be right. Lu Tao refused to concede, feeling quite indignant. This small grove, though fraught with hidden dangers, housed relatively weak monsters. Xia Feng could come and go as he pleased. While Lu Tao had been berated for merely entering once out of course, Xia Feng's prowess was beyond comparison. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he also improved daily without pause. In contrast, Lu Tao appeared rather dim in comparison. The atmosphere grew tense. Xiaoru glanced left and right, letting out a sigh. Perhaps we should return for now. However, Lu Tao, still sulking, stormed off in a huff, striding away in a direction that was not towards home. "Where you headed?" Xia Ru called after him, but received no response. Xia Feng also remained unperturbed. Let him go. Within 3 days, the goblins will surely shatter his skull with an axe. Upon returning home, Xia Feng found that Lu Tao had indeed not returned all day. Before darkness fell, it was as if Lu Tao had vanished. Should we go out and search for him? It's far too dangerous for him to be alone outside. Xiaoru ultimately could not shake her concern and urged. There are only low-level monsters in this vicinity. If he cannot handle such minor troubles, his future growth will be severely hindered. Perhaps it was the fatigue of solitary wandering that weighed on him. Su Yinwan was a strong-willed and independent individual. Xia Feng did not overly fret. He understood Lu Tao's capabilities. Under normal circumstances, he would not find himself in peril. Let us wait a little longer. By the following day, however, Lu Tao still had not returned, nor was there any word from him. "Brother, should we go out and look for him? I fear he may encounter danger alone out there." Xia Ru remained anxious for Lu Tao's safety. Xia Feng had initially intended to practice, but since his sister had interjected, he reluctantly agreed. Having not returned all night, and despite the area being home to only a few low-level monsters, no one could predict whether tomorrow would bring unexpected dangers. It is time to search. The night is when monsters are most active, and I wonder how he is faring. Su Yunwan also concurred with the search. In the surrounding dilapidated areas, they could see monsters lurking about, goblins concealed in the shadows, zombies lurking in dim light. The seemingly tranquil streets were, in truth, fraught with peril, even with the 3 of them searching together. They remained close-knit. "Lu Tao, where are you?" Xia Ru shouted, though she dared not raise her voice too high, fearing it might attract a horde of monsters and plunge them into danger. Eventually, they arrived at an abandoned small factory. Long since desolate, yet they could hear the sound of metal clanging. "There is someone here." Xia Ru hurried forward, only to be pulled back by Xia Feng. Be cautious of the monsters hidden in the dark. As they approached slowly, they spotted Lu Tao's silhouette, busily hammering away at a metal box with a tool. "What brings you all here?" Lu Tao scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish upon seeing them. "It's a relief you're safe. You had us all quite worried," Xia Ru complained, exasperated. Lu Tao sheepishly scratched his head and broke into a simple smile. "That I'm truly sorry for causing you concern. My solitary venture yesterday was rather reckless of me." Xia Feng surprise. He had actually admitted his mistake. "Yesterday, I too spoke too hastily. I was merely worried for your safety, so please do not hold it against me." "Not at all. I should not have sulked. After I left yesterday, I quickly regained my composure, and I must thank you for rescuing me once." Lu Tao had already moved past his anger, though his pride still felt bruised. As he spoke, he continued assembling a small metal box, its wiring seemingly intricate. Soon enough, he secured the last few screws, his face alight with confidence as he presented it to them. "Take a look at my new creation." Lu Tao unveiled the palm-sized metal box before them. "What is this?" Xia Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. The object appeared exceedingly crude, rendering its purpose unrecognizable at first glance. Lu Tao, beaming with pride, began to explain. "This is a homemade locator. Once the circuit is activated, it can serve to pinpoint locations. Moreover, it has the remarkable ability to shield unrelated signals. With this, Qi Tiansheng will be unable to locate us. Not only could it identify positions, but it also concealed their whereabouts, an invaluable asset indeed." Clearly, this was the fruit of his labor from the previous day, making Lu Tao's absence entirely understandable. It was impressive enough to have invented such a device in just one day. Xia Ru could not help but exclaim, "Lu Tao, you're brilliant." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gave him a thumbs up. Lu Tao scratched his head and smiled. "It's merely a bit of circuitry I've learned. As long as the underlying principles are sound, creating a locator is quite straightforward. That is truly wonderful. Hurry and activate it." Xia Feng recognized the locator's potential and how immensely it would aid them. However, at this juncture, Lu Tao lowered his head. Currently, the locator is still in the testing phase. The conditions under which it was made were rather rudimentary, so there may be a few minor issues. Chapter 26. Testing Phase? The group exchanged glances. This did not sound particularly promising. Lu Tao nodded gently. Indeed, due to the simplicity of its construction, I cannot guarantee its efficacy. We will simply have to test it out. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng's lips curled into a wry smile. How will we ascertain whether the locator is effective? We can wait and see. If Qi Tianxing manages to find us, it would indicate that the locator is ineffective, correct? Xia Feng shook his head lightly, deeming the notion unreliable. The other side. They had initially thought this to be good news, only to realize they had celebrated prematurely. Lu Tao scratched his head again. We can give it a try. If it proves useful, it will undoubtedly show results quickly. He examined the locator closely in his hands, as if searching for flaws. Yet, Xia Feng had no intention of conducting a thorough test. They had matters to attend to. All right, we should be on our way. The time is nearly upon us, and it is time to depart. Regardless of the locator's functionality or whether Qi Tianxing was in pursuit, they needed to leave this place. They still had many foes to face, and potential threats loomed ahead. Where shall we head next? Do you have any ideas? Xia Feng casually inquired, although he already had a rough plan in mind and still sought the opinions of others. Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow. I trust your judgment. Xia Ru replied sweetly, fully compliant with Xia Feng's intentions that I too agree. Wherever you lead, I believe it will undoubtedly be the right choice. Lu Tao expressed his concurrence. I could see this moment. Only Su Yunwan had yet to voice her thoughts. Her expression was taut, as if she were preoccupied with something. Miss Su, do you have any thoughts to share? Xia Feng casually asked. Yet, Su Yunwan's gaze was fixed intently in one direction. I have resolved to return to the Su family for revenge. Her voice rang with unwavering determination, as if she had long since made up her mind and never wavered. This declaration startled Xia Feng. The others, too, were taken aback. It was important to note that the Su family's current strength was formidable. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and returning for vengeance now seemed rather ill-timed, did it not? Lu Tao raised a query. Given Su Yunwan's current capabilities, managing to evade her pursuers is already quite a feat. If she now desires vengeance, it cannot be deemed impossible, but is certainly nearly unattainable. Xia Feng's mind still retained some vague memories from his previous life. The Su family was immensely powerful, and many issues could be resolved simply with wealth. However, in the present circumstances, he felt a modicum of confidence. The Su family is not an inaccessible place. After all, it is a destination we will inevitably reach. If we go now, it is not out of the question. Xia Feng resolved to align with Su Yunwan's intentions and head to the Su family as for his original plan. It merely entailed continuing along the path, attempting to challenge slightly stronger monsters. Although these were merely low-level creatures, they posed a considerable threat to them. The journey to the Su family would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, providing an opportunity to train and elevate their levels. Let us proceed. Onward to the Su family. All right, to the Su family. Xia Feng proclaimed, and the others expressed no dissent. That very day, they gathered their belongings and set off. Lu Tao treated the locator like a precious gem, frequently adjusting it, though it remained uncertain if it would prove useful. Along the way, they arrived at a hotel. This was the only establishment within several kilometers, so they paused to rest and entered. Beyond this, they could find no better refuge. Let us remain vigilant. We are en route to the Su family and may encounter spies, and we must be exceedingly cautious, Xia Feng cautioned, ensuring they did not grow careless. Do not worry, we will be cautious. The hotel was bustling with patrons, and no signs of monsters were apparent in the vicinity, a rare reprieve from danger. Guests downstairs were enjoying their meals, the atmosphere lively and congenial. Despite the commotion below, it provided a sense of relaxation. This was a safe haven. I will take 2 rooms. Xia Feng reserved 2 rooms, one for himself and Lu Tao, and another for Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Once inside, they rested briefly. After a day's journey, they had traveled a considerable distance, and upon entering their rooms, it was already evening. Gradually, the sun began to set. Xia Feng, adhering to his usual routine, ventured outside to survey the area, appreciating the surrounding scenery while also checking for any signs of monsters, treating it as a patrol. The vicinity of the hotel remained relatively tranquil, The surrounding buildings appeared harmonious. Yet, the streets were eerily quiet, with scarcely any pedestrians in sight. This time of day was particularly unsafe, especially after dark, as people had retreated to their homes to avoid potential danger. Suddenly, as Xia Feng roamed about, he heard the distant howl of a goblin. The sound was faint yet seemed nearby. He glanced around but saw no sign of the goblin. Goblins are notoriously brazen creatures, typically not shying away from encounters, but rather attacking swiftly, even in a stealthy ambush. They leave traces of their presence. Yet, there was no commotion in the area, which struck him as peculiar. After searching thoroughly, he confirmed there were no goblins or other monsters present. Perhaps some bored individual had recorded a goblin's call and played it back. Nevertheless, as he returned, Xia Feng felt a lingering unease. The nearby goblin's cry was not a good omen. "You rest? I will look around." Xia Feng donned his shoes and stepped out of the hotel. In the garden, a solitary figure stood out conspicuously. Upon closer inspection, he detected a faint scent of blood. It was a hotel staff member, with a wound on her wrist, blood trickling down her fingers. A sight both shocking and alarming. "You are injured." Xia Feng approached, surprised. The woman appeared dazed, almost oblivious to her injury, yet her wound continued to bleed profusely. "It's fine. It's getting late. You should return to rest." She mumbled dismissively. This only heightened Xia Feng's bewilderment. "You are bleeding. Let me help you bandage it." A pool of blood pooled on the ground, indicating a significant loss, which naturally raised concern. For a normal person, such blood loss would make standing difficult. However, the female staff merely shook her head lightly, as if unaffected and no need. With that, she turned and walked away from the garden, disappearing into the distance, leaving Xia Feng in a state of astonishment. What a strange person. Chapter 27. The peculiarities. The hotel staff continued her walk, blood dripping from her wrist with alarming urgency, leaving a long trail behind her. Observing her retreating figure, Xia Feng found her behavior odd, but chose not to follow. Instead, he returned to his room. Yes, he did. He felt conflicted, wondering why he hadn't pursued her for a closer inspection of the situation. There seemed to be something concealed behind this bizarre incident. Yet he had previously cautioned against acting alone to avoid danger, that if he were to disregard his own advice, it would be somewhat hypocritical. Upon returning to his room, Lu Tao was already fast asleep. The following morning, Xia Feng was roused by Lu Tao's voice. He opened his eyes to find the sun just beginning to rise. "Xia Feng, hurry up and eat. We still have a journey ahead." Xia Feng slowly sat up, his mind still replaying the events of the previous night. In the hall, Xia Ru and Su Yinwan were already seated, breakfast laid out before them, as the two women peeled hard-boiled eggs. "Brother, did you sleep well last night?" Xia Ru greeted him warmly. Xia Feng nodded gently. After breakfast, as Su Yinwan prepared to return to her room, Xia Feng grasped her wrist. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." They stepped out onto the balcony, gazing at the distant landscape, the morning city serene and tranquil. "Did you notice anything unusual last night?" Xia Feng casually inquired. Su Yinwan shook her head lightly. "This hotel seems relatively safe, and there are no monsters lurking in the city. It is not like the outer regions where creatures roam freely. However, last night, I did hear a goblin-esque call." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he was not merely imagining things. He had searched the vicinity without finding any goblins, initially attributing it to his own nervousness. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized his senses were keen, and he should not have misheard. When focused, one's senses often sharpen. Thus, if something had eluded his perception, it suggested that whoever was concealed in the shadows was not to be underestimated. You think there might be some secrets hidden nearby?" Xia Feng inquired, seeking her insight. He was unfamiliar with the local circumstances, having only just arrived, yet encountering oddities on the first day felt rather abnormal. If there were sporadic monster activities, he could accept that. But he had a vague premonition that this might be the result of human interference. "I share your intuition. Something feels off here," Su Yinwan pondered thoughtfully. Xia Feng speculated that it could potentially be someone from Qi Tiansheng lurking in the shadows, or perhaps individuals from the Su family. Other factions, however, did not immediately come to mind. "That I believe we should remain here to investigate further. It would not be too late to leave once the strange occurrences have been unraveled." After stating this, Xia Feng exited the balcony. You need not rush. Let us linger here for a while that I could tea that moment. Xiaoru was already preparing to pack and depart. Lu Tao was still fiddling with his locator, ready to set off at any moment. However, upon hearing Xia Feng's words, both were taken aback. There are matters I wish to investigate here. We can postpone our journey. Su Yinwan showed no signs of urgency to return to the Su family, and there was no need for them to hurry. Xia Feng stepped outside the hotel, scanning the surroundings, retracing his memories from the previous night to identify any clues. Perhaps it was ahead. The goblin-esque cry had emanated from that direction. Xia Feng's recollection was vivid. Last night, as darkness fell, he had merely glanced around hastily without conducting a thorough search. Today, it was time to uncover the truth. Brother, have you discovered something? Today feels rather peculiar. Shiru murmured softly, almost as if she were conversing with herself. Lu Tao gently shook his head. I'm not quite sure, but they must have their reasons. It's just that they're keeping something from us, and we are unaware of any new plans. Lu Tao shrugged, concluding that since Xiangfeng had not sought their assistance, they might as well enjoy their freedom in the vicinity. The two made their way to the entertainment area in the hotel's backyard. The recreational facilities here were still pristine, with hardly anyone using them. Only a few children were present, their laughter filling the air, creating a relatively lively atmosphere. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We'll amuse ourselves. If they have any news, they will inform us. Lu Tao remarked. He approached the carousel and took a seat. In recent times, they had either been engaged in a battle of wits with monsters or on the run, leaving them mentally strained. Now, it was a rare opportunity to unwind. Even if it was merely a place for children's entertainment, it could bring joy. Is your locator truly functioning? Will our whereabouts be exposed to others? Shiru inquired casually while enjoying herself. Rest assured, as long as the principle is sound, there should be no issues, Lu Tao reassured her. However, as they conversed, the nearby children suddenly fell silent. The once vibrant laughter ceased abruptly, making it hard not to notice something amiss. Shiru instinctively glanced over, spotting a dark figure standing beneath the eaves, shrouded in the shadow of the sun, exuding an unsettling coldness. The figure was clad in a black short shirt, appearing remarkably fit, reminiscent of a personal trainer. His physique was strikingly proportioned, undeniably impressive, yet the chilling aura he emanated was hard to resist. The children, upon noticing him, promptly closed their mouths, silencing themselves. That person seems so mysterious. Shiru couldn't help but exclaim. Even in broad daylight, the dark figure's facial features remained obscured, entirely enveloped in shadow. Indeed, quite enigmatic, and he doesn't appear to be benevolent. Lu Tao concurred, feeling a surge of tension. The ability to conceal one's true nature at a glance was, in itself, a formidable skill. Perhaps we should leave this place. I have a feeling this individual means us no good, Shiru whispered, concerned about being overheard. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when a man looked in their direction. Without hesitation, Lu Tao grasped Shiru's wrist and attempted to escape. However, the mysterious man stealthily followed them, maintaining a distance of less than 10 meters, neither too close nor too far, yet instilling a sense of pressure. Seeing this, Shiru quickened her pace to avoid being caught. Yet, the man moved faster, directly blocking their path. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? His voice was icy, sending chills down their spines. Lu Tao forced a bitter smile and halted. Chapter 28. How peculiar. The man's gaze was cold, and as Lu Tao observed him closely, the previously indistinct features became sharply defined. This individual was undeniably mysterious, and even at a close distance, the pressure he exerted was palpable that if we're not leaving. What do you want from us? Lu Tao complained, his honesty shining through. Naturally, in the presence of someone whose strength was inscrutable, he was reluctant to resort to violence, feeling completely outmatched. In a fleeting moment, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a sharp smile at the corner of the man's mouth, though it vanished almost instantly. Within mere seconds of locking eyes, sweat began to bead on Lu Tao's forehead. He tightened his grip on Shiru's wrist, wary of her movements provoking the man, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences. Xiangfeng sensed something amiss at the hotel and hurried back. However, upon returning to the room, He found no sign of Shiru and Lu Tao. Where have they gone? Su Yinwan wondered aloud as she scanned the area, yet discovered nothing. They had no reason to leave. Quickly, Xia Feng ventured outside, only to find the two standing silently in the backyard's amusement area. Motionless as if they were mere wooden figures, upon closer inspection, their faces bore traces of anxiety, as though they had witnessed something extraordinary. "What are you doing standing here?" Xia Feng called out, waving a hand in front of Lu Tao's eyes. "Brother, we just encountered a very strange person," Shiru replied, appearing somewhat distressed. Lu Tao's face mirrored her concern, clearly perplexed by their stammering. "Stop dawdling. Let us return to the room." The four gathered in the room, and Lu Tao recounted their recent encounter. That man was deeply concealed, undoubtedly a master, and the pressure he exuded is simply indescribable. He merely warned us not to leave, but his intentions remain unclear. Lu Tao's expression was one of despair, as if on the verge of tears. Shiru nodded vigorously in agreement. Could he be a person associated with Qi Tiansheng? Xia Feng proposed, yet he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea that if it were truly Qi Tiansheng, he wouldn't have been so courteous. He would have acted without hesitation. Then could it be someone from the Su family? Lu Tao turned to Su Yinwan. His expression rife with uncertainty. He began to suspect that the Su family's people might have been drawn in by her presence, initially targeting her, which would explain why they hadn't acted against them. Xia Feng hesitated, pondering the possibility. "Impossible," Su Yinwan vehemently denied, "that I understand their modus operandi. If it were really them, you'd have been captured outright." Lu Tao added, "What if they intend to wait until we gather together and then strike en masse?" The four exchanged glances, engaging in further discussion, yet remained without any clear resolution. "Let us not overthink it. Perhaps the situation is entirely different from what we envision," Xia Feng gently advised. "Make sure to secure the doors and windows. It's better to be cautious." After several days of investigation outside, Xia Feng found nothing amiss. During the day, everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of trouble. It seemed that the peculiar occurrences only manifested at night, and he realized that any potential discoveries would require nocturnal endeavors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xia Feng slowly stepped out of his room. This time, he chose to venture out alone, leaving Su Yunwan behind. If he were to encounter someone from the Su family or their spies, it would be safer for her to remain in the room. After all, the threats posed by the Su family were not something easily articulated. Their methods were exceedingly diverse and not easily countered. As darkness descended, Xia Feng returned to the site where the bloodied female staff member had previously been seen, spotting another solitary figure, shrouded in mystery. It was another woman, but she was not the hotel staff member he had encountered before. The woman stood at the garden's edge, scanning her surroundings, despite the area being utterly deserted. Xia Feng continued to observe quietly. But the woman began to walk away, heading in the same direction as before. She moved swiftly, her footsteps silent. Convinced he was not imagining things, Xia Feng stealthily followed her, eager to uncover her intentions. As he walked along the pavement, he maintained a distance of several meters behind her, neither too close nor too far, a perfect range to avoid detection while keeping her in sight. However, after traversing half a street, the woman seemed to sense she was being followed and suddenly quickened her pace. She moved with remarkable speed, and despite Xia Feng's best efforts to catch up, she outpaced him effortlessly. Upon reaching the corner of the next street, he sprinted with all his might. Yet, just as he rounded the corner, the woman's figure vanished without a trace. "How peculiar!" Xia Feng exclaimed, scanning the area for any sign of her. His instincts told him that this person was undoubtedly suspicious, and had he managed to catch up, he surely would have uncovered something significant. Now, he was left with nothing to show for his efforts. The following morning, as Xia Feng descended for breakfast, he surveyed the other guests and spotted a woman hastily making her way to the front desk. It was an inconspicuous action, yet Xia Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances. "Have you seen my husband?" The female guest wore an expression of palpable anxiety, her voice tinged with urgency. With the constant influx and egress of numerous individuals at this hotel each day, how could they possibly ascertain the whereabouts of her husband? He had gone to the gym. The two receptionists maintained their conflicting accounts. Their ability to change their stories with remarkable swiftness. Of course, Xia Feng was not merely a bystander. He genuinely sought to glean some subtle information that a disappearance piqued his interest, despite the fact that such occurrences were hardly novel. In locales rife with monsters, the destruction of homes and loss of lives were commonplace, utterly unremarkable. After visiting the gym, where might he have gone next? When the woman pressed for answers, both receptionists fell silent, shaking their heads that I wish to review the surveillance footage. A living person has gone missing here, and you cannot simply stand idly by. This is outrageous, the woman exclaimed, her desperation palpable. Yet the two receptionists remained unmoved. We interact with countless guests daily. We are simply unable to assist at this moment. We ask for your understanding. We do not possess the authority to access the surveillance. The woman flailed in her agitation. Regardless of her entreaties, all she received in return was a dismissive response. Brother, what are you looking at? Xia Ru inquired, noticing that Xia Feng had lost interest in his meal, just admiring the beauty. But none can compare to Miss Su. Lu Tao chimed in, offering flattery. Yet Xia Feng seemed oblivious to their banter, striding directly towards the distressed woman. Someone is missing. Is that correct? Perhaps I can assist you. Chapter 29. The next target, the woman, fervently questioning the front desk staff, had attracted the attention of several onlookers. In this tedious hotel, there was little that warranted surprise, and most merely sought to witness the commotion. The woman's anxious demeanor and vivid descriptions had already become the focus of the spectators. What was this young man intending? Surely he did not believe he could be of assistance. In this day and age, altruism was hardly in vogue. Moreover, he was unlikely to contribute anything of substance. He was merely adding to the spectacle. Nonetheless, the young man appeared decent enough, suggesting a lack of worldly experience. Amidst the surrounding chatter, the woman began to waver in her doubts. Prior to your husband's disappearance, did he visit any particular places or interact with any strangers? Originally skeptical, she found it difficult to dismiss Xia Feng's earnest demeanor, especially given her overwhelming sense of urgency. My husband is quite fit and charismatic, yet I never imagined he would suddenly vanish, she recounted, her fragmented words failing to convey much clarity. The details she possessed were far too scant to yield any useful information. This left them in a precarious position. However, since Xia Feng had offered his help, there was no reason to abandon the endeavor midway. Thank you for your willingness to assist, the woman said with a grateful smile. She appeared to have relinquished hope, yet upon hearing Xia Feng's logical inquiries, her demeanor shifted to one of earnestness once more. Strange occurrences have recently emerged near my home. We intended to escape for a bit, but we stopped here for the night, only to find that he vanished before we could even leave. Tanya was in a state of utter distress, perceiving Xia Feng as her last hope. It was evident that she truly felt at a loss. Xia Feng nodded repeatedly, reflecting on any unusual incidents that may have transpired that night or the previous day. However, the strange events of the past 2 days were too sporadic to piece together coherently. Observing Xia Feng's grave expression, the crowd began to chuckle. Look at him. How quickly he has fallen silent. Is he at a loss for words? One remarked, a seemingly refined individual, yet he was making a mockery of the situation. Accomplishing nothing. I doubt he genuinely came to help. He is of no use whatsoever. The spectators voiced their opinions, but Xia Feng remained unfazed. These individuals were generally bored, unable to find any other form of entertainment. Thus, they found amusement in the misfortunes of others that a day has passed, and he has vanished. Xia Feng softly inquired, directing his question at Tanya. She nodded. Indeed, it was all so sudden. I was entirely unprepared. Do you think he might have been taken by a monster? From Tanya's words, it was clear they had encountered monsters before and were aware of their dangers. Xia Feng gently shook his head. It is too early to say, but I will look into this matter today. This pronouncement. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The onlookers had grown desensitized, showing no inclination to assist. Instead, they adopted a stance of indifference. They were merely spectators, treating the safety of others as a jest. He is still meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Lu Tao sighed, expressing his exasperation. He offered to help me once, which was also an intrusion, Su Yunwan remarked coldly. Lu Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. ultimately resorting to an awkward smile. Did he leave any traces before his disappearance? Tanya gently shook her head. I do not know. I merely stepped out to use the restroom. And upon returning, he had vanished, as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. Xia Feng nodded lightly. Yet his expression grew grave. Tanya's descriptions were somewhat vague, making it challenging to extract useful information from her. Very well, let us examine the scene. He followed Tanya to their room, hoping to uncover some clues. The room was spacious, bright, and impeccably clean, as if it had been recently tidied. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Feng felt a sense of foreboding. If the room had been cleaned thoroughly, any trace of evidence would have been eliminated, leaving him with even less to work with. This is troublesome. The scene is immaculate, not a single footprint in sight. How can we possibly locate anyone like this? Lu Tao complained, exasperated. The current situation revealed a dearth of information, and the absence of any traces was hardly a positive sign. Tanya suddenly appeared on the verge of tears, her anxiety mounting. Xia Ru stepped forward to comfort her. Do not despair, sister, since my brother has offered his assistance. He will surely uncover some clues, perhaps even locate your husband soon. Though words of encouragement were spoken, none held much hope. Xia Feng remained silent, moving from the living room to the bedroom. Even if nothing could be found, he felt compelled to survey the area thoroughly, doing everything he could, thus easing his conscience. Wait, what is that scent? Lu Tao remarked, rubbing his nose and sneezing. Xia Feng detected a peculiar odor as well. Difficult to describe, yet distinctly faint. It was not the scent of perfume, but rather reminiscent of some herbal concoction. He hurried to the windowsill. Brother, have you made any discoveries? Xia Ru inquired, following closely behind. Xia Feng brushed his hand along the windowsill, discovering remnants of ash that clung to his fingers. Clearly, the scent he had detected originated from this spot. What is this? Tanya approached, inquiring intently. She seemed unaware that the issue lay here in anesthetic. Xia Feng stated, having formed a preliminary conclusion. Someone had deliberately administered a drug, intending to incapacitate them before stealthily executing their plan. This assertion may have sounded alarmist, yet it was the most reasonable explanation Xia Feng could deduce. In other words, her husband had not been taken by a monster, but rather someone had covertly intervened, executing their actions with remarkable efficiency. The realization struck them all simultaneously, a dawning comprehension washing over the group. Perhaps your husband may not be in immediate danger, Xia Feng declared, and the tension in the room began to ease, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. Tanya exhaled, feeling a modicum of reassurance. As long as he is safe, she replied, yet Xia Feng's expression remained serious. He gazed at Tanya, his eyes taking on an unusual quality. This evening, you must remain vigilant. You may very well be their next target. The fleeting smile that had just graced Tanya's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a bitter expression. Chapter 30. Losing control. As Xia Feng's words hung in the air, Tanya's visage turned ashen. As though she had lost her anchor, her body weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. The next target is me, Tanya murmured, her eyes gradually glazing over. This indeed seemed quite plausible. It was said that there existed a type of goblin-like creature that would track a person's scent, marking anyone connected to the target as the next prey, and it would not relent until it achieved its goal. Lu Tao, scratching his forehead, began to recount. This only deepened Tanya's unease, rendering her even more distraught. However, the likelihood of encountering such a creature was not particularly high. It was not a certainty that they would cross paths. Lost in his memories, Lu Tao remained oblivious to the alarming pallor of Tanya's face. Enough of your ramblings, Xia Ru interjected gently, nudging Lu Tao's shoulder to silence him. You need not worry excessively. With us around, ensuring your safety is not an insurmountable task, as long as you minimize your movements and leave them no opportunity. Yet, Tanya felt no solace. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. You can't help me. This is all futile. They will find me. No one can protect me. Sitting on the ground, Tanya continued to mutter, as if entranced. Xia Feng approached, grasping her shoulders firmly. Calm yourself. Our situation has not yet reached such dire straits. I implore you not to lose your composure. His expression was grave, his words heavy, with clarity already elusive. Further disarray from Tanya would only exacerbate their predicament. Indeed, Sister Tanya, with us here, I will safeguard your safety, and perhaps we can lie in wait to uncover the hidden malefactor, Xia Ru chimed in from the side. Yet, Tanya shook her head vehemently, her distress unabated. No, you cannot help me. This is all useless, Tanya shouted in agitation, pushing Xia Ru away. This left Xia Feng feeling quite helpless. He shook his head gently. It was clear that this night would be a challenging one to endure. Just leave, stop bothering me, go, Tanya cried out, shoving the others towards the door. Sister Tanya, please don't be upset. We are here to assist you. Xia Ru continued to attempt to console her, but it was to no avail. Tanya persisted in her efforts to eject them from the room. Leave now. Faced with this scenario, Xia Feng relinquished his insistence. Very well, we shall depart. He was the first to exit the room, followed closely by the others, all shaking their heads in exasperation. This woman has truly lost her mind. We came to help her, and yet she drives us away. What a lack of gratitude. Lu Tao grumbled, his countenance equally grim. Su Yinwan added her lamentation. Let go of the urge to assist. Respect the fates of others. Some individuals are beyond our aid. No one can save her. Xia Ru observed Xia Feng, her expression one of lingering sympathy. Xia Feng shook his head lightly. It seemed that gaining her cooperation was nearly impossible. They would need to devise alternative strategies. With a sigh, Xia Feng reflected, this is my fault. I should not have uttered that statement to frighten her. I never anticipated it would backfire. As this conversation unfolded, Xia Ru shot Lu Tao a disapproving glance. You are the most egregious. Look at the state you have put her in. Her mental state was already fragile. Lu Tao stammered, at a loss for how to retort. After they exited, Tanya did not settle into silence. Sounds of objects being hurled filled the room, a cacophony of chaos, yet they merely exchanged glances. Feeling a sense of helplessness at this juncture, attempting to persuade her would no longer serve as consolation. It might even provoke further disorder. Tanya did not wish to see them. This hotel feels off. We must remain vigilant, Xia Feng remarked to Su Yunwan. He knew Xia Ru's character well enough. Although her thoughts were nuanced, she was ill-suited for investigating such a convoluted mystery. Lu Tao's ability to contribute was obviously limited. Only Su Yunwan might grasp his intentions, comprehending his unspoken words. Once Tanya has calmed down, I intend to bring her to your room. I cannot rest easy about her. Before Su Yunwan could respond, Xia Ru readily acquiesced. Brother, do not worry. I will take good care of her. In the afternoon, Xia Feng wandered through the hotel, seeking any trace of a clue while simultaneously observing that Tanya's condition appeared to have stabilized somewhat. When they had just departed, the room had been filled with cries and commotion. Now, it had quieted considerably. Uncertain of Tanya's current state, Xia Feng contemplated knocking on the door but hesitated. Brother, let me try going in, Xia Ru suggested. Having approached quietly, with Su Yunwan by her side, Xia Feng nodded gently. Thank you for your efforts. Xia Ru knocked on the door but received no reply. After a few more knocks, an angry shout finally erupted from within. Are you done yet? Tanya's voice resonated with fury, nearly hysterical. Hearing her outburst oddly lightened Xia Feng's heart. He had feared she might resort to self-harm. Should that occur, the trail would be severed, complicating any attempts to unravel the underlying motives that we cannot rest easy about you. Please allow us to enter, Xia Ru pleaded, yet Tanya remained resolute in her refusal to open the door. You villains, do you not wish for my demise? Once I am gone, you will be satisfied, won't you? Get as far away from me as possible. Leave, Tanya screamed, her voice a cacophony of rage and despair. This left the group in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps we should simply give up. This person appears beyond salvation. Let her await her fate, Lu Tao remarked, having approached at some point, his hands raised in resignation. What are you doing here? With this uproar, one could hear it from 800 meters away. Of course, I heard it all, he replied. The group exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of futility. It appeared that persuading this individual was futile. I advise you all to abandon this endeavor. Do not concern yourselves with her. She is beyond help, Su Yunwan declared, turning on her heel and retreating to her room, having lost her patience. Brother, what should we do now? Xia Ru, devoid of ideas, turned to Xia Feng, her face a picture of helplessness. Confronted with such an unreasonable individual, Xia Feng was at a loss for solutions. He could not simply bind her. That would be inappropriate. I had hoped to protect her, to try and lie in wait, even consider using her as bait. Although that may not have been the wisest strategy, it seems I was overly optimistic, Xia Feng sighed. Acknowledging that Tanya would not assist them any longer. Chapter 31. An empty room. Very well. You all should return and rest, Xia Feng instructed the group before departing the floor. Protecting a frail woman was never a simple task, and with her complete lack of cooperation and her erratic behavior, it became even more challenging. Given their team's current capabilities, their options were severely limited, insufficient to contend with certain forces. Let us return. The summer breeze resolved that it was time for everyone to return. There was no need to linger here any longer. The matters they needed to investigate were more than just this one. Xiaoru also relinquished her insistence to remain here recklessly would only render them targets for ambush. At least for the moment, they occupied the light while their adversaries lurked in the shadows. They were even unaware of the identity of their opponents. Xia Feng settled onto the balcony, gazing into the distance. Before him lay a scene of idyllic tranquility. The towering edifices of the city stood as serene as ever. However, beneath this calm facade, turbulent undercurrents brewed. An unknown peril seemed to be brewing, yet he remained oblivious to it, and that was the most terrifying aspect of all. Before long, night fell. After the sun had set, Xia Feng retired to bed early. They had previously agreed not to venture out alone at night to avoid potential dangers. Yet, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. The sights and sounds of the past 2 days played rapidly in his mind, refusing to settle. This included Tanya's peculiar behavior before and after their meeting, which he could not rationally explain. He turned to glance at Lu Tao, who was already sound asleep. Although Tanya was excessively impulsive and her emotions were erratic, he couldn't shake off his worries for her safety. I hope she is all right. He slipped on his shoes and quietly exited the room. The hotel was eerily quiet at night. People were tacitly keeping their doors shut, and though the lobby was illuminated, it was devoid of life. Ever since the crisis erupted, with a multitude of monsters encroaching upon everyday life, the populace had grown exceedingly cautious. It had become commonplace to find the streets deserted at night. Xia Feng treaded softly along the corridor when he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle. He hastily approached, concealing himself behind a wall to observe. 2 individuals were engaged in combat, both exhibiting commendable martial prowess. Exchanging blows with vigor. One of them, he recalled from Xiaoru's description, was indeed that enigmatic man. His indistinct features were defined yet vague, and his athletic physique, though he had not seen it firsthand, matched the description almost perfectly. As for the other individual, he did not recognize them in the dim light. Their faces were indistinguishable, only their silhouettes visible. Who were these 2? Xia Feng had no intention of intervening, nor did he wish to disturb them. However, from around the corner, he suddenly beheld the figure of Su Yunwan. You are here too. Xia Feng greeted her softly. Under normal circumstances, his voice would have been detected, even if it were but a whisper. Yet, in the heat of battle, the 2 fighters were wholly engrossed, oblivious to the slightest movement around them. Yes, I too am concerned for Tanya's safety and wanted to check on her upstairs, which led me to this scene. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the typically aloof Miss Su would display such warmth, although her enthusiasm appeared to be somewhat reserved. Very well, let us ascend and take a look. The 2 of them stealthily climbed the staircase, arriving at the floor where Tanya's room was located. The level was utterly silent. Not even a pin drop could be heard. This profound stillness instead instilled a sense of oppression. In truth, Tanya was quite pitiable. Having fled for safety, she had become separated from her family and was now left all alone, facing an uncertain future. Su Yunwan murmured softly, her thoughts evidently for others. Indeed, yet in this world, danger lurks at every corner. Who among us can remain unscathed? Perhaps recalling their own past, both felt a tinge of melancholy. Even their small team could not escape encountering insurmountable challenges. Let alone a vulnerable woman, we should offer her assistance. The 2 of them gradually approached Tanya's room, but as they stood in the corridor, they found the door ajar. This is Tanya's room. Xia Feng hurriedly entered to investigate. Upon entering the bedroom, however, it was devoid of any presence. The same was true for the other areas. No one was hiding there. She is not here. Xia Wan also searched thoroughly, but found nothing. Tanya had been in a poor state that afternoon. Where could she have gone? They reminisced about every detail from their last encounter with Tanya, while searching for any traces she might have left behind. Yet they possessed no leads that we may have fallen into a trap, Su Yunwan suddenly murmured, leaving Xia Feng perplexed at a trap? Yes, it seems that while we were away this afternoon, someone must have said something to her. Then, under the cover of night, when all was quiet, they stealthily took her away. We have all been ensnared. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng suddenly grasped much more, and no wonder Tanya vanished inexplicably. It was all so. He pressed his forehead in frustration. If only he had observed a bit longer or concealed himself to gather more intel. Perhaps he could have uncovered the truth, but Tanya had been in a fit of rage at the time. Who could approach her then? The two exchanged glances. Just then, at the end of the corridor, a male attendant appeared, his footsteps light as if he feared disturbing others. Good evening. How may I assist you? The male attendant greeted them. Noticing his apparent eagerness to help, Xia Feng casually inquired, Have you seen a woman leave the hotel? Her name is Tanya. She checked in 2 days ago with her husband. But he suddenly went missing, and now she has two. Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted at You mean the woman who insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage during the day? I have not seen her. Xia Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Su Yunwan was incensed. Are you not concerned about a guest going missing in your hotel? Do you not worry this will affect your business? Yet, the male attendant remained indifferent. Whether guests come or go is your concern. If you can find another hotel nearby, that is your prerogative. As he departed, Su Yunwan continued to vent her frustrations. This is utterly outrageous. Such negligence in management will surely lead to grave consequences. Xia Feng waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to dwell on it. However, reflecting on the events of the day, he suddenly had an epiphany. The garden, Xia Feng declared with certainty. That garden is exceedingly peculiar. Even during the day, Xia Ru and the others sensed something amiss, that I believe something is not right here. Perhaps Tanya's husband is concealed within. Chapter 32. Intimate encounter. Let us go. Without delay, Xia Feng led Su Yunwan to the garden below. The garden at night, bathed in moonlight, exuded an eerie tranquility, as if draped in a shroud of mystery. It appeared rather sinister. This place, I have an inexplicable premonition that we might discover something here. Xia Feng surveyed the surroundings, though he had yet to make any discoveries. But where shall we commence our investigation? Su Yunwan scanned the area, but found no identifiable target, unsure of where to begin. The garden was vast, stretching from entrance to exit like an entire street, divided into multiple sections. Searching through it would not be an easy task. When I last visited, I left a marker here. Xia Feng activated his wristband to trace the mark he had left previously. The last time he had come, it was that enigmatic woman, seemingly not an accidental encounter, but rather part of a greater scheme. However, as he checked the location of the mark, he found the wristband to be devoid of any trace. The mark is gone. Xia Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had followed without being seen that day, and no one could have removed the mark he had left behind. He was acutely aware of how well concealed the mark was, as long as it was not placed in plain sight. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to discover. If it had been removed, it could only indicate one thing. His intentions had already been exposed. After the initial shock, a heavy seriousness settled upon him. The situation might be far more dire than he had imagined. His movements had been detected, and it seemed that even his actions were under the scrutiny of others. This was far from a favorable development. I still recall the places I visited last time. We must go. Xia Feng grasped Su Yunwan's hand and swiftly headed in the direction he had previously taken. Where are we headed? Su Yunwan appeared bewildered. As they turned in circles, uncertain of their destination. The area was already quite convoluted, and wandering aimlessly at night made it easy to become lost. However, Xia Feng had a clear recollection of the path. He had previously tracked the mysterious woman here, losing her at the very turn ahead. Despite searching for a long time, he had found no trace of her, as if she had vanished in a thin air. There must be some hidden secrets here. The spot where he had left a mark last time was just up ahead. Xia Feng hastened to the corner, only to discover that the mark he had left was now destroyed. How had they found it? Xia Feng could not fathom. Beneath the night sky, the surroundings were eerie and foreboding, as if concealing some dark secret. Merely glancing around was enough to send chills down one's spine. As the two scanned their surroundings, they heard a rustling of footsteps. In addition to the faint sound of footsteps, the distinct click of high heels echoed in the tranquil night. We must hide. The two quickly slipped into a cramped crevice by the roadside, concealing themselves. There was no better hiding place available, and they were pressed closely together, nearly shoulder to shoulder. Xia Feng felt a soft warmth against his back, as Su Yunwan's hand gently rested on his shoulder, nearly triggering his claustrophobia. Yet they had no choice but to remain in such proximity. Soon, a familiar figure emerged around the corner. It was the male attendant they had seen earlier. What was he doing here? Su Yunwan pondered. This individual appeared somewhat enigmatic. His unexpected presence here was difficult to explain. The male attendant was pushing a cleaning cart, moving at a leisurely pace. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious woman appeared, the very same one Xia Feng had encountered a couple of days ago. They walked side by side, seemingly passing through the area. What could they possibly be doing? Su Yunwan whispered with a hint of curiosity. Shoo! Though Xia Feng was equally perplexed, now was not the time for discussion. The two were slowly approaching. If discovered, it would lead to trouble. Quickly, don't let them see us. The woman's voice was soft as she urged the male attendant. They hurried along, and though they were unaware of what was contained within the cleaning cart, it was evident that their clandestine actions under the cover of night concealed some unspeakable secrets. Xia Feng widened his eyes, observing silently, afraid to make a sound. However, the two were drawing closer, the distance between them diminishing. Initially, Xia Feng had merely sought a place to hide in haste, without much thought. But the crevice was simply too narrow, barely 30 centimeters, that if it were only one person, it would have been just right, but accommodating two was rather uncomfortable. Xia Feng could feel Su Yunwan's body heat rising. Damp and fragrant, she was sweating profusely. Unknowingly, her elbow pressed against his ribs. Shh, don't move. Xia Feng gritted his teeth, stifling any sounds, but he found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Given the choice, he would have preferred to engage in a battle with dozens of monsters rather than endure this discomfort. Let us go, quickly, the woman urged, but the cleaning cart appeared quite heavy, the man straining to push it forward. The distance between them had dwindled to less than 5 meters, and even the slightest noise could lead to their discovery. Xia Feng felt the warm breath beside him, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, causing a tingling sensation on his neck. He was on the verge of losing control. Holding his breath, he remained in the same position for an extended time, pressed closely against a female companion, making the moment feel like an eternity. The proximity was too great. Even the slightest movement could betray them, and Xia Feng felt as though he might turn to stone. As he watched the two push the cleaning cart past, his eyes widened. It was only after they had distanced themselves that Xia Feng finally stepped out. That moment, he was drenched in sweat. He gasped for air, the cool night breeze brushing against him, sending chills through his body. Turning back, he saw Su Yunwan leaning against the wall, her cheeks slightly flushed, indicating her discomfort. They had finally departed. Mere minutes had left them utterly drained. Fortunately, they had not been discovered. Yet Xia Feng wished he could have overheard some conversation that might yield valuable information. However, the two had only exchanged brief words. Revealing nothing more that I'm sorry about earlier, Xia Feng murmured, lowering his head, reflecting on their intimate proximity, which felt somewhat inappropriate. Su Yunwan, panting, did not spare him a glance, though her gaze held a hint of resentment. After all, she was a lady of stature, and being in such a predicament with him was rather unbecoming. Xia Feng hesitated, uncertain of what to say next. Chapter 33. Don't blame me for being impolite. Xia Feng and Su Yunwan exchanged an awkward glance. In this isolated setting, their close contact was difficult to explain. He quickly changed the subject. Let us hurry and follow them. I'm curious where those two are headed. True to form, Su Yunwan, not one to be underestimated, took a brief moment to rest before swiftly pursuing the direction of the two figures. Let us go. We must see where they lead. Xia Feng had no objections and quickly followed suit. The two individuals had aroused his suspicion. He had a feeling that Tanya's disappearance was somehow linked to them. I have a hunch, he voiced his suspicion, despite lacking concrete evidence. In this sensitive moment, he trusted his instincts. Perhaps Tanya was concealed within that cleaning cart. Su Yunwan echoed his thoughts. The two conspicuous red trash bins atop the cart suggested something sinister, and the male attendant's labored efforts indicated that the cart was heavy, seemingly hiding someone within. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded subtly. While this hypothesis remained unproven, it was certainly plausible. Who? Just as they closely followed, they suddenly heard a woman's shriek. They had indeed been discovered. The pace of their steps slowed. Since they had been seen, there was no need to continue hiding. Hello there, Xia Feng scratched his head, feigning innocence as he greeted them, that we came to the park for some evening fun. But we didn't expect the paths to be so labyrinthine. We've lost our way. Oh, you know where the exit is? He quickly fabricated an excuse to avoid provoking a confrontation. Yet the other party had other intentions. The two attendants' eyes were filled with menacing intent, as if ready to strike at any moment. Sensing their hostile demeanor, Xia Feng became even more cautious. The two attendants before him seemed to harbor hidden depths, and he was unaware of their capabilities, preferring not to act recklessly. If there were more of their associates lurking nearby, the situation could become dire. Lost? What are you doing out here at this hour? The woman reprimanded coldly, her tone sharp. We have the freedom to go wherever we wish, Su Yunwan retorted sharply. You have no right to interfere. The woman smirked condescendingly. Look at you two sneaking around. You can't possibly be planning to steal, can you? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Xia Feng hastily attempted to de-escalate. Please don't get upset. This is my crush, and I intended to confess to her in the park, but we ended up here by mistake. That I hope you can forgive us. The male and female attendants exchanged glances, slightly shaking their heads, seemingly in hesitation. The man softly inquired, should we let them go? However, the woman's eyes glinted with ferocity. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. As her words fell, a sharp dagger was swiftly produced from her sleeve, its blade glinting ominously in the night. In an instant, the blade was upon them, catching them off guard. Watch out! Xia Feng quickly raised his hand to block, narrowly deflecting the woman's lethal strike. The blade grazed his neck, sending a chilling breeze that felt bone-deep. Kid, you're quite nimble. You came here to investigate us, didn't you? Then we certainly won't let you go. The woman continued her relentless assault, her strikes lethal and precise. This enigmatic woman was undoubtedly not a typical hotel attendant. Her skills were far beyond that of an ordinary employee. What exactly are you? Xia Feng demanded. Why do you want to kill us? The summer breeze did not rush to retaliate. Instead, it sought to extract a morsel of information. Once you meet your demise, I shall naturally divulge everything. The woman acted without hesitation, launching a series of lethal strikes. Observing her failure to land a blow, the male attendant could no longer stand idly by. He seized a mop from the cleaning cart and joined the fray. Summer Breeze evaded deftly, appearing somewhat passive yet managing to avoid a single scratch. Since you refused to utter a word, do not blame me for being impolite. Summer Breeze issued a warning, then swiftly countered. He delivered a kick to the attendant's abdomen, seemingly slow in motion, yet perfectly timed to catch him off guard, evading his defenses with impeccable precision. The male attendant clutched his belly, gradually sinking to the ground. A visage of agony etched upon his face, he discarded the mop, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, completely bereft of combat capability. Similarly, Su Yunwan was unyielding, striking with a powerful whip kick. The woman was sent sprawling, her body soaring over 2 meters, a cacophony of buzzing filling her ears, akin to countless flies flitting about. She crashed to the ground, nearly losing consciousness, flailing her limbs in a futile attempt to rise again. Such audacity, for even the most insignificant of creatures to emerge and embarrass themselves, is truly laughable. Su Yunwan scoffed, her expression rife with disdain. The two lay on the ground, utterly disheveled. Flee. Their minds harbored no other thought but to escape, to vacate the premises at the swiftest pace imaginable. They sprang to their feet and bolted away with remarkable speed. Summer Breeze was taken aback. He had not expected the two, who had just succumbed to defeat, to flee with such vigor. Pursue. He hastily gave chase. However, unfamiliar with the terrain near the garden, he lost sight of them around a corner. Casting a glance about, he saw no trace of their figures. They have eluded me again. How frustrating. Summer Breeze gazed into the distance, now bereft of their whereabouts. The clue he had just acquired had vanished in the blink of an eye. Xia Yunwan shook her head gently. We should return and investigate. They're surely hiding in the cleaning cart. Inside the cleaning cart, amidst the red trash bin and the black garbage bags, there lay not refuse, but a living person. Tanya was bound tightly within, her mouth gagged with a cloth. Seeing her unharmed brought a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Stuffing someone into a garbage bag. What if they suffocate? Summer Breeze murmured, hastily moving to untie Tanya. They want to kill me. Quickly save me. Take me away from here. I do not wish to linger here a moment longer. Everyone wants to harm me. They all desire my demise. Tanya babbled in a panic. We're here to rescue you. It is all right now. The villains have been driven away. Summer Breeze reassured her repeatedly. At that moment, Tanya seemed to regain her composure, ceasing her cries and collapsing into Summer Breeze's embrace. Weeping profusely, a woman, having encountered such a harrowing ordeal, nearly losing her life, was indeed pitiable. There, it is all fine now. We are safe. Su Yunwan comforted her with soothing words at last. Tanya's emotions began to stabilize. That it was the hotel staff. They orchestrated this. Chapter 34. Someone is following them. They truly wish to harm me. It is utterly outrageous. Tanya trembled uncontrollably, recalling the events that transpired, her anger still palpable. That it is all right. As long as you are safe, Summer Breeze gently consoled her. The night air was cool and breezy. The two escorted Tanya back to her hotel room before inquiring about the sequence of events. Xia Yunwan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Tanya. Thank you. Just as you departed, someone came to find me. At first, I thought it was either you returning or someone pestering me, refusing to let me in, but they had a key. Hotel staff. She recounted the events of the day. Tanya continued to tremble, as if still in shock. Xia Yunwan draped a jacket over her shoulders. I suspected it was them. I did not anticipate their actions would be so swift. Tanya resumed her narrative. It was a server I encountered at the front desk. She claimed she wanted to show me the surveillance footage, asserting that my husband's figure appeared on it, and she spoke ill of you, urging me not to trust you. Summer Breeze nodded repeatedly. Such tactics are indeed crude. While at the front desk, they concocted various excuses to refuse me, only to later agree in private. Under such circumstances, anyone would likely discern the underlying deception. However, Tanya had lost her rationality at that moment, falling prey to their cunning. As for the slanderous remarks, they were utterly baseless, laughable even at I am sorry for not trusting you, but instead believing their deceitful words. I have been so foolish, Tanya lamented as she grasped her hair in frustration. It is all right. We do not hold it against you. Su Yunwan quickly reassured her. Summer Breeze nodded emphatically. It is they who are devious. However, this time we shall shatter their conspiracy and hold them accountable for their misdeeds, one by one. A faint smile finally graced Tanya's face. Though it quickly faded into a sigh of resignation, I also bear some blame. When they came to find me last night, I believed them wholeheartedly, trusting they would assist me in locating my husband. Little did I know that upon opening the door, she would drug me into unconsciousness. When Tanya woke once more, she found herself bound tightly within a garbage bin and being pushed away. It was her naivety that led her to lose her ability to discern right from wrong. Did you manage to find your husband through the surveillance footage? Su Yunwan inquired gently. Tanya shook her head. They were merely deceiving me. How could they allow me to find a lead so easily? It was merely a fleeting hope dangled before me, and I foolishly believed it. Her gaze appeared distant, a bittersweet smile lingering on her lips, yet it was a smile filled with sorrow, mocking her own gullibility. Fear not. Do not fret too much. Trust us. We shall help you find your husband, Summer Breeze reassured her. Still somewhat concerned, prompting Tanya to accompany Su Yunwan back to her room to rest. They were both women, and there was no cause for discomfort. Leaving Tanya alone in his room would indeed be worrisome. He could only speculate whether, after their failure, They would enact further measures. Summer breeze gazed into the distance, letting out a sigh, and a night passed in silence. The following morning, Summer breeze was once again roused by Lu Tao. The previous night, he had indeed been weary and had slept a little longer. Upon opening his eyes, he was instantly alert. Is Tanya safe now? Summer breeze's first inquiry upon awakening was about Tanya's well-being. For it was his greatest concern. She's fine, fine? Why are you so jumpy? Did something peculiar happen? Lu Tao appeared somewhat surprised, evidently unaware of the events from the previous night. Presumably, Su Yunwan was still resting. During breakfast, the group sat together. Tanya glanced around, still appearing somewhat uneasy. Nothing untoward happened last night, did it? Summer breeze looked toward Xiaoru, hesitant to ask Su Yunwan, who seemed quite fatigued. No issues at all. Sister Tanya slept soundly last night, and this morning she appears much more spirited, as long as there were no incidents. That was a relief. The group sat together, momentarily at a loss for conversation. It was evident that Tanya still felt remorseful about yesterday, a hint of awkwardness etched on her face. Yet simultaneously, gratitude radiated from her expression as she eagerly assisted with small tasks. Clearly, this hotel harbored significant issues. Summer breeze scanned his surroundings. Though the hotel operated normally during the day, what transpired behind the scenes remained uncertain. The staff here seemed to be accomplices. His suspicions did not seem unfounded. The hotel personnel were ubiquitous, and he felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. This is a den of iniquity. We must exercise caution. Though they appear unchanged from yesterday, I have a premonition that they have already begun to conspire. The summer breeze muted its sounds, lest it be overheard by prying ears. However, having already encountered their associates yesterday, it was inevitable that we had stirred the grass and startled the snake. If the hotel staff failed to take action, that would indeed be peculiar. Indeed, what transpired yesterday was merely what we could observe, but the unseen plots could be far more numerous. Lu Tao shrugged, softly expressing his sentiments. So, what shall we do next? As this question hung in the air, silence enveloped the group. Tanya's gaze suddenly flickered, revealing her underlying concern for her husband, yet she hesitated to voice her worries. Xia Feng sighed, remarking that our current leads were woefully scant, and having already stirred the grass, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for us. As they contemplated the pursuit of information, the group exchanged glances. Despite having stayed at the hotel for several days, they had yet to uncover any useful clues, which spoke volumes. Continuing their inquiries might not yield any significant progress. Xiaoru suggested softly, should we consider asking Lu Tao to investigate a bit further? Lu Tao scratched his head. And what about the rest of you? Surely you can't expect me to gather information alone, can you? It would be far too perilous for me to venture out by myself. Xia Yunwan exhaled deeply. This matter likely requires careful deliberation. Yet, Xia Feng astutely noted the urgency in Tanya's eyes. She was desperate to locate her husband and was unwilling to wait for too long. Let us search around for a while, and return later to exchange intelligence. Xia Feng had inquired among several guests, but they all spoke in vague terms, particularly when mentioning the hotel staff, as if they were sidestepping the issue. The morning slipped away swiftly. Although he was dissatisfied with the lack of results from the investigation, he had no choice but to let it rest for the time being. As he returned to his room, he suddenly noticed faint footsteps trailing behind him. Someone was following him. Chapter 35. Formulating a plan in the corridor, Xia Feng dared not glance back, opting instead to maintain an air of nonchalance as he continued onward. Upon reaching the stairwell, he reasoned that if it were merely a passerby, they would not follow him this far. Yet, the figure indeed trailed him into the stairwell. They were clearly intent on taking action against me. Xia Feng concealed himself behind a wall, holding his breath and focusing intently. As the door to the stairwell swung open, he acted swiftly, drawing his blade with remarkable speed. With a metallic clang, the tang knife was pressed against the man's throat. "Do not kill me. Please do not kill me." The man raised his hands in surrender, pleading for his life. Clad in casual attire, he did not appear to be hotel staff, which allowed Xia Feng to relax slightly. However, the fact that he had followed him here indicated ulterior motives, so he remained on high alert. The 4-foot-long blade gleamed ominously, and the man was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. "Who are you? And why have you been following me?" Xia Feng demanded coldly. My name is Zhao Yu, and I arrived at the hotel along the same route as Tanya. I was merely curious and followed along. I swear I saw nothing. Please do not kill me." His face was a mask of panic as he hurriedly explained. This man's will to survive was evidently strong. "Tell me everything you know, that if I detect even a hint of deceit, you can prepare for death." Xia Feng's tone was frigid, raising the blade a fraction higher until it pressed against a man's neck. "No, no, no. I promise, I will tell you everything I know." Zhao Yu confirmed that he had indeed arrived at the hotel with Tanya, and that they had checked in together. Having developed a certain familiarity, he resided on the same floor as Tanya, diagonally across the hall, and he had overheard some unsettling occurrences over the past few days. "What have you heard during these days?" Xia Feng pressed for details, yet he remained cautious. The man's responses were fragmented, making it difficult to ascertain the truth of his words. "I know that Tanya's husband is missing, and I feel that something is amiss with this hotel." Xia Feng gradually sheathed his tang knife. The veracity of the situation could be confirmed later with Tanya, and Zhao Yu appeared not to be in league with the hotel staff. At least for the moment, given his fearful demeanor, that seemed unlikely. One night, I found myself unable to sleep and decided to step out for a smoke. While in the corridor, I heard some commotion. Someone was dragging a bag and mentioned something about feeding it to someone. "Feeding?" Xia Feng leaned closer, his expression serious as he scrutinized Zhao Yu's eyes. "Indeed, although I could not discern precisely what was being said, I am certain of those words," Zhao Yu asserted, his demeanor suggesting he was not fabricating this account. "Then what was inside the bag? The body of a guest?" Xia Feng inquired further. However, Zhao Yu hastily waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously. "I never said that. I do not know. I only caught a whiff of blood. Beyond that, I cannot say." Zhao Yu was clearly wary, avoiding any comments on matters he deemed uncertain, lest he speak out of turn. Xia Feng hurried back to the room, having gathered significant intelligence from Zhao Yu that if he had to conduct the investigation himself, it would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time. In the room, the group sat together. Tanya was also present. After these 2 days of interaction, she would not betray them, a fact that could be temporarily assured. There was nothing among them that warranted concealment. "Xia Feng, do you have any new insights? This could be a breakthrough." "That would be splendid." Lu Tao began to congratulate him, but his words were abruptly cut short. He observed the tense atmosphere in the room, sensing something was amiss. "Today, I heard some news." Xia Feng's expression was grave as he recounted Zhao Yu's account in detail, omitting any personal conjectures to gauge the reactions of the others. "Surely not? Although this hotel is a veritable mishmash of characters, they wouldn't brazenly engage in such activities. It's far-fetched." Lu Tao shook his head, struggling to believe it. "But let us not forget how Tanya's husband went missing." Su Yinwan interjected coldly, as if seeing through it all. The group exchanged glances, falling into silence. However, one point was becoming increasingly certain. Whatever it was predatory. "What do you think it could be?" Xia Feng surveyed the group, the answer becoming clear. "Are they intending to create human meat buns?" Lu Tao blurted out, only to quickly retract his statement. "At this juncture, only goblins would consume humans." He spoke. He clutched his head, incredulous. Goblins were monsters, antagonistic towards humanity. The moment they encountered one another, it was a fight to the death. The very notion of deliberately feeding human corpses to goblins was almost unbelievable. "Brother, you cannot possibly believe this is real." Xia Ru gazed at Xia Feng, her expression mirroring astonishment as she awaited a rational explanation from him. Do you believe such events could not transpire?" Xia Feng countered. "Had we not arrived in time last night, Tanya too might have found herself in the belly of a goblin." Tanya, already covering her mouth in shock, burst into tears upon hearing this. "What about my husband?" she gasped, her body trembling as if losing all support, nearly collapsing. In just one day, to receive such grim news was undeniably tragic for a vulnerable woman. The group exchanged glances, each sighing heavily, their expressions grim. It seemed all but certain that Tanya's husband had likely been devoured by a goblin. While this was difficult to accept, the circumstances rendered doubt nearly impossible. "Perhaps things are not as dire as we imagine. He may still be alive." Xia Ru gently patted Tanya's back, offering words of comfort. No, that cannot be true. How could anyone nurture a goblin? Their mind must be deranged, Lu Tao shouted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Let us remember how many lives were lost when goblins invaded the campus. If someone seeks to raise goblins, it is akin to inviting disaster. Lu Tao fixed his gaze on Xia Feng. You must be mistaken. You must have misheard that day. I refuse to believe such a thing, though it may seem somewhat absurd. Xia Feng had come to the reluctant conclusion that this was likely the truth. Xia Ru was comforting Tanya, while Lu Tao found it difficult to accept the situation. Xia Feng shot a discreet glance at Su Yuanwan before quietly exiting the room. Su Yuanwan understood his intent and quickly followed suit. This was not the time to discuss the veracity of their circumstances. They had no time to verify anything, as they needed to commence their next plan. Chapter 36. Luring the serpent from its den upon stepping out of the room, Xia Feng surveyed his surroundings, and Su Yuanwan slowly emerged behind him. There must be goblins lurking nearby, she remarked with a hint of detachment. How do you plan to draw them out? Xia Feng shook his head slightly. Finding the goblins was no easy task at this moment. Let us instead discuss how to lure them out, he suggested. He glanced around. The hotel was eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. To the end of the corridor, a surveillance camera hung on the wall, rendering any furtive actions quite challenging. I want Tanya to return to her room to rest, he began, but before he could finish, Su Yuanwan gasped in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? That room is no longer safe. Whether she agrees or not, if danger arises, we may not be able to reach her in time. Last time, it was precisely because Tanya was alone in her room that she fell victim to an intrusion. Xia Feng shook his head gently. We are waiting for them to make their move. I'm certain they will return after their previous failure. Su Yuanwan scrutinized Xia Feng's eyes intently. You should consider how to persuade Tanya to agree, she advised, before turning to leave him standing there in a daze. He pondered for a moment. Indeed, this was a dilemma. Last night, Tanya had rested in Su Yuanwan and Xia Ru's room, which had proven relatively safe. Now, using her as bait could potentially drive her to madness. Grinding his teeth, Xia Feng could think of no other solution at the moment. Tell me, can you manage to rest for one night? He asked Tanya as he approached her, laying out his plan. I can assure you that we will protect you. The moment they appear, we will act. However, Tanya shook her head vehemently, trembling all over, her eyes still red from tears. No, please don't leave me alone there. Don T abandoned me. They want to spare me. Her voice quivered, her gaze distant, and her overall demeanor was quite distressing. This sight tugged at Xia Ru's heartstrings as well. Brother, perhaps we should wait a little longer. There might be other solutions. Yet, with their actions already having startled the snakes, the hotel staff would undoubtedly reconfigure their plans, leaving them with limited opportunities. If they missed this chance, their situation would only worsen. Xia Feng regarded Tanya, awaiting her response. Fine, I will agree, she said after a few seconds of contemplation. As long as you can avenge my husband, I am willing to comply, but my safety must be ensured. Rest assured, we will. Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained cautious, determined to avoid any missteps. Tanya returned to her room, but it was not so simple for Xia Feng to follow her. The corridor was equipped with surveillance cameras. Their eyes were everywhere. Moreover, the hotel guests were quite discreet, rarely wandering about. Who brazenly entered Tanya's room to lay an ambush would be glaringly conspicuous. And if their plan were to be uncovered prematurely, trouble would ensue. Our only chance is during mealtimes when guests flock to the dining area. We can slip through amidst the chaos, Xia Feng murmured, casting a sidelong glance at the camera above. About half an hour should suffice, but I worry that if they scrutinize closely, they will still catch onto our trail. Lu Tao shrugged lightly, glancing at the elevated camera. This is our only option. Just don't look up. During dinner time, the hotel was dimly lit, with some rooms even adorned with candles. Xia Feng made his way to the lobby, seizing the opportunity to change into a different outfit while pretending to head to the restroom. Then merging into the crowd. Using the throng as cover, he ascended towards Tanya's floor. In the stairwell, devoid of surveillance, he quickened his pace once outside, swiftly entering the adjacent room, which was conveniently situated diagonally across from Tanya's. He peered through the peephole to keep watch on her door. Xia Yuanwan was already seated inside, her expression grave. When I arrived, I noticed several hotel staff members patrolling. They have intensified their vigilance. We must proceed with caution. Xia Feng nodded slightly, standing at the door, his gaze fixed through the peephole without daring to relax for even a moment. Despite the discomfort of his posture, Xia Yuan approached slowly, setting up a folding stand beside him, upon which she mounted a telescope. This should provide a better vantage point. She spoke softly as she completed the setup. You truly are meticulous. Through the telescope, they could clearly observe Tanya's door, as well as the two adjacent rooms. During dinner, the guests were milling about, providing a temporary sense of security for Tan. As night fell and darkness enveloped the corridor. The dim lights cast an eerie glow, and the place grew hauntingly silent. Xia Yuan stood ready by the side, prepared to act at any moment. Just as Xia Feng began to feel drowsy, a shadow suddenly entered his line of sight. Someone was approaching. A female server appeared at Tanya's door, knocking. Xia Feng had already secured a dagger at his waist, his crossbow drawn and poised for release. Miss, this is a routine safety check. Please cooperate. The server's voice rang clear, yet carried an unsettling chill. After a brief pause, Tanya cautiously opened the door a crack. Yet before long, the server swiftly produced a burlap sack and deftly placed it over Tanya's head, executing the maneuver with alarming speed that a scream echoed through the corridor. Stop! Xia Feng burst through the door, releasing the arrow from his crossbow, the deadly projectile hurtling towards the server's shoulder. He swiftly stowed the crossbow and charged forward, drawing his dagger with a flourish. The server's eyes widened in surprise as she deftly evaded the lethal shot, narrowly escaping the arrow that embedded itself in the doorframe with a resounding thud. In the dim light, Xia Feng heard the unmistakable clang of metal upon metal, feeling the recoil reverberate through his hand. The server, now a step back, had created some distance, brandishing a dagger of her own. So, it is indeed you. I spared you once before, but I never imagined you would dare return. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Her tone was icy, a stark contrast to her earlier friendly demeanor. The corridor was suddenly charged with tension. Xia Feng chuckled. It is laughable that you, who fled in disgrace, now speak so boldly. The server's expression hardened like a tea that moment. Xu Yuan joined the fray, and with the odds now in their favor, victory was all but assured. Chapter 37. Another one arrives. The server moved with remarkable agility, weaving gracefully through the clash of blades, seemingly unfazed. Xia Feng, however, began to feel the pressure. Despite the 2-on-1 advantage, he found it challenging to bring the fight to a swift conclusion. This was still under the circumstances of their initial surprise attack, yet now the advantage had dwindled, and they were evenly matched. It seemed the server had held back during their previous encounter. Is this all you are capable of? She taunted, even managing to mock them amidst the skirmish. The sounds of their struggle would soon attract attention, and when that happened, they would be surrounded, unable to escape. Her mocking smile faded, replaced by a chilling resolve. Enough of your prattle. Your end is nigh. The summer breeze surged forth in a flurry, as Xia Feng and Xu Yuan, despite their lack of perfect synergy, nonetheless collaborated in their efforts. To the entrance, Tanya stood in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Not one to remain idle, she seized a flower pot from within the room and hurled it at the waitress, only for the latter to deftly evade the projectile. The trio engaged in combat for several minutes, yet the skirmish showed no signs of concluding. Xia Feng felt an increasing pressure. The situation was gradually turning unfavorable for them. Is this truly all you are capable of? I must have overestimated your abilities, the waitress mocked, as she retrieved a pager from her pocket, poised to press a red button. I'm done playing with you. You'll have no opportunity to escape. Xia Feng's eyes widened in alarm that if a single adversary proved so challenging, summoning reinforcements would spell disaster. Just then, a vine appeared, wrapping itself around the waitress's wrist and ensnaring her entire arm. What is this? She exclaimed, bewildered, as the vine swiftly wound around her waist and limbs, binding her completely. Observing the predicament, Xia Feng quickly kicked the pager away. The vines constricted tightly, rendering the waitress immobile. Someone, help! She began to shout, her piercing cries echoing through the stillness of the night, sure to attract attention. Xia Feng rushed forward and covered her mouth with his hand. The three of them retreated into the room, firmly shutting the door behind them. "It's all your fault, you scoundrel. I will have your life." Tanya glared at the waitress, her fists flying with unbridled fury. Yet her anger seemed insufficient. She grabbed a wooden stick and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the waitress. "You wretch! You wolves in human guise! I will see you dead." Xia Feng refrained from intervening to scrutinize the vines binding the waitress, casting a glance at Su Yunwan. "Miss Su, your S-class talent is indeed formidable. Today, I bear witness to its power." In this hotel, there were hardly any plants, save for the flower pot that Tanya had brought. Utilizing her innate ability to command the rapid growth of flora, the sheer force of her talent was beyond mere description. Xia Feng had only just seen in action and was astounded by its might. The ability to extend vines silently and bind an unsuspecting target was nothing short of remarkable, truly deserving of the designation S-class. If only it could be combined with other talents, it would be perfect. However, Su Yunwan soon interjected with a sharp retort. "Your critical strike talent leaves much to be desired. After striking multiple times, you fail to trigger a single critical hit. Otherwise, this woman would not have withstood even one blow." Xia Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. His talent panel indicated a probability of critical strikes. Yet the exact odds remained a mystery to him. Indeed, fortune had not favored him this time. Tanya continued to pummel the waitress, venting her frustration with fervent curses. After a while, fatigue set in. Yet the waitress's complexion remained strangely pallid. She appeared unscathed. Her defensive capabilities were evidently formidable. Before her, an ordinary person would stand little chance. "Tell me where you have taken my husband. If you refuse, I will carve you up." Tanya brandished a fruit knife, its blade glinting ominously. Xia Feng's heart raced. He kept a wary eye on the blade. Fearful that a fatal mistake might occur, he still hoped to extract vital information from the waitress. You think you could discern his whereabouts? Dream on. They will rescue me. And when they do, none of you will escape." Tanya, incensed, raised her knife to strike. Seeing this, Xia Feng swiftly intervened. "She may still prove useful to us." Under the cover of night, he stuffed the bound waitress into a sack and returned to his room. Observing her struggles within the confines of the sack, she remained defiant, prompting a sigh from Xia Feng. "Now that we have captured her, what do you propose we do next?" Su Yunwan inquired softly from the side. Xia Feng was at a loss. The waitress was obstinately tight-lipped, refusing to divulge anything of value. "We shall continue to lure out the snake, awaiting our next target." He opened the sack, attempting once more to interrogate her. "Reveal all that you know, or you will regret it." Yet the waitress turned her head defiantly, her expression one of disdain. You truly believe I fear your threats? I could dismantle your bones, suspend you for 3 days and nights without sleep, or even offer you as fodder to goblins." Xia Feng employed various intimidation tactics, but the waitress remained unresponsive. However, upon mentioning goblins, a flicker of fear crossed her face. Xia Feng smirked. "Aha, I see now. You send the living to feed the goblins, and today, the tables have turned. How poetic that you now experience the fear you once inflicted on others. That it was a fitting retribution. That moment, the waitress erupted in indignation. "You lowly beings have no idea. Goblins can be tamed. They will heed our commands and turn against you." Hearing this, Xia Feng laughed coldly. "You still fail to grasp your predicament." He delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, eliciting a pained grimace and nearly a scream. "You will regret this. Soon, my allies will come to rescue me. They will capture you and feed you to the goblins, piece by piece." The waitress remained obstinate, and Xia Feng grew weary of her defiance. Just then, Xiaoru hurriedly approached. "Brother, a man has appeared outside. He is heading straight for our room." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng's spirits soared. He had intended to draw out their foes, and now, an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 38. The garden chamber. As Xia Feng approached the door and peered through the peephole, he saw indeed that someone was approaching. It was the male waiter from the previous night. Moving with urgency, scanning his surroundings as if searching for someone, it was reasonable for him to seek out his missing accomplices. Xia Feng regarded the waitress with a cold smile. "Your comrade has arrived. But he will soon join you. Whether he will betray you remains to be seen." The waitress turned her head away, scoffing. Xia Feng gripped his tang knife, waiting for the opportune moment. Just as the man reached the door, he kicked it open forcefully, swinging his knife down with great momentum. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the male waiter raised his left arm to block the strike. The blade met the guard with a resounding impact. "Who are you?" the male waiter exclaimed, stumbling back in surprise, yet managing to maintain his composure, showing no signs of injury. Xia Feng felt perplexed but did not dwell on it. He quickly followed up with another attack. In their last encounter, the male waiter had been unarmed, but this time he produced a pair of brass knuckles from his jacket. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have the audacity to ambush me. Last time, I let you off easy, but now you've come to me. This time, things will not be so simple." A sharp grin crept across the male waiter's face, icy and threatening. Xia Feng shook his head lightly. "You truly are a band of miscreants. Even your speech is eerily similar." At this, the male waiter paused, a look of shock crossing his features. "She is already in your hands?" Xia Feng nodded. "Indeed, she is bloodied and kneeling before me, begging for mercy that I've barely threatened her, and she has spilled everything. It seems she is quite spineless." He spoke nonchalantly, yet the male waiter's expression hardened with rage. "You're courting death." He unleashed a flurry of punches, the brass knuckles slicing through the air with lethal precision, revealing a fraction of his power. Xia Feng felt a weight settle in his chest. During their last encounter, he had held back, but now his opponent was going all out. "Prepare yourself." Xia Feng swung the tang knife, executing a swift strike. Clang! A critical hit was triggered, dealing a staggering 13 points of damage. With a sudden, thunderous clash of metal, Xia Feng felt a numbing sensation surge through his arm. The blow he had dealt was a critical strike, its power doubled. Yet despite this, the male attendant merely staggered back a half step, effortlessly parrying the attack. However, the recoil inflicted upon Xia Feng was considerable. He stood there momentarily dazed. "Kid, your mediocre skills are nothing remarkable. Today, I shall impart a modest lesson." The male attendant approached slowly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. With such formidable defensive capabilities, one could only wonder about his offensive prowess. Xia Feng sensed impending danger that instant. The male attendant's movements suddenly slowed, as if he had aged significantly, his actions becoming clumsy. The ground and walls around them began to frost over, and snowflakes began to drift around him. This was the domain of Xia Ru's ice magic. What was happening? The male attendant strained to lift his arm, but his speed had become lethargic, reminiscent of an elderly person struggling with mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng delivered a swift kick to the attendant's abdomen, sending him tumbling backward, a drop of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His claws clattered to the ground. Having lost all combat capability, Xia Feng glanced back to see Xia Ru smiling radiantly at him. "Be obedient. If you dare to play tricks, you will face dire consequences." In the garden below, Xia Feng kicked the male attendant once more from behind. He grabbed a dog leash and secured it around the attendant's neck, commanding him to lead the way to the goblin's hideout. Xia Ru followed closely, finding the situation amusing. The male attendant complied quickly, though his eyes darted around nervously, clearly lost in thought. Just ahead, "I will take you there," he muttered submissively, completely subdued. Although this was not a fair one-on-one confrontation, Xia Feng's victory was not without merit. The male attendant was astute enough to recognize his predicament. The path they traversed was familiar to Xia Feng. However, just around a corner, the male attendant suddenly halted. He reached out to shift a stone brick on a wall covered in vines. And with the sound of mechanisms whirring, a hidden door in the wall creaked open. "How intriguing!" Xia Ru gasped in astonishment. Establish a concealed passage in such a location was indeed remarkably discreet. Even frequent visitors would struggle to spot it at a glance. "It's just inside," the male attendant said, glancing at the two before stopping in his tracks. "Lead the way." Xia Feng urged him with another kick to his back. Beyond the hidden door lay a dimly lit area, reminiscent of a dungeon from a game. The uneven cement walls and damp floor greeted them with a heavy stench of blood as they entered. Xia Feng switched on his flashlight, yet it still felt far too in the corner. A skull and scattered human bones frightened Xia Ru into a shriek. The place was cold and damp. thick with a chilling aura and stained with blood, sending shivers down their spines. After taking a few steps inside, they arrived at a cell where a green snout suddenly came into view, accompanied by a pair of glowing blue eyes. It was a goblin, and not one of low rank. Xia Feng took a cursory glance. Its purple stats indicated a level between 10 and 20, a low-tier monster that had been unnaturally nurtured into an elite creature. Before he could examine it further, the male attendant stealthily approached and silently unlocked the fingerprint lock. The cell door creaked open, revealing the goblin, brandishing a stone axe with a fierce glare, as if ready to strike at any moment. In a flurry of motion, Xia Feng drew his crossbow, having already knocked an arrow in preparation that he pulled the trigger, and the arrow swiftly flew forth. With a metallic snap, the arrow lodged itself in the goblin's eye. Splattering green liquid in all directions, ding, a notification chimed, indicating a critical hit worth 24 points. Ding, you have slain a goblin, gaining 700 experience points. Your level has increased. Ding, you have slain a goblin, activating skill absorption, gaining 3 points in goblin strength. Ding, you have slain a goblin, activating skill absorption, gaining 4 points in goblin strength. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a golden treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? The system presented a series of enticing prompts. The rewards proving quite generous. Level up twice from this goblin was indeed a lucrative opportunity. However, Xia Feng had no time to revel in this. The male attendant had just fled. He quickly set off in pursuit. Chapter 39. Brother, the person has escaped. Emerging from the passage, the male attendant had vanished without a trace. Xia Ru scanned the surroundings but found no sign of him, her expression darkening. Brother, the person has run away. Xia Feng's demeanor mirrored hers as he contemplated the unsettling reality. Using human flesh to feed a goblin, transforming a low-level monster into an elite one, marked that male attendant as a beast in human guise. Unworthy of being called a man. Let me find him. If I do, I will make him pay. Xia Ru clenched her fists, echoing his sentiment. Such a person posed a grave threat and should not be allowed to live. Brother, let us return. Both of us have come out, leaving only Su Yunwan to guard that female attendant. I worry for her safety. Just as she uttered these words, Xia Ru's voice faltered as a realization struck her. Xia Feng experienced the same epiphany. The male and female attendants were both employees of the hotel, clearly part of the same scheme. Now that the male attendant had vanished and the female attendant had been captured, their absence was concerning. The male attendant would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to ACT. Su Yunwan was in danger. Xia Feng's expression shifted as he rushed back with utmost urgency. Xia Ru followed closely behind. Before long, they entered the room, only to find Su Yunwan sprawled on the floor, while the female attendant had completely disappeared. It was evident that the male attendant had rescued her. However, at this moment, Xia Feng was more concerned about Su Yunwan than the fleeing duo, but he quickly knelt beside her to check for injuries. After a moment of examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was merely unconscious and unharmed. He began to gently rouse her. A few minutes later, Su Yunwan stirred awake. But in the next moment, like a mother leopard, she sprang to her feet, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Xia Feng and Xia Ru. Upon recognizing them, her expression softened instantly. Oh, it's you? Xia Feng inquired. What happened to the female attendant? She was taken away that I didn't even catch a glimpse of her captor. I was knocked out cold. Su Yunwan replied, returning the question, what about you? Why are you back so soon? Xia Feng recounted the events that transpired, pausing briefly when he mentioned the use of human flesh to feed the goblin, finding it difficult to accept, let alone share with Su Yunwan. Yet he ultimately relayed the information. What did you say? Someone is feeding the goblin human flesh. Su Yunwan's face darkened ominously. Could this be the method that woman had mentioned for taming goblins? Without another word, she turned to leave. Where are you going? Xia Feng called after her, of course, to find those two. Su Yunwan retorted, wait. Xia Feng interjected that I believe the priority is to inform the remaining guests in the hotel and then evacuate this place. Su Yunwan frowned. Evacuate? What about the male and female attendants? They are not the masterminds behind this incident. They are merely pawns. The true instigator lies elsewhere. Even if you find them, what then? The mastermind is using human flesh to feed goblins solely to gain strength. All the people in the hotel are under his control. If those guests leave the hotel, do you think the mastermind will not appear to stop them? After a moment's pause, Xia Feng continued. Therefore, there is no need to actively seek them out. When the time is right, the mastermind will reveal himself. Xia Ru's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea. I'll go notify the others right away. With that, she hurried out. As Yunwan glanced at Xia Feng, I'll follow your lead. Before long, Xia Ru had gathered all the guests into one room. Lu Tao approached and asked Xia Feng, what has happened? In an instant, all eyes converged upon Xia Feng. This hotel is unsafe. We must leave at once, he declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Unsafe? Do you understand the gravity of your words? Outside lurks a horde of monsters, teeming with peril that a moment's inattention could cost us our lives. Where shall we go? In my opinion, the hotel is the safest haven. You would have us risk being devoured by monsters. What is your true intent? Regardless, I shall not budge. This place is stocked with ample provisions to sustain us for an extended period. Upon hearing the suggestion to leave, discontent rippled through the crowd, emotions running high. Xia Feng had anticipated this reaction and spoke coldly. If you do not wish to be fattened like pigs, only to be slaughtered, it would be wise to heed my advice and depart the hotel swiftly. Fattened like pigs, then slaughtered. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Confusion etched on their faces. Perhaps I should reveal the truth, Xia Feng sighed. He recognized that without disclosing the reality to these individuals, persuading them to leave would be futile if they did not vacate. The true orchestrator behind their plight would remain concealed. He recounted the events that had transpired and continued. Now, do you comprehend why I urged you to depart so urgently? Someone is fattening you like livestock, using your flesh to feed the monsters. If you do not leave, you will inevitably fall prey to them. Panic washed over some faces, while others remained skeptical, dismissing Xia Feng's claims as lies, just as they prepared to voice their objections. A sudden wail pierced the air. Tanya sobbed. My husband has been missing for so long. Could he have already been consumed by the monsters? Are they still human if they use human flesh to feed the beasts? In that moment, Xia Feng found himself at a loss for words to console her. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cacophony of guttural roars surrounding the hotel. Xia Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Goblins were approaching. The density of their cries suggested a staggering number. We must flee. We need to leave the hotel immediately. If we linger any longer, it will be too late. Without waiting for a response, he burst through the door, with Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao swiftly following suit. And soon after, Tanya. The remaining guests, realizing the urgency, scrambled to escape, their cries echoing through the halls. However, as they reached the lobby on the ground floor, several goblins sprang forth from the shadows, encircling them, their shrieks echoing ominously, yet they refrained from attacking. Clearly, they had been domesticated. Xia Feng dismissed these lowly creatures, but his apprehension was directed towards the two hotel staff members who stood behind the goblins. Precisely as he had anticipated, they had indeed appeared, blocking the exit. Why do you attempt to flee? Is it not pleasurable to be well fed and cared for? The male attendant's eyes gleamed coldly. Since the truth is out, let us simply eliminate all of you and use your remains to nourish the goblins. S's words echoed through the lobby. The goblins erupted in excitement, their expressions eerily reminiscent of human delight, as if they understood the attendant's intent. Feeding on the flesh of these individuals was akin to nurturing them, but if they were to feast, they ought to consume every last one. None should escape. In the next moment, the goblins formed a tight circle around the crowd, assuming a defensive posture, awaiting further commands. Witnessing this, those who had previously doubted Xia Feng's warnings were struck with terror. These monsters can comprehend human commands. How is this possible? Have they truly been trained by humans? It is all real. First, they domesticate monsters. Then they confine humans, ultimately using human flesh as sustenance. Why would you engage in such atrocities? You are human too. How can you commit such heinous acts? What separates you from the monsters? It is you two who are the true monsters. This place is too perilous. I must leave. As fear and rage surged, some questioned the male and female attendants, while others, overwhelmed with terror, disregarded the goblins, and made a dash for the exit. Ah, now you wish to flee. Do you not think it too late? The male attendant scoffed, issuing commands to the goblins. In an instant, they sprang into action, wielding their wooden clubs, charging towards the fleeing patrons, aiming for their heads with brutal intent. The sickening sound of impact resonated as those unfortunate souls met their demise, their skulls splintering like ripe melons, blood and brains staining the floor. Before the eyes of the remaining survivors, the goblins began to feast on the corpses, crunching bones and tearing flesh. One goblin, having consumed human flesh, emitted a faint glow, evolving from a lowly goblin into a mid-tier goblin. It let out a triumphant roar, its greedy gaze fixating on the remaining humans. Splendid, splendid, the male attendant echoed, reveling in the fruits of his labor. Those who had dared to question him fell silent, their faces pale with horror, some even retching in revulsion at a bunch of worthless fools. The male attendant sneered, casting a disdainful glance at them. The world has changed. Those of you who have yet to awaken your potential shall only become fodder for the monsters. Yet your deaths will serve a purpose, granting me greater power and paving my path toward unparalleled evolution. You should consider yourselves fortunate, so fear not as you embrace your demise. I shall ensure your passing is devoid of suffering. Xia Feng, trembling with fury at the attendant's chilling declaration, could scarcely believe such cold-blooded cruelty existed. Even after living 2 lives, he had never encountered such a heartless being. This man was nothing short of a beast. Indeed, a significant number of those present had not awakened their potential, yet they were human, akin to the male attendant. Yet now he sought to slaughter them all, using their flesh to feed the monsters. What difference was there between this and betraying humanity itself? The true villain here is you. Without warning, Xia Feng lunged forward in a fit of rage, targeting the male attendant. Simultaneously, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan exchanged knowing glances, synchronizing their movements to confront the female attendant. Futile, the male attendant mocked, issuing commands to the goblins once more. In an instant, the goblins surged forward, blocking the path of the attendants, while the newly evolved goblin lunged at Xia Feng, swinging its club with lethal intent. Xia Feng deftly sidestepped the strike, drawing his blade and delivering a swift, decisive blow that cleaved the goblin in two, its green blood splattering across the floor. Ding! You have slain a goblin, gaining 400 experience points. You have slain a goblin, absorbing its power, gaining 2 points in zombie attributes. The familiar sound of the notification rang in his ears. Previously, he would have needed a critical hit to kill a goblin with such ease. But having recently slain an elite goblin, he had leveled up twice, enhancing his strength significantly. Even mid-tier goblins now fell before him. Without pausing, Xia Feng charged at the remaining goblins, his blade flashing as they fell one by one, their lives extinguished before they could react. With that, the goblins trained by the attendants lay dead in the hotel lobby. Now, it is your turn, Xia Feng growled, his murderous intent palpable, his gaze fixed on the 2 attendants. You shall pay for your treachery. Do you have any idea of the immense cost we have incurred in our pursuit of these goblins? The effort we have expended to nurture them to this stage is beyond measure. And now, just as we are on the verge of an upgrade, you have killed them? Death! I demand your death! Upon witnessing the demise of the goblins they had painstakingly cared for, the male and female attendants were instantly consumed by rage, their faces contorting as if Summer Feng had slain not mere goblins, but their own children. They could no longer contain themselves and resolved to unite in their intent to kill Summer Feng. Suddenly, a colossal fireball materialized in the male attendant's hand, and with its emergence, the temperature in the hotel lobby soared drastically, akin to being scorched over an open flame in an instant, the fireball was hurled straight towards Summer Feng. Just as the situation appeared dire, the oppressive heat of the lobby plummeted sharply, returning to its previous state and continuing to descend further until it reached freezing point. Countless icy shards rapidly formed before Summer Feng, coalescing into a formidable ice wall. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the ice wall, shattering it into countless fragments. Yet, simultaneously, the fireball extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 41. Illusory Talent. Summer Feng maintained a defensive stance with his blade. his body taut with vigilance. Yet internally he exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing gratefully at his sister. Xia Ru, in terms of both level and experience, Xia Ru paled in comparison to the male attendant. Yet through her ice talent, she had managed to hold her own against him. Truly, such an S-grade talent is formidable. Indeed, combat remains the finest means of growth. Regaining his focus, Summer Feng tightened his grip on his Tang Dao and swiftly approached the male and female attendants. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a heavy sensation in his mind, as though struck violently, causing him to sway. The myriad of scenes flashed before his eyes, all familiar, reminiscent of his past life. The vivid images reappeared as if they had transpired but moments ago. So strikingly real. What is happening? Summer Feng's expression shifted drastically. These were all events from my previous life, were they not? Why have they returned? If the same occurrences are repeating, what significance does my rebirth hold? As he plunged into self-doubt, an anguished cry pierced his ears. Husband, is that you? You are not dead. How wonderful, truly wonderful. It was the voice of Tanya. In his previous life, Summer Feng had never encountered Tanya. Why then did her voice resonate now? Something was amiss. Were these scenes mere illusions? In a flash, Summer Feng realized he had likely fallen into an illusion crafted by his adversary. The male attendant wielded the talent of fireballs. Yet the female attendant's talent had remained undisclosed. It seemed evident now that her gift was the fabrication of illusions. Illusion crafting. While this talent may not be of high rank, it is insidiously deceptive. Even someone with the memories of 2 lifetimes, like Summer Feng, could easily be ensnared. Fortunately, he had previously battled someone possessing this talent and knew the means to counter it. There were 2 methods. The first, to rely on formidable mental fortitude to break free from the illusion. The second, to utilize a substance of the mind. Though Summer Feng lacked such a substance, his mental strength and willpower were sufficiently robust. He centered his thoughts, forcing himself to abandon errant musings. Simultaneously, a Tang Dao materialized in his palm, and he swung it fiercely at the illusion surrounding him. With a crisp crack, the illusion shattered like a broken mirror, fissures proliferating across their surfaces. The sounds multiplied, growing ever more intense, until the illusions crumbled entirely. Summer Feng surveyed his surroundings and found all the illusions had vanished. He had returned to the hotel lobby. However, the situation was far from favorable. Except for the male and female attendants, everyone else present, Xia Ru, Xuyinwan, Lu Tao, and Tanya, was ensnared within the illusions. Particularly distressing was Tanya, who, while crying out her husband's name in despair, moved forward, oblivious to the fact that the only entities awaiting her were a few goblins. The earlier low-level goblins had all been dispatched by Summer Feng, yet now a few had evidently reappeared. Summoned anew by the attendants, their intent clear, to feast on human flesh. The 2 attendants crossed their arms, grinning malevolently as they watched Tanya approach the goblins. In that instant, Summer Feng comprehended everything. It was no wonder that individuals had been mysteriously disappearing from the hotel. Each time, without leaving a trace, for those lost had, like Tanya, been ensnared in illusions, walking step by step toward the goblin's gaping maws. As Tanya neared her impending doom, Summer Feng's heart raced with urgency. Yet he dared not act rashly. He could easily extricate himself from the environment conjured by the female attendant due to his formidable mental acuity. But the others could not. Slaying the goblins was a simple task for him. A few strokes of his blade would suffice. But then what? Should he attack the female attendant? One must consider that those ensnared in illusions are exceedingly vulnerable. A moment's carelessness could lead to brain damage, diminishing their intellect, rendering them childlike, or even reducing them to complete imbecility. Such an outcome would not save them, but rather condemn them. Thus, he could not act without forethought, especially against the female attendant, unless he could find a means to counter the illusion. But where could he find a substance to dispel the illusions? The urgency in Summer Feng's heart intensified. In the next moment, he was struck by a memory of the treasure chest that had previously appeared. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had slain the elite goblin but had not opened the chest to inspect its contents. Could it possibly hold the remedy for the illusions? With this thought in mind, Summer Feng swiftly retrieved the chest. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes on it, a desperate gamble. The gaze of the male and female attendants remained fixed on Tanya, unaware that Summer Feng had already escaped the illusion. With a flash of light, the chest opened, revealing a single item: unknown powder. Effect: inhalation aids those trapped in illusions to break free. Summer Feng was elated. Truly, the golden chest did not disappoint that he took the powder, brandishing his Tang Dao in the other hand, and dashed towards Tan. That moment, Tanya had reached the goblins as the creatures bared their jagged teeth. Poised to rend her apart, Summer Feng's figure arrived just in time, his blades slicing through the air, triggering a talent critical hit. The critical point registered at 15. This strike not only cleaved the first goblin in two, but continued its arc towards the others. In an instant, the green blood of the goblins spattered alongside their shredded flesh, the pitiful creatures having anticipated a meal, only to meet their demise instead. This time, with a single stroke, Summer Feng had dispatched several goblins, his efficiency surpassing that of before. The male and female attendants were equally unprepared for Summer Feng's escape from the illusion, and their expressions froze in disbelief. Logically, this should have been an opportune moment for a sneak attack. However, Summer Feng disregarded them entirely, instead scattering the powder towards Tan as the powder entered her system with each breath. Her previously clouded gaze cleared, though her emotions remained tumultuous, still calling out her husband's name in anguish. Summer Feng urged, "You must awaken quickly. Your husband is dead. What you see is an illusion, not reality." "You lie. My husband is not dead. He is alive," Tanya retorted, struggling to rise as she gazed towards the location of her former vision. Yet aside from the remnants of goblins, blood, and dismembered flesh, there was nothing else to be seen, let alone her husband. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Ice Bloodline. How could this be? As Tanya murmured, she sank back to the ground. Summer Feng shook his head, lacking the time to continue comforting her, and swiftly scattered the powder towards the others ensnared in illusions. Soon, Xia, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao all regained consciousness. What just happened? Food. So much food, all my favorites. Where have all the beautiful women gone? Ha! I too have awakened the formidable S-level talent, and it won't be long before I ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Who dares to label me as worthless? I seem to catch a glimpse of my great-grandmother. Could it be that I've already perished? Like Tanya, although these individuals have escaped the illusion, their emotions remain unstable. Only Xia, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao have regained their composure. Xia Feng is uncertain about the nature of the illusion they fell into, but it must have been something sinister. Otherwise, their expressions would not be so grim. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Xia was the first to speak, her voice laced with concern. "Brother, what on earth just transpired? I thought I saw you die." Su Yunwan and Lu Tao turned their gazes toward him as well. Xia Feng reassured them, "Do not worry, I am very much alive. Just now you were ambushed and ensnared in a man-made illusion." "An illusion?" Xia, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao exclaimed in unison. Xia Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, what you witnessed was merely an illusion, but you need not fret. I have dispelled it." The three of them exhaled in relief, a wave of fear washing over them. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Otherwise, their attention then swiftly shifted to the female attendant. Xia Feng had mentioned an ambush, and it was undoubtedly this woman's doing. Xia, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao shared the same suspicion. The male attendant's talent for fireballs had already been revealed, yet the female attendant had yet to display her ability. Thus, it was likely that her talent enabled her to create illusions. Recalling the scenes they had witnessed within the illusion, the three of them became tense. An unprecedented sense of vigilance enveloping them that moment. The pair of attendants, having recovered from their shock, regarded Xia Feng with a mix of disbelief and unprecedented hatred, as if they longed to drink his blood and devour his flesh. How many times had they suffered at his hands? It was impossible to count. Ever since his arrival at the hotel, he had consistently thwarted their plans. Now he had even slain the goblins they had painstakingly trained. And not just once, but twice. This enmity was irreconcilable in their hearts. They yearned for Xia Feng's demise. However, neither of them dared to act recklessly. Slaying a few goblins was one thing, but they could accomplish that together. What truly instilled terror in them was that Xia Feng not only escaped the illusion himself, but also aided others in doing so. This was their trump card. How could it be? The male and female attendants were on high alert, refraining from taking action. Yet, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan advanced step by step. They exchanged a glance before launching into action. This time, however, unlike before, Xia Feng charged directly at the female attendant, while Xia Ru and Su Yunwan joined forces against the male attendant. The reason was simple. Xia Feng was unafraid of the female attendant's talent for creating illusions, but Xia Ru and Su Yunwan were extremely wary. Additionally, Xia Ru possessed an innate ability to counter the male attendant's talent. Humph, naive. The male attendant sneered, conjuring a searing fireball in his palm, which rapidly swelled to the size of a soccer ball, causing the temperature around them to soar. However, just as he prepared to hurl the fireball at Xia Feng, the temperature plummeted. The male attendant focused his gaze, only to see that Xia Ru was also holding an ice ball, much like his own. The ice ball was half the size of the fireball, yet its chilling aura seemed capable of freezing one's very heart. The male attendant paused for a moment before erupting in fury. "You dare to imitate my technique? You seek death," from Xia Ru. The male attendant sensed an intensely loathsome aura, understanding it to be an illusion brought forth by her talent. Historically, water and fire have never coexisted harmoniously. Ice and fire are no different. A murderous intent surged within him as he redirected his fireball, no longer targeting Xia Feng, but instead launching it directly at Xia Ru. Yet in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded at the edges of the hotel lobby on the first floor. Numerous potted plants began to grow rapidly. Vines and roots pierced through the pots and concrete floor, surging forth to ensnare the male attendant's feet, binding him tightly. Nevertheless, the fireball still flew forth as Su Yunwan's expression shifted dramatically. "Be careful," but Xia Ru could no longer hear her warning at that moment. Her focus was solely on the rapidly approaching fireball. The ice ball in her hand not only failed to grow larger, but instead shrank in size. It was not until it had reduced to the size of a fist that Xia Ru finally hurled the ice ball. Observing this, the male attendant smirked coldly. "Such a tiny ice ball cannot contend with my fireball. Is it an egg colliding with a rock? You are doomed. Prepare to be reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha." Despite being bound by the vines, his expression betrayed no hint of fear. After all, he believed that help would arrive at a critical moment. With a thunderous boom, the fireball collided with the ice ball, the resulting explosion far more intense than before. However, the scene the male attendant had envisioned did not materialize. It was indeed an egg colliding with a rock. Yet the egg was not Xia Ru's ice ball, but rather his fireball. In the male attendant's horrified gaze, the ice ball Xia Ru had thrown exploded, and the frigid air and low temperature that erupted from it froze the flames of the fireball. Yes, it was indeed frozen. The basketball-sized fireball, which had erupted into flames that should have resembled a brilliant firework, transformed into an ice sculpture, resplendent and ethereal, like a dream. How could an ice ball freeze flames? The male attendant's face contorted in disbelief. "What level is your talent?" "This level." Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself unable to speak, for his mouth was now muffled by the vines, leaving him to emit only muffled cries. Meanwhile, Xia Feng had been observing Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Seeing the two emerge victorious filled him with joy, yet he was also taken aback to witness Xia Ru's ice ball freeze the flames. Was this the terrifying power of the S-level talent, the ice bloodline? In the next moment, all his attention shifted to the female attendant. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 43. The mastermind revealed upon witnessing the male attendant being captured. The female attendant fell into a state of panic. "Damn it! Why are you obstructing us? Why?" She cursed while activating her talent, attempting to ensnare Xia Feng once more. However, having suffered a significant setback previously, Xia Feng was now on high alert. With a robust mental fortitude and the aid of medicinal powder, the female attendant's talent proved nearly futile against him. On the contrary, Xia Feng moved with the speed of lightning, swiftly reaching the female attendant's side. With a swift motion of his Tang Dao, he aimed a decisive strike at her. Previously, he had managed to capture her, but due to carelessness, she had escaped this time. He would not repeat the same mistake. While he did not intend to kill her outright, After all, he needed her to lure out the mastermind. He must render her incapacitated. The blade glimmered like lightning. In less than a second, Xia Feng unleashed 4 strikes, targeting her hands and feet. The female attendant cried out in pain. Yet, Xia Feng showed no mercy. Just as he prepared to interrogate her, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. You have acquired a skill from human. Illusion creation. Xia Feng was momentarily stunned, hastily opening his panel. Xia Feng, resident of the Dragon Country region. Level 482,000, strength, 31 constitution, 34 spirit, 29 speed, 33 talent 1, attribute crit, S level each time you level up. There is a certain probability that your attribute values will experience a critical hit, with a critical value ranging from 20 to 35. Talent 2, absorption, X level, when defeating monsters, there is a certain probability of absorbing the monster's attributes. Traits and skills. Note: skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill, heavy strike, level 1, 610, swing your weapon forcefully to inflict 160 damage to the target. Skill, illusion creation, 0-10, create an illusion to ensnare the target within, causing them to lose their sense of self. Indeed, a new skill had appeared on the panel, named illusion creation. Wasn't this the female attendant's talent? Not only was he plundered by himself, but he also transformed into his own skill. After the initial shock, elation followed. My talent not only allows me to seize attributes and skills, but can it also appropriate talents? Such a phenomenon, even in my past life, was unheard of, and no matter how formidable an S-grade talent might be, it could not be so perverse. Could it be that my talent surpasses S? It must be so. There is no other explanation. Xia Feng's talent was marked as X-grade on the panel, a meaning he had previously failed to comprehend. But now he understood. X signifies a transcendence beyond S. His talent was indeed more formidable than those powerful S-grade talents. Xia Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within him. Just moments ago, he had intended to press the female attendant for answers. But that was no longer necessary. With the skill of illusion creation at his disposal, he had no need to worry about the other party refusing to speak. However, Xia Feng chose not to employ it on the female attendant. Instead, he approached the male attendant. After all, it was the female attendant's talent that allowed her to awaken such abilities, indicating a formidable mental fortitude. If she were to forcibly break free from the illusion, it would be quite awkward. Conversely, he had no such concerns regarding the male attendant. He stepped forward and addressed Su Yinwan. I have a few questions for him. Su Yinwan immediately understood and released the tendrils constraining the male attendant's mouth. Do not presume that by capturing us, you have secured victory, the male attendant declared, unperturbed. Let me inform you, we are merely working for someone else. There are far more powerful individuals above us. Those who are wise will let us go. Otherwise, when our boss arrives, you shall meet a gruesome fate. Xia Feng's interest was piqued by his words that, oh, there are more powerful individuals. Pray tell, where's your boss? I would like to seek him out or perhaps summon him myself. I am quite eager to see how he intends to ensure my demise. Xia Feng's talent was already formidable, transcending S-grade, and now, with the addition of illusion creation, he feared no one. The male attendant grinned malevolently. Are you so eager for death? Fear not. He will come to find you. Not willing to speak, Xia Feng replied. I have plenty of methods to extract the truth from you that I hope you do not come to regret your silence. The male attendant's expression hardened. Regret is a word that does not exist in my lexicon. Before he could finish speaking, his expression abruptly changed, his gaze becoming murky, his entire being resembling a marionette. Devoid of life, much like those who had previously been ensnared in the illusion. Now tell me, where's your boss hiding? Xia Feng inquired slowly. This time, the male attendant did not maintain his defiance. Nearly spilling the information, he is in the surveillance room, monitoring everything that transpires in the hotel. Xia Feng's countenance shifted. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan mirrored his disbelief. Gazing at him incredulously, he actually answered, How is that possible? The female attendant nearby ceased her lamentations, now shrieking, Is that an illusion? Is that not my talent? How could you possibly possess it? Xia Feng cast her sidelong glance and replied, Guess. Before the female attendant could respond, he continued, Bring him along, that we are headed to the surveillance room to uncover the mastermind behind these events. That individual must not be allowed to escape. Su Yunwan nodded in agreement. In the next moment, countless tendrils erupted, ensnaring the female attendant and suspending her in midair. However, just as they prepared to proceed to the surveillance room, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a resounding boom, a bolt of white lightning surged through the doorway, striking directly into the hall, startling Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan. Lightning typically strikes the ground. Never had they witnessed a bolt that could curve. Something is amiss, Xia Feng observed, his gaze narrowing upon the point of impact. There, amidst a crater created by the lightning, stood a figure, a middle-aged man clad in black, exuding a violently oppressive aura. The female attendant's expression instantly transformed into one of unrestrained joy. "I hear you are looking for me." The middle-aged man locked his gaze on his Xia Feng and spoke first. In that moment, Xia Feng felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator, his body tensing as he gripped his tang knife. "Are you the one they refer to as the boss, the mastermind behind this series of events?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "If you are referring to the matter of feeding goblins with human flesh, then indeed, that was my doing." Chapter 44. The first probe, fully aware that his actions were nothing short of treachery against humanity, the middle-aged man did not shy away from his admission. Rather, he proclaimed it with unbridled candor. The only explanation for such audacity lay in his unwavering confidence in his own strength. Though Xia Feng's side boasted greater numbers, and the male and female attendants had already been captured, he remained convinced that he could triumph single-handedly against Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan's combined efforts with ease. Xia Feng's vigilance heightened. The talents of the captured attendants had been revealed. One wielded fireballs, while the other possessed illusion creation. It was reasonable to surmise that the middle-aged man's talent was that of taming. These goblins were effectively his pets. Yet, what of the lightning that had just struck? Was it a skill? If so, the situation had taken a dire turn. Xia Feng himself possessed two skills, heavy strike and illusion creation, but he understood the difficulty of acquiring skills firsthand. His two abilities had only been bestowed upon him due to his talent. The middle-aged man's talent was taming, not one akin to absorption. Yet despite this distinction, he had still acquired skills. This man was undeniably formidable, certainly the most powerful adversary Xia Feng had encountered thus far. Noticing that Xia Feng remained silent, merely observing him, the middle-aged man refrained from making any rash moves. Possessing strength is one thing, but to flaunt it without regard for one's opponent is sheer folly. Moreover, the trio before him, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan, were no weaklings. If they were, they would not have bested his carefully selected attendants. The middle-aged man's gaze drifted past Xia Feng to the terrified hotel guests behind him, a smirk gracing his lips. "Since you are all gathered here, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. None of you shall leave the hotel today. You will obediently serve as the sustenance for my precious pets." Before his words faded, a cacophony of roars erupted from outside the hotel, followed by a torrent of goblins bursting in. More than 10 in total. Among them, 3 were of intermediate level, and 1 had reached an advanced level, mere moments away from evolving into an elite goblin. Xia Feng inhaled sharply, realizing the extent of the atrocities committed to nurture an advanced goblin and 3 intermediates. The thought of how many lives have been sacrificed ignited a fervent rage within him. Do you not feel even the slightest pang of guilt for using the flesh and blood of your own kind to nourish monsters? Guilt? The middle-aged man scoffed. Have you not yet realized? This world has transformed. It no longer requires such sentiments in this new world. Only the strong are deserving of survival, while the weak are destined to be devoured. Those worthless beings behind you lack the courage to slay monsters. And as of now, they have yet to awaken their panels. What right do they have to exist in this world? They are bound to perish. Even if I do not kill them, other monsters will. I use their flesh to nourish my pets. What is wrong with that? Moreover, they have survived thus far solely due to my protection. Otherwise, they would have perished the moment monsters emerged. Tell me, what wrong have I committed? Xia Feng found no value in further discourse with such a person, as he possessed a logic of his own, a fierce inner strength, and an unwavering conviction that made conversation futile. If that were the case, then let actions speak louder than words. With his tang knife in hand, Xia Feng lunged forward, and in almost perfect synchrony, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan moved as well. The three encircled the middle-aged man from different directions, ensuring he could not escape. So you've all come forward. Who will protect those worthless beings? The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, chuckling as he commanded, "Go." He slowly uttered a single word. In the next moment, the more than 10 goblins nearby erupted into a furious roar, brandishing their weapons. However, their focus was not on Xia Feng, Xia Ru, or Su Yunwan, but rather on Lu Tao, Tanya, and the terrified hotel guests behind them. To threaten ordinary people is truly despicable. Xia Feng's steps abruptly halted, his expression darkening ominously. He then turned to Xia Ru and Su Yunwan, instructing them, "You must protect those behind you. I will handle this individual myself." Xia Ru immediately panicked, but Xia Feng insisted, "There are no objections. Trust me." Gritting her teeth, Xia Ru began to retreat swiftly. Su Yunwan glanced at Xia Feng, her tone laced with complexity as she said, "Don Ti Dai." She too recognized that this middle-aged man before them was formidable. Even if the three of them attacked together, they would struggle to subdue him, let alone Xia Feng alone. Yet, they could not abandon those in danger. Especially Lu Tao, who was her ally. If all three of them focused on the middle-aged man, the goblins could easily overwhelm and devour everyone in an instant. Xia Feng's decision was sound, but the peril he faced alone was equally grave. "Xia Ru, quickly eliminate these goblins, and then assist your brother," Su Yunwan urged, launching into action with all her might. Suddenly, the earthen floor of the hotel's lobby shattered, as countless roots and vines surged from below like blades, piercing towards several nearby goblins. Xia Ru's palms coalesced 2 ice orbs in an instant, which she hurled forcefully at a nearby goblin. Almost simultaneously, Xia Feng moved again, his speed reaching its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the side of the middle-aged man, bringing down his Tang Dao with ferocity to end this strike. He even employed a heavy strike skill, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet despite his swiftness, it could not rival lightning. Just as the Tang Dao was about to cleave the middle-aged man, a sound echoed, and a white lightning aura enveloped the man, causing him to vanish from Xia Feng's sight. Xia Feng's expression changed dramatically, a chilling dread coursing through him, climbing up his spine. The middle-aged man was right behind him, and danger loomed. He swiftly turned, swinging his Tang Dao once more. With a clang, a dagger appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Parrying the strike. Chapter 45. The hidden cards of both sides' impressive reaction. The middle-aged man, undeterred by the failed ambush, stood at a distance, wearing a knowing smile as he regarded Xia Feng. That he was reluctant to attack or eager to eliminate Xia Feng. Rather, his talent lay in taming, and his greatest strength was the goblins he commanded. However, those goblins were currently absent, leaving him reliant solely on his personal prowess, which had proven insufficient against Xia Feng. If it were anyone else, the earlier ambush would have succeeded, but Xia Feng had thwarted him. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Xia Feng was the strongest opponent he had encountered, not to be underestimated. Although he possessed other hidden cards, they could only be deployed at the opportune moment. "You are quite fast," Xia Feng retorted mockingly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, before the taunt could fade. He charged forward again, his Tang Dao slicing through the air with renewed vigor. He refrained from using his newly acquired illusion skill, uncertain if it could ensnare the middle-aged man in a phantasm. If the illusion proved effective, even for a fleeting moment, Xia Feng believed he could secure victory with a single strike. Yet, what if it did not work? After all, the skill had been seized from the waitress, who was a subordinate of the middle-aged man and likely knew how to counter it. Furthermore, Xia Feng could not shake the memory of that elite goblin. What if the middle-aged man had tamed other elite goblins? In this scenario, revealing one's trump card first would likely lead to disadvantage. Proceeding cautiously was the wisest choice, for this battle could determine life or death. As anticipated, Xia Feng's strike missed once more. Just as the Tang Dao approached, the middle-aged man transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Xia Feng. The two men exchanged blows, probing each other repeatedly. Yet, Xia Feng remained unperturbed. Compared to before, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan had grown significantly stronger. even with over 10 goblins, including 3 intermediate and 1 advanced goblin among them. The duo's synchronized efforts not only thwarted the attacks, but also managed to slay several. The number of goblins dwindled rapidly. Before long, only the 3 intermediate goblins and the lone advanced goblin remained. Another half-minute passed, and the 3 intermediate goblins fell, leaving just the advanced goblin, faced with the combined might of Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Its demise was merely a matter of time. Observing this scene, the middle-aged man began to panic. If all the goblins he had brought perished, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan would inevitably rush to aid Xia Feng. Against their united front, he was confident in his ability to escape, but what of his precious goblins? After all his meticulous planning, would it all be for naught? The middle-aged man would not allow such a fate to unfold. In the brief seconds of contemplation, the advanced goblin also fell. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan immediately redirected their focus, charging forward. In an instant, countless vines surged, and the temperature around them plummeted, with a layer of ice forming beneath the middle-aged man's feet. He could no longer afford to delay. Otherwise, he would be forced to flee. Anxious and filled with unprecedented fury, he growled, "You all shall die. You force my hand. Perish!" With his roar, 2 goblins shattered the hotel lobby's glass, charging at Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan. Upon seeing this, Xia Feng's expression shifted to one of wild elation, for these 2 newly emerged goblins, like the one he had slain before, had also reached the elite level. The previous elite goblin had propelled Xia Feng up 2 levels. Now, with 2 more appearing, if he could vanquish them, even if it were just one, he would ascend once more. With such a thought, Xia Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. He unleashed his crossbow, shooting an arrow at the middle-aged man, and in that very moment, he charged at one of the goblins with his blade. The middle-aged man transformed into lightning, easily evading the incoming arrow, but as he observed Xia Feng's actions, he instantly deduced the latter's intentions. "Humph, I concede that you are indeed formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, you can effortlessly slay elite goblins. But do not forget, I am still here. As long as his prized goblins could buy him a moment, even just a second, he would have the opportunity to eliminate Xia Feng and emerge victorious." Xia Feng had a plan, and so did the middle-aged man. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging towards Xia Feng, leaving the other elite goblin for Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Once Xia Feng was dealt with, he could then focus on them. Xia Feng's speed was impressive, intercepting the goblin in an instant, but the middle-aged man, as lightning, was even faster, appearing right before Xia Feng, his dagger poised to strike at Xia Feng's neck. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xia Feng's voice rang out, "I've been waiting for you." He activated the illusion skilled at such close proximity. Even if the middle-aged man possessed immense mental fortitude and had potions to dispel illusions, he would still fall prey to in fact. The moment Xia Feng's voice echoed, the middle-aged man sensed something amiss. But it was too late. The next instant, a heavy sensation enveloped his mind, and he was pulled into the illusion, illusion. "I ascend this my own talent. How can you wield it too, even if you draw me into an illusion? What of it? Such a degree of illusion I can dismantle with ease. Otherwise, why am I the leader and not one of my subordinates?" The middle-aged man instantly recognized the illusion, with his formidable mental strength. He quickly broke free and simultaneously produced a pouch of powder, scattering it around him. After accomplishing this, he turned his gaze back to Xia Feng, his heart jolting violently. That moment, Xia Feng had already swung his blade at the goblin, the sharp tang dao slicing through the goblin's chest and cleaving in 2 from Xia Feng's assault on the goblin to the middle-aged man's realization of Xia Feng's scheme, which had drawn him into the manufactured illusion. To the middle-aged man's escape from the illusion and his application of the powder, though it appeared to take an eternity, it was merely a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. Yet, in that brief span, Xia Feng had managed to slay an elite goblin. The middle-aged man's expression could no longer maintain its composure, abruptly shifting as he screamed, "How is this possible?" Chapter 46. Like a dog, Xia Feng's victory over the elite goblin had elevated his level. Aligning almost perfectly with his expectations, Xia Feng, resident of the Dragon Country region, level 8, 82500, strength, 47 constitution, 54 spirit, 43 speed, 48 talent 1, attribute critical hit. Each level up grants a certain chance for attributes to critically hit, with critical values ranging from 40 to 75. Talent 2, absorption. Upon slaying monsters, there is a chance to absorb the monster's attributes, characteristics, and skills. Note: skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill, heavy strike level 1, 610, a powerful swing of the weapon inflicts 160 damage on the target. Skill, illusion creation, 110, creates an illusion that ensnares the target, causing them to lose their sense of self. The most noticeable enhancement after leveling up was the surge in attributes, instilling Xia Feng with unprecedented confidence that in previous encounters with the middle-aged man, Xia Feng had narrowly escaped his ambushes through quick reflexes and experience. Now, with his attributes soaring, he had effectively bridged the gap that had previously eluded him. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Observing the astonished expression on the middle-aged man's face, Xia Feng simply replied, and, in the blink of an eye, charged forward with even greater speed. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, terrified by Xia Feng's velocity, which nearly matched that of his own skills. How could he not feel fear? Coupled with Xia Feng's astonishing reflexes and combat experience, he saw little chance of victory. Fleeing was imperative. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his doom here. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man turned and bolted, transforming into a streak of lightning and vanishing from sight. Racing towards the hotel exit, faced with the upgraded Xia Feng, he had no hope of winning. Only flight remained. But now, was escape still an option? Xia Feng scoffed, the sharp Tang Dao emitting a brilliant flash as it cleaved down upon the lightning-like figure of the middle-aged man. Yet, the strike merely slowed his retreat without ending it. Damn, if only I had a bit more power. Was he truly destined to watch him escape? Xia Feng's expression darkened. In his eyes, the middle-aged man represented a significant threat. If he succeeded in fleeing, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. With his unscrupulous methods, the man would soon grow even stronger. The next encounter could very well turn fatal for Xia Feng. Just as despair began to settle in, the concrete floor at the entrance shattered, and countless vines surged forth from below, weaving into a wall. Simultaneously, the icy residues on the ground coalesced into an ice wall, blocking the middle-aged man's escape route. In contrast to Xia Feng's solitary battle against both the middle-aged man and an elite goblin, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan faced only a single elite goblin. Although the pressure was considerable, it paled in comparison to Xia Feng's ordeal, leaving them with some remaining strength. This allowed them the opportunity to observe the middle-aged man's movements. Upon realizing his intent to flee, they made a crucial decision. They would abandon the elite goblin and resolve to eliminate the middle-aged man, regardless of any injuries inflicted by the elite goblin. The threat he posed was far too great. Should he survive, he would be more dangerous than 4 elite goblins combined. Xia Feng, taken aback by the appearance of the vines and ice wall, quickly regained his composure. Well done. This time, where do you think you're going? He charged forward with his blade raised. No. The middle-aged man wore a mask of despair. To him, the wall of vines and the ice wall appeared feeble, easily torn apart with his full strength. Yet, he was in a fight for his life. Even the slightest hesitation could spell his demise. The vines and ice wall effectively blocked his sole avenue of escape. Just as he was about to tear through the 2 barriers, Xia Feng arrived, blade in hand. With a decisive strike, the middle-aged man's head fell to the ground, his eyes still reflecting intense resentment. So close. If only he hadn't shown his hand first. Would the outcome have been different? Xia Feng had dispatched the middle-aged man. Yet he did not relax, for an elite goblin still loomed behind him. Just as he prepared to act, Xiaoru's voice rang out. Brother, don't intervene. Let us handle this. Xiaoru and Su Yunwan, having assisted Xia Feng in stopping the middle-aged man, swiftly turned back to confront the elite goblins. Despite their combined efforts, it was evident that they struggled against the elite goblin, their earlier actions having been perilously close to disaster, where moments inattention could have resulted in their demise. Fortunately, calamity was averted. Xia Feng, relieved, stepped aside, only to catch sight of a female server, frozen in shock as she stared at the severed head of the middle-aged man. Disbelief etched across her face. Clearly, she had not anticipated his defeat, let alone his death. Now that he was gone, what would become of her? Was it too late to escape? If the leader could not flee, how could she possibly hope to? Panic washed over her features, oblivious to the fact that the battle between Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and the elite goblin had drawn perilously close to her vicinity, in such fierce combat. Being caught in the crossfire could easily result in obliteration. Xia Feng refrained from calling out a warning, allowing events to unfold. Soon, the female server regained her senses and recognized the imminent danger, but it was already too late. A goblin's stone axe swung carelessly, grazing her back and unleashing an overwhelming force that reduced her to a mere puddle of blood. How foolish to become distracted in such a dire situation. Xia Feng could not help but think. Yet in truth, her demise was fortuitous, as he had no idea how to deal with her. Death resolved everything. His attention shifted to the male server, who had descended into madness. Now crouched over a goblin's corpse, gnawing at it like a dog. It was clear he had succumbed to the illusions. Xia Feng barely glanced at him before dismissing the scene. Meanwhile, Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and the elite goblins' battle neared its conclusion. Though arduous, they ultimately triumphed. Chapter 47. The great fire we won. We actually won. Xiaoru gazed incredulously at the fallen elite goblin, disbelief washing over her. This was an elite goblin, its level nearly 3 times that of herself and Su Yunwan. Yet they had managed to defeat it together, even after enduring a prior fierce battle. They had faced over 10 goblins, including 3 intermediate and 1 high-level goblin, and against such overwhelming odds, they had emerged victorious. Joy surged within her as she turned to Xia Feng. "Brother, we did it!" Xia Feng shared her elation. Indeed, they had triumphed, growing stronger in the process, and he noticed Su Yunwan remained silent, scanning their surroundings with a wary expression. Prompting his inquiry, "What are you looking for?" Su Yunwan replied, "What happened to that female server? Could she have escaped while we were distracted?" Xiaoru immediately became alert, scanning her surroundings. However, after a thorough search, she discovered nothing. "Stop looking. The person is on the ground." Xia Feng pointed to the pool of blood beneath them. The aftermath of the previous battle had left the entire lobby of the hotel smeared with blood, human and goblin alike, intermingled with grotesque chunks of flesh that were utterly nauseating. Had she not witnessed the elite goblin brutally cleave the female server in 2 moments before, Xia Feng might not have recognized the bloodied remains as belonging to her. Xiaoru and Su Yunwan leaned against their clothing, struggling to identify the body, until Xiaoru finally exclaimed in shock, "She is dead. How could this happen?" Until now, their focus had been solely on the elite goblin, a matter of life and death, leaving no room for concern about others. Thus, they had failed to see the moment the server was slain. "She deserved it," Su Yunwan remarked coldly, her tone dripping with disdain for the likes of the deceased server. Her bitterness unyielding even in death. In the next moment, her gaze fell upon a male server nearby. Xiaoru followed her gaze and felt her face twist in disgust as she saw him gnawing on the goblin's corpse. "What should we do about him?" she asked. Xia Feng shook his head. The man had lost his sanity and was no longer a concern. The noise from their earlier fight had likely attracted more goblins, and they needed to leave swiftly. "All right," Xiaoru and Su Yunwan responded, beginning to persuade the others to depart. Although the battle had ceased, most of the hotel guests, aside from Xia Feng, Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao, remained in a state of terror, still reeling from the chaos. Then there was Tanya, who was not terrified but rather sorrowful. Those who wish to live should leave the hotel immediately. Those who wish to die may stay, Xia Feng stated coldly to the frightened crowd, no longer as courteous as before. He turned to leave after delivering his message. "Hey, wait for me," Lu Tao exclaimed, glancing at the bloodied remnants scattered about. Eager to escape the grim scene, that he hurried after Xia Feng, while Xiaoru and Su Yunwan supported Tanya and followed suit. The remaining guests exchanged glances, and in the next moment, as if spurred by some unseen force, bolted from the hotel in a frantic scramble, ignoring the male server entirely. Yet, just as everyone rushed for the hotel exit, Xia Feng suddenly turned back. Commanding, "You all wait here. I will return shortly." He left those words behind and re-entered the hotel. "Where are you going?" Xia Ru called out anxiously, but Xia Feng had already vanished from sight. The group was left to wait. Some expressed their dissatisfaction, grumbling that this place was a den of monsters, where so many had just perished, making it easy for more creatures to surround them. What could he possibly be going back for? They complained. This is irresponsible. He is toying with our lives. What on earth is taking him so long? Su Yunwan's piercing gaze swept over those voicing their grievances that I told you to leave. But you refused. Now you complain that if anyone is eager to leave, then do so, and O1 is begging you to stay. Xiaoru chimed in, exactly that if you want to go, hurry up that, and O1 is asking you to remain. The discontented guests fell silent, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. Leaving was no longer an option. They could not afford to stray from Xia Feng's side, given the dire circumstances they had just faced. Xia Feng's ability to turn the tide and rescue them from certain doom was a testament to his strength. Staying close to him would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival. The atmosphere grew quiet, the only sounds being the distant roars of monsters. Soon, Xia Feng returned. Just as Xiaoru was about to inquire, she suddenly noticed flames erupting throughout the hotel, rapidly engulfing the structure until it blazed entirely. There was no need for questions now. Xia Feng had gone back to set the place ablaze. I could ts best to burn such a den of monsters, he declared, striding away without looking back. Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, Lu Tao, Tanya, and the other surviving guests followed closely in Xia Feng's wake, leaving no one behind. In a world teeming with monsters, traveling at night was a foolish endeavor, as many creatures hunted under the cover of darkness. Once targeted, the odds of survival were grim. Moreover, Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan had just endured an intense battle and desperately needed rest. Thus, the group sought a relatively safe spot nearby to recuperate. Consequently, the task of keeping watch during the night fell to the remaining hotel guests. Yet who among them was willing to undertake such a perilous duty? Observing their reluctance, Lu Tao scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of cowards. With your demeanor, do you really think you can follow Xia Feng? He willingly took on the responsibility of keeping watch, effectively deterring the guests from shirking their duty. The night passed in silence, and they were spared from monster attacks. By morning, the once proud hotel lay in ashes, buried by the flames of destruction, leaving no trace of the horrors that had unfolded. Only Xia Feng and the others knew the terrifying events that had transpired. Chapter 48. The next destination, the following day. Revitalized after a night of rest, Xia Feng felt invigorated. The fatigue from the previous battle completely lifted, rejuvenating him entirely. This was the benefit of activating his panel and awakening his talents. Through vanquishing monsters, he leveled up, which in turn enhanced the attributes on his panel. The attribute of constitution corresponded directly to physical quality and recovery. Those with a stronger constitution boasted superior physical capabilities and remarkable recuperative powers. In his past life, Xia Feng had witnessed individuals who seemed invincible in battle, seemingly unbeatable, like a war god. Yet the truth was that such gods were simply those with extraordinary constitutions, healing from their wounds as they fought. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan awoke. The previous night's battle had taken its toll on both, but they had almost fully recovered, akin to Xia Feng. As he observed the two, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, by the way, what level are you both now? Last night, Xia Feng had slain 2 elite goblins, elevating his level from 2 to 5 in a single leap, a significant gain. However, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan had also taken down quite a few foes, including the more than 10 goblins summoned by the middle-aged man, all of which they had defeated together. This included 3 intermediate goblins and 1 advanced goblin. Not to mention that Xia Feng had deliberately left the elite goblin for them. Having defeated so many goblins, their levels were surely substantial. That I'm at level 5, Xiaoru proudly declared, her tone brimming with satisfaction. I reached it so quickly, especially after last night's 3-level jump. Just like Xia Feng from level 2 to 5, though it was perilous, the choice seems wise in retrospect. Su Yunwan echoed her sentiment. I'm also at level 5, that's so. Shall we head to the Su family next? Her eyes gleamed with hope as she gazed at Xia Feng. Why they strive so hard, if not to seek vengeance upon the Su family? Now that she had reached level 5, she felt empowered enough to pursue her vendetta. Throughout this time, Su Yunwan had been consumed with thoughts of revenge, yet she refrained from making decisions herself, choosing instead to defer to Xia Feng's judgment. Though they had not spent much time together, his leadership capabilities were evident. He was the one truly making decisions for the group that a team could only have one voice. Since Su Yunwan had chosen to join, she must follow Xia Feng's lead. Xia Feng fell into contemplation, and for reasons unknown, images of the multitude of goblins at the school and the surrounding light curtains surfaced in his mind. Undoubtedly, the school was a place where they could rapidly enhance their strength. With 3 level 5s in their group, they were entirely capable of venturing into that luminous realm. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. They could wait until they were even stronger before confronting the Su family. With this thought in mind, Xia Feng turned to Su Yunwan, his tone serious, as he remarked, "I understand your eagerness for revenge against the Su family. You possess the strength to do so, but it's better to be cautious. Revenge can be sought at any moment, but life is singular and precious." As Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering for a few moments before inquiring, "What do you mean?" Xia Feng replied, "I know a place that is perfectly suited for us at this moment. There, we can rapidly grow stronger, and once we possess absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes will be easily crushed." Upon hearing this, Su Yunwan suddenly rose, asking, "Where is this place you speak of?" Xia Feng answered, "The school, the very institution I attended." As Su Yunwan nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed to your school. When shall we depart?" Xia Feng replied, "The sooner, the better. Time is of the essence." The two reached a unanimous decision to head to the school. Just then, Xia Ru pointed towards Tanya and the hotel guests still lying unconscious, asking, "What shall we do with Tanya and these people?" Xia Feng glanced over, furrowing his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he casually stated, "Let us wake them up and allow them to make their own decisions." Xia Ru and Su Yunwan nodded, one approaching Tanya, while the other roused the hotel guests. Xia Feng walked over to Lu Tao, who was propped up with a stick, nodding off. As Xia Feng approached, he gently nudged him awake. In an instant, Lu Tao jolted upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, swinging his stick wildly and shouting, Who is it?" The stick nearly struck Xia Feng. Once Lu Tao realized it was Xia Feng, he relaxed, patting his chest and exclaiming, "Oh, it's just you. I thought it was a monster. You scare me to death." Xia Feng looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you resting? What are you doing here?" Lu Tao shook his head and replied, "I sent there no one else on watch, so I took it upon myself to assume this duty." "You, standing guard? With that level of alertness, if a monster showed up, you'd be devoured before you even had a chance to scream." Xia Feng rolled his eyes. "Come on, it's already dawn. There's no point in standing watch. Prepare yourselves. We need to leave this place as soon as possible." "Where to?" Lu Tao instinctively asked. "Back to school," Xia Feng answered. Before long, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan had awakened the hotel guests, who gathered together, yawning and grumbling. "Why did you wake us up so early?" "Who knows? We were fleeing for our lives last night and are exhausted. If only we had a big bed right now. When's breakfast? I'm starving. Where's the hotel staff? Are they planning to quit? Do they not fear complaints?" Xia Feng cast a glance at the crowd but paid them no mind, instead approaching Tanya. "What are your plans moving forward?" Tanya's eyes reflected an unprecedented desolation. After a few moments of silence, she finally responded sorrowfully, "My husband is dead. I just want to go home." It was evident that the loss weighed heavily on her. Xia Feng recognized that while he could assist in many matters, this was beyond his ability. The world had transformed. Every moment, lives were claimed by monsters. Everyone was racing against death, with no time to grieve. For pausing might lead to their own demise. "Take care," Xia Feng said earnestly to Tanya, then turned to the others, asking, "What about you? What are your plans?" Chapter 49. Separation. Upon hearing Xia Feng's question, the hotel guests erupted into a state of panic. It was clear to anyone that Xia Feng intended to leave without them in their eyes, if he had wished to take them along. He would not have posed such a question. "Plans? What options do we have besides following you?" One spoke up, "Exactly. This world has changed. Monsters are everywhere, and without awakened abilities, encountering one would mean certain death. We have no protection. We cannot move an inch without doom. You are powerful. Surely you can protect us, right? With so many lives at stake, it's all on you that if something happens, It's your responsibility. From that moment forth, we will follow you. Wherever you go, we will go. Xiaoru and Lu Tao were nearly beside themselves with indignation. What kind of people are these? If not for Xia Feng, they would have been devoured by goblins long ago to save their lives. Yet now they resort to moral coercion. What they say hardly qualifies as rational discourse. ITS, as if they've taken Xia Feng for granted. That middle-aged man was right. These people are worthless parasites, deserving of their fate. Perhaps I should never have saved them, but Xia Feng's cold gaze swept over the crowd as she contemplated whether to eliminate them outright or lure some goblins to do the deed. Following me, is it? Very well, Xia Feng said, not only unperturbed by their words, but smiling instead. You said it yourselves. Wherever I go, you will follow. With that, he turned to Lu Tao, saying, let us go. Find a vehicle. Lu Tao was alarmed. Are you really going to take them along? Xiaoru echoed, yes, brother. Do you truly intend to protect them? Can you safeguard so many? Xia Feng nodded, laughing. I always keep my word. The hotel guests erupted in joy. With one asking, where are we going? Xia Feng replied, to the goblin den. He was not deceiving them. The light surrounding the school was indeed the goblin nest, and all the goblins within had emerged from there. If these people wish to follow, then so be it. The goblin den. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, not only Xiaoru, Lu Tao, and Su Yunwan were taken aback, but the hotel guests also stood frozen in shock. The man who had spoken earlier chuckled nervously. That goblin den sounds extremely dangerous. If you take us there, are you not sending us to our deaths? He looked at Xia Feng and added, you must be joking, right? Xia Feng met his gaze steadily, slowly replying, who is joking with you? I am indeed heading to the goblin den, and I must clarify one point. It is you who wish to follow me. Not I who am obligated to take you. Go find a vehicle. All right, Lu Tao responded without hesitation, cheerfully announcing to the crowd, did you hear that? Our next destination is the goblin den. Anyone who wishes to join us is welcome. With that, he promptly departed to find a vehicle. The hotel guests exchanged glances, and the next moment, someone asked, when we reach the goblin den, you'll protect us, right? Are you joking? Xia Feng shot him a glance, retorting, do you have any idea how perilous the goblin den is? I could die at any moment. If I can't even protect myself, how could I protect you? The man grew frantic, but if we don't follow you, we will die too. True enough, Xia Feng nodded. Staying behind means death. Going to the goblin den also means death. In the end, it's all about dying. It's better to die sooner and be reborn. But you can choose how you meet your end, can't you? Will it be death here or death at the goblin den? Choose. Just then, Lu Tao arrived, driving a Land Rover, and parked it steadily beside them. Having overheard Xia Feng's words, he rolled down the window and called out, who wants to go to the goblin den to meet their fate? Hurry up. If you don't get in the car now, it will be too late. The man's face turned pale. Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan got into the vehicle, while the hotel guests remained paralyzed by indecision. They couldn't believe Xia Feng would venture to such a treacherous place. But what if he truly did? Staying behind, while perilous, still held a glimmer of hope, whereas following Xia Feng to the goblin den would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, no one boarded the vehicle. A bunch of inept fools. They lacked the courage to confront monsters. In this new reality, they had no right to survive. Xia Feng shook his head, turning to Tanya with a smile. Get in. We'll give you a ride. Tanya hesitated for a few moments before finally boarding the vehicle. Lu Tao pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away rapidly, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. The roar of the engine seemed so thunderous that it provoked distant goblins to start howling incessantly. Only then did the crowd realize the gravity of the situation, their faces instantly contorting with terror as they contemplated pursuing the Range Rover. But alas, it was too late. Their earlier reluctance to get in now transformed into regret, but it was futile. The Range Rover raced along the road. During the journey, Tanya, disregarding the counsel of Xia Feng and the others, insisted on getting out, her mind solely fixed on returning home. In light of this, Xia Feng and the others could do nothing but acquiesce to her wishes. Had they not been preoccupied with more pressing matters, they would have gladly escorted Tanya home. However, they had more important affairs to attend to, and thus had to part ways with her. If fate allowed, they would meet again. If not, It would be a farewell for good. Thanks to the vehicle, Xia Feng quickly returned to the school. Standing atop the car, he scanned the area, only to find it teeming with goblins. The majority were low-level goblins, but there were also intermediate and advanced ones among them. And Xia Feng even spotted a few elite goblins. Should they recklessly charge in, it would spell doom for Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan, all of whom were merely at level 5. Even those of higher levels would meet a tragic end. The sheer number of goblins could easily overwhelm them. Why are there so many? Lu Tao exclaimed, his forehead beating with cold sweat as he gazed at the goblins swarming the school. He turned to Xia Feng and asked, "Are you serious? Do you really intend to invade the goblins' lair?" Xia Feng shot him a glance and replied, "What do you think? Do you believe I am jesting?" Lu Tao's expression turned sheepish, and he fell silent. He had genuinely thought Xia Feng was joking, fabricating a story to deceive the hotel guests in order to rid themselves of those pesky individuals. Yet he could not have fathomed that Xia Feng was earnest in his intent to venture into the goblins' den. Chapter 50. Eradicating the goblins. With so many goblins, how do we get in? Su Yunwan asked, surveying the multitude of goblins inside the school, their numbers exceeding 100, including intermediate, advanced, and even elite goblins. Her brows knitting tightly in concern. Xia Feng, too, frowned as he pondered a solution. That moment, Lu Tao suddenly suggested, "What if I lure the goblins out? We could scatter them and then take them down one by one." Upon hearing his words, Su Yunwan's eyes brightened, but Xia Feng shook his head, declaring no, that is too dangerous. Lu Tao chuckled. What danger could there be? We have a car, after all. Throughout the journey, his contributions had been minimal, trailing far behind Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan. Now, seeing a chance to prove his worth, he was determined to shine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he lost his place in the group. You know my driving skills. Trust me, I won't be in danger. Xia Feng remained silent for a few moments, then placed a hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Be careful." Xia Ru chimed in, "Do take care if it becomes too dangerous. Retreat without hesitation. Do not be reckless. Don't worry. I one joke with my life." Lu Tao reassured them, climbing back into the driver's seat. He pressed the accelerator, and the Range Rover sped toward the school entrance. The deafening roar of the engine instantly captured the attention of the goblins at the gate, who turned their heads to see Lu Tao driving the Range Rover, their excitement palpable. Dozens of goblins, their eyes gleaming with green light, brandished wooden clubs and stone axes, howling as they charged towards the vehicle. This was Lu Tao's first encounter with such a multitude of goblins, and he was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his brow. He suddenly swerved the steering wheel, executing a dazzling maneuver that led the horde of goblins into a wild chase. Not far away, Xia Ru clenched her fists, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "It worked!" However, Xia Feng frowned, perplexed as to why only low-level goblins were responding. The intermediate and advanced goblins remained unmoved, not even sparing a glance. The goblins at the school gate should have poured out in droves. But Lu Tao had only managed to lure out a handful of low-level goblins, while the intermediate and advanced ones stayed put, seemingly indifferent. This was illogical. Could it be that these goblins had been domesticated? A chilling thought crossed Xia Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it was impossible. With so many goblins gathered near that light barrier, no one could tame them. Was it possible that elite-level goblins were present within the school? Xia Feng's expression darkened at the realization. The hierarchy among goblins was unmistakable. The high-level goblins could easily command low-level ones. Yet within the school, there existed low, intermediate, advanced, and elite goblins, all operating in an orderly fashion. Even with the appearance of intruders, there was no chaos. The only explanation was that a higher-tier goblin was present among them. Xia Feng had little confidence against goblins above the elite level. But the current situation was dire. They had no choice but to act, for the goblins Lu Tao had drawn were already close at hand. Xia Feng drew his tang knife and shouted decisively, "Kill!" His voice echoed as he charged forward, brushing past Lu Tao's Range Rover, and with a swift motion of his tang knife, he unleashed a torrent of green blood. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan did not stand idly by. They followed Xia Feng into the fray against the goblins. Xia Ru hurled a frost ball toward the center of the goblin cluster, and upon contact, it erupted violently, scattering shards of ice in all directions. Any goblin touched by the icy fragments was instantly encased in ice. With just one frostball, she had eliminated over 10 goblins, as Xu Yunwan's performance was equally stellar, given that they were on the street. Surrounded by greenery, the goblins had yet to close in when the roots and vines shot up from the ground, piercing them with lethal precision. After just one exchange, the goblins suffered heavy losses, and those that remained swiftly fell to Xia Feng's tang knife. The entire encounter unfolded in less than a minute, and the goblins drawn out by Lu Tao were utterly annihilated. This outcome left not only Xia Feng stunned, but Xia Ru and Su Yunwan were equally taken aback, while Lu Tao swallowed hard, unable to restrain his astonishment. So strong. Indeed, after their battle with the middle-aged man at the hotel, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan seemed to have transformed, their powers rising at an astonishing rate. This realization dawned on the three of them only now as they reflected on how they had managed to slay so many goblins in such a short span of time. "Brother, should we charge indirectly?" Xia Ru asked, her face alight with excitement. Though Su Yunwan remained silent, her expression spoke volumes. She too yearned to plunge into the school and slay goblins to her heart's content. "No, that would be too reckless," Xia Feng replied. Glancing at Lu Tao, he continued, "We should use the same tactic as before. Lure out another batch of goblins, but exercise caution. Rushing into the school for a massacre may seem exhilarating, but it is fraught with peril. There have been many in my past life who, overestimating their strength, disregarded danger, only to bitterly regret it when it was too late. I will not allow such a fate to befall us." "I understand," Lu Tao said, driving back to lure out another batch of goblins. However, this time, they were still merely low-level goblins. Xia Feng grew increasingly convinced that there were elite-level goblins lurking within the school. The same scenario played out once more. Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan teamed up, swiftly dispatching the low-level goblins with ease. As the number of goblins dwindled, they began at the school entrance and gradually moved inward, the count sharply decreasing. Thanks to their efforts, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan leveled up from level 5 to level 6, their powers surging once more. Finally, the intermediate and advanced goblins, along with a few elite ones, emerged, seemingly summoned by some command, joining the remaining low-level goblins in a full-scale assault. However, now that they were aware of their strength, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan felt no fear. They clashed head-on with the goblins, quickly eliminating all of them and successfully entering the school. Under Xia Feng's guidance, the four made their way directly to the teaching building. When Xia Feng had previously left, the school had been bustling with activity. Most of the people concentrated in the teaching building, and he couldn't help but wonder about their fate. Were they still alive, or had they succumbed? Chapter 51. Restrict its movements. Xia Feng's curiosity regarding the fate of the students in the teaching building was not born out of a desire to save them, but rather from the grim realization that should they perish, their corpses would inevitably be devoured by the goblins. After the harrowing events at the hotel, Xia Feng was acutely aware that human flesh could facilitate the goblins' evolution, and those that had feasted upon humans would possess an even more terrifying thirst for blood. Therefore, Xia Feng needed to ascertain the number of survivors and casualties to determine whether he should venture into the shimmering barrier ahead. The four of them ascended the stairs and promptly entered the teaching building. However, as they reached the corner of the staircase, they were confronted by the imposing figure of a creature nearly 2 meters tall, its muscular physique rippling with veins, emanating an overwhelming presence. More horrifyingly, this monster boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, one of which was distinctly human, while the other 2 were goblin-like. That it was a grotesque amalgamation of human and goblin flesh. Xia Feng inhaled sharply. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never encountered such a ghastly being. "What is that?" Xia Ru inquired, her voice trembling as if she were suppressing an overwhelming fear. Indeed, even Xia Feng, taken aback by the sight of this creature, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, let alone a girl like Xia Ru. "Xia Feng, what should we do now?" she asked, her anxiety palpable. In stark contrast, Su Yunwan appeared remarkably composed as she posed her question. Xia Feng's gaze remained fixed on the creature, and just as he prepared to respond, the monster spoke first. "Xia Feng, you are Xia Feng. I must eat you. I will definitely eat you." The human head, with its green glowing goblin-like eyes, fixated on Xia Feng, incessantly chanting its gruesome intent, in the next moment. The hulking form lunged forward. Back off! Xia Feng's expression darkened as he seized Lu Tao and retreated hastily. The narrow confines of the hallway were not conducive for a coordinated attack, and with no vegetation present, Su Yunwan's abilities would be severely hampered, placing them at a disadvantage. Let's lure the creature out and then strike it down together. The human head must have belonged to an awakened one. It could not only speak, but had also recognized Xia Feng. Clearly, its memories had fused after being consumed by the monster. This creature's ability to assimilate the memories of awakened beings and hunt down human powerhouses made it a particularly formidable foe. Even among monsters, having encountered it, Xia Feng was resolute in ensuring it would not survive. That I will eat you. I will definitely eat you. The monster roared as it pursued Xia Feng, who had begun to flee. However, as it exited the hallway, it was met with a combined onslaught of Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan. Give it everything we've got. We must eliminate it today. Xia Feng bellowed, charging forward. With a swift motion, he wielded his Tang Dao, aiming to cleave through one of the creature's arms while simultaneously channeling a powerful strike. Even against elite-level goblins, Xia Feng's blow could have been lethal. Yet, when faced with this three-headed, six-armed monstrosity, the blade became lodged in its arm as though it had struck a wall, resisting his every effort to penetrate further. This truly flesh and blood. How can it be so resilient? Xia Feng was taken aback, his heart racing with unease. The creature shrieked in pain as all three heads let out a cacophony of screams while its 6 eyes swiveled rapidly, locking onto Xia Feng. In an instant, 2 colossal fists descended upon him, the air rushing in advance of their approach, akin to the biting chill of winter winds, striking Xia Feng's face with brutal force. Despite his extensive combat experience, he could not suppress the cold sweat that trickled down his brow. He relinquished his Tang Dao and swiftly pivoted to evade the incoming fist. He retreated several meters before halting, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. "Brother, are you all right?" Xia Ru exclaimed with concern. Xia Feng, still shaken, shook his head. "That I'm fine, but be careful. This monster is incredibly powerful, stronger than any we have encountered before." Without needing further prompting, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao understood the gravity of the situation. Xia Feng's strike, which could have felled even an elite goblin, had proven ineffective against this creature, leaving them all in disbelief. They could not afford to be careless. Lu Tao wisely withdrew, ensuring he did not hinder Xia Feng. Xia Ru conjured 2 ice orbs, compressing them with focus, while Su Yunwan manipulated countless sharp vines, preparing to unleash their fury. Although Xia Feng had lost his Tang Dao, he now wielded a dagger, a weapon taken from the middle-aged man they had encountered at the hotel. Its previous owner's prowess indicated its exceptional quality, surpassing even that of the Tang Dao. "I will eat you! I will definitely eat you!" The human head on the creature continued to snarl, its 6 green eyes darting about, once more locking onto Xia Feng. And in the next instant, it lunged forward. Xia Feng felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if a predator had set its sights on him. "Restrict its movements," he shouted. Almost simultaneously with his command, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan sprang into action. Xia Ru hurled her 2 ice orbs, one aimed directly at the monster, while the other targeted the ground beneath. In an instant, the ice exploded, freezing both the creature and the ground beneath its feet. Su Yunwan deftly maneuvered the vines, ensnaring the monster tightly. That moment, Xia Feng charged forth, dagger in hand, this time not targeting the creature's arms, but rather the human head that served as its command center. The actions of this creature were evidently governed by that very head. Severing it would leave the monster as disoriented as a headless fly, making it easy for Xia Feng to dispatch it thereafter. Chapter 52. A surge of excitement. The 3-headed, 6-armed monster found itself encased in ice, immobilized by Xia Ru's orbs and ensnared by Su Yunwan's vines. Yet despite being restrained, its elite-level strength was formidable, allowing it to struggle against its bonds. Although hindered, it was still capable of movement. Upon seeing Xia Feng approach, it suddenly became animated with excitement. With sheer brute force, it broke free from its icy confines and the grasp of the vines, swinging its 6 arms menacingly towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng's expression shifted as he attempted to evade. However, what transpired next astonished Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan. One of the ice orbs had frozen the ground beneath the monster's feet. As it attempted to swing its powerful arms towards Xia Feng, it slipped on the icy surface, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thud. It fell comically, its three heads momentarily stunned. Particularly, the human head wore an expression of bewilderment, clearly caught off guard by its unexpected fall. In its limited intellect, it failed to comprehend the circumstances leading to its downfall. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng would not let this chance slip by. "Everyone, attack its human head," he exclaimed with fervor, his voice echoing as he rushed forward, channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at the creature's human head. Simultaneously, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan followed suit. Adhering to Xia Feng's command, they continued to restrict the monster's movements while launching their ice orbs and vines at the vulnerable head. Clang! The dagger struck the creature's neck, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Despite Xia Feng pouring all his might into the blow, he found it had failed to breach the creature's defenses, inflicting minimal damage. Previously, when wielding the Tang Dao, he had at least managed to embed the blade into the monster's arm. Now, however, with a dagger of even higher caliber, he could not even breach its defenses. Undoubtedly, the creature's neck was tougher than its arms. Xia Feng's expression darkened ominously. He had presumed the neck to be a weakness. But it was evident he had miscalculated. "If that is the case, then I shall blind you first." As the monster began to regain its senses, Xia Feng swiftly steadied himself, seizing his dagger once more. This time, his target was no longer the creature's neck, but rather the pair of eyes nestled within that human head. Xia Feng's strategy was clear, since the monster's intelligence stemmed from the fused human cranium. He aimed to sever it directly. However, upon realizing the impracticality of his initial plan, he opted for a different approach. By destroying the eyes of the human head, the monster would undoubtedly become a headless chicken. It was evident that even after merging, the eyes remained a vulnerability for the creature. While Xia Feng's dagger could not sever the monster's head, it successfully inflicted a deep wound upon its eyes. With a splatter of green blood, the monster's human head was rendered blind in an instant. "Eyes! Eyes! You have taken my eyes! I will consume you!" The intense agony from the loss of sight incited furious rage within the two goblin heads. While the human head remained fixated on devouring Xia Feng, the monster's 6 arms began to flail wildly, lacking any semblance of coordination. Yet, amidst this chaos, the sheer force of its punches conjured violent gales. Anyone caught in their path would surely face dire consequences, even Xia Feng himself. "Retreat immediately," Xia Feng commanded sharply, executing a rapid withdrawal. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan obeyed without hesitation, retreating several meters in the blink of an eye. The three of them formed a triangle, encircling the monster, yet they refrained from a hasty assault, instead observing it flounder aimlessly like a headless fly, blindly attacking. Such intense exertion was unsustainable even for the most robust of creatures. And soon its stamina began to wane, its movements slowing to a crawl, labored breaths escaping the three heads. "Now!" Seizing the moment, Xia Feng issued another command. This time, his dagger's target shifted from the monster's neck and eyes to its injured arm, the very arm that had been wounded previously. Xia Feng's Tang Dao was still embedded within it. Compared to the neck, the arm's defenses were considerably weaker. As green blood erupted, the injured arm was severed cleanly, falling to the ground. The Tang Dao returned to Xia Feng's grasp, and with a dagger in one hand and the sword in the other, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow infused with tremendous force. One arm, 2 arms that in the blink of an eye. The monster had lost 3 arms. Meanwhile, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan relentlessly targeted the creature's legs, restricting its mobility to prevent it from rising. Before long, the remaining 3 arms met the same fate. Ah! The human head of the monster let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, it turned and fled toward the teaching building. Despite its low intelligence, it recognized the imminent danger of remaining. Escape was imperative, yet Xia Feng would not grant it such a reprieve. With Xia Ru and Su Yunwan present, its movements were severely hampered, unable to flee. The ground, encased in ice, coupled with the obstructing vines, caused it to stumble once more, exposing its back to Xia Feng's line of sight. Xia Feng raised his blade and struck, delivering dozens of swift cuts in mere moments. The monster's neck was indeed tough, but it could not withstand such an onslaught. The human head rolled away, letting out a final wail before falling silent. Still unconvinced, Xia Feng proceeded to sever the remaining 2 goblin heads. Ding! You have slain a mutated goblin, earning 1,200 experience points. Your level has increased. You have slain a mutated goblin, absorbing skill activation, gaining 10 points in physical attributes. Only then did he exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. From the moment the monster appeared to the triumphant collaboration of Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan, the time seemed fleeting. Yet Xia Feng was utterly exhausted, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Despite the perilous circumstances, the rewards were equally substantial. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also gained 10 points in physical attributes. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan were clearly at their limits as well. Upon witnessing the severed heads of the monster, both sank to the ground alongside Xia Feng, gasping for breath, their faces betraying a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Yet within, they were elated, for they too had leveled up. Chapter 53. The second mutated monster at that moment. Lu Tao approached from a distance, his gaze fixed upon the headless corpse with palpable astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess displayed by Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan in their unified effort. Although they had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of goblins outside, facing this 3-headed, 6-armed monster had thrust them into a grueling battle. This creature is remarkably powerful, he mused, squatting down to examine the monster's remains. Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan had previously vanquished countless goblins, and now, having slain an elite-level mutated goblin, the accumulated experience had propelled them all to a higher level. The surge in attributes aided their rapid recovery from fatigue, particularly in terms of physical attributes. Within half an hour, the trio had nearly regained their strength, especially Xia Feng, who appeared revitalized, eliciting astonished expressions from both Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Yet, knowing this was Xia Feng, their surprise quickly dissipated. "What are you researching?" Xia Feng inquired as he approached Lu Tao, who remained engrossed in examining the goblin's corpse. "I've seen you squatting here for half an hour. Have you made any discoveries?" Lu Tao pointed at the goblin's body and the human head, stating earnestly, "Through my research, I've concluded that this human head belonged to an awakened individual, severed by the goblins before death, and perfectly fused with their body. This must be the monster's innate ability. Previously, I only knew of human talents, but I never imagined that monsters possessed them as well." He wore a look of bewilderment and awe. Xia Feng rolled his eyes. "After all this time, that's all you've come up with? The reason the human head fused with the goblin was due to its innate ability. Isn't that obvious? It doesn't require extensive research. Anyone with a discerning eye could deduce it immediately." He barely restrained his urge to scoff. However, in the next moment, a thought struck him. In his previous life, humanity had only come to understand, after extensive research and experimentation, that innate abilities were not exclusive to humans. Many monsters, after consuming awakened humans, would undergo mutations, giving rise to unique talents. Such creatures were referred to as mutated monsters. Lu Tao had merely spent half an hour examining the creature and had uncovered insights that typically required extensive study and experimentation, which was quite impressive. Why the sudden silence? Noticing Xia Feng's abrupt quietude, Lu Tao inquired curiously. Xia Feng glanced at him, then replied, "It's nothing. Continue your research." Lu Tao, momentarily taken aback, resumed his examination of the monster's remains. At this point, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan approached. Xia Ru glanced at Lu Tao before redirecting her attention to Xia Feng. "Brother, should we go up?" She gestured toward the teaching building. Just moments ago, the 3 of them had expended tremendous effort to defeat this mutated monster. What if the teaching building harbored similar creatures, perhaps in greater numbers? Charging in recklessly could place them in grave danger. Xia Feng also regarded the teaching building, then said, "Yes, but only Yunwan and I will ascend. You stay behind to protect Lu Tao." Upon hearing this, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were collectively taken aback. "Why?" Xia Ru questioned, perplexed. "Are you worried about my safety? I can fend for myself." Xia Feng smiled. "I know you've grown significantly stronger along this journey, which is why I'm leaving you here to protect Lu Tao." His discoveries are crucial. Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were all bewildered, especially Lu Ti. Why discoveries are crucial? What have I discovered? Why am I completely oblivious to it? The decision was made. Yunwan, let us go. We'll head up. Xia Feng disregarded the trio's confusion and offered no explanation as he called to Su Yunwan, striding toward the staircase ahead. As Su Yunwan frowned, closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, Xiaoru and Lu Tao stood in place, utterly bewildered. Must you always speak in half-truths? The summer breeze gently accompanied Xia Feng and Su Yunwan as they cautiously ascended the staircase. This time, they encountered no monsters. The two began their search on the first floor. However, apart from the scattered limbs and severed arms strewn across the ground, they did not lay eyes upon a single living soul, that a few goblins were feasting greedily on the remnants below. Xia Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he wielded his Tang Dao. The goblins fell, shrieking in agony. Their cries swiftly attracted the remaining goblins from the first floor, but Xia Feng showed no mercy. Swiftly dispatching them all with his blade, they ascended to the second floor, only to find the same grim scene. No signs of life, just 4 individuals and those lowly goblins devouring the dismembered remains. Under Xia Feng's blade, none survived even a moment. Third floor, fourth floor, still no signs of life. Despair began to envelop Xia Feng. The school building had 5 floors, housing thousands of students, yet not a single one remained alive. All had perished, devoured by goblins, many of whom were awakened. The mutated monsters birthed from their consumption surely numbered more than one. This meant that even if Xia Feng did manage to locate the light curtain, his situation would be perilous. After all, the light curtain served as the goblins' nest, their home, and any disturbance would surely summon them back with great haste. Do not lose heart. There's still the last floor. Su Yunwan chimed in, unusually encouraging Xia Feng. She was unaware of the gravity of their predicament, but witnessing the normally steadfast Xia Feng exhibit such a demeanor could only signify a matter of great importance. Xia Feng forced a bitter smile. The teaching building had merely 5 levels, and with the previous 4 floors cleared of life, even if someone survived on the 5th, what good would it do? Well, let us go up and take a look, he resolved, proceeding up the stairs to the 5th floor. However, as they reached the 5th floor, they were instantly confronted by a mutated monster possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Similar to the previous one, 2 of its heads were goblin-like, while the 3rd belonged to a human. Xia Feng recognized the human head all too well that it could only belong to the school's director. Had the director awakened too? As Xia Feng locked eyes with the director's head on the monster, his expression shifted dramatically to it that moment. The director's head also spotted Xia Feng, its grotesque visage igniting with fervent excitement as it bellowed. Xia Feng, I must consume you. Without hesitation, Xia Feng gripped his Tang Dao firmly. Chapter 54. A combined effort to slay with the Tang Dao in hand, Xia Feng felt a surge of confidence. The previous encounter with the mutated monster had been a struggle, requiring perfect coordination with Xiaoru and Su Yunwan. Though they emerged victorious, the path to victory was fraught with challenges. Yet now, he was no longer the same Xia Feng. After slaying that mutated creature, he had leveled up. 1. Should not underestimate the significance of this level. The attributes gained from leveling up could substantially enhance Xia Feng's prowess, particularly as he had acquired an additional 10 points in Constitution. Though he still lacked the strength to confront the mutated goblin alone, he no longer feared it. He even felt that he didn't need both Xiaoru and Su Yunwan present. Just one of them would suffice, and together they could vanquish the mutated monster. Xia Feng understood this principle, and Su Yunwan did too. However, compared to Xia Feng, she lacked a measure of confidence, her mind instinctively gravitating toward the idea of 3 individuals uniting to confront the mutated beast before them. Let us lure the monster down to the 1st floor and defeat it together, she proposed. Xia Feng interjected, shaking his head. No need. Our combined strength is sufficient. Su Yunwan shuddered slightly, frowning at him. Just the 2 of us? Isn't that too risky? Xia Feng smiled reassuringly. Trust me, and also trust yourself. Su Yunwan exhaled deeply, her expression turning serious. That I understand. Indeed, if she could not believe in herself, How could she seek justice for her family? As she invoked her innate talent, they found themselves on the 5th floor, where the principal, the director, and other school authorities' offices were located. The presence of greenery in this area ensured that Su Yunwan's combat abilities would remain intact. Just as they prepared to strike, Su Yunwan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Xia Feng, have you noticed something peculiar about this monster? Xia Feng nodded gravely. I have noticed. Previously on the 1st floor, they had encountered the first mutated goblin, which had rushed at Xia Feng without hesitation, calling his name in a frenzied roar. Yet this one, after a prolonged standoff, remained motionless, and the director's head exhibited not only excitement, but also a trace of fear. Yes, fear. Xia Feng was acutely familiar with such emotions. Following the director's gaze, he glanced at the Tang Dao clenched in his hand. This monster seemed to fear the blade. Su Yunwan also looked perplexed. But it's just an ordinary knife. Why would it be afraid? Xia Feng shared her confusion until a sudden realization struck him. This Tang Dao had originally belonged to the director when the goblins invaded the school. Xia Feng had rushed into the director's office, seizing the Tang Dao and using it to slay several goblins right before the director's eyes. The mutated monster, a goblin itself, had killed the awakened director, affixed the head to its own body, and absorbed the director's memories. Within those memories was the director's fear of the Tang Dao and of Xia Feng wielding it against the goblins. Thus, the mutated creature hesitated to attack, fixating its gaze upon the blade, even displaying signs of fear. In that moment, Xia Feng understood the situation, and a smile crept across his face. Oh, that's how it is. Su Yunwan hurriedly inquired. What do you mean? Xia Feng replied. You will understand shortly. With that, he swung the Tang Dao and charged forward. The fear on the director's head intensified, causing it to retreat several steps to evade the strike. Indeed, Xia Feng exclaimed, exhilarated. Su Yunwan's pupils constricted as she remarked, this monster truly fears that blade? Previously, the other mutated creature had only harbored a singular intent, to devour Xia Feng, charging at him without regard for the weapon raised against it. You are correct. Even with just the two of us, we can prevail, she declared, her confidence soaring. Manipulating her vines, she shattered the office's glass and lunged toward the creature. Almost simultaneously, Xia Feng closed in, swinging the Tang Dao. The mutated monster showed no fear of the vines, ignoring them entirely, as the director's head fixated on the Tang Dao, evading with urgency. What was the monster's greatest strength? Its iron-like body and overwhelming power. Yet now, confronted by the Tang Dao, it chose to dodge, rendering itself incapable of unleashing even a third of its might, thereby granting Xia Feng and Su Yunwan their opportunity. They did not engage in a protracted struggle. Through their nearly perfect coordination, Xia Feng effortlessly severed the creature's 6 arms and 3 heads. Ding! You have slain a mutated goblin, gaining 1,100 experience points. You have slain a mutated goblin, absorbing the skill, gaining 10 points in speed attribute. Xia Feng, resident of Longwood District, level 9, 13,000 strength, 57 constitution, 74 spirit, 53 speed, 61 talent 1, attribute critical hit. S-grade. Each level up carries a chance to generate a critical hit, with values ranging from 50 to 85. Talent 2, absorb. X-grade. Upon slaying monsters, there's a chance to absorb their attributes, traits, and skills. Note: skills can be extracted and attached to equipment. Skill: Heavy Strike level 2, 320. Forcefully swing your weapon to deal 160 damage to the target. Skill: Illusion Creation, 410. Create an illusion that draws the target in, causing them to lose their sense of self. Experience points are secondary, but the 10 points in Constitution and Speed are crucial. Xia Feng's attributes in these areas now significantly surpassed others. Now, he pondered whether he was worthy enough to eradicate that light curtain. With determination in his gaze, he solidified his resolve to seek out the light curtain. Do you need a moment to rest? He turned towards Su Yunwan and spoke. The gaze Su Yunwan directed at him was akin to that of someone staring at a monster. The two had jointly vanquished a mutated goblin, utterly exhausted, while the other party merely appeared fatigued at first, but soon transformed into a picture of vitality. Was this still human? Just as he was about to speak, a sudden loud shout erupted from downstairs. It was Lu Tao's voice. Xia Feng and Su Yunwan exchanged a glance, their expressions drastically changing, and almost simultaneously turned to dash downstairs. Something had gone awry. Chapter 55. The third mutated monster upon reaching the first floor. Xia Feng and Su Yunwan immediately beheld Xia Ru confronting another mutated goblin, accompanied by 3 lesser goblins, while Lu Tao stood nearby, his face etched with anxiety, utterly helpless, upon spotting Xia Feng and Su Yunwan. He cried out as if he had seen a savior. Xia Feng, Xia Ru is in danger. Hurry and save her. In truth, his words were unnecessary. The moment Xia Feng glimpsed Xia Ru besieged by the goblins, he surged forward, his Tang Dao slicing through the air, erupting into a flurry of blade light that instantly dispatched the 3 lesser goblins. Swiftly, he pivoted his grip, redirecting the Tang Dao towards the mutated goblin. Just as Xia Feng had anticipated, given the numerous fatalities within the school, it was improbable that there was only 1 mutated goblin. Thus far, they had already eliminated 2, and the one before them marked the 3rd. Due to its enhanced attributes and speed, the mutated goblin hardly registered the attack, as Xia Feng's Tang Dao struck one of its arms. Unlike previously, where the blade had become lodged in the arm, this time, with a spurt of green blood, the goblin's arm was severed, eliciting a shriek of pain as it immediately shifted its focus, launching its remaining arm towards Xia Feng, just as the fist was about to collide with Xia Feng. Su Yunwan deftly maneuvered her vines, which surged forth to ensnare the mutated goblin entirely, including its 5 arms. Though she was utterly drained and on the verge of collapse, she resolutely intervened to assist Xia Feng, simultaneously alleviating the peril Xia Ru faced, allowing her to retreat swiftly. Xia Ru stumbled back several meters before coming to a halt, gasping for breath, her heart racing with trepidation. A single mutated goblin, combined with 3 lesser goblins, was far beyond her capacity to handle alone. Had Xia Feng not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Seeing her safe, Lu Tao also exhaled in relief. The sudden appearance of the goblins had caught him off guard, and he could do nothing but watch in despair as Xia Ru found herself in danger, a feeling of hopelessness only he could comprehend. Xia Feng, too, felt the tension ease from his chest as he hastily approached to inquire. What happened? Logically, encountering goblins, especially a mutated one, should have posed no issue for Xia Ru, given her current strength, particularly with Lu Tao by her side. How then had she been ensnared? In response to Xia Feng's question, Xia Ru shook her head. I don't know what happened. These goblins appear behind me as if they had descended from the heavens, leaving me no time to react. Suddenly appearing behind you. Xia Feng's expression turned grave. Goblins could not simply materialize from thin air. Such an abrupt emergence could only mean one thing. The light curtain was nearby. First, we must deal with this creature. His gaze shifted, fixating on the mutated goblin ahead, undoubtedly one that had sprung forth from the light curtain, indicating that many similar beings likely lay within. That place was indeed fraught with danger. Yet it was also rife with opportunity. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, both Xia Ru and Su Yunwan nodded in agreement, their instincts heightened. The sudden arrival of this mutated goblin suggested that another could very well follow. It was prudent to exercise caution. Xia Feng, I will consume you, that I shall devour you. The mutated goblin's sole focus was Xia Feng, as if it regarded him as both nemesis and target, charging forth with its 5 arms flailing. Xia Feng's expression remained impassive, issuing commands in an instant. He was already racing forward. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan, one wielding an ice sphere and the other manipulating numerous green vines, sprang into action almost simultaneously. Together, the trio swiftly overpowered the mutated goblin, which offered little resistance. But both Xia Ru and Su Yunwan were clearly at their limits, unlikely to recover in the short term. However, neither voiced their struggles. Though they remained silent, Xia Feng was not oblivious. He cast a glance at both women and, with an authoritative tone, declared, "We need to find a place to rest." He then raised his gaze towards the classrooms on the first floor. Previously, Xia Feng and Su Yunwan had thoroughly surveyed all the classrooms, confirming them to be devoid of danger. Xia Feng took the lead towards the classroom, with Xia Ru and Su Yunwan following closely behind. Both in need of respite. You all rest. I will keep watch. Lu Tao insisted stubbornly at the door, refusing to enter. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xia Feng immediately discerned his intentions, unable to suppress a chuckle as memories of his own youth surfaced. A time when he lacked the strength to protect those around him, that he approached the classroom door. Lu Tao regarded him, his voice resolute. "I said it. You all rest. I will stand watch." Xia Feng nodded. "I understand." Lu Tao frowned. "If you understand, why are you still out here?" Xia Feng replied, "Because I do not need to rest." After a brief pause, he added, "As for this incident involving Xiaoru, you are not to blame." Lu Tao, exposed, ceased to conceal his feelings, offering a wry smile. "How can it not be my fault? If I hadn't idly investigated that monster's corpse, Xiaoru wouldn't have been left behind, and Wu and Ti have been ensnared in danger. Furthermore, had I awakened like you, I could have aided during the goblin's appearance instead of standing idly by, helplessly watching to it is I who am lacking, who always requires your protection. Had I possessed any utility, the situation would not have unfolded this way." Xia Feng shook his head. "No, you are valuable. Your research is of utmost importance and must not cease." Lu Tao retorted, "If my research were truly valuable, how would I remain unaware of it?" "Please, spare me the platitudes." Xia Feng interrupted. "I am not placating you. Remember what you previously said about the mutated goblins? Your insights were entirely accurate, on a global scale. You were the first to discover them." Lu Tao was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at Xia Feng. "How do you know that is true? If I was the first to discover it, how could you possibly know?" Xia Feng smiled. "A secret." After giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he continued, "Now go rest, that I will keep watch." While he claimed to be on watch, in truth, he was observing. The sudden emergence of that mutated goblin and the three lesser goblins undeniably confirmed one thing. The light curtain was indeed nearby, and clearing it would equate to eliminating the goblins in the vicinity. However, where exactly was the light curtain? Xia Feng's expression grew serious as he scanned the surroundings with keen, hawk-like eyes, leaving no suspicious area overlooked. Chapter 56. The mysterious light source inside the classroom. Xiaoru and Su Yunwan seized the moment to rest, while Lu Tao, persuaded by Xia Feng, reluctantly entered the classroom, choosing not to create further chaos. Xia Feng stood outside alone, his sharp gaze searching for the location of the light curtain. Yet it was not long before the air was filled with the cacophony of goblin howls. Roar! 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 Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao's expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang from the classroom. What is happening? Have more goblins appeared? The source of the sound suggested a multitude, certainly far more than before. Would they never be granted respite? Were they now to engage in a war of attrition? It seemed that a more intelligent goblin was lurking somewhere, orchestrating all of this. A more intelligent goblin. It is not surprising that Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao harbored diverse thoughts that to date. Since their entry into the school, they have encountered 3 mutated goblins, which, after consuming the awakened humans and merging with their heads, have acquired varying degrees of command. Moreover, Lu Tao's research has also demonstrated that the consumption of awakened humans can, to a certain extent, facilitate the evolution of these monsters, leading to mutations that give rise to intelligence. With so many lives lost within the school, even if goblins of a higher tier were to appear, the trio would not be particularly astonished. They merely harbored a tinge of concern. The cacophony surrounding them undoubtedly indicated a significant number of goblins. Should there truly be higher-level mutated goblins, their small group could face peril in an instant. The eyes of Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao converged on Xia Feng, awaiting his decision. After all, it was Xia Feng who had proposed their visit to the school, and thus it was only fitting that he determine whether they should stay or depart immediately. Rest assured, there are no mutated goblins. It is of little concern, Xia Feng reassured them. His eyesight was superior to that of the other 3, and he had already discerned that, at the moment the howls erupted, countless goblins surged from all directions, ready to encircle them. Most were low-level goblins, but there were also some of intermediate, advanced, and even elite ranks. Had this been in the past, Xia Feng might have been daunted by their numbers. Yet now, he regarded these goblins with disdain. It would not even require his intervention, as Xiaoru and Su Yunwan could vanquish them effortlessly. Throughout their journey, the strength of the two had significantly escalated. "Brother, what shall we do next? Although there are no mutated goblins, Remaining here poses a considerable risk. Should we leave first? Lu Tao inquired. Indeed, Xia Feng, while I am unaware of your purpose for coming here. Vacating this location immediately seems the wisest course of action as of now. We have encountered 3 mutated goblins, and no one can guarantee that more will not appear. It may be prudent to retreat and return once we have clarified the situation. What do you think? Xia Ru and Su Yunwan pressed, urging Xia Feng to leave. No, we cannot depart, Xia Feng replied, shaking his head, his gaze intensifying. I have a strong premonition that we are very close to our objective. I propose we split into 2 groups. He turned to Xia Ru and continued, Xia Ru, you, and Su Yunwan remain behind to eliminate these goblins. Lu Tao, accompany me. Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao exchanged concerned glances. Objective? They had heard Xia Feng mention these words on multiple occasions, yet whenever they inquired about its nature, he would remain reticent. Could it truly be just the goblin nest? If the answer were so simple, he could simply state it. Doubt lingered in their hearts. However, since Xia Feng had issued the command, they had no choice but to comply. Lu Tao stepped forward first, saying, I will go with you. Xia Feng nodded appreciatively. He was well aware of the questions plaguing the minds of the trio. Yet, the matter of the light curtain was far from simple. Even he could not articulate what it truly was. Unless one witnessed it with their own eyes, comprehending its wonders would be impossible. It could be described as both the lair of monsters and a portal connecting to another world. Moreover, should they succeed in locating the light curtain, it would be beneficial for all. Then let us proceed and locate our objective, Xia Feng declared, glancing at Xia Ru and Su Yunwan. Be cautious, both of you. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs once more. With Lu Tao close behind, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan exchanged a fleeting glance before swiftly parting ways, heading in opposite directions to intercept the gathering goblins, ensuring they did not disrupt Xia Feng. Meanwhile, Xia Feng and Lu Tao resumed their search from the 2nd floor, aiming to uncover any clues or traces they might have previously overlooked. They ascended to the 3rd and 4th floors. As they reached the doorway of a classroom on the 4th floor, suddenly, a cluster of light erupted within, resembling a miniature sun. What is this? Light. So intense, akin to the sun. Xia Feng exclaimed, puzzled. It was strange. They had already searched this classroom before and had not encountered such an anomaly. Could this be the light curtain? Did it not remain fixed in one location, but rather shift at will? Caught off guard, Xia Feng nearly blinded himself with the light's source. He gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to open his eyes and discern the mysterious luminescence. Lu Tao, too, was affected as he gazed directly at the light. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, nearly rendering him sightless. However, in that moment, he seemed to recall something and resisted the urge to look at the light, instead reaching into his pocket to swiftly search for something. Moments later, Lu Tao produced 2 pairs of glasses, hastily donning one that instantly, the mysterious light in the classroom became far less blinding. Ignoring his own relief, he promptly handed the other pair to Xia Feng. Xia Feng, quickly put on these glasses, or you will go blind. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Xia Feng did not hesitate. He took the glasses and put them on, and the harshness of the mysterious light softened considerably. It was akin to wearing sunglasses to gaze at the sun. With the glasses on, he could look directly at the enigmatic source without harm at last. He could see clearly. The source of the mysterious light was unmistakably a door. A luminous portal. Xia Feng could no longer contain his excitement. That a door. Could this be the objective you have been tirelessly seeking? Lu Tao echoed his enthusiasm. Finding the objective was one thing. It was another to finally feel useful. He turned to Xia Feng and asked, shall we enter? Chapter 57. The canyon before them stood a mysterious light source, resembling a door, radiating heat akin to that of the sun. Lu Tao had never encountered anything like it. Xia Feng, on the other hand, had seen it before, but that was in his previous life. Moreover, he had only witnessed it. He had never ventured inside. Thus, when Lu Tao suggested they enter, Xia Feng instinctively fell silent. Undoubtedly, this mysterious light source was fraught with peril. Entering would be akin to stepping into the jaws of death. Even Xia Feng could not guarantee his survival. After all, it was tantamount to infiltrating the lair of monsters. The reason the goblins had appeared and amassed in the school was due to this very light source. Only by eliminating it would the goblins vanish. In contrast to Xia Feng's trepidation, Lu Tao appeared far more composed. Sensing Xia Feng's hesitation, he remarked, "This must be the objective you have been seeking with such fervor. Since we have found it, why hesitate any longer? Xia Feng, this is not like you." Xia Feng's body trembled slightly, incredulous as he regarded Lu Tao, then broke into a smile. "You are right. Hesitancy is not my usual demeanor. I never expected that I had been the one comforting you before. And now the roles have reversed." Lu Tao burst into laughter, acknowledging the truth of his words. "Then shall we proceed?" Xia Feng nodded. "Let us go inside." With that, he stepped forward, entering the classroom and crossing into the mysterious light source. Lu Tao followed closely behind. Within the mysterious light source, they were engulfed by a torrent of illumination, which coalesced into a tunnel. After what felt like an eternity of traversing the tunnel, the light curtain vanished. And the tunnel's end revealed a pitch-black circular opening, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull. Xia Feng and Lu Tao had no time to react before they were drawn into it, their minds plunging into a state of confusion, as though robbed of their ability to think. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Soon, the two regained their faculties and discovered they had arrived in an unfamiliar place, standing atop a canyon. There were mountains, water, trees, and stones. Everything felt so vividly real, in addition, they could hear the distant roars of animals. "What is this place? Extraordinary, simply extraordinary," Lu Tao exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed by the marvel of it all. "Xia Feng, I think I have deduced the nature of that mysterious light source. It is a portal that transported us to this location." That he turned to Xia Feng. "Since entering the school, you have been searching for that light source. Did you already know it was a portal?" The summer breeze swayed gently, and I could only speculate. You may find it hard to believe, but this is my first experience in such an extraordinary place. However, now is not the time for sentimentality. After a brief pause, he continued. "The moment the goblin appeared, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a light, leading me to suspect that it must be the goblin's lair, if we can eliminate that lair. Will all the goblins within the school simply vanish?" Lu Tao, listening intently, wore an expression of utmost gravity. "Your hypothesis holds some merit. At least it appears so at this moment. What shall we do next?" Xia Feng's gaze turned resolute. "We venture into the canyon." With that, he boldly stepped forward, leading the way. Lu Tao followed closely behind. Everything within the canyon seemed almost indistinguishable from what the two of them were accustomed to. Yet, the more it felt familiar, the more Xia Feng sensed something amiss. Logically, this should be a monster's den, teeming with creatures, yet their journey thus far had revealed nothing. The sounds of animals echoed around them, reverberating in their ears, yet they had yet to lay eyes on even a single bird. Despite the clear presence of animal sounds, their surroundings remained void of any visible life. Lu Tao swallowed hard before speaking. "Xia Feng, could it be that we have been ensnared in an illusion? Much like what transpired at the hotel, reminiscent of that waitress's ability." Before he could finish, Xia Feng slapped him sharply. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Lu Tao exclaimed, nursing his pain and gazing at Xia Feng with confusion. "Does it hurt?" Xia Feng inquired. Lu Tao rolled his eyes in response. "Isn't that obvious? You hit me to see if it hurts." Mid-sentence, he suddenly seemed to grasp something, exclaiming, "The sensation of pain indicates this is not an illusion." Xia Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is not an illusion, but another world, a tangible reality. Moreover, I have discerned why we can only hear animal sounds yet see nothing." Lu Tao hastily asked why. Xia Feng replied, "Because of fear." Lu Tao pointed at himself, questioning, "Fear of us?" Xia Feng shook his head, "Not us, but something else." Lu Tao's expression shifted dramatically, a sudden alertness taking hold. Xia Feng turned to glance behind him, as if speaking to himself. "From the moment we entered the canyon, I sensed something was off, as if being stalked from behind, and I began to pay close attention. And now, I have reached a definitive conclusion." "What conclusion? Are we truly being followed?" Lu Tao asked urgently, scanning the surroundings. "Yes, we are being tracked," Xia Feng affirmed. "As for the nature of our pursuer, whether human or monster," before he could finish, he sprang into action. In a flash, he covered several meters, Wielding his Tang Dao with fierce intent, that moment, Xia Feng felt immense relief for having leveled up. Without that boost, he would not have perceived the sensation of being followed. To Xia Feng and Lu Tao, the Tang Dao appeared to strike at an empty space. Yet it emitted a crisp sound, as if it had struck something, in the next instant, to their astonishment. The area where the blade had descended erupted in a dazzling display of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, flashing in rapid succession. As the colors flickered faster, a silhouette gradually emerged that was a creature with goblin-like limbs. Yet unlike any ordinary goblin, it was covered in sharp spines, and a brilliant white gem was embedded in the center of its forehead. The previously rainbow-like colors emanated from this very gem. But as the creature's outline became clearer, the vibrant hues settled into calmness, merging with the white gem. Chapter 58, Ghost Wall the monster, its cover blown, seemed infuriated and let out a furious roar. "There truly is a monster?" Lu Tao gasped. Retreating in alarm until he was several dozen meters away, he decided to leave the fighting to Xia Feng, knowing he was merely a weakling in combat, and didn't he wish to be a hindrance. Once Lu Tao had safely distanced himself, Xia Feng sprang into action, initiating the offensive with breathtaking speed, closing the gap to the monster and unleashing all his strength with a downward slash of his Tang Dao. Simultaneously, he activated his heavy strike skill. With a resounding clang, another crisp sound resonated. A critical hit was triggered, dealing 65 points of damage. This all-out strike, amplified by the critical hit and the active heavy strike skill, likely would not have severed the head of the previous mutated goblin, but it would certainly have been more than sufficient to sever its right arm or leg. Yet, astonishingly, this powerful blow merely produced a light sound upon striking the spiny creature, leaving only a faint white mark upon its body, not even managing to break a single spine. How is this possible? Xia Feng's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated to his previous position, his expression grave. The creature before him appeared to be no mere goblin. It was evidently stronger than the mutated goblins they had encountered before, another formidable adversary. Xia Feng dared not press forward recklessly and began to observe the creature, searching for its weaknesses. However, his strike had clearly provoked the monster. It remained still, but the monster roared once more. With a sudden flash, the white gem on its forehead emitted a searing beam of light, akin to the sun, rivaling the mysterious light source they had previously encountered. In an instant, Xia Feng realized that the mysterious light and the intense glow from the gem were undoubtedly of the same origin. The light they had seen emanated from this very gem. Could it be that the mysterious light was mobile, its movement tied to this creature? Simultaneously, he felt immense gratitude for wearing the glasses Lu Tao had provided. Without them, this blinding white light would have surely rendered his sight forever impaired. The searing white light appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Xia Feng stood firm and scathed. The monster, witnessing this, seemed momentarily stunned. Although its expression was inscrutable, the tilt of its head suggested it was utterly bewildered. Its trump card had failed to harm Xia Feng. Why? It had become nothing more than a living target. Xia Feng laughed heartily, having discerned the creature's vulnerability. This monster possessed formidable defenses. His full-force strike, combined with passive critical damage and an active heavy hit, had failed to harm it, yet its deadly white light had proven ineffective. Any other individual would have likely been blinded by such an attack, but the monster had encountered Xia Feng instead. With the glasses shielding him, he was nearly invulnerable as for the creature's seemingly abnormal defense. It would simply require more strikes. If 10 blades failed, then 100 would suffice. If 100 were insufficient, then 1,000 would do. Eventually, its defenses would crumble. With this thought in mind, Xia Feng lunged forward once more, swinging his blade with fervor. Clang, clang, clang. The canyon echoed with the sound of striking metal. As it turned out, it was unnecessary to land 100 or 1,000 blows. Xia Feng's relentless assault of merely dozens of strikes achieved a qualitative change, ultimately slaying the monster. Upon witnessing the creature's demise, Lu Tao rushed over from a distance. But just as he prepared to crouch down and examine the remains, the monster abruptly vanished before both Xia Feng and Lu Tao's eyes. It seemed to evaporate, leaving no trace behind. Lu Tao stood in stunned silence, looking up at Xia Feng. "Where is the body?" Xia Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the spot where the monster had disappeared. Then said, "Forget about the body for now. We must find a way to leave this place that it's too bizarre. I have an ominous feeling." Having concluded the discussion, Lu Tao had no choice but to abandon his examination of the corpse. The two continued their journey deeper into the gorge. However, shortly after setting off, Xia Feng once again sensed the ominous presence of being followed. He abruptly turned around, brandishing his Tang Dao, and charged forward. The blade fell, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the air. Amidst the shimmering tapestry of vibrant colors, another creature emerged, still adorned with menacing spikes, its limbs reminiscent of a goblin, and a white gem embedded in its forehead. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous monster. Xia Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Tao let out a piercing scream. "Isn't this creature supposed to be dead? How can it possibly appear here?" Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Xia Feng swing his blade at the monster. With no alternative, he fled, though this time he did not run far, halting after just a few meters to observe the creature, hoping to glean some insight. Yet, despite his search, no clues emerged. More critically, Xia Feng had dispatched the earlier monster with dozens of strikes. While this time he'd have that effort. "You should take your time with the kill." Allowing me to observe longer, Lu Tao couldn't help but complain. Xia Feng glanced at him and nodded. "Next time, I promise." Without lingering, the two set off once more. However, they had scarcely moved when Xia Feng felt that familiar sensation again. With a swift stroke, a third monster materialized, identical to the first two. Lu Tao, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Are we dealing with triplets, or is it merely one monster appearing repeatedly? This time, you must take it slow." "I need to study it closely," he insisted. Hearing this, Xia Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you really suggesting to slow down the killing? Do you have no sense of urgency?" Nevertheless, Xia Feng recognized the oddity of the situation and, aware of Lu Tao's keen observational skills, reluctantly complied with his request, deliberately prolonging the encounter for several minutes. With Xia Feng's final strike, the monster was finally vanquished. He quickly turned to Lu Tao and inquired, "What did you discover?" Lu Tao's expression turned grave. "Xia Feng, we might be caught in a spatial loop." "A spatial loop?" Xia Feng was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Lu Tao elaborated, "Based on my observations, I've uncovered a serious issue. Those aren't three distinct monsters. Rather, it's the same creature manifesting consecutively 3 times. What else could you call this but a spatial loop?" Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Xia Feng's countenance shifted to one of seriousness. The same monster appearing thrice. In truth, Xia Feng had sensed something amiss. The 3 monsters were indeed too similar, almost indistinguishable, even for triplets. However, he could not have fathomed that there was actually only one creature. "Do you have a plan?" Xia Feng asked Lu Tao gravely. Lu Tao did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down and marked the ground before saying, "Let us keep moving." Xia Feng quickly grasped his intent. If they were ensnared in a loop, they would inevitably return to this spot and likely encounter the monster again. Without uttering a word, Xia Feng embarked on the next leg of their journey. However, it was not long before they halted once more. Lu Tao stared at the mark on the ground, his expression darkening. "Indeed, we've returned. Perhaps we've been going in circles since we entered this place. But this isn't an illusion. What could it possibly be?" Xia Feng pondered deeply. Suddenly, he spun around, gazing intently in a certain direction. Lu Tao sighed. "Is it that monster again?" Xia Feng nodded resolutely. "Let us go." With that, he stepped forward, heading in a direction starkly opposed to the depths of the gorge. Upon encountering the creature, he refrained from attacking, even avoiding any evasive maneuvers, simply walking straight through and the previous encounters. The monster had appeared and retaliated whenever Xia Feng struck its location. Yet this time it manifested no such response, as if it were merely an illusion, lacking even the power to obstruct. Lu Tao hurried to catch up, asking, "Xia Feng, have you figured something out?" Xia Feng shook his head. "No." Lu Tao, puzzled, queried, "Then why are we walking the opposite direction? Haven't we just come from there?" Xia Feng hesitated briefly before replying. "I am just testing a theory. We've always ventured deeper into the gorge. Perhaps changing our course will yield results. Besides, he glanced at Lu Tao. Is there any better option available? Indeed, there was no superior plan. Lu Tao reluctantly agreed. Then let us proceed. As before, the same occurrence transpired. The pair had not wandered far before they found themselves back at the marked spot. Lu Tao's face fell into despair. It's over. We are trapped here. Yet Xia Feng remained unfazed, smiling. It seems not. Look, he pointed ahead. Lu Tao hurriedly turned to see, a few dozen meters away, a white gem suspended in midair, identical to those previously embedded in the monster's foreheads. The only distinction was that this gem shone even more brilliantly. What is happening? Lu Tao gasped in astonishment, evidently taken aback by this bizarre phenomenon. Could it be that our entrapment in this loop is due to this white gem? We shall find out shortly, Xia Feng replied, gripping his Tang Dao and cautiously approaching the gleaming gem. Contrary to expectations, no danger materialized, nor did the monsters reappear. With each step closer, the white gem suddenly emitted a radiant and searing light, far more intense than the mysterious source previously witnessed in the classroom. Yet for Xia Feng, donning specialized glasses, it posed no challenge. He extended his hand and effortlessly retrieved the gem. However, the moment Xia Feng grasped it, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, rendering his mind blank once more. When his senses returned, he found himself back in the familiar classroom, Lu Tao beside him. The enigmatic light's source had vanished without a trace. What just happened? Xia Feng murmured, bewildered. Just then, Lu Tao regained consciousness. Realizing with joy that they had returned to the classroom, he exuberantly praised Xia Feng. We're back. Incredible. How did you figure out that walking in reverse would lead us back? Xia Feng seemed oblivious to the accolades, his focus solely on the task of clearing the light barrier. Yet amidst this situation, he pondered whether the barrier had indeed been cleared. Suddenly, the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to clear the light barrier. Your level has increased by 2. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to clear the light barrier. Your team members have leveled up by 1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully acquiring the white gem. You are rewarded with 2 golden treasure chests. Due to being the first to clear the light barrier in the Dragon Kingdom region, the following rewards are granted. Awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom region will gain 20 experience points upon defeating monsters. There is also a chance to awaken an S-level talent and receive an S-level treasure chest when accessing the panel or awakening talents. This reward lasts for 72 hours, like a nuclear bomb dropped into the ocean. It stirred up colossal waves. In the United States, an S-level individual with a white complexion seethed, "Damn it, I was so close to the reward after contacting them." The first awakened individual to slay a monster was from the Dragon Kingdom. And now the first to clear the light barrier is also from there. Why is it always the Eastern Dragon Kingdom? Damn it, damn it. Simultaneously, excitement erupted across the Dragon Kingdom region. Incredible. Who is this divine being this time? I can tell with a glance. It must be the same person who first defeated a monster, S-level talent, S-level treasure chest, lasting 72 hours. This is our chance to rise. We need to mobilize those who haven't awakened and send them out to hunt monsters. A grand voice resounded, once again igniting discussions across the globe. A step ahead, always ahead. The Dragon Kingdom region has once again taken the lead on the world stage. Meanwhile, those in various parts of the Dragon Kingdom who have yet to awaken seem to have caught a glimpse of the opportunity for rise, beginning to strive to catch up, with some already covertly seeking traces of Xia Feng at this moment. On the first floor of the teaching building, Xia Ru and Su Yinwan watched as goblins disappeared one after another. Piecing together the earlier grand voice and the rewards they had received, in an instant, they grasped the situation. It turned out that Xia Feng's long-cherished goal was indeed the luminous barrier mentioned by the grand voice. Clearing the barrier would enable the eradication of all the monsters in one fell swoop. The two exchanged glances, and they discerned unprecedented shock in each other's eyes. Xia Feng did not linger in the classroom any longer. His purpose for coming to school was to eliminate that luminous barrier, and now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to depart. "Let us go," he said to Lu Tao, stepping out of the classroom. Lu Tao remained preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious light source and the white gem, hardly noticing the grand voice until Xia Feng called out to him, jolting him back to reality. After a moment of confusion, he hurriedly followed. Wait for me. The two descended the stairs, and in the next moment, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan rushed towards them. Brother, did you hear what that mysterious voice said? We received a reward. Not only did we level up, but we also obtained a golden treasure chest. Su Yunwan gazed at Xia Feng with curiosity, asking, "What exactly did you do up there?" That voice. The rewards, the leveling up. This must be related to you, right? The timing of the mysterious voice's appearance, coinciding with Xia Feng's consistently mentioned objective and his bizarre behavior since entering the school, led Su Yunwan to a conclusion. The previous events must be connected to Xia Feng. He had indeed cleared that luminous barrier. Although she did not know what the barrier signified, Su Yunwan understood its immense importance and the inherent dangers it posed. The rewards she and Xiaoru received, indeed for the entire Dragon Kingdom region, were earned at the cost of Xia Feng's life. Upon hearing Su Yunwan's inquiry, Xia Feng did not shy away and replied, "Yes, the matter pertains to me." After all, the voice had stated it clearly. There was no point in hiding the truth. It was better to be forthright. "Brother, you're incredible." Xiaoru had suspected Xia Feng's involvement. But when he confirmed it, her excitement caused her to leap up. However, in the next moment, she immediately asked, "Brother, what is that luminous barrier the mysterious voice mentioned? Why did we all receive rewards after you cleared it?" Suddenly, Su Yunwan added, and those gathered goblins in the school also vanished. Yes, yes. Xiaoru nodded vigorously at her words, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Xia Feng shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure what that luminous barrier is. But I know there are many such places in the world that if we wish to gain strength and become more formidable, we must clear more luminous barriers ahead of everyone else, obtain more rewards, and enhance our power." He paused and continued. "Moreover, to thoroughly resolve the monsters, we must also clear those barriers. The reasons are evident." Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao fell into silence. There are many similar luminous barriers in the world. The pursuit of power, the desire to grow stronger, and the necessity to eradicate the monsters are all closely tied to those barriers, indicating that this incident was merely the beginning. Many similar events lie ahead. The luminous barriers herald danger, signifying that numerous threats await them. After a brief silence, the three's gazes became resolute. What is danger? As long as they grow stronger, that danger will cease to be perilous. Instead, it will become an opportunity. Observing the determined expressions on their faces, Xia Feng felt immense satisfaction and said, "Let us depart. It is time for us to leave." Before his words could settle, he suddenly heard commotion from a distance. Looking in that direction, Xia Feng immediately saw several figures cautiously approaching. It was evident they had sensed the school's anomalies and had come to investigate. After all, the disappearance of so many goblins could not happen without reason, and the tremendous noise caused by Xia Feng and his companions could not be concealed. Combined with the earlier mysterious voice, the truth was almost palpable. These figures were undoubtedly drawn by the luminous barrier. And simultaneously, they were also after Xia Feng. Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao also spotted the figures. Awakeners, why are they here? They must have discovered the commotion at the school and come to check it out. Quick, let us leave. It would be disastrous if we were discovered. Though the luminous barrier had been cleared, there were still some scattered goblins remaining in the school, and the appearance of those figures instantly caught the goblins' attention, who charged forward with a roar. However, their numbers were too few, and being low-level goblins, they stood no chance against the awakened humans, who swiftly dispatched them. The four exchanged glances, seemingly more convinced of their thoughts. The strange occurrences at the school, the sudden disappearance of numerous goblins, must be linked to the luminous barrier mentioned by the mysterious voice. Whoever cleared the barrier could not have gone far. "We must find that person." So many goblins vanished suddenly. The barrier referenced by that voice might very well be within the school, and the one who eliminated it is surely here as well. We are still too few. We need to call on more awakened ones and surround the school. The one who cleared the barrier possesses a golden treasure chest. We must seize it. After a few brief exchanges, they dispersed, some continuing to search for Xia Feng, while others contacted other awakened ones, attempting to encircle the school. In any case, they were determined to unearth the one who cleared the luminous barrier and seize the treasure chest. Xia Feng's expression darkened as he led Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao around to the back of the teaching building, preparing to leave from there. However, they were already a moment too late. Despite Xia Feng's swift actions, having spotted those figures and realizing their intentions, he resolved to depart. Yet just as he was about to scale the wall, voices from outside rang out. "Here, we must secure this place. Not just humans, even a dog must be caught. We cannot let the one who cleared the barrier escape." Xia Feng's face darkened considerably at this. In such a short time, so many awakened ones have been summoned. This situation could stem from only two possibilities. Either the other party had meticulously planned this, targeting the school like Xia Feng, suggesting they belonged to a large organized group, or the second option, overwhelming numbers indicating they were part of a significant organization. Xia Feng dismissed the first possibility outright. His own knowledge came from being reborn, which led him to believe there was a luminous barrier in the school, prompting his reckless rush here. Unless the other party were also reborn, it was impossible for them to have premeditated this. Thus, only the second option remained. The other side was large and organized. For some reason, the first thought that flickered in Xia Feng's mind was of Zhang Chaoshan and the Zhang family behind him. Members of the Zhang family. The gloom on Xia Feng's face swiftly transformed into a chilling, murderous intent. It seemed fate had conspired against him. Previously, in his haste to find Xiaoru, he had merely settled the score with Zhang Chaoshan. But he had not pursued the Zhang family further. Yet now, they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep, as so many awakened ones, undeniably from the Zhang family. If all the awakened ones pooled their strength, the goblins within the school might have already been eradicated. Even that faint luminous barrier might have been clear before he arrived. Yet the Zhang family chose to remain indifferent, allowing the goblins to slaughter the people in the school. Now, having just sensed something amiss, they were like cats smelling blood, hastily following the trail. Indeed, this was characteristic of the Zhang family's modus operandi. Self-interest above all, acting only in ways that benefit themselves. That I will not allow you to have your way. The summer breeze carried a mocking chill. Meanwhile, Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao gleaned their adversaries' intentions from the discussions of the awakened ones outside. In an instant, Su Yunwan's expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Her gaze turning as frigid as Xia Feng's, akin to shards of ice. The identity of the awakened from the prominent families remained a mystery. Xiaoru, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "They are targeting us, intent on seizing the treasure chest in our possession. How abhorrent! Can't they procure their own?" Lu Tao turned to Xia Feng and inquired, "What shall we do now? I will divert their attention. You all should flee first." Xia Feng replied icily, his tone imbued with a palpable, bone-chilling intent to kill. Xiaoru's expression shifted, worry etched on her face as she cautioned, "Isn't that too perilous? Perilous? The danger does not lie with me, but rather with them," Xia Feng stated. "Lu Tao, once I have lured them away, find an opportunity to drive the car and be ready to assist me." Sensing Xia Feng's resolve, Lu Tao could only acquiesce. Understood. Xiaoru hesitated for a few seconds, though reluctant to let Xia Feng face the risk alone. She recognized that once he had made a decision, there would be no dissuading him. "You must be cautious, brother," Su Yunwan, regarding Xia Feng with a serious demeanor, added, "As long as I am here, Xiaoru and Lu Tao will be safe. You, however, must be careful not to perish. We still have to visit the Su family together." Xia Feng found amusement in Su Yunwan's words, which bore the weight of a farewell, though he thought it merely involved collecting a bit of interest. Not a matter of life and death. Rest assured, I value my life more than any of you. I will not recklessly undertake anything beyond my capabilities. Thus, I will be fine. Su Yunwan nodded and, alongside Xiaoru and Lu Tao, cautiously retreated, concealing themselves. Once they were hidden, Xia Feng unsheathed his tang knife and struck decisively at the wall ahead, cleaving it with ferocity. In an instant, that barrier crumbled like tofu. Standing outside, an awakened individual was caught off guard, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos before being obliterated, reduced to a puddle of blood by the force of the tang knife. With a single stroke, the wall fell, and a life was extinguished. The other awakened guards, tasked with monitoring the area, stood frozen, staring in astonishment at the fallen wall and the sanguinary remnants, utterly dumbfounded. What sort of power is this? They pondered, their minds racing. How could a person be reduced to mist in an instant? An elite-level goblin, perhaps? Though these individuals belonged to the Zhang family, their experiences were limited. The most formidable creatures they had encountered were elite goblins, and nothing beyond that. While elite goblins could indeed crush and awaken one with brute strength and weaponry, this was clearly no goblin's doing, but if it had been, the uproar would have been deafening. Yet the death of the awakened was instantaneous, devoid of any warning. What just transpired? Who witnessed the death? No one saw it. Damn it. This is surreal. Could there be creatures other than goblins lurking within the school? As the Zhang family awakened stood bewildered, fearful, and even cursing, suddenly, Xia Feng's figure emerged, revealing himself to their sight. The eyes of the Zhang family's awakened widened in realization. You, the awakened who eliminated the barrier? Who do you think you are, daring to slay our kin? Xia Feng met their gaze with a slight smile. Weren't you all waiting here for me? And now you claim not to know who I am? Their minds reeled in shock. You are the one who cleared the barrier. Laughter erupted amongst them that we didn't seek you out, yet here you are, offering yourself to us. Truly, heaven is on our side. This place was indeed the right choice. Let us all attack together and kill him. He possesses the golden treasure chest, and if we eliminate him, it shall belong to us. Recognition of Xia Feng transformed their astonishment into ecstasy. And without a moment's hesitation, they charged toward him. The Zhang family had made it abundantly clear. Whoever could capture the one who cleared the barrier, regardless of their fate, would be generously rewarded. With the Zhang family's bounty, coupled with the golden treasure, they would strike it rich. Humph, do you truly believe you can kill me and seize my treasure? Xia Feng scoffed coldly. The individuals before him ranged from levels 3 to 5. While he stood at level 10, almost double, if not triple, their strength. With a mere flick of his tang knife, he could effortlessly annihilate them, just as he had done moments prior. It would be child's play. Slaughtering awakened ones would be akin to butchering dogs. Yet Xia Feng remembered his true objective. His exposure was a calculated ploy to draw the Zhang family's attention, ensuring Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao could escape unscathed. In truth, Xia Feng need not have taken such risks. Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao could have remained safely hidden. However, given the Zhang family's notorious methods, any act of treachery was possible. While he held no concern for Xia Ru and Su Yunwan, his sole worry lay with Lu Tao. It was prudent to be cautious. When confronted with the Zhang family's assault, Xia Feng chose not to engage, but swiftly retreated. His actions imbued the awakened ones with confidence. Previously petrified by witnessing their comrades' brutal demise, their fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and fervor. They envisioned themselves claiming the golden treasure chest and ascending to unparalleled strength. Ha! I thought he was formidable. Yet he flees at the mere sight of us. Putting on a show. Pursue him. We must not let him escape. That treasure chest is ours. Contact the others and corner him. I've already reached out. The school is now encircled by our Zhang family's awakened. Not even a fly could escape. The Zhang family's awakened, filled with fervor, surged forward. Meanwhile, others received the alert, igniting a fervent frenzy, tightening their net around Xia Feng's escape route, intent on ensnaring him. Although Xia Feng was the first awakened to clear the barrier globally, only by the hands of the Zhang family could he be slain and the golden treasure chest seized, thus bestowing glory upon the Zhang family. In that moment, they would rise to prominence as the foremost family in the Dragon Country region. Each Zhang family awakened harbored this ambition deep within. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was all part of Xia Feng's meticulous plan. What awaited the Zhang family was not ascension, but a pathway leading to the underworld that on another front, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao remained hidden, observing wave after wave of Zhang family awakened pass by their concealed position. Their closest, the Zhang family awakened were less than a meter away from their hiding spot. Finally, the tumult subsided, and the trio dared to emerge, hastily departing the classroom. The vehicle they had arrived in was parked at the school entrance, but since it was unsafe for Lu Tao to venture there, he had no choice but to procure another. Due to the sudden onslaught of monsters, vehicles lay abandoned everywhere, yet acquiring one would still require some time. Concerned for Xia Feng's safety, Xiaoru turned to Su Yunwan and Lu Tao, suggesting, Yunwan, why don't you accompany Lu Tao to find a car while I assist my brother? Before she could finish, Su Yunwan interrupted, No, I cannot agree to that. I promised your brother to ensure your and Lu Tao's safety. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first go through me, so I cannot allow you to go alone. Su Yunwan's gaze bore into Xiaoru, her tone resolute. Xiaoru felt daunted, having spent so much time with Su Yunwan. This was the first time she had witnessed such seriousness, yet she was not ready to concede. But Su Yunwan cut her off again. No buts. Trust your brother. He will be fine. Seeing Su Yunwan's unwavering determination, Xiaoru had no choice but to abandon her intent to assist Xia Feng, casting a distant glance in his direction, hoping silently, Brother, you must not come to harm. At the outset, Xia Feng moved swiftly. But as more awakened individuals from the Zhang family approached, he gradually slowed his pace. That it appeared that the Zhang family had dispatched a considerable number of their awakened members, and he surmised that Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao should be safe, even if they encountered other awakened members from the Zhang family. As long as they were not surrounded, they would likely be unharmed. Xia Feng's gaze swept over the gathering of Zhang family awakened members, and a murderous intent flickered in his heart. Clearly, the Zhang family was investing heavily this time. Perfect. I shall collect a hefty interest in return if so many awakened ones were to perish at once. Even the Zhang family would surely feel the sting of loss. Gripping his Tang Dao, he decided to cease his flight and position himself on the playground. In the next moment, the Zhang family awakened surrounded him. Their numbers no fewer than a dozen, with more on the way, encircling Xia Feng completely. The sudden halt in Xia Feng's actions left them somewhat perplexed, so they merely surrounded him without initiating an attack. However, the crowd suddenly parted, and an elderly gentleman clad in a tailcoat approached from behind. He regarded Xia Feng with a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, which quickly vanished, replaced by a jovial demeanor, as he remarked, So you're the one who cleared the barrier. Clearing the barrier and eliminating the goblins that had appeared in the school should indeed be commendable, but you most certainly should not have acted within the Zhang family's territory. Xia Feng retorted sarcastically, The Zhang family's territory? You must be referring to the school, I presume. The elderly man chuckled. Indeed, it is the school. That barrier you cleared, since it manifested within the school, rightfully belongs to the Zhang family. The reason so many awakened from the Zhang family are here is that the young master, Zhang Zhaoshan, recently encountered trouble at the school, all thanks to someone named Xia Feng. The elder and the awakened members of the Zhang family had originally come for Xia Feng, but they had not anticipated this delightful surprise. A barrier had appeared within the school, and clearing it would yield a golden treasure chest. Each one could contain precious items. What thrilled them even more was that they had cornered the very individual responsible for clearing the barrier, the owner of the golden treasure chest, akin to a windfall. Wealth is at hand. Do you understand what a barrier is? Xia Feng seemed oblivious to the delight on the elder's face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The elder was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. The term barrier was something he had only heard from a mysterious voice. Having never witnessed one or experienced it firsthand, how could he possibly know what it was? Observing the elder's bewilderment, Xia Feng sneered coldly. You don't even know what a barrier is, yet you claim it belongs to the Zhang family? Can you not be more shameless? And since when did the school belong to the Zhang family? The elder's demeanor shifted rapidly to one of rage. I say it belongs to the Zhang family. And it is so. You would do well to hand over that golden treasure chest at once. Xia Feng countered. What if I refuse? You have no choice. Attack, kill him, and seize the golden treasure chest. The elder sneered, directly ordering the awakened members beside him to eliminate Xia Feng. Murder and plunder. Xia Feng was the foremost individual in the Dragon Country district for clearing barriers, and due to his efforts, the entire district had reaped substantial rewards, resulting in a surge of S-rank awakened members. If he could be persuaded to join them, it would be all the more advantageous. The elder had initially entertained similar thoughts. However, upon encountering Xia Feng, he felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence and killing intent that intensified with each exchanged. It was as if there were an irreconcilable enmity with the Zhang family. Such a person, once absorbed into the Zhang family, could only spell disaster. Therefore, he had to be eliminated, and swiftly. right here and now. Chapter 63. Collecting debts. The elder, having served the Zhang family for decades as their steward, held deep affection for them and would not permit anyone to act against their interests. Should anyone attempt such a thing, he would directly intervene and eliminate the threat. Upon hearing the elder's command, the faces of the Zhang family awakened, twisted into expressions of savagery as they rushed toward Xia Feng, each eager to engage. Them. Xia Feng appeared as a lamb to the slaughter, easily crushed beneath their might. Excellent. Since the opponent had taken the initiative, Xia Feng naturally would not hold back. He charged towards the Zhang family's awakened, his Tang Dao slicing through the air, instantly painting the ground with blood. In a single motion, he claimed the lives of several Zhang family awakened members. The swift slaughter served as a wake-up call to the remaining awakened, who now looked upon him with a mix of fear and astonishment. In their eyes, Xia Feng had single-handedly cleared the barrier within the school, showcasing undeniable strength. Yet the ferocity of his attack was simply outrageous, having dispatched so many awakened with a mere stroke. They were well aware that these were awakened individuals, not mere cabbages by the roadside. They had activated their panels, possessed talents, and had even leveled up through slaying goblins, enhancing their attributes and growing stronger. Yet, they had still perished, falling before Xia Feng as if they were but dogs. Furthermore, many present had observed clearly that Xia Feng's strike was nothing more than an ordinary swing. He had not even utilized his talents. How could such a formidable being be confronted, let alone slain? Was it even possible? A sense of retreat began to blossom in the hearts of some awakened members. They had only just awakened and had yet to become supreme beings, not wishing to meet their end here. However, before they could even begin to withdraw, the elder's furious voice rang out from behind. "What are you doing? Why have you halted?" He had just cleared the barrier. It was impossible for him to be unscathed. Such behavior was merely a ruse to intimidate you. All of you, attack together, kill him. There was no need for a direct confrontation. Utilize your abilities and attack him from a distance. Whoever manages to kill this person will receive a reward of 5 million, a silver treasure chest, and my recommendation to enter the core ranks of the Zhang family. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the eyes of all Zhang family awakened turned red with fervor. The steward spoke true. This individual before them had just cleared the barrier and could not possibly be without injury. The earlier strike was likely the extent of his strength. It was not that he refrained from using his talents. He was simply unable to. An awakened member who could not utilize their abilities could only rely on their physical attributes in combat, a mere shell of their former power. Most of those present had been recruited by the Zhang family, their purpose being to access the family's resources and ascend to the core ranks. Now, that opportunity lay before them, that if they could slay this individual, everything they desired would be within reach. What was there to hesitate about? In an instant, the fear that had gripped the hearts of the Zhang family awakened vanished entirely. Even the newly awakened among them now focused solely on Xia Feng. Their minds fixated on a singular thought, to kill Xia Feng. Onward, attack! With a roar, they all launched their assault simultaneously. Flames, frost, wind blades, and even mental attacks surged forth. Every awakened member unleashed their abilities, bombarding Xia Feng with frenzied attacks. Xia Feng's expression shifted. Although he had reached level 10 and was considered the strongest in the Dragon Country district, facing such a multitude of awakened members was no small feat. He could only evade. Fortunate that his attributes were sufficiently high. Otherwise, he might not have been able to dodge all their attacks. You have forced my hand. With so many opponents employing their talents, it was clear they intended to eliminate Xia Feng, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. As he deftly dodged their assaults, he plunged into the fray. With each swing of his Tang Dao, multiple awakened members fell, blood sprayed, and cries of anguish erupted. The Zhang family awakened were indeed numerous, with dozens in their ranks, but their levels were far too low. Even combined, they were no match for Xia Feng. Moreover, given Xia Feng's method of dispatching them like cutting through vegetables, they could not endure for long. Within mere minutes, the Zhang family was reduced to just a handful of awakened members, and this included those who had been wounded, but not yet slain. Those still standing numbered fewer than ten.8 this moment. The excitement and exhilaration they had felt earlier had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. So many of them, all awakened, yet they had nearly been wiped out in just a few minutes. Demon, you are no human. You are a merciless killer. Flee. This man is a demon. If we do not escape now, we shall lose our lives. I have only just awakened. I do not wish to die here. Run. It has been proven that fear is indeed contagious. However, when one awakened individual, unable to withstand the immense pressure within, chooses to flee, others will follow suit, resulting in utter chaos in the blink of an eye. All the surviving awakened from the Zhang family were gripped by terror and fled, none daring to confront Xia Feng, who had become in their minds a merciless demon. Only a demon could possess such formidable power. Only a demon could kill without so much as a blink. Yet, Xia Feng had come to settle a debt, and he would not let them off the hook simply because they chose to run. Especially considering their earlier intentions to end his life in the next moment. Xia Feng charged forward once more, dispatching the remaining awakened ones in a flurry of strikes. His gaze then settled upon an elderly man clad in a tailcoat. You are the last one left. He approached slowly, unhurriedly, uttering, "The wheel of fate turns. Who can escape the heaven's judgment? When you incited these awakened to act against me, did you ever anticipate your own fate?" The old man trembled, his fear reaching a breaking point. Had it not been for a single thought sustaining him, he would have collapsed in terror. Was this still a human being? One man, facing dozens of awakened. Not only emerged victorious, but also unscathed? He had assumed that after Xia Feng had just cleared the barrier, he would surely be gravely injured, and with their numbers, they could easily overpower him. Yet, the situation had reversed entirely. Although they were numerous, their ranks had crumbled at the slightest touch from Xia Feng. The old man suppressed his fear, forcing himself to regain composure. He fixed his gaze on Xia Feng and calmly stated, "In truth, we share no animosity. We could sit down and discuss matters amicably. I simply wish to survive. Tell me, what price must I pay to secure my life?" He voiced his true thoughts. He had already witnessed Xia Feng's might. In the face of such a powerhouse, any attempt at concealment would be counterproductive. Chapter 64. Buying Life with Money. The old man regarded Xia Feng with unprecedented seriousness. "I can offer you money. Just name a figure, and I will not haggle." Buying life with money. Xia Feng scoffed that in the past, such a tactic might have borne fruit, but times had changed. Monsters roamed freely, possessing countless barriers, for an ordinary person lacking talent or an activated panel. Money might hold appeal, but Xia Feng was an awakened being, the first to slay a monster and possess dual talents. Not to mention the first to comprehend the barrier to it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the foremost awakened individual in the Longwa region. He would not regard money as an ordinary person would owe him. Even vast sums of wealth were merely numbers. Mere paper, worth less than the most basic treasure chest. Seeing Xia Feng remain silent, the old man grew anxious. Is money unacceptable? What about treasure chests, equipment, or materials? I reiterate, I only wish to live. Surely, these items would suffice, especially since I've already stated that we share no enmity and could talk things over. Upon hearing the old man's words, Xia Feng finally reacted, "Oh, you claim we share no animosity." He replied with a tone that was both playful and mocking. The old man's eyes lit up upon witnessing this. "Yes, this is merely a misunderstanding. I have failed to recognize your stature and have inadvertently offended you. But I am willing to make amends. Speak your desire. I can provide you with treasure chests, equipment, materials, or even information about awakened bases." What did he fear most? The greatest fear was that Xia Feng would be impervious to reason, that he would swing his blade and end his life as effortlessly as he had done with the others. As an awakened being and the steward of the Zhang family, he did not wish to perish here. Now that Xia Feng had spoken, it indicated that there was a possibility for negotiation. If a small price could clear the misunderstanding between them, perhaps he might escape death. Furthermore, if the misunderstanding was resolved, could it not signify that he might draw Xia Feng into the Zhang family's ranks? Despite Xia Feng having already slain many of the Zhang family's awakened, at least dozens, in the old man's eyes, their combined worth was eclipsed by Xia Feng. Not only was Xia Feng the first to clear the barrier, but his strength was unparalleled. If Xia Feng were to join the Zhang family, the old man would undoubtedly claim credit. With this thought, the old man's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Yet he was completely unaware of the true meaning behind Xia Feng's words. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions." Xia Feng chuckled softly and continued. "Since you assert that we share no enmity, I am curious as to why you brought so many awakened to the school and incorporated the institution into the Zhang family's domain. Such matters were not to be concealed." The old man confessed. "The eldest son of the Zhang family is a student here. After the upheaval, he encountered misfortune and was schemed against and killed. Thus, at the behest of the family head, I brought the Zhang families awakened to the school to lay in wait and capture the one responsible for our master's death. This was our true purpose. Yet we were unprepared for the hidden barrier within the school, from which endless goblins emerged, seemingly never ceasing. Unable to breach the school, I decided to merely guard the perimeter, and then you appeared." He looked at Xia Feng and continued. "The surrounding awakened and bases are well aware that the Zhang family has encircled the school, hence it has come to be regarded as the Zhang family's territory." Xia Feng's gaze sharpened. "How do you know that Zhang Chaos-Han was murdered?" A hint of doubt crept into his heart. The scheme to kill Zhang Chaos-Han had been executed with utmost secrecy, with only a few bystanders perishing, devoured by goblins. Logically, the news should not have reached the Zhang family. Yet they were informed, and not only did they know, but the family head had also dispatched the old man to lead dozens of awakened to the school to apprehend the perpetrator. Why? Were there other witnesses present at the time? Although this incident was a Zhang family secret, I can divulge it to you. The old man looked at Xia Feng, his expression serious. "But you must promise that after I reveal the truth, you will spare my life and let me go." Xia Feng interrupted. "Speak first, and then I will consider whether to spare you." The old man hesitated. The question regarding the Zhang family's eldest son was a family secret, not something to be casually shared with outsiders. However, at this crucial juncture, it seemed he had no room for negotiation if he chose silence. With Xia Feng's evident ruthlessness, he would undoubtedly be killed without mercy. After a moment's contemplation, the old man made a decision. When the eldest son was killed, there had been a witness who had seen the entire event and managed to escape the school, subsequently informing the Zhang family of the truth. "This is the answer to your inquiry. I have disclosed it, so you may release me." As he spoke, he suddenly froze, recalling a dire question. "How do you know our eldest son's name is Zhang Chaos-Han?" The old man was certain that he had never revealed the full name of the eldest son, only referring to him as the Zhang family's eldest. How could Xia Feng possibly know? In an instant, the old man grasped a terrifying truth. "Could it be that you are also from the school and know our eldest son?" His voice quivered as he spoke, for he had surmised the truth but dared not voice it. To do so would seal his fate. Yet, such trivial apprehensions could hardly deceive Xia Feng. With the enhancement of levels, the attributes of awakened beings surged, and the significant boost to mental attributes allowed them to perceive various human emotions. Just as the old man began to speak, Xia Feng distinctly sensed the fear emanating from him, a feeling absent even when he had witnessed Xia Feng slaughtering dozens of Zhang's awakened. But now, it was palpable. What could instill such fear in the elderly man? If he merely suspected Xia Feng was from the school, he would not react in such a manner. Thus, it was clear that the old man had discerned the entire truth. Knowing Xia Feng to be the architect behind Zhang Chaoshan's demise, Xia Feng smiled. "Indeed, I am from the school." Chapter 65, Two of a Kind. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, the old man had not yet had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, when, in the next moment, Xia Feng's voice rang out once more. "Moreover, I'm also a classmate of Zhang family's eldest son, and the very one who orchestrated his death. In other words, I'm the person you have been searching for." The summer breeze gazed upon the elderly man, his tone imbued with a chilling intent. "Thus, you may rest assured in your demise, for there are numerous awakened souls to accompany you on your journey. The path to the underworld shall surely not be a solitary one." The old man opened his mouth. "I have divulged so much, revealed to you the entire truth, and yet you still refuse to grant me mercy. Do you? Even if you were to slay me, the Zhang family would not let you go unscathed." He still clung to a flicker of hope, pleading, on the contrary, "Should you spare my life upon my return, I could conceal the events that transpired here, informing the family head that you perished at the hands of a monster." Xia Feng interrupted him. "Enough. Do you presume I would fall for your deceitful words? In my previous life, it was my trust in Zhang Chaos-Han that led to my ruin. In this life, I shall not place my faith in anyone from the Zhang family. The elderly figure, though his identity remained unclear, commanded a considerable number of awakened individuals, indicating his esteemed position within the Zhang family. Otherwise, the family head would not have entrusted such a significant matter to him. In Xia Feng's eyes, he was no different from the young master of the Zhang family or the family head himself. They were all cut from the same cloth, and thus, Xia Feng held no belief in him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew out his Tang Dao, prepared to grant the man a swift end. Upon witnessing Xia Feng's intent to strike, the old man instantly comprehended the slim chances of his survival. He ceased to feign composure, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. You orchestrated the demise of the young master, and now you have slain so many of the Zhang family's awakened ones. Your enmity with them is now a blood feud. You are doomed. His laughter echoed. Not only shall you perish, but your kin, your friends, and anyone connected to you shall meet the same fate. This is the consequence of opposing the Zhang family. No awakened one would dare protect you. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Yet, today, I am but a reflection of your tomorrow. I await you on the road to the underworld. His countenance was twisted, akin to madness, and before he could finish his words, he unleashed his innate ability. Despite knowing he was no match for Xia Feng, he felt compelled to extract a piece of flesh from him before his end. The old man's ability was a mental assault he had previously employed to no avail amidst the siege by the Zhang family's awakened. Yet, with death looming, he disregarded all else and activated it once more. However, Xia Feng had long been prepared. He merely felt a momentary heaviness in his mind before recovering instantaneously, coldly smirking as he swung his Tang Dao with ferocity. Just as the blade was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the old man, an unforeseen event transpired. Without a hint of warning, a voice rang out, "Brother, no." The speaker was Xia Ru. She, along with Su Yunwan and Lu Tao, had come as per Xia Feng's request, even driving into the school grounds. Yet upon disembarking the vehicle, they were met with an overwhelming stench of blood, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses. The three felt a wave of nausea wash over them. As they approached, the scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Lifeless bodies sprawled everywhere. Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao had followed Xia Feng, their resolve having grown remarkably firm, and they were no strangers to death. They had witnessed much during their time at the hotel, even seeing a middle-aged man and a pair of service staff feeding human flesh to goblins. However, that had been but a handful of individuals. Unlike the gruesome sight before them, where blood flowed freely and dismembered limbs lay scattered, this was undoubtedly a massacre. Even with their fortitude, the shocking tableau nearly induced their stomachs to revolt. What was even more unsettling was the likelihood that Xia Feng was the architect of this carnage. Xia Ru fought to suppress her terror and disgust, her face contorted in disbelief. "Brother, did you truly do all of this? Is it really you who has killed so many? How could her own brother commit such heinous acts?" After all, these were not monsters, but living, breathing humans. Even if their motives were impure, having targeted Xia Feng from the outset, his actions were exceedingly cruel. He could have escaped. Why annihilate them all? Not solely Xia Ru, but Su Yunwan and Lu Tao also regarded Xia Feng with incredulous eyes. Yet compared to Xia Ru, their capacity to accept the situation was evidently stronger. Particularly Su Yunwan, who, having witnessed the upheaval in the Su family, surmised that Xia Feng must have compelling reasons for his actions, especially since, in her mind, members of large families were rarely virtuous. The Su family was thus, and so too was the Zhang family. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yunwan stepped forward slowly, urging, "Xia Ru, do not react this way. The man before you is your brother. There must be a reason for his actions that are reason. What reason could possibly justify this?" Xia Ru retorted, her demeanor shifting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fury ignited. Does having a reason permit one to kill? To slaughter so many in one fell swoop? What difference is there between him and that middle-aged man from the hotel? I refuse to see my brother turn into a monster. She turned her gaze sharply upon Xia Feng, demanding, "Answer me. Did you kill these people?" With an impassive expression, Xia Feng nodded, "Yes, I did." "Why? Why?" Xia Ru's emotions spiraled out of control as she pressed him. Just as Xia Feng prepared to respond, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elderly man, who had seemed resigned to his fate, suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope for survival and lunged toward Xia Ru. This unforeseen development caught everyone off guard by the time Xia Feng, Su Yinwan, and Lu Tao comprehended the situation. The old man's ability had already taken effect, his mental assault piercing through their minds like a barrage of needles. Xia Feng felt a fleeting heaviness in his mind, but quickly regained his composure. Alas, it was too late. The old man had reached Xia Ru's side, a sharp dagger pressed firmly against her throat, a sinister grin upon his face. She calls you brother? Then you must be siblings. Oh, how fortunate am I. You dare not approach, lest I take her life. Xia Feng regarded him, his eyes as frigid as glaciers. I warn you, release my sister at once, should any harm befall her. I shall carve your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the goblins. In the midst of shock, Xia Feng's voice resonated as if from the depths of hell, devoid of any human emotion. Ha! The old man sneered. You seem not to grasp the gravity of the situation, daring to threaten me? No, no, it is I who shall threaten you now, that if you take even a step closer or utter another word of threat. Believe me, I will sever your sister's head right before your eyes. As he spoke, the dagger pressed closer, slicing through Xia Ru's delicate skin, a droplet of crimson cascading down to others. This might seem an act of unspeakable cruelty, but for the elderly steward of the Zhang family, it was merely routine. Countless lives had already been claimed by his hands, their heads severed without a second thought. Among them were both awakened individuals and ordinary folk. To the old man, this was merely a customary method of intimidation, far from cruel. Furthermore, when compared to Xia Feng's indiscriminate slaughter of the Zhang family's awakened, such tactics seemed trivial. Xia Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He refrained from advancing or speaking further. Xi Yinwan and Lu Tao tensed, while Xia Ru remained in shock until the warm blood trickled down her neck, the acrid scent filling her nostrils. Finally snapping her back to reality, in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of the old man, and her face contorted in unprecedented horror, even more so than when she had witnessed Xia Feng's massacre. Why? Why? Xia Ru questioned, bewildered. Was it not I who saved you just moments ago? You should be dead. I rescued you. Why do you still threaten me? Previously, she had witnessed the middle-aged man using human flesh to feed goblins, an experience that had profoundly traumatized her. Yet, that had only scratched the surface. In Xia Ru's eyes, the hotel's middle-aged man was dark enough, but the actions of the steward of the Zhang family made those seem utterly juvenile. Indeed, you saved my life just in time, the old man replied with a chilling laugh. The elderly man chuckled softly. Yet due to your brother's connections, your family has forged an unbreakable enmity with the Zhang clan. As the steward of the Zhang family, this small act of saving grace means nothing to me. From this day forth, you shall face the relentless pursuit of the Zhang family. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, it will be in vain. Anyone associated with you must perish. Your family, your loved ones, your friends, and even innocent strangers who dare to offer you refuge will meet the same fate. No one shall be spared. As he spoke, his gaze shifted pointedly to Xia Feng, the dagger in his hand showing no sign of retreat, all while he cautiously stepped back. His only option was to leave this place. Take Xia Feng's sister with him, and then seek accolades from the family head. After all, capturing her would mean capturing Xia Feng himself, a guaranteed triumph. Whatever rewards he desired, the family head would surely bestow upon him. Meanwhile, Xia Ru, upon hearing the elder's words, fell into a spiral of self-doubt, muttering why, like a puppet under the elder's control, mirroring his movements. The two retreated a significant distance, nearly dozens of meters, in the next moment. The elder abruptly turned, his dagger leaving Xia Ru's neck to grip her tightly as he bolted away to him. This distance felt sufficiently safe. Xia Feng was indeed formidable, but unless he possessed teleportation abilities, it was impossible for him to catch up instantly. Even if he did pursue, the elder could always resort to his earlier tactics. Ultimately, as long as he could escape safely, that was all that mattered. However, he grossly underestimated Xia Feng's abilities. Currently, Xia Feng had already ascended to level 10, a complete transformation, and with his attributes surging, the distance of dozens of meters was but a fleeting moment for him. Though not teleportation, it was nearly as effective. Moreover, Xia Feng had other means at his disposal, such as skills to create illusions and a white gem acquired from the light screen. It could be said that if Xia Feng truly wished to eliminate the Elder, it would take but an instant. The only reason he had refrained from acting was his concern for Xia Ru's safety, for the Elder's dagger had remained poised at her throat. But now, with the Elder's dagger moved away, it afforded Xia Feng the opportunity he had been waiting for. Almost the moment the Elder turned, Xia Feng sprang into action, his speed reaching unprecedented heights, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was at the Elder's side. Such speed! How could it be? The Elder's pupils constricted in shock as the dagger slipped from his grasp, attempting to replicate his earlier method to intimidate Xia Feng into submission. He realized that no amount of speed could surpass Xia Feng's. At the instant his dagger fell, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, akin to a system crash, robbing him of his capacity for thought as he was ensnared within an illusion. This is an illusion. This is bad. The Elder's innate talent was mental shock, and he instantly recognized that he had been drawn into an illusion. Aware of the means to break free, he summoned his unwavering willpower to escape the mirage. However, just as he regained his cognitive abilities, he was struck by a searing pain, only to discover that both his arms and legs had been severed. He had been reduced to a wretched state. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the Elder could not help but emit a heart-wrenching scream. Xia Feng remained impassive, not even sparing a glance at the Elder, instead comforting Xia Ru, saying, "It's all right. You are safe now, as long as I am here. No one can harm you." Xia Ru, awakening from her stupor, found her vision blurred with tears, and with a quavering voice, she asked, "Brother, did I do something wrong? I saved someone. So why have they turned around to take me hostage and threaten us, declaring they would pursue us to the ends of the earth, insisting that anyone we have ever encountered must die?" Xia Ru struggled to comprehend why her good deed had led to such dire consequences. Xia Feng smiled gently. "No, you did nothing wrong. The fault lies with others. I have already punished those who acted wrongly. So please do not cry. If you continue, your beauty will fade, and you'll look like a painted face. Smile for me." Instantly, Xia Ru's tears transformed into a smile. Chapter 67. The Awakener's base let us depart. It is time to leave. Xia Feng gently urged Xia Ru to come. This time, Xia Ru did not resist, but responded affirmatively, turning to leave first. Xia Feng followed closely behind her. Xia Yuan and Lu Tao exhaled in relief and hurriedly caught up. None paid heed to the Zhang family's steward, now a grotesque figure lying in a pool of blood, suffering in agony. Such a person does not deserve to inhabit this world, A.S. Xia Feng. Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao made their exit. The lingering goblins, drawn by the rich scent of blood, emerged from the shadows. Their green eyes immediately locked onto the howling Elder. In the next moment, they pounced upon him. The Elder's cries grew even more harrowing. Yet, within mere minutes, silence fell, and he ceased to exist. Xia Feng had previously warned that should the Elder dare to harm Xia Ru, he would slice the man's flesh piece by piece for the goblins. Now, having severed the Elder's limbs and transformed him into a pitiable creature, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the goblins. Xia Feng had indeed fulfilled his promise that, in truth, Xia Feng had intended to carry out this act. However, he reconsidered. Xia Ru had articulated a salient point. If he acted in such a manner, he would be no different from the middle-aged man encountered at the hotel, who had fed humans to the goblins. Initially, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao united to eliminate the goblins within the school, followed by fierce battles against various mutated creatures, and finally, Xia Feng and Lu Tao clearing the light screen. Subsequently, the Zhang family's awakeners had nearly all mobilized, only to be met with Xia Feng's counterattack, resulting in near-total annihilation. Such a tremendous upheaval could not be concealed, for in the vicinity of the school, aside from the Zhang family's awakeners, other awakeners also existed. Shortly after the departure of Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao, the remaining awakeners, akin to cats sensing blood, swiftly converged upon the scene. They had been aware of the anomalies at the school, but had chosen to hold back due to the Zhang family. Now, upon hearing such a cacophony, Curiosity compelled them to investigate. Upon entering, they were met with the overwhelming stench of blood, leading them to the playground, where they were greeted by a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Corpses. Blood, severed limbs. The entire playground resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Furthermore, numerous goblins were feasting on the human remains. All dead. The Zhang family's awakeners have perished. Dozens of awakeners, capable of forming a significant force anywhere, now lay slain in this place. Who could have done this? How could such a powerful awakener exist? Who could be responsible? Could it be the individual who cleared the light screen? This seemed the only plausible explanation. The school had always been peculiar, with goblins continually emerging. Just when one batch was eradicated, another would appear as if it were an endless cycle. Yet now, only a few remained. Thus, it seemed this school was indeed the light screen referred to by the mysterious voice. Alas, the opportunity was right beneath our feet, yet we failed to realize it in time. I am most curious about the enmity between the Zhang family and the one who cleared the light screen. What could have driven them to ruthlessly slay so many of Xia Feng's awakeners? I share your curiosity. Surely, if there were no animosity, such brutal measures would be unwarranted, especially among fellow awakeners in such chaotic times where it is unnecessary to engage in life and death struggles. The Zhang family must have provoked their ire, leading to this calamity. They deserve it. Regardless of the reasons, they are now faced with the loss of so many awakeners, and they will not let this go unpunished. The individual who first cleared the light screen has certainly set the stage for an unfolding drama. Many individuals are engaged in fervent discussions. The matter has begun to spread rapidly, reaching not only the urban areas but also some awakening bases in the suburbs, where various speculations abound regarding the identity of the individual who cleared the luminous barrier. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Xia Feng, sits in a vehicle alongside Su Yunwan, Xia Ru, and Lu Tao, driving towards the outskirts after the recent events. Remaining in the city would be decidedly unwise. Thus, Lu Tao proposed they head directly to the suburbs. Xia Ru, occupying the front passenger seat, has remained silent since they embarked on their journey, not uttering a single word even after a considerable passage of time. This state of affairs causes Xia Feng some concern, yet he refrains from inquiring. Many experiences must be personally endured to foster growth. In Xia Ru's perspective, perhaps the middle-aged man in the hotel was indeed cruel, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent and extinguishing humanity. However, to the Zhang family steward, such actions might be deemed trivial. Furthermore, the world is undergoing profound transformations, with various dark undercurrents surfacing. These matters must be confronted by Xia Ru herself. Xia Feng is unable to assist her. Had he not lived a lifetime already, he might have reacted similarly to Xia Ru. Seated beside Xia Feng in the back seat, Su Yunwan seems to perceive his unease and offers a reassuring smile. There is no need to worry. Xia Ru will surely come to understand. Xia Feng gazes at her and replies candidly. In truth, I have a vendetta against the Zhang family. I orchestrated the demise of their eldest son, Zhang Chaos Han. The steward, accompanied by those awakened, is merely seeking revenge on Zhao's behalf. So, do you think I was wrong, that I acted cruelly? Su Yunwan shakes her head. Your actions undoubtedly stem from your own reasons. I do not believe you have erred as for cruelty. The dark and sordid affairs of those prominent families surpass your imagination. In comparison, your actions have been exceedingly moderate. Xia Feng exhales in relief. Responding with a smile, thank you, Su Yunwan, momentarily taken aback, queries, what do you thank me for? Xia Feng clarifies, thank you for your understanding. Before he can finish, Lu Tao's voice suddenly breaks in. Xia Feng, there is a small town ahead. It appears to be an awakening base. Should we proceed? A town? An awakening base? Xia Feng lowers the car window and extends his arm outside, confirming the sight of a town ahead, guarded and bustling with awakened individuals. Undoubtedly, this is indeed an awakening town. After a brief contemplation, he decisively states, let us enter. Awakening bases are the most suitable places for gathering information and exchanging goods. If they had not encountered one, it would have been one thing, but since they have, Xia Feng is determined to investigate. All right. Lu Tao nods and drives towards the awakening base. Chapter 68. The test Xia Feng's decision to have Lu Tao drive into the awakening base in the small town was well considered. Beyond the exchange of goods and intelligence gathering, There was a more pressing matter at hand. Xia Ru's current disposition seemed decidedly off. Continuing their journey would be unwise. They must find a place for her to rest and gradually come to terms with recent events. Xia Feng cannot bear to watch his soul sister come to harm. While he firmly believes Xia Ru will persevere, he does not wish to gamble with such matters as Xu Yunwan and Lu Tao. Understanding Xia Feng's intentions, willingly concur. Especially Xu Yunwan, who, despite her eagerness to return to the Su family for vengeance, has come to regard Xia Ru as one of her own through their time together. She too does not wish to see Xia Ru suffer, harboring her own confidence in her resilience. The vehicle slowly approaches the small town. As they draw near, they are immediately noticed by several vigilant, awakened individuals stationed at the entrance. Almost instantaneously, an awakened individual strides forward, leading a group, and the foremost among them does not appear to be of low rank, surpassing even the awakened individuals they previously encountered from the Zhang family. While most of the Zhang family's awakened members rank between levels 3 and 5, this leader boasts an impressive level 7. Such awakened individuals are scarce at this stage. Xia Ru and Xu Yunwan also possess this level. Having achieved it by following Xia Feng through the hotel incident and subsequently cleansing the school of numerous goblins. Following that, Xia Feng cleared the luminous barrier, allowing both to bask in the resultant glory. Yet, this leading awakened individual displays the same level of prowess. Xia Feng's expression reflects surprise as he deliberately observes the awakened leader. In the next moment, the leader positions himself squarely in the middle of the road, halting their vehicle with an air of arrogance, banging on the car hood and demanding, "Stop." Immediately come to a halt. Xu Yunwan and Lu Tao furrow their brows in unison. Even Xia Ru reacts, her countenance shifting as she casts a sidelong glance at Xia Feng, seemingly affected by the earlier incident, concerned he might erupt and eliminate this individual without hesitation. However, Xia Feng harbors no such intent. His previous annihilation of the Zhang family's awakened members stemmed from a profound enmity. He bears no grudge against those at this awakening base, while the behavior of the awakened individual ahead is undeniably brazen. Such conduct has become the norm in today's world, where excessive kindness has become a liability, leading to betrayal. "Step out of the vehicle," Xia Feng softly commands, then opens the door and exits first. Xu Yunwan and Lu Tao follow suit, with Xia Ru bringing up the rear. "What brings you here to our base?" The level 7 awakened individual inquires. Xia Ru, Xu Yunwan, and Lu Tao instinctively turn their gazes towards Xia Feng, who has been the decision-maker throughout their journey, whether during the hotel incident or while cleansing the school and luminous barrier. Over time, they have developed a reliance on him, seeking his counsel in times of uncertainty. However, the awakened leader quickly notices their collective gaze upon Xia Feng and comprehends that he is indeed the one in command. In the next moment, the level 7 awakened individual's attention shifts directly to Xia Feng as he asks again, "By your appearance, you must be awakened. What is your purpose for coming to our base?" His tone has softened considerably, now imbued with curiosity. Xia Feng does not conceal his intentions, responding candidly, "We are awakened individuals from the urban area. Passing through your base, wishing to stay for a few days," he pauses before adding, "to exchange some goods and gather information." Xia Feng speaks the truth, in addition to allowing Xia Ru to rest and recuperate. He genuinely intends to glean information from the other awakened individuals at the base. After all, having killed numerous members of the Zhang family, it is inevitable that they will seek him out, dispatching even more formidable awakened individuals to scour the city for his whereabouts. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Xia Feng wishes to ascertain which individuals from the Zhang family have been sent, their numbers and their strength. If possible, he intends to eliminate them all. That he will show no mercy to anyone associated with the Zhang family. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, the level 7 awakened individual becomes intrigued. "4 awakened individuals, you say?" Without waiting for Xia Feng's response, he continues, "Entering our base is certainly permissible, but you must first undergo a test. Xia Feng's brow furrows slightly at his words. The level 7 awakened individual nods affirmatively. "Indeed, a test. A straightforward procedure requiring you to battle 2 low-level goblins simultaneously. If you win, you pass. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng instantly comprehends the underlying motive. What sort of test is this? It seems the test is merely a pretext, with the true aim being to gauge the strength of the awakened individuals in these tumultuous times, when the lines between humanity and monstrosity have blurred. It is essential to discern who enters the base, whether they are genuine humans or beasts in human guise, much like the middle-aged man from the hotel or the Zhang family as steward. As monsters invade, such individuals no longer conceal their malevolence, indulging in murder and theft without remorse. Thus, it is indeed prudent to assess the strength of the awakened individuals before granting them entry. Additionally, as awakened individuals congregate to form bases, the frequent assaults by monsters necessitate a thorough evaluation of the base's defenses. Understanding the talents of the awakened and testing their abilities is paramount. The awakening base does not welcome the inept. Though all may be deemed awakened, many have ascended to this status through mere happenstance, and when confronted with monsters, they would likely crumble in terror, crying for help. What purpose would it serve to allow such individuals into the base? Does it hinder progress? Upon uncovering the truth, Xia Feng harbored little resistance towards the test proposed by the 7th-level awakener before him. Nodding in agreement, "All right." The 7th-level awakener smiled and said, "In that case, follow me." With that, he turned and walked away. However, the other awakeners he had brought did not follow directly. Instead, they surrounded Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Ti. It was evident that even if the four desired to leave at that moment, it was already too late, with the gathering of awakens and the establishment of the base city. The various bases had begun a subtle power struggle, even resorting to outright abductions. Xia Feng and his companions were clearly being targeted. Even if they were to forego the test now, the 7th-level awakener would not allow them to depart freely. Chapter 69 conditioned Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao, under the watchful eyes of numerous awakeners, followed closely behind the 7th-level awakener into the base. Apart from Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were utterly perplexed. Entering the base city should suffice. Why was there a need for a test? Wasn't that akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart, an unnecessary act? Moreover, this particular base city had previously been a small town. It was not anyone's private territory, and anyone could come, take a stroll, and leave at will. Why, then, was a test required? This was not to say that the trio opposed the so-called test. They merely found it strange and were somewhat concerned about inadvertently exposing themselves. After all, they had just collaborated to cleanse the school and the light screen, especially following the cleansing of the light screen, which had been broadcasted globally by a mysterious voice, making everyone aware of the incident. Coupled with the fact that Xia Feng had just eliminated numerous awakeners from the Zhang family at such a crucial time, revealing their strength could prove perilous, as they could easily be recognized. Should that occur, their situation would become exceedingly dire. Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were all filled with confusion, frequently glancing at Xia Feng, who should have been well aware of the situation given his awakening. Why then did he still agree? At last, Lu Tao could no longer contain himself. Leaning closer to Xia Feng and quietly voicing his concerns, Xia Feng offered a slight smile and, without hesitation, explained to Lu Tao the necessity of the test. Lu Tao's eyes widened in realization. The doubts in Xia Ru and Su Yunwan's minds also dissipated. However, just then, the 7th-level awakener leading the way abruptly halted, turned, and gave Xia Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your analysis is quite astute. I was under the impression you would have objections. Hearing your words puts my mind at ease. Rest assured, it is merely a common test involving 2 low-level goblins. Even an awakener who has just activated their panel could easily pass. Of course, this assumes they did not activate their panel through illicit means." Xia Feng nodded in silence, but if he were to truly believe such words, then his previous life would have been in vain. Clearly, this was an attempt to win him over. Trust him? Not a chance. Soon, the group arrived at a testing ground. While it was referred to as a training facility, it resembled a sports arena. The area below, where activities were conducted, was enclosed by iron bars, and faint echoes of goblin roars could be heard from the surrounding passages. Another group of awakeners was capturing goblins. However, it remained unclear whether their aim was to provide trials for newly entered awakeners or to domesticate the creatures. Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao seemed to sense something amiss, their expressions growing solemn. This was inevitable, as their previous experiences in the hotel had been too dark and profoundly etched in their memories. Leaving a significant psychological impact, they were on the verge of developing a phobia. Forgetting those events in the short term was an impossibility. Not to mention them, even Xia Feng, who had lived 2 lives, found it challenging. This was also why Xiaoru had rushed to stop Xia Feng during his reckless killing spree. Her experiences in the hotel were intertwined with this. She did not wish to become like the middle-aged man from the hotel. The 7th-level awakener appeared oblivious to the grave expressions on Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao's faces and asked, "Who will go first?" Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao once again looked to Xia Feng. Particularly Lu Tao, the 7th-level awakener had mistakenly assumed that the 4 of them were all awakeners based on Xia Feng's earlier words. But Lu Tao knew his own limitations all too well. He possessed no skills whatsoever and was merely a mediocre fighter, hardly a contender against goblins, let alone 2, though they were only low-level goblins. The test was certainly fraught with challenges. Xia Feng would not allow Lu Tao to participate and directly stated, "However, I have a condition." The 7th-level awakener's brow immediately furrowed, and as he did, the other awakeners surrounding Xia Feng drew closer. Yet in the next moment, the 7th-level awakener waved his hand, signaling them to step back. His gaze settled on Xia Feng as he inquired, "What is your request?" Xia Feng pointed at Lu Tao and stated, "His talent is somewhat unique and should not be exposed in front of too many people. Therefore, I shall substitute for him and endure double the test, if that is agreeable." The 7th-level awakener paused, his brow furrowing even more tightly, while the surrounding awakeners narrowed their eyes, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Did he wish to conceal his talent? In their eyes, hiding 1's abilities upon entering the base city was a perilous endeavor, as no one could ascertain what 1's talent might be. It was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. After all, the talents of awakeners were varied, with some possessing unique abilities that could attract hordes of monsters. If such a talent were unleashed within the base, it could cause catastrophic repercussions, potentially even annihilating the entire base. Why the test? Beyond the reason Xia Feng had deduced, there was one critical aspect. It was essential to ascertain the talents of those entering the base, ensuring complete safety. The atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. Not among Xia Feng and his companions, but between the 7th-level awakener and the surrounding awakeners. That unacceptable. Xia Feng, noticing the silence, directly initiated negotiations. "If not, we can take our leave. There must be other base cities nearby." As he spoke, he turned to depart. The surrounding awakeners stiffened, casting a glance at the 7th-level awakener, seemingly inquiring whether action should be taken. The 7th-level awakener not only failed to respond but burst into hearty laughter. "Double the test? That means battling 4 goblins simultaneously. You don't seem frightened at all. Commendable courage. I accept your terms. Who will go first?" His gaze swept over Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan. Xiaoru was about to step forward when Su Yunwan seized her arm, shaking her head. "I will go first," as Yunwan said, striding confidently ahead. The 7th-level awakener nodded at one of the awakeners, who promptly disappeared into a passage. Mere seconds later, 2 thunderous roars reverberated throughout the training ground. Chapter 70. Instant kill as the deafening roars echoed. 2 enormous goblins suddenly burst forth from the left and right openings, wielding stone axes and charging madly towards Su Yunwan in the center. However, as they closed in within mere meters of her, the 2 goblins abruptly halted, their bodies yanked back by an unseen force. It was then that Xia Feng noticed that iron chains had been fastened around the goblins' necks, extending back into the passage. Seeing this, Xia Feng's brow furrowed deeply, for he had witnessed a similar sight in the hotel, goblins bound by chains and imprisoned. The only difference was that the goblin he had seen in the hotel had been of elite rank, while the 2 before him were merely low-level. Logically, low-level goblins should not be this large. The only explanation was that these 2 goblins had been artificially raised, were they being domesticated once more. The scenes experienced in the hotel suddenly flashed through Xia Feng's mind like a slideshow, provoking a surge of resentment deep within him. Without any prior summons, That flicker of animosity manifested instantaneously. Fortunately, Xia Feng recognized it in time and swiftly suppressed that feeling, exhaling deeply as his expression returned to tranquility. However, while Xia Feng managed to recover so quickly, Xiaoru, Lu Tao, and Su Yunwan were unable to do the same. Upon witnessing the two goblins shackled by iron chains ahead, they, like Xia Feng, were instantly reminded of their experiences in the hotel, overwhelming their hearts like a dark enchantment. Although the level 7 awakened had yet to announce the commencement, Su Yunwan had already taken action. Her heart of nature activated. Countless vines erupted from the ground like lethal blades, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, they ensnared the two goblins, simultaneously piercing them until they resembled hedgehogs. The next moment, they collapsed with a resounding thud. From Su Yunwan entering the arena to the appearance of the two goblins, and then to her swift execution of them, merely 1 or 2 seconds had elapsed. A true instance of instant annihilation. After dispatching the two goblins, Su Yunwan turned to exit the arena, pausing momentarily as she passed the level 7 awakened, tilting her head and inquiring, "Does this count as qualified?" In that instant, the level 7 awakened finally emerged from his shock, gazing at Su Yunwan with disbelief and incredulity. While many awakened could indeed slay 2 low-level goblins, these were not ordinary ones. They had been artificially nurtured and had survived the brutal skirmishes among countless goblins, thus possessing strength equivalent to that of a mid-level goblin. Even a typical naturally evolved mid-level goblin might find it uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. The level 7 awakened could certainly claim he could replicate such a feat, but achieving it with the same ease as Su Yunwan was beyond his capabilities. This woman was formidable, perhaps even more so than himself. A grave expression settled on the level 7 awakened's face, struggling to comprehend why such a powerful awakened would choose to heed Xia Feng's words. Could it be that Xia Feng possessed strength surpassing even hers? The level 7 awakened cast a discreet glance at Xia Feng. Just then, Su Yunwan's voice rang out once more. "Does this count as qualified?" The level 7 awakened snapped back to attention. Smiling, of course. Next, just as he was about to announce, "Who is next?" the expressionless Xiaoru stepped into the arena, prompting a furrow of concern to appear on the level 7 awakened's brow once more. Roar! Roars echoed through the training ground again. As before, two goblins, evidently stronger than the average low-level goblins due to their artificial training, charged forth from the passage, lunging towards Xiaoru, with no expression on her face. The events that transpired in the hotel replayed in her mind. She had thought she would never encounter artificially trained goblins again. Yet here they were, mere moments later. These creatures feasted on humans. Why were they being raised? Xiaoru even had an inkling of what they were being fed. Suddenly, the temperature around her plummeted to freezing, countless tiny ice shards coalescing into 2 ice spheres in her palms. With a swift motion, she hurled them at the approaching goblins. Almost instantaneously, the ice spheres detonated, enveloping the goblins in a layer of frost, freezing them in place like 2 ice sculptures. Clang! At that moment, the chains binding the 2 goblins rattled slightly before they collapsed with a deafening crash, shattering into countless fragments. The level 7 awakened, along with the other awakened present, watched in astonishment as Xiaoru exited the arena, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Su Yunwan's prowess had been remarkable, but how was Xiaoru equally formidable? What kind of team was this, possessing 2 such powerful awakened? More importantly, despite their strength, they were not the leaders of the team and instead followed Xia Feng's commands. Did that imply Xia Feng was even more powerful? In an instant, the gaze of all the awakened in the base fell upon Xia Feng, a mix of shock and confusion evident in their expressions. Xia Feng met their stares with a smile, stating, "It's my turn." With that, he stepped into the arena. The familiar roars rang out once more. This time, it was not 2 but 4 goblins that charged from 4 different passages, their eyes glowing green, bloodthirsty, and racing towards Xia Feng. Yet, Xia Feng merely sidestepped the 4 goblins, and in the next moment, they collapsed, their bodies shattering into pieces as though sliced by razor-sharp blades. The entire sequence unfolded in the span of a mere second. From Su Yunwan to Xiaoru, and now to Xia Feng. All had achieved instant kills. The expression on the level 7 awakened's face darkened significantly. What was the purpose of the test? Beyond gauging the strength of the awakened, it was also to discern their talents. While Su Yunwan and Xia Ru had demonstrated their abilities, one controlling vines, the other wielding ice, Xia Feng had revealed nothing. What was his talent? No one knew at that moment. Xia Feng exited the arena and smiled at the level 7 awakened. Asking, "Did I pass?" The level 7 awakened shook his head. No, this was merely the first round. There's a second round, Chapter 71. The second round of testing the situation had indeed exceeded the level 7 awakened's expectations. When he proposed the test to Xia Feng and his companions, he was brimming with confidence, knowing that the goblins used for testing had been specially trained. Although they were low-level goblins, their capabilities rivaled those of mid-level goblins. Even the most formidable awakened would need to utilize their talents to defeat them. After all, he was a level 7 awakened and had the authority to make such statements. There had never been a case of failure before. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Both Su Yunwan and Xia Ru had been tested successfully. One exhibited a talent for manipulating vines while the other was linked to ice. Yet, in Xia Feng's case, he had seemingly failed outright. Indeed, Su Yunwan and Xia Ru were impressive, and even a level 7 awakened like himself could not guarantee victory over them. Furthermore, the fact that they followed Xia Feng's lead suggested that he was the strongest in their group. However, facing an opponent comparable to 4 mid-level goblins and being instantaneously defeated without revealing his talent was something the level 7 awakened could not accept. He resolved to conduct another round of testing. If the artificially trained low-level goblins proved ineffective, then he would utilize artificially trained mid-level goblins whose strength rivaled that of high-level goblins. Surely, there would be no issue to A.S. the second in command of the base. Responsible for testing new awakened, he was determined to see this through. He would not relent until he uncovered Xia Feng's talent. Another round? Xia Feng frowned upon hearing the level 7 awakened's words. Including all of us? The level 7 awakened nodded. No, just you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao immediately protested. Hey, what do you mean by that? He glared at the level 7 awakened, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. You didn't say that before. You claimed the test would only involve 2 low-level goblins, but can these even be considered low-level? Lu Tao pointed at the artificially trained goblins in the arena. These goblins are far beyond the capabilities of low-level ones. Is this what you call no problem? And secondly, Xia Feng has already passed. Why continue testing? This first round and second round clearly indicate you are targeting Xia Feng. The level 7 awakened interrupted him sternly. This is the base's rule. Rules, my foot. Lu Tao retorted. Come on, Xia Feng, let's leave it if they don't want us here. There's surely other awakened bases nearby where we can go. The level 7 awakened fixed his gaze on him coldly. Since you've entered the base, you must accept the test. It's too late to leave now. S's voice faded. In the next instant, the surrounding awakened individuals swiftly encircled them, their expressions menacing and predatory. It seemed that at the mere command of the level 7 awakened one, they would pounce upon Xia Feng and his companions, capturing them without hesitation. Lu Tao, witnessing this scene, instantly turned pale. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan also wore grim faces. The matter of taming goblins instinctively reminded them of the events that transpired at the hotel, and they already harbored some reservations about this so-called awakened base. Now, with a level 7 awakened one targeting Xia Feng, they questioned the base's rules. What sort of protocol is this, where newcomers are not allowed to leave? It was clearly just an excuse. Their already unfavorable impression of the base was further tarnished. Xia Ru and Su Yunwan, one holding an ice sphere and the other manipulating vines, awaited Xia Feng's command with equal determination. Meeting the gaze of the level 7 awakened one, Xia Feng smiled and remarked, "Your intention is merely to ascertain my talent, is it not? Very well." With that, he turned away, disregarding the protests of Lu Tao, Xia Ru, and Su Yunwan, and strode purposefully into the arena, casually stating, "Isn't there a second round of testing? Let us begin." The level 7 awakened, one furrowed his brow, suddenly finding Xia Feng somewhat inscrutable, yet still gestured to a nearby awakened individual. The latter nodded and swiftly disappeared into the passage. The level 7 awakened one redirected his attention to Xia Feng, only to see him wielding a Tang Dao, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Could it be that Xia Feng's talent was related to blades? In an instant, the level 7 awakened one recalled how Xia Feng had effortlessly slain 4 goblins moments ago, their bodies indeed dismembered. But what could a talent related to blades entail? Was it a slashing ability? He remembered a level 3 awakened individual in the base whose talent was indeed slashing, capable of unleashing a formidable cut through the swing of his weapon, sharp enough to sever anything. If Xia Feng possessed a slashing talent, then the second round of testing was unnecessary. Nevertheless, the level 7 awakened one resolved to observe further. Roars, louder and more powerful than before, erupted around them. It was clear that this time the goblins were even stronger. Indeed, the next moment, 4 towering and robust goblins emerged from the 4 passages, their eyes no longer the typical green, but an eerie red, as if under the influence of some drug. Instantly locking onto Xia Feng, they brandished their wooden clubs and stone axes, charging towards him with alarming speed. Xia Feng's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of distress, the moment the 4 goblins attacked. He swung the Tang Dao with a decisive flourish, though it was merely a single movement, for arcs of blade light appeared, slicing through the bodies of the goblins, replicating the prior outcome. The goblins' forms abruptly split apart, cleaved to pieces. Upon witnessing this, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were puzzled. This was not Xia Feng's talent, but rather a manifestation of his overwhelming attributes combined with the sharpness of the Tang Dao. How could this be construed as his talent? They were oblivious to the true nature of Xia Feng's abilities. How could he divulge such secrets to the awakened individuals of the base? However, when the 3 saw the level 7 awakened one's expression of sudden realization, they instinctively grasped his intent. Xia Feng was preparing to deceive them. Indeed, the level 7 awakened one understood. Xia Feng's talent was undeniably slashing. His heart raced as he recognized that Xia Feng's slashing ability far surpassed that of the awakened individual within the base. The latter could only unleash a single slash at a time, while Xia Feng could manifest 4, each more lethal, swiftly annihilating 4 artificially tamed intermediate goblins. This individual was formidable. If possible, he should not be provoked. Chapter 72. Talent test. Xia Feng effortlessly dispatched 4 goblins, akin to intermediates that had undergone artificial taming. As if taking a leisurely stroll, without sensing an ounce of pressure, he then turned to exit the arena. As he passed by the level 7 awakened one, he paused deliberately and inquired, "Does this mean I've passed?" The level 7 awakened one nodded, his expression grave as he replied, "I assume you've already surmised that the so-called tests of the base serve not only to assess the strength of awakened individuals, but, more importantly, to discern their talents. From observing your battle with the goblins, I have gleaned a general understanding of your strength and have thus comprehended your talent, which naturally means you have passed." Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled but refrained from replying, satisfied that his elaborate ruse had finally garnered the other's acknowledgement. As a reincarnate, he had not lived in vain during his previous life. He had witnessed a variety of talents, including one related to weaponry, known as slashing. As the name suggests, it allows awakened individuals wielding sharp weapons to unleash slashes to attack foes or monsters. The number of slashes released also signifies the strength of the awakened individual. The blade arc Xia Feng had produced with the Tang Dao were merely simulations of the slashing talent, imperceptible to the average observer, yet this level 7 awakened one could see through it. This implied that there were similar awakened individuals within this base. What a coincidence! Yet Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao wore expressions starkly different from those of Xia Feng and the level 7 awakened one. Their faces etched with confusion, even a hint of bewilderment. Had Xia Feng's talent already been tested? Was this true? When did this occur? How were they unaware of it, having spent so much time with him? If his talent could be discerned through just 1 or 2 battles, they would have known long ago. Yet, even at this moment, they remained completely in the dark regarding the nature of Xia Feng's talent. Meanwhile, the level 7 awakened one claimed to have already discerned it. What was it that he knew? Was it those 4 arcs of blade light? Surely, that was merely Xia Feng casually unleashing blade light due to his overwhelming attributes, entirely unrelated to talent. Moreover, It was evident that Xia Feng had done so deliberately, intending to confuse him. Little did he expect that the level 7 awakened one would genuinely believe it. This test was clearly an exercise in futility. Unaware that awakened individuals could possess a talent like slashing, Xiaoru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were perplexed, though they suspected that Xia Feng was being intentional. This so-called test had yielded nothing of significance regarding Xia Feng. Xia Feng regarded the level 7 awakened one and spoke again. "Since I have passed the test, does that mean we can enter the base now?" Upon hearing this, the level 7 awakened one's expression suddenly turned serious. The rules of the base dictated that any awakened individual who passed the test could enter. However, he hesitated as he shifted his gaze towards Lu Tao, the implication unspoken. Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan had all passed the test and earned the right to enter the base. But Lu Tao had not. Although Xia Feng had previously stated that he would endure double the testing on behalf of Lu Tao, which the level 7 awakened one had accepted, the situation was different if they were merely low-level awakened individuals. In such a case, the level 7 awakened one could easily overlook Lu Tao's presence, considering him an ordinary person. After all, the base housed many regular individuals. One more or one less made little difference. However, the issue arose with Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan. Their prowess was simply too formidable. The level 7 awakened one suspected that their levels were likely on par with his own, all reaching level 7. Any one of them could easily overpower him, and if pitted against Xia Feng, he would likely be defeated without contest. The instantaneous 4 slashes he privately mused were beyond his capability to withstand, with such powerful awakened individuals suddenly appearing. Desiring entry into the base, careful consideration was imperative. Xia Feng's expression darkened as he questioned, "What is it? Are you having second thoughts? What was once agreed upon is now being reconsidered." "What does that mean? Do you find us easy to bully?" From the moment he had engaged with this awakened base, Xia Feng had been exceedingly courteous, consistently extending goodwill. Even the unreasonable demands of the second round of testing had been accepted. Yet now, they sought to compel Lu Tao to participate in the test as well. Wasn't that tantamount to sending him to his doom? Tearing up the previous verbal agreement is one thing. But now you wish for Lu Tao to meet his demise. That a surge of anger welled up within Xia Feng's heart. His words seemed to release a signal. In the next moment, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan's bodies tensed instantaneously. Their gazes were not only unfriendly, but they also exuded an overwhelming fighting spirit. This was a will forged through frequent battles with monsters, and as soon as it was unleashed, the awakened ones around them appeared as though they were caught in a tempest. Struggling to maintain their footing, the 7th level awakened one's expression shifted dramatically, hastily explaining, "No, you misunderstood me. Xia Feng, Xiaoru, and Su Yunwan. Any one of them could easily thwart him, and with all 3 of them acting together, it would be nothing short of a crushing defeat. The combined strength of all the awakened individuals present likely wouldn't stand chance, unless they were to mobilize all the awakened ones from the entire base. But such a course of action seemed unnecessary to incite conflict. Establishing a formidable enemy without certainty of victory was an unwise endeavor. You say it's a misunderstanding. Xia Feng's expression softened slightly. The fighting spirit emanating from Xiaoru and Su Yunwan also subsided. Indeed, a misunderstanding. The 7th level awakened one hurriedly added, "This is the rule of the base." Xia Feng interrupted him, "But you just agreed to accept double the tests, including the portion for my companion. Given that I have already passed, I should rightfully be granted entry into the base. Why persist in creating obstacles?" The 7th level awakened one was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Why? Should he directly state that they were simply too powerful, and he feared their arrival would disrupt the stability of the base city? The only reason he had agreed earlier was that he had assumed, based on his status as a 7th level awakened one, that they were insignificant and dispensable. Such words, however, were certainly not something he could utter. Chapter 73. The 7th level awakened one's complexion turned pale as he continued. "Actually, I have another solution to this problem. Why not join our awakened base directly?" Upon hearing this proposal, Xia Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "So, all that talk had merely been a ploy to persuade me to join the awakened base." The 7th level awakened one did not deny it. nor did he outright confirm it. He spoke, "You see, if the four of you join our base, we would all be on the same side." The base has always been quite lenient towards its own, even if some talents are hidden for certain reasons. After all, such awakened ones are not unheard of in the base. Xia Feng recognized this as the true intent, to recruit Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yinwan, and Lu Tao into the base. Currently, their base could only be considered of moderate strength compared to the surrounding urban area. Although he himself had reached the 7th level, there were others of the same level within the base. However, this was a vast city of over 1 million people, rife with hidden talents. Not to mention the presence of prominent families, such as the Zhang family, which had made a grand entrance into the urban area, well known even to the 7th level awakened ones. Furthermore, there was that renowned figure from the Dragon Kingdom, the first in the world to clear the light curtain, who was also rumored to be in the city and had clashed with the awakened members of the Zhang family, resulting in numerous casualties. Corpses littered the streets, rivers ran red with blood. Aside from these two, there were many powerful individuals in the city, including several who had reached the 7th and even 8th levels. In contrast, the few 7th level awakened ones in their small base were hardly noteworthy. However, if Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yinwan, and Lu Tao agreed to join, the situation would change dramatically. Their strength would undoubtedly bolster the base, and they might even possess the capability to clear the light curtain. The thought of the substantial reward from clearing the light curtain stirred a yearning within the 7th level awakened one, even causing a twinge of envy. Relying solely on the base's strength, clearing the light curtain was akin to chasing a fantasy. But with the addition of Xia Feng and his companions, hope became tangible. As this realization struck him, a gleam of joy appeared on the awakened one's face. He looked at Xia Feng, speaking earnestly. "As long as you agree to join our base, I will willingly relinquish my position as the second in command for you. Furthermore, if you desire the top position, I can persuade my elder brother to grant it to you." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng could not help but feel a sense of astonishment, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Aren't you afraid I would lead this awakened base to its ruin?" In his previous life, he had witnessed countless awakened bases fall into despair, often due to a single erroneous decision, or sometimes merely a careless word. This world had grown ruthless, where the strong reigned supreme. A mere glance could offend a powerful figure, inviting calamity and destruction. Yet this 7th level awakened one was so eager to recruit him that he was willing to forfeit his position for the sake of enticing Xia Feng into the base. This was unexpected, and Xia Feng found himself admiring his decisiveness. Perhaps his earlier actions were truly dictated by the base's rules. However, Xia Feng had grander ambitions and could not be confined by a mere base city, especially since he had promised Su Yunwan that he would accompany her to the Su family. Yet he knew he could not outright refuse. He had discerned the nature of this 7th level awakened one, blunt and single-minded. Yet with his own intentions, should Xia Feng decline, it was likely he would invoke the rules of the base again to compel Lu Tao to participate in the test at that juncture. Unless he completely severed ties with this awakened base, it would not be so easy to extricate himself. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, the 7th level awakened one laughed heartily. "I have a knack for reading people, and you're certainly not that type." After a pause, he added, "If you were truly that kind of person, you would not have automatically helped your companions endure the double tests, nor would you have accepted my proposal for a second round of testing without questioning it." Xia Feng remained non-committal, stating, "I will think it over." His tone was serious, yet the words felt perfunctory, merely suggesting contemplation without indicating for how long. However, while the speaker was indifferent, the listener was keenly aware. As soon as Xia Feng uttered his words, Xia Ru and Su Yunwan furrowed their brows, though they refrained from questioning him due to the circumstances. The 7th level awakened one, however, was ecstatic, eye in his eyes. The phrase "I will think it over" signified that Xia Feng was inclined to join the base, and all that remained was to persuade him, making the prospects very promising. It seemed that Xia Feng and his companions would likely remain within the base for a considerable time. A hopeful outlook indeed. Wonderful. I will inform my elder brother immediately. He felt a surge of joy within, then extended his hand towards Xia Feng, introducing himself. "My name is Sang Shun. If you encounter any issues in the base, feel free to seek me out. I will ensure that everything is resolved for you." Xia Feng extended his hand in return, shaking briefly, nodding Xia Feng. Sang Shun was eager to relay this news to his elder brother, the leader of the awakened base, and thus remarked, Xia Feng, I will have someone escort you to your accommodations. With that, he gestured to a third-level awakened one before leading the way out of the training ground. After Sang Shun departed, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yinwan, and Lu Tao followed the third-level awakened one to the hotel designated for the awakened residents. Along the way, Su Yinwan could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, Xia Feng, are you truly considering staying and becoming the leader of this awakened base? Xia Ru and Lu Tao also turned their gazes towards him. Xia Feng chuckled lightly, not shying away from the third-level awakened one leading the way, and replied, of course not. What I said earlier was merely to facilitate our entry into the awakened base. I simply mentioned I would think it over, without specifying for how long it could be a day. 3 days, or perhaps even a year, Su Yinwan sighed in relief, believing Xia Feng had not forgotten their agreement. Meanwhile, the third-level awakened one leading the way was left dumbfounded. Why say it out loud? Why not wait until they reached the hotel to discuss? Why must they conduct such conversations in front of him? It was quite the predicament for him. What should he do next? Should one maintain silence and feign ignorance? Or discreetly inform Sang Shun? If one were to indeed disclose information to Sang Shun, would that not result in immediate silencing? Earlier, during the assessment involving Xia Feng, Xia Ru, and Sun Yunwan, the presence of a third-level awakened was unmistakable. Observing with clarity, this formidable group, even if Sang Shun personally intervened, would likely find themselves outmatched. Such powerful awakened beings, should they truly harbor intentions of murder, could extinguish a life as effortlessly as one would crush an ant, devoid of any strain. Furthermore, should they eliminate him, no one within the base would be inclined to seek retribution against Xia Feng and the others on his behalf, in the absence of high-density protection. He too would face peril. After all, as an awakened of the base and a subordinate to Sang Shun, he was tasked with surveilling the movements of Xia Feng and his companions, reporting on all their activities. Neglecting this duty would be considered dereliction. While Sang Shun might not resort to murder upon discovering the truth, he would surely expel him from the base, especially given the multitude of monsters lurking outside. Alone, he would scarcely survive for long. The third-level awakened felt an overwhelming weight of anxiety. At that moment, Xia Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. Seemingly perceiving his predicament, he stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, Do not feel pressured. You may relay everything I've said directly to Sang Shun. Rest assured, I shall not resort to silencing anyone. The third-level awakened replied, Your words only heighten my anxiety. This feels like a threat, most certainly a threat. Upon arriving at the hotel, the third-level awakened arranged accommodations for Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao, only to vanish without a trace. To borrow Xia Feng's earlier phrase. While Sang Shun had instructed him to monitor Xia Feng's every move and report constantly, he had not mandated that he follow Xia Feng in close proximity. Utilizing surveillance cameras would suffice. After departing, the third-level awakened slipped into the monitoring room, deciding to observe Xia Feng's group from there henceforth. Meanwhile, Xia Ru and Su Yinwan, being young women, were assigned separate rooms, while Xia Feng shared accommodations with Lu Tao. Making do with the circumstances that, soon as the guiding third-level awakened left, Lu Tao's gaze shifted to Xia Feng, eager to inquire about the latter's plans moving forward and the duration of their stay at the awakened base. However, in the next moment, he caught the subtle hint in Xia Feng's eyes. Following Xia Feng's gaze, Lu Tao noticed a surveillance camera situated in a corner of the room, his anger flaring. What the hell? They've even installed cameras in here. Is there no consideration for our privacy? I must inform Xia Ru and Yunwan. As young women traveling, they must protect themselves diligently. Hearing this, Xia Feng could not help but chuckle. Fear not. They are already aware. I had cautioned them when the third-level awakened assigned the rooms. Lu Tao was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief, as if to say, Am I the last to know? Why did you not inform me sooner? You haven't even undressed yet. There's nothing lost, Xia Feng replied. Once inside the room, Xia Feng's tension dissipated entirely, and he began to jest with Lu Tao, asking, So, can we disable these cameras? Lu Tao assured him, Rest easy. Such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities. I merely require a bit of time. Disabling the cameras was child's play for Lu Tao, as simple as eating or drinking. However, it did necessitate a bit of preparation time, which could easily arouse suspicion. He looked at Xia Feng and inquired, "Could you assist me in buying some time?" Xia Feng smiled and replied, "This is as effortless for me as it is for you to disable the cameras." With that, he activated his skill, illusion creation. The application of this skill could be executed in two ways. The first involves directly manifesting it in front of an individual, drawing them into the illusion. Xia Feng had predominantly employed this method in combat scenarios. However, a second method exists, one that utilizes a medium for activation. Xia Feng was now prepared to use this second approach. The medium being the shoulder he had just patted on the third level awakened. It was evident to Xia Feng that this individual had been dispatched by Sang Shun to surveil him and his companions. Being in another's base, they were outsiders, guests, and thus he had refrained from voicing his intentions openly. Privately, however, Xia Feng was determined not to expose his privacy to prying eyes. He focused his mind and softly uttered a single word, "Center." In an instant, within the monitoring room, the third-level awakened just seated suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy, succumbing to drowsiness. However, as an awakened of the third level, with a reasonably strong mental attribute, he swiftly banished the fatigue. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "What is happening? Why do I feel so weary? I've spent the day in the training facility, and I haven't left the base. Why do I feel as though I haven't slept for several days?" After yawning, he muttered to himself, "Once those individuals rest, I shall take a break as well. Even awakened beings are human and can tire." Unbeknownst to him, the third-level awakened failed to recognize that his sensation of fatigue was not genuine. He had been drawn into Xia Feng's illusion and hypnotized that, in essence, what he would perceive next would be entirely illusory and false. Back in the room, after completing his task, Xia Feng turned his gaze towards Lu Tao and smiled. "It is done." Lu Tao nodded and swiftly disabled the surveillance cameras in the room, simultaneously breaching the entire hotel's monitoring system to observe the guests in various rooms. However, they were merely awakened individuals, entering their hotel rooms solely to rest, lying on their beds in slumber. After watching for a while, Lu Tao completely lost interest and decided to lie down himself to rest since entering the school. He had scarcely found time to relax and was utterly exhausted. Now that he had the opportunity, he intended to rest well. As for Xia Feng, he cast a glance at Lu Tao before striding out of the room. Chapter 75. The Vortex. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa within the town, Sang Shun, the second in command of the awakened base, entered the villa without prior notification to those outside. He made his way into the hall and encountered the leader of the awakened base, who happened to be Sang Shun's older brother, Sang Yu. In addition to Sang Yu, the third in command of the base city was also present. This individual was simultaneously the manager of the hotel where Xia Feng and his companions were staying, with the majority of the awakened individuals in the hotel being his subordinates under his jurisdiction. Others also recognized this third in command of the base as the hotel's manager. At this moment, Sang Yu was engaged in conversation with the hotel manager, discussing two significant events that had recently transpired in the urban area. One of these incidents was related to Xia Feng and involved his clearing of the light screen. The other was also connected to Xia Feng, namely his massacre of dozens of awakened individuals from the Zhang family, including their steward. Undoubtedly, these two matters concerning Xia Feng were the most pivotal occurrences in the urban area over the past few days, known not only to their awakened base but also to other bases. Even awakened individuals from several nearby major cities had heard the news. Everyone was abuzz with speculation, all seeking to locate Xia Feng, their collective intention being to persuade him to join their ranks. After all, he was the first awakened individual to eradicate the light screen, arguably the most powerful awakened being in the Dragon Kingdom region and even the world. Anyone who had witnessed the scene of the Zhang family's awakened member's demise would have no doubt about this. Similarly, Sang Yu and the hotel manager were on the lookout for Xia Feng's whereabouts. The hotel manager had sought out Sang Yu specifically regarding this matter, suspecting that several powerful awakened individuals had recently checked into the hotel, potentially including Xia Feng. Brother, Sang Shun exclaimed upon entering the villa's hall. But his expression soured upon seeing the hotel manager. Despite being the leader and second-in-command of the awakened base, their relationship was far from amicable. Sang Shun was straightforward and brash, always eager to take the lead, while the hotel manager preferred to operate from the shadows, employing cunning strategies. Their encounters often ended in heated arguments, and had it not been for the intervention of Sang Yu, they might have resorted to violence long ago. At present, Sang Shun's earlier good mood evaporated the moment he laid eyes on the hotel manager, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a dead fly. "What brings you here?" he asked sternly. The hotel manager, equally displeased, retorted in a voice reminiscent of a eunuch, "What business is it of yours? Just focus on your duties. My affairs are none of your concern." "What did you say?" Sang Shun bristled, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for confrontation. The hotel manager stood his ground, and such exchanges occurred almost daily. Even Sang Yu, the leader of the awakened base, found himself powerless to mediate between them. However, given that their discussion revolved around Xia Feng, he could not remain passive. He bellowed, "Enough!" Both Sang Shun and the hotel manager ceased their hostilities, their gazes locked onto one another. Although their actions had halted, their minds were already engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging insults about each other's families. Sang Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Did I not instruct you to thoroughly investigate the new awakened individuals entering the base?" "What are you doing here?" he inquired, directing his gaze at Sang Shun. Upon hearing his brother's words, Sang Shun immediately dismissed his earlier frustration and replied excitedly, "Brother, I just discovered several exceptionally powerful awakened individuals, particularly one whose talent lies in slashing, precisely the same method by which the Zhang family's awakened members perished. Therefore, I suspect that this individual may be the one responsible for clearing the light screen and massacring dozens of the Zhang family's awakened members." Sang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Where are they now?" "I've arranged for them to stay at the hotel for rest, monitoring their every move. Moreover, after subtly expressing my intention to recruit them, they did not outright refuse," Sang Shun replied. Before he could finish, the hotel manager interjected with mockery. "Did you promise them that if they stayed, you would relinquish your position as the second-in-command? Perhaps you even suggested that if they wished to lead the base, you would persuade your brother to step down from his position as leader?" Sang Shun was momentarily taken aback, his anger flaring. "Just mind your own business. My affairs do not concern you," he returned the hotel manager's earlier words verbatim. The hotel manager chuckled coldly, choosing not to respond. In truth, he was filled with doubt over the uncanny coincidence of events. He had just arranged for several individuals to pose as the one who cleared the light screen and had rushed to Sang Yu's villa, only to find Sang Shun arriving with the same news. Could it be that Sang Shun was also eyeing the position of base leader? Indeed, the hotel manager had long set his sights on Sang Yu's position, intending to exploit the recent events to find someone to impersonate Xia Feng, thereby usurping Sang Yu and taking over as the base's leader. That he believed that Sang Shun must have similar intentions. Otherwise, such timing was too fortuitous. A few imposters. "Let me see how I can expose you all," the hotel manager thought to himself with a sneer, having already fixed his gaze on Xia Feng and his companions. No matter what, he would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. This time, he vowed to succeed. Failure was not an option, that he must replace Sang Yu and claim the position of leader of the base. On the other side, Xia Feng, Xia Ru, Su Yinwan, and Lu Tao were blissfully unaware that their arrival at this awakened base had ensnared them in the power struggle among the three leaders of the base. At this moment, Xia Feng observed Lu Tao emerging from his room after resting. There was one matter that deeply concerned him. How had those artificially bred goblins been nurtured to such an extent? Could it be that, like the middle-aged man in the hotel, they were also fed on human flesh? Chapter 76. The true master for ordinary low-level goblins, the path to evolution and ascension to higher ranks, is fraught with difficulty. Only a select few among their kin, those particularly robust, are afforded such an opportunity. The goblin tribes are characterized by their strict hierarchy and frequently engage in fierce skirmishes over food resources. It is only the higher-ranking or stronger goblins who emerge victorious in these conflicts, thus securing greater sustenance. Furthermore, goblins evolve by devouring corpses, particularly those of humans. This leads to a phenomenon whereby the higher-ranking or stronger goblins become increasingly powerful and elevated in status, while their weaker counterparts remain stagnant. However, artificially domesticated goblins do not exhibit this trend. That be why capturing a number of low-level goblins and feeding them with other monsters or even human flesh, one can swiftly facilitate their evolution to higher levels. The middle-aged man at the hotel, along with the pair of attendants, employed this very method to cultivate several elite goblins. Consequently, whether utilized as combat pets or sacrificed for personal advancement, this approach serves as a rapid means of gaining strength. Xia Feng harbored doubts that this awakened base might be employing a similar strategy to cultivate goblins, that if they were not resorting to human flesh for nourishment, it would be one matter. But if they were, Xia Feng could not stand idly by. It would have been one thing had he not encountered the situation, but now that he had, action was imperative. The hotel surveillance cameras had already been compromised by Lu Tao, and the individual tasked with monitoring them had been hypnotized by Xia Feng and drawn into an illusion. Thus, with no apprehension, Xia Feng strolled down the hotel's corridor, eventually descending to the lobby on the first floor, where he offered a slight smile to the front desk attendant. The front desk attendant was also an awakened individual, albeit of a lower tier, seemingly newly awakened with only level 1. That upon noticing Xia Feng's smile directed at her, her expression momentarily froze, as she assumed he had an inquiry. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes suddenly glazed over, her face becoming expressionless, akin to a marionette, with merely a glance and a smile. Xia Feng had hypnotized the front desk attendant, drawing her into a trance, and he promptly inquired, "Now I will ask questions, and you shall respond. Do you understand?" The attendant nodded, affirming, "I understand." Xia Feng proceeded to question, "How many awakened individuals are there in this base city? And what are their levels? Who holds the highest rank? Who is the strongest? What is the name of the leader of this base city?" The elevation of an awakened individual's level directly correlates with a significant increase in their fundamental attributes and battle prowess. However, to assert that level alone dictates strength would be overly simplistic. The disparity in strength among awakened individuals is contingent upon not only their physical attributes but also their talents and skills, which are the true determinants. Previously, in the training grounds, Xia Feng had heard Sangshan mention that he was merely the second in command of this base city, with a superior leader above him. Xia Feng sought further information regarding this primary leader. The front desk attendant, upon hearing Xia Feng's inquiries, answered without hesitation. There are a total of 321 awakened individuals within the base city, of which 86 are above level 5, 12 are above level 6, and 3 are level 7. Xia Feng inhaled sharply. 321 awakened individuals, such a multitude. Moreover, there are 86 above level 5. It should be noted that the awakened individuals from the Zhang family, whom Xia Feng had previously slain at school, were mostly between levels 3 to 5, with the majority being level 3. Yet here, in this base city, which merely serves as a stronghold, the number of awakened individuals is vast, and even the count of level 5 individuals is considerable. This revelation greatly exceeded Xia Feng's expectations, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure and a burgeoning sense of crisis. While he was evolving by slaying monsters, others were also advancing, and the rapid ascension to level 10 was largely predicated on the advantages of being a reincarnate. Being the first to slay monsters, awakening dual talents, and clearing the screen to reap substantial rewards. Should he lose these advantages, Xia Feng would not necessarily be significantly faster than others. Therefore, he could not afford to slacken his efforts, lest he be overtaken by others. The consequences of being surpassed would be a brutal survival of the fittest, ultimately leading to his annihilation at the hands of a more formidable presence. Xia Feng resolutely refused to allow such a fate to transpire, initially intending to remain at this awakened base for a while to allow Xia Ru to recuperate. The urgency now gnawed at him, compelling him to reconsider his stay. He resolved to investigate the matter of the artificially domesticated goblins and then depart from this place. Taking a deep breath, Xia Feng forcefully suppressed his unease. At that moment, the front desk attendant continued. The 3 level 7 awakened individuals are the leaders of the awakened base. The primary leader is named Sangyu. The second in command is Sangshan, and the third leader's true name is unknown. They are referred to as the hotel manager by the other awakened individuals. Hotel manager. Xia Feng's brow furrowed momentarily, muttering to himself, "Yet, the entranced front desk attendant. Under the influence of hypnosis, interpreted his murmur as an instruction, nodding in affirmation. Yes, all awakened individuals within the base refer to the third leader as the hotel manager, who is indeed the true master of this establishment. After a brief pause, she added, furthermore, the proposal to domesticate goblins originated from him. This base is yet to be breached by monsters, largely due to the contributions of those artificially domesticated goblins. The hotel manager has ascended to the position of the third leader within the base city because of this. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng trembled involuntarily. The suggestion to domesticate goblins had been put forth by the hotel manager. Did this not imply that uncovering his identity would reveal the entire truth? Fixating on the front desk attendant, Xia Feng pressed on. Continue answering my queries. Who is the most powerful leader among the awakened individuals in this base? The front desk attendant, who had previously answered all of Xia Feng's questions without hesitation, now hesitated, a look of struggle crossing her face as she shook her head repeatedly. I do not know that I truly do not know. Chapter 77. Ordinary people, observing the struggle etched upon the front desk attendant's countenance. Xia Feng's brow tightened, that he was acutely aware that under the influence of the illusion, the attendant could not fabricate answers. Since she claimed ignorance, it meant she genuinely did not know regarding the three leaders of this awakened base. She possessed no information on who among them was the strongest, nor did she even have a concept of such. After all, she was merely a level 1 awakened individual, likely having only recently awakened her talents. Prior to that, she had probably been an ordinary person, making her lack of knowledge entirely understandable. Wait a moment. Ordinary people. In a flash, a thought struck Xia Feng, prompting him to inquire urgently, are there any ordinary people residing within this awakened base? The front desk attendant nodded. Yes, this awakened base was formerly a tourist town, home to over 500,000 permanent residents. However, following the monster incursions, the population dwindled by half. Those who remain are not permitted to roam freely unless they awaken their talents and become awakened individuals. Not allowed to roam freely, Xia Feng inquired, perplexed. What is the rationale behind this? In response to Xia Feng's question, the front desk attendant explained, this is because there are numerous artificially domesticated goblins present in the base, some of whom serve as guards. Ordinary people encountering goblins may easily succumb to fear, triggering potential goblin riots. Xia Feng suddenly understood, realizing the situation was akin to how many humans enjoy bullying the weak. The goblin race could also keenly sense the fear emanating from humans, which excited and invigorated them, leading them to hunt those who exhibited fear. If this awakened base housed a significant number of artificially domesticated goblins, then this reasoning indeed made sense. Xia Feng regarded the front desk attendant, hesitating for several seconds before asking again, has there ever been a frequent occurrence of people mysteriously disappearing in this awakened base? If there were indeed individuals within the base utilizing human flesh to nourish goblins, it would align with the earlier hotel incidents involving disappearances. However, the front desk attendant exhibited no hesitation in shaking her head, asserting no, such occurrences have never taken place within the base. Never, Xia Feng echoed, incredulous. The gentle summer breeze once again revealed a look of perplexity upon Xia Feng's face. However, in the next moment, he was reminded of the lifeless bodies of the deceased. You previously mentioned that the town's permanent population exceeded 500,000. Yet after the arrival of the monsters, the town's populace had been halved. What became of the bodies of those who perished? The hotel receptionist responded. The task of clearing the corpses was entrusted to the hotel manager by the higher-ups. I am unaware of the precise whereabouts of those bodies. Yet again, ignorance prevailed. Despite this, Xia Feng's heart already harbored an answer. The artificially bred goblins, now even more aggressive, and the vanishing corpses. These were interconnected. Moreover, behind these occurrences stood the third in command of the base, the very awakened one who had been appointed as the hotel manager. Following the incidents of the hotel and the school, Xia Feng had reached a conclusion. Humans could expedite the evolution of goblins, allowing them to ascend from lower to intermediate, advanced, elite, and even beyond elite levels in a short span. The elite goblins within the hotel, along with the mutated goblins at the school, were manifestations of this very phenomenon. Presently, within this awakened base, There existed a vast number of artificially bred goblins that if one were to claim that these were unrelated to the vanished human corpses, Xia Feng would not acquiesce. But how should this matter be addressed? Should it even be addressed? Xia Feng hesitated. Earlier at the hotel, his fury had been ignited by the middle-aged man who had confined the guests as if they were livestock, feeding the living to goblins. Although the circumstances at this awakened base bore some resemblance to the actions of that middle-aged man, they diverged significantly. The hotel manager utilized corpses, not the living. With so many dead, so many bodies, if they were not cremated, even if buried deep, they could still be unearthed and consumed by monsters, leading to the same grim fate. Sighing deeply, Xia Feng resolved to disregard the matter for the time being. After Summer Rue's condition improved, he would take his leave from this place. In the current situation, the paramount concern was to bolster his own strength. Everything else must be relegated to the background. Subsequently, Xia Feng inquired about several other issues, such as the size of the Bay City, its terrain, and whether there were alternative routes. Upon receiving answers, he engaged in a moment of hypnotic illusion with the hotel receptionist. Almost instantaneously, the receptionist's gaze regained clarity. Although traces of confusion and struggle remained on her face, she appeared more animated, no longer resembling a mere marionette. In the next moment, she caught sight of Xia Feng, instinctively donning a professional smile, nodding at him, and saying, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Such a textbook smile indicated her prior role as a receptionist. Xia Feng shook his head, replying in the negative. After speaking, he turned and departed from the hotel. The receptionist gazed after his retreating figure, a look of bewilderment crossing her face as she muttered, "What an odd person." After a brief pause, her expression shifted back to confusion. What just happened to me? Although he had garnered a wealth of information from the hotel receptionist, coupled with his own deductions, the truth was now nearly within reach. Nonetheless, Xia Feng still wished to see for himself the goblins assigned as guards. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered several figures, the leader clad in black, striding directly towards him. Xia Feng instinctively attempted to evade, yet it proved futile. In the next moment, they collided, though the impact was slight. The man in black exaggeratedly fell backward, inadvertently knocking into his companions. Yet the incident was far from over. In the following second, a white object resembling an egg, approximately the size of a basketball, suddenly rolled from the arms of the leading man in black. Crashing to the ground, with a resounding thud, the egg shattered, its yolk and whites spilling across the floor. Instantly, the man in black reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding into a rage as he leapt to his feet and charged towards Xia Feng. His expression twisted with fury. "You little brat, are you looking for trouble? I tried my best to dodge, yet you still collided with me. Was it intentional?" Chapter 78. Double Trouble. The leader of the black-clad men was seething with anger, pointing at the shattered eggshell, yolk, and egg white, and then bellowing, "Speak! How will you compensate me?" Upon hearing his words, Xia Feng's expression darkened. It was evident that this individual was deliberately seeking confrontation. The over-the-top manner in which he fell to the ground was glaringly staged, too contrived to be genuine. Clearly intentional. Was this not seeking trouble? Xia Feng could not help but think of a phrase, staging a collision. Furthermore, the man's claim of having done his utmost to dodge was absurd. In the earlier situation, the man had barreled straight into him, hardly an act of evasion. Xia Feng had already attempted to sidestep when the man approached. Given his agility, he should have easily avoided the collision, yet they still collided. The man must have employed a talent. Weighing all the evidence, Xia Feng quickly concluded. These individuals had been watching him from the outset. They had come specifically to instigate trouble. Yet, Xia Feng fell into contemplation. He had only just arrived at this awakened base, and had interacted solely with Sang Shun. Was it possible that Sang Shun was targeting or attempting to test him? No, that could not be the case. If Sang Shun intended to test him, he could have acted during the training session. With both the first and second rounds of testing, he could have easily orchestrated a third, even if there were grievances. If Sang Shun were to act, it would be in accordance with the base's rules, and Xia Feng could do nothing about it. To enter the base, one must accept testing, or rather, endure scrutiny. There was no need to wait until he had taken residence in the hotel to act. Moreover, Sang Shun had witnessed Xia Feng in action. Even if he was uncertain of Xia Feng's true strength, he would certainly have formed some judgment, and it would be impossible for a few sixth-level awakened ones to come looking for trouble. Wouldn't that be tantamount to sending them to their doom? Indeed, the black-clad men before him were all sixth-level awakened ones, among the most formidable within this awakened base. After all, the three leaders were only seventh level. Yet, in Xia Feng's eyes, sixth-level awakened ones were hardly noteworthy. Should he choose to, with a mere stroke of his blade, he could effortlessly eliminate the few sixth-level awakened ones before him. They would scarcely have time to react. Sang Shun was undoubtedly aware of this. Therefore, the orchestrator of this incident could not be Sang Shun. But if it wasn't Sang Shun, then who could it be? As Xia Feng surveyed the individuals before him, a myriad of conjectures swirled within his mind. The man in black, who had been struck by Xia Feng, noticed his silence and grew even angrier, his face contorting in rage. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Xia Feng could hardly be bothered to engage with him and turned to walk away. After all, this awakened base was the turf of others. Regardless of their motives, resorting to violence was unwise, and ignoring them would suffice. However, while Xia Feng intended to disregard the matter, the man in black and his companions clung to him like glue, blocking his path. The man in black sneered, "Do you know how much effort I expended to obtain this shining egg? I risked my life entering the monster's lair, and now it's shattered because of you. Mark my words, if you don't compensate me, you won't leave here, but I'll break your bones one by one until you agree to pay." As he spoke, the man in black and his companions surrounded Xia Feng. Though they claimed it was about compensation, their true concern was that Xia Feng might flee. Xia Feng glanced at the eggshell, yolk and egg white on the ground, and inwardly affirmed the man's words. Although he was uncertain if it was indeed the fabled shining egg, its quality was undoubtedly high. Thus, he believed the man in black's assertion that he had risked life and limb to acquire it. Yet the fact remained that the egg had been broken due to the man's own clumsiness. What did that have to do with Xia Feng? All this talk was merely a pretext to instigate a confrontation. Such petty schemes were transparent to someone like Xia Feng, who had lived two lives. "Very well, I shall compensate." Xia Feng smiled, then inquired, "So tell me, how do you wish for me to compensate?" At this, the man in black was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Xia Feng's response. He thought to himself, "Is this merely an inexperienced awakened one?" Given the circumstances, any awakened individual with a modicum of strength would have already seen through the ruse and would have been seething with anger, likely having resorted to violence by now. And as for compensation, compensation is utterly unattainable, that if one possesses the capability, let actions speak for themselves. In today's world, the awakened wield their formidable power, arrogantly considering themselves the elite among humanity, unable to tolerate even the slightest affront. Unless one's strength far exceeds theirs, it is nearly impossible to suppress them. Only the newly awakened novices, like the present Xia Feng, would be so cautious, fully aware that the fault does not lie with them, yet still agree to compensate. However, if he were merely a novice, how could the hotel manager, a level 7 awakened, possibly seek to provoke him? It is indeed absurd for a level 7 awakened to bully a newcomer. Yes, the true instigator behind all this, the shadowy manipulator, is none other than the third in command of the base city, the awakened known as the hotel manager. The animosity stemmed from a single remark made by Sang Shun, which led the hotel manager to perceive Xia Feng as a potential obstacle in his path. For such individuals, the hotel manager's methods are crude and straightforward. Eliminate the threat. The man in black and several level 6 awakened were merely following the hotel manager's orders to dispose of Xia Feng. A flimsy excuse would suffice. After all, this is the base of the awakened, where hundreds gather and conflicts are commonplace. The sudden demise of one is hardly noteworthy. Xia Feng observed the expression on the face of the man in black with a sense of amusement. He continued, "How about I compensate you with a golden treasure chest? Is that sufficient?" In an instant, the man in black's countenance darkened ominously, almost as if he had been toyed with. This cannot possibly be a novice awakened. How could a novice possess a golden treasure chest? Are you mocking me? His eyes fixed on Xia Feng, burning with fury. Xia Feng replied with a smile, "You are the one who sought to deceive me first. Whether it's instigation or combat, feel free to speak plainly. I shall engage fully. However, if you resort to petty tricks, I assure you, I will retaliate with double the force." His words were directed not only at the man before him, but also at the hidden mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Should any matter arise, confront it directly. What merit is there in slyness? But if you wish to play, I shall indulge you, and it shall be in double measure. Chapter 79. Fear upon hearing Xia Feng's words. The man in black comprehended that his underhanded tactics had been laid bare. He ceased to conceal them, and sneered once more, "Do not blame us. It is you who provoked someone beyond your means and obstructed their path. Once you reach the underworld, remember to keep your eyes peeled and do not impede others any further." Xia Feng chuckled coldly to himself. Someone beyond his means? In this world, within the ranks of humanity, there truly exists no one he cannot confront. As a level 10 awakened, the foremost among the Dragon Kingdom's regions, and indeed globally, Xia Feng possessed the confidence to face any awakened being without fear. He regarded the man in black with a frigid tone, echoing his words, "Do not hold me responsible. In your next life, ensure your vision is clear, for I am indeed the one you cannot afford to provoke." Upon utterance of this statement, the man in black and his companions momentarily froze in astonishment before erupting into laughter. "Ha ha! What did he say? The one we cannot provoke. Is he speaking of himself? One might think he is the head of this awakened base that, if he desires death, let us oblige him. Attack, all together, lest the night grow long with dreams." The man in black and his companions dismissed Xia Feng entirely, confident that they could manage even the most formidable of foes. After all, as level 6 awakened, if they lacked this much conviction, how could they engage in battle against monsters? The reality remained. With so many awakened within the base, conflicts erupted daily, making the death of one an inconsequential event. As long as there were no large-scale skirmishes, the 3 leaders of the base would turn a blind eye, especially since one of them orchestrated this very incident. Thus, Xia Feng's demise would go unnoticed. With a scornful smile, they underestimated him. Yet when the moment to strike arrived, the man in black and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, attacking in unison while employing their talents. Even a lion exerts full strength when battling a mere rabbit. How much more so against an awakened like Xia Feng, whose death was paramount to fulfilling the task assigned by the hotel manager. Indeed, becoming a level 6 awakened in this time frame is no trivial feat, yet if they believed such tactics could eliminate him, they were sorely mistaken. Xia Feng maintained a stoic expression within the next second. The Tang Dao was firmly gripped in his palm, and with a swift motion, for arcs of blade light erupted forth, their sharpness seemingly slicing through the very air, aimed directly at the man in black and his companions. Witnessing this scene, the man in black and his companions displayed no sign of panic, for they had been forewarned of Xia Feng's abilities by the hotel manager. "I shall intercept his strikes," cried one of the companions as he surged forward, his body cloaked in a thick layer of rock, resembling a colossal stone giant. This was his talent, primarily defensive in nature. His inclusion in the hotel manager's scheme was purposeful. He aimed to utilize his gift to shield against Xia Feng's strikes, granting the man in black and the others the opportunity to eliminate him. However, all had overlooked a crucial point. Was Xia Feng's talent truly confined to mere slashing? Had Songshen's judgment been so accurate? The 4 strikes approached at an astonishing speed, reaching the rocky giant in the blink of an eye, crashing violently against him and sending him flying several meters away. As the force of the slashes dissipated, the giant's form came to a halt. "I managed to block it," he thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having successfully defended against Xia Feng's slicing ability, he believed his demise to be far off. Yet, the very next moment, his expression transformed into one of horror as he realized he could no longer see Xia Feng within his line of sight. Simultaneously, the faces of the man in black and his remaining companions contorted with terror, as if they were desperately attempting to shout something. They pointed behind themselves, seemingly warning of an impending threat. The rocky giant, bewildered, pondered their frantic cries. What were they shouting about? Why could he not hear them? And why were they indicating something behind him? His peripheral vision darted, and in that instant he turned a full 180 degrees. How could a human gaze so drastically? Confusion enveloped him, until he finally comprehended the truth. There indeed was something behind him, a body and Xia Feng's silhouette. Wait, why does that body look so familiar? The giant's pupils constricted in realization. This was none other than his own body. His head and body had been severed apart. As he beheld his own head roll away, the man in black and his remaining companions displayed an unprecedented expression of terror. The man in black stammered. "You killed him! You actually killed him? How is this possible? How could a level 6 awakened, one of the most formidable within the entire base city, perish so easily? Unthinkable. This was utterly impossible, to annihilate a level 6 awakened in an instant." Moreover, when Xia Feng struck, they had barely registered the motion in a mere heartbeat. It was as if their vision had blurred, and when they looked again, the companion who had braved Xia Feng's attack now lay headless, with Xia Feng standing right beside him. Terror, unprecedented terror. This mission had been orchestrated by the hotel manager, who had specifically recruited several level 6 awakened, believing it to be a straightforward task ripe for success. Yet they had never anticipated the insurmountable difficulty that lay ahead. Xia Feng had effortlessly dispatched a level 6 awakened in an instant. If Xia Feng could obliterate the rocky giant, could he not do the same to them? They were certainly no match for him. The horrifying scene before them made it painfully clear to the man in black and his remaining comrades. They were utterly incapable of overcoming Xia Feng with their combined strength. Flee! They must escape. Otherwise, they would all perish. The instinct for survival jolted them to their senses, and without hesitation, they turned to run. Yet, just as they did, Xia Feng's voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed in their ears. "Now you wish to flee? Can you still escape? Do you recall what I said earlier? I am the one you cannot provoke." As the words fell, a kaleidoscope of memories flashed through their minds. When they finally turned their gaze again, they were horrified to discover that they, like the colossal rock giant, had their heads severed by the summer breeze. The summer breeze spared no effort, unleashing its full power to annihilate several 6th-level awakeners. Subsequently, it sheathed the Tang Dao and turned to enter the hotel. The deceased were 6th-level awakeners. Now, it was time for the mastermind behind the scenes to reveal themselves. Chapter 80. The hotel manager as Summer Breeze entered the hotel. The front desk attendant, who had been hypnotized earlier, appeared exceedingly anxious, clutching a wireless intercom and conversing with someone. The terrifying scene that had unfolded at the entrance was seared into her memory. The few 6th-level awakeners who had instigated the conflict were well known to her. They were formidable, the backbone of the awakener base. Yet, these powerful individuals had perished at the hands of Summer Breeze without even lasting a single exchange. How could this be? Who exactly was this awakener named Summer Breeze? Since all guests must register upon checking in, the front desk attendant had taken note of Summer Breeze's name after his departure. At that moment, he had become synonymous with terrifying strength in her eyes, surpassing even the top leaders of the awakener base. Given that the monsters had only recently begun to descend, how could such a powerful awakener exist? For some inexplicable reason, the front desk attendant's mind conjured the image of the first individual who had cleared the screen. Could it be this very Summer Breeze? Without a moment's hesitation, the attendant seized the wireless intercom to contact the hotel manager, the true owner of the establishment. The events occurring within the hotel were under his jurisdiction, even more so than the leaders of the Awakener base. Moreover, the slain 6th-level Awakeners were closely affiliated with the hotel manager. She had witnessed their meetings on multiple occasions. Now, with their deaths occurring in the manager's domain, the front desk attendant was engulfed in fear. She quickly managed to reach the hotel manager, but just as she reported the incident, Summer Breeze walked in. Her terror intensified, her expression froze, and she seemed to forget how to respond to the manager's inquiries over the intercom, collapsing to the ground in a state of trembling fear. "Please don't kill me." Her voice quivered with fright. Summer Breeze shook his head casually, saying, "You haven't provoked me. Why would I want to kill you?" The front desk attendant did not relax at his words, her fear unwavering. Observing her demeanor, Summer Breeze felt a sense of exasperation. Her cowardice was palpable, rendering her wholly unfit to be an awakener. It was reasonable that she remained a first-level awakener with such a timid disposition. How could she ever engage in battle against monsters? Her very ascension to awakeness seemed a stroke of luck. That moment, Summer Breeze seemed to comprehend the necessity of testing those entering the Awakener base. For some, like the front desk attendant, would be more of a hindrance than a help in facing monsters. Akin to a legendary pig teammate, he chose to ignore her further, striding toward the elevator. With 6 high-level Awakeners having perished, this was no trivial matter. The front desk attendant had already reported it, and soon, the 3 leaders of the base would arrive to address the situation as for the mastermind behind these events. The truth would soon be unveiled. However, just as Summer Breeze had taken a few steps, a voice filled with anger and disbelief crackled through the wireless intercom. "What did you say? Repeat that. Those 6-level Awakeners are dead. How could that be? Who killed them? Was it that Summer Breeze? How dare he? This is the Awakener base, my territory. To kill here is tantamount to seeking death." Upon hearing the voice from the intercom, Summer Breeze abruptly halted, slowly turned, and approached the front desk attendant. He had been contemplating the identity of the culprit, but now it was no longer necessary. The individual had exposed themselves as the front desk attendant saw him approaching. She trembled violently, and without Summer Breeze uttering a word, she handed him the wireless intercom, shaking her head vigorously as if to indicate, "This has nothing to do with me. You speak to him yourself." Summer Breeze smiled, nodded at her, and casually took the intercom, speaking slowly. "Indeed, it was I who killed them. Several 6-level Awakeners, one clad in black, another possessing the ability of complete petrification. They died at my hands. And their bodies lie just outside the hotel, still warm. Where are you now? Shall I come and find you? Or will you come to me?" Silence ensued on the other end, as even the hotel manager had not anticipated that Summer Breeze would be so close at hand. The manager, unlike Sang Shun, preferred to operate from the shadows, orchestrating events from afar. Yet, due to his inability to restrain his emotions, he had revealed himself prematurely. It was his overconfidence that had led him to believe that dispatching a few 6th-level Awakeners would suffice to deal with Summer Breeze, unaware that, in the latter's eyes, they were hardly a challenge. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Since he did not respond, it could be interpreted as a reluctance to reveal his location, suggesting that he intended to seek Summer Breeze out instead. Summer Breeze chuckled, "I await your arrival, but time is short. I shall wait only for you that I hope you arrive swiftly." With that, he hung up the intercom. Returning it politely to the front desk attendant, she caught the intercom with trembling hands. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly spoke, "You should leave this base quickly. The manager will not spare you for killing his man. He will seek to eliminate you in the most brutal manner possible." Upon hearing her words, Summer Breeze paused, then smiled. "Rest assured, I shall be fine, and I will not perish. Thank you for the warning." With that, he turned once more, heading toward the elevator. Summer Breeze had no intention of informing Xiaoru, Su Yinwan, or Lu Tao about the situation. After all, his opponents were human, not mere goblins, and given Xiaoru's current condition, it was best for her not to get involved. He intended to handle this alone. He entered the elevator, pressed a button for his floor, and upon arrival, stepped out and made his way to his room. Pushing the door open, the room was empty. Chapter 81. Will you not show yourself? When the rooms had been allocated earlier, Xiaoru and Su Yunwan each received one, while Summer Breeze and Lu Tao were assigned to share. Lu Tao had been resting in a room when Summer Breeze left IT that time. Summer Breeze had specifically instructed Lu Tao not to wander about, and even if something arose, he should remain inside. After all, Summer Breeze was confident in his own abilities, while Lu Tao had none. Venturing out would expose him to danger, especially in unfamiliar territory. Logically, having received such warnings, Lu Tao would not have left the room. Even if he had urgent matters, he would have waited for Summer Breeze to return for consultation. Therefore, it was evident that Lu Tao had been taken away as for who had abducted Lu Tao. Summer Breeze needed no time to ponder. It was undoubtedly the mastermind orchestrating this entire series of events, the hotel manager. When Summer Breeze had hypnotized the front desk attendant, she had mentioned that the hotel manager was the true master of the establishment. An absolute authority to stealthily abduct someone was a trivial task for him. In an instant, the fury within Summer Breeze erupted like a volcano, boiling over as he realized they had provoked him first and now taken Lu Tao. He was thoroughly incensed. Initially, he had planned to stay at the Awakener base for a few days before leaving. even choosing to disregard the matters involving the artificially raised goblins. But now, the opposing party had gone too far. "You have forced my hand." The summer breeze bore a piercing gaze, and the murderous intent emanating from him had nearly coalesced into a palpable form. He turned and departed the room without notifying Xia Ru or Su Yunwan. The rationale remained unchanged. Given Xia Ru's current state, she was ill-suited to partake in such affairs. This was because Xia Feng was likely to act as he had previously at school, resorting to lethal measures. And he would not be sparing many that a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and rivers of blood flowing, was best kept from Xia Ru's sight. Xia Feng retraced his steps into the elevator. Descending to the ground floor, he was poised to hypnotize the hotel receptionist to extract certain information from her. However, the once bustling lobby was now as desolate as his own room, devoid of any presence. Moreover, the acrid scent of blood that had previously assaulted his senses had vanished without a trace. Even the corpses of the sixth-level awakened ones had inexplicably disappeared, in such a brief span. Not only had they eluded Xia Feng's perception, but they had also meticulously cleaned the entire scene, an operation undoubtedly executed by awakened individuals, and likely of no low rank, at least sixth-level awakened ones. The number must have been substantial, possibly even involving their talents. Were they intent on erasing all traces? Xia Feng sneered. If they had dispatched sixth-level awakened ones, he was eager to ascertain precisely how many were under the command of that hotel manager. Should their numbers be insufficient, it would not suffice for his slaughter. His gaze shifted to the wireless intercom on the bar. The corpses of those sixth-level awakened ones, the scent of blood, and the previous hotel receptionist had all vanished without a trace. Leaving behind only the intercom, it was evident that this was a deliberate act on their part. Xia Feng seized the intercom, and almost immediately a voice crackled through on the top floor of the hotel. "I await you." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng felt an unsettling calm wash over him. His greatest fear had been that Lu Tao would remain untraceable and that the hotel manager would refuse to reveal himself. In such a case, Xia Feng would have been compelled to resort to the most straightforward and brutal methods, forcefully storming through the entire base of awakened individuals to confront the hotel manager personally. But now, not only had the opponent spoken, they had also designated a meeting point, significantly alleviating some of Xia Feng's concerns and saving him considerable time. 3 minutes. "I shall arrive shortly," he replied with a composed tone. Though a tempest of murderous intent surged within him, that he ended the call, but chose to keep the intercom close at hand, as it was the sole means of contacting the other party. Just in case that, in the next moment, Xia Feng dashed to the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. In a mere half-minute, the elevator halted and gradually opened its doors. Before stepping out, Xia Feng beheld the opulent decor of the top floor. Resembling a grand palace, this hotel's summit was a vast hall with no other rooms, adorned in resplendent gold and luxury, an expanse that felt both empty and extravagant. Yet, in this expansive venue, only 5 individuals were present, 3 men and 1 woman, all sixth-level awakened ones. The last figure was Lu Tao, still alive but in a precarious condition, seemingly having endured a severe beating, her body marred with injuries. At that moment, she was being held down by the lone woman among the group. In an instant, Xia Feng, with eyes sharp as a hawk and bolstered by his extraordinary perception, grasped the situation unfolding before him. Apart from the living, several corpses remained. Indeed, the bodies of the sixth-level awakened one Xia Feng had slain at the hotel entrance now lay in this space. Indicating much about the circumstances, the 3 men and 1 woman had eradicated the evidence in the hotel lobby, and it was their intercom that remained. However, the hotel manager was conspicuously absent, according to the earlier receptionist. The hotel manager was the 3rd in command of this awakened base, and himself a 7-level awakened one. Yet, the individuals present were all 6-level awakened ones. Choosing not to show himself, "If you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall force your hand." Xia Feng's expression turned frigid as he regarded the trio of men and the lone woman ahead, then spoke. "I have come for someone. Can you release her now?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a disquieting sense of dissonance washed over him, reminiscent of the sensation he had felt when that female attendant had ensnared him in a trance at the hotel. Recalling the previous events, it dawned upon Xia Feng that what lay before him, and perhaps even the experiences he had endured, were likely illusions. But from when had this begun? With his mental prowess and the ability to conjure illusions. Coupled with specialized powders at his disposal, he could have easily extricated himself from this mirage. Yet he refrained, instead succumbing to contemplation. There were two methods to ensnare someone in an illusion. The first being the application of the technique by the opponent. The second, the triggering through a medium. Xia Feng retrieved the intercom he always carried, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, it was this, without a doubt, the medium that had drawn Xia Feng into this illusion was the intercom, meaning that everything he had experienced prior was indeed genuine. Lu Tao had been abducted, the hotel lobby receptionist had vanished, and the bodies and scent of blood outside had been meticulously erased. These were all truths, while the subsequent events were mere illusions. The voice from the intercom and this lavishly decorated hall were intertwined in that moment, when Xia Feng had just exited his room, anxiety for Lu Tao's safety weighing on him as he surveyed the empty lobby, lost in confusion and speculation, thus granting others the opportunity to manipulate him. First those sixth-level awakened ones instigated trouble, and now they've lured me here using illusions that I am eager to uncover your true intentions. Xia Feng scoffed, choosing not to resort to the specialized powders, but rather to confront the illusion with his formidable mental attributes and willpower, striving to break free from its grasp. The awakened one responsible for ensnaring him was undoubtedly more adept than the female attendant he had encountered prior. Their rank even higher. Xia Feng's vulnerability stemmed not only from his concern for Lu Tao's safety and the ensuing confusion, but also from the skill of his adversary. Yet to truly ensnare him, they had fallen short. Crack, with a sharp, resonant sound, everything around him shattered like a broken mirror, an explosion of fractures erupting, rapidly expanding to engulf the entire top-floor hall. Then, with a resounding crash, it shattered completely. Xia Feng succeeded in liberating himself from the illusion. However, the scene before him had not undergone significant alteration. The opulent decor remained intact. The hall still exuded a palace-like grandeur. Lu Tao lay in her previous position. The corpses were still present, and even their locations had not shifted. The sole difference was that the trio of men and the lone woman, all sixth-level awakened ones, had vanished. Xia Feng stared at the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? Was he still ensnared in an illusion? Just as he began to doubt and prepared to once again rely on his mental fortitude to escape the illusion, Lu Tao, lying on the ground, spoke urgently. Xia Feng, hurry! Don't worry about me. This is a conspiracy. They have deliberately lured you here. Lu Tao's voice was laced with urgency as she implored, you must leave. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Xia Feng instantaneously grasped a crucial truth. The scene before him was no longer an illusion, but rather a stark reality. He swiftly approached Lu Tao, extending a hand to assist her. Upon seeing the injuries that marred her body, Xia Feng's expression darkened, as if a storm had enveloped him. Tell me, who did this? His voice was as frigid as ice, echoing with a menacing resonance. Lu Tao did not directly answer his question, but instead offered a bitter smile. That I told you. This is a conspiracy. Someone has manipulated me to draw you here. Why did you stay? Why didn't you leave? Xia Feng remained silent, reiterating his previous inquiry with a chilling tone. First, tell me, who harmed you? Lu Tao, her expression a mix of complexity and despair, shook her head before responding. I did not know that I was resting in my room when an overwhelming fatigue suddenly washed over me, and I fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself in this state, as if someone had mercilessly beaten me. My tea hurts so much. After a brief pause, she continued, though I do not know who did this. I can confirm one thing. The summer breeze hurriedly inquired, what is the matter? Lu Tao lifted his gaze towards the surveillance camera nestled in the corner and declared vehemently, regardless of who is responsible for this, they are undoubtedly monitoring us right now. Due to a prior incident at the hotel, Lu Tao had once been ensnared in an illusion by a female attendant. Thus he recognized that Summer Breeze had certainly been drawn into a mirage. However, the present circumstances were undeniably real, no longer a mere illusion. Since Summer Breeze was the target of this series of events, while he was trapped in the illusion, the Awakeners could surveil his every move. Now that he had escaped the illusion, the only means to monitor him would be through the surveillance camera. Lu Tao was utterly convinced of this. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Summer Breeze immediately turned his attention to the surveillance camera, contemplating the sequence of events. First, Lu Tao was taken away. Then, he was lured here using the illusion. And now, there was a body on the ground. This entire scheme was undoubtedly orchestrated by that hotel manager. But what could be the purpose behind it? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Tao's anxious voice pierced the air once more. Summer Breeze, you must leave quickly. This is a conspiracy. Someone intends to frame you for the deaths of these awakeners. If I am not mistaken, the higher-ups of this awakener base are likely on their way here right now. Upon hearing this, Summer Breeze felt a jolt of realization that this was the hotel manager's true objective? He had gone to such lengths merely to pin the blame for the deaths of these awakeners on him, and in doing so, extricate himself from the situation. It made sense, after all. The deceased were 6th-level awakeners. In a base housing hundreds of thousands, there were only a few hundred awakeners, and even fewer 6th-level awakeners, numbering merely in the dozens. The death of several 6th-level awakeners would significantly undermine the base's overall strength. Even the hotel manager, as the third in command of the base, would likely struggle to bear the consequences and face various penalties. Thus, he needed to dissociate himself from the entire affair, shifting the blame entirely on his Summer Breeze. How utterly simplistic! It was akin to a child's play. Observing Lu Tao's increasingly anxious demeanor, Summer Breeze chuckled lightly and replied, "Leave? Why should I depart?" Lu Tao exclaimed in frustration, "Why can't you understand? Someone wants to frame you." Summer Breeze interrupted him. "There is no need for framing. I am indeed the one responsible for the deaths." He recounted the truth of the matter from beginning to end, having hypnotized the hotel receptionist to inquire about the base. He had divulged nearly everything else he could share. Lu Tao was left dumbfounded, a tempest of emotions roiling within him as he stammered, "It was you who killed them." Summer Breeze did not respond directly. Instead, he turned once more to the surveillance, nodding. The hotel manager relished in manipulating schemes and framing others, so why not take it a step further? Perhaps I shall eliminate a few more. Chapter 83. What does a few more mean? What do you mean by that? Lu Tao was once again taken aback by Summer Breeze's words. However, upon witnessing Summer Breeze turn and enter the elevator without a backward glance, he snapped back to reality. Was Summer Breeze truly preparing to head to the surveillance room to eliminate those monitoring them? Could this be what he meant by a few more? Yet this was the Awakener base, the territory of others. Moreover, Summer Rue's condition had yet to improve. "Summer Breeze, please calm down. You must remain composed," Lu Tao urged as he rushed after him. He was acutely aware that Summer Breeze was poised to unleash a massacre. Partly due to his own influence, while he might not care much for the consequences, Summer Breeze undoubtedly would. Yet this was the territory of others, with so many Awakeners present. Should conflict arise, the situation would become exceedingly unfavorable. What Lu Tao understood, Summer Breeze, having lived 2 lives, also comprehended that in this Awakener base, there were over 300 Awakeners and 3 7th-level Awakeners, although Summer Breeze was unafraid and confident in his ability to break through. Summer Rue, Su Yunwan, and Lu Tao were not so fortunate. Nevertheless, Summer Breeze's guiding principle had always been, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, I shall retaliate tenfold." He firmly believed that only through strength could one have a voice, and that sheer might was the ultimate truth. If he were to endure endlessly, his adversaries would only take further liberties. Hence, when the time came to strike, one must act decisively. Much like at the hotel entrance, if it were merely a matter of seeking trouble, Summer Breeze would not have minded too much. A smile could easily suffice. However, if his life were at stake, he would not hesitate to retaliate lethally. The current situation was no different. The hotel manager had already crossed the line, and Summer Breeze had no intention of adhering to Lu Tao's pleas for restraint. By eliminating the mastermind, all would be resolved. Ignoring Lu Tao's protests, Summer Breeze descended in the elevator, having previously hypnotized the 3rd-level Awakener who had guided him. Thus he was familiar with the route to the surveillance room. Meanwhile, inside the surveillance room, the 3 men and 1 woman who had previously appeared in the environment were fixated on the monitors, observing Summer Breeze's every move. These 4 individuals were the 6th-level Awakeners meticulously chosen by the hotel manager. Having impersonated the one who first cleared the screen, preparing to meet the base's leader, Sangyu, in hopes of gaining his trust and subsequently collaborating with the hotel manager to seize control of the base. To achieve this objective, the hotel manager had devised a detailed plan, and the four were prepared to act. However, at this critical juncture, Summer Breeze and his companions arrived at the base, from Sang Shin's descriptions. It seemed they were the ones responsible for clearing the screen. Thus, to test and eliminate any obstacles, the incident at the hotel entrance had transpired. It appeared they had already sensed the shift. But was it not a bit too late to attempt an escape now? The female awakener slightly parted her lips, a faint smile gracing her features as she remarked, "What advanced awakeners? They are hardly impressive. Regardless of their prowess, are they not just pawns in our hands?" In her grasp was a wireless intercom, clearly indicating that her words were not intended for the other three awakeners in the surveillance room, but rather for the individual on the other end of the device. Almost immediately, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Be cautious. Do not let a guard down at I, along with Sangyu, Sang Shun, and other 6th-level awakeners, are en route to the hotel and will arrive in no more than 2 minutes." The voice was identical to that which Summer Breeze had heard in the hotel lobby. Had he been present, he would have instantly recognized that the individual on the other end of the intercom was the ultimate mastermind behind this series of events, the hotel manager. The third in command of the base. "Rest assured, boss, I know what to do." The woman smiled, her voice ethereal, yet imbued with an unprecedented allure. In 2 minutes. Do you really think that Summer Breeze can reach the surveillance room and eliminate all of us? Before her words could fully dissipate, the male awakener, who had been intently monitoring the screens, suddenly blanched, stammering, "Something feels off. It seems that Summer Breeze is approaching the surveillance room at an alarming speed. He will be here any moment." His declaration instantly captured the attention of the female awakener and the other 2 male awakeners, their gazes fixated on a specific monitor. There, the figure of Summer Breeze was seen racing forward with astonishing swiftness, moving like a phantom, so rapid that it was almost unbelievable. Mere moments ago, he had been in the corridor, yet in the blink of an eye, he had appeared at the corridor's end in that instant. Every pupil constricted, especially the previously confident female awakener, who had just asserted that Summer Breeze could not possibly reach the surveillance room to slay them all, now realized that he was indeed heading straight for their location. Could he truly be intent on killing us? Her voice, once laced with confidence, had now morphed into a shriek. How can he possibly kill 4 6th-level awakeners in 2 minutes? Upon her utterance, she abruptly froze in place, her mind involuntarily recalling the corpses they had previously dealt with, each one a level 6 awakened. Furthermore, according to the hotel receptionist, Xia Feng had dispatched those level 6 awakened in seemingly no more than 2 minutes. The entire ordeal had even taken less than half a minute. The 4 individuals in the surveillance room formed a cohesive team, their synergy far surpassing that of the level 6 awakened that Xia Feng had slain. However, if Xia Feng truly possessed the prowess that the hotel receptionist had described, then he certainly had the capability to eliminate them all within 2 minutes, should he set his mind to it. Not just the female awakened, but the other 3 male awakened shared this apprehension, cold sweat instantly pouring down their brows. They had made their agreement with the hotel manager for the sake of power within the base, not to walk willingly into death. Could it be? In an instant, a singular thought flashed through all their minds. Was this awakened, named Xia Feng, truly the first to cleanse the screen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The female awakened screamed, instantly banishing the thought from her mind. He was definitely not that person. Certainly not. The voice of the hotel manager crackled through the walkie-talkie in her hand. "You may have been discovered. Evacuate immediately. I am on my way." The 4 awakened exchanged glances before turning and fleeing. Yet, as they opened the door, their steps halted abruptly, for there stood Xia Feng not far from the entrance. In the next moment, his icy voice resonated. "I found you." Chapter 84. Combined techniques. The 3 men and 1 woman who rushed out of the surveillance room were met with a sudden pallor, a chilling dread surging from the base of their spines to their minds, as though they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Yet, as level 6 awakened, they had weathered countless crises and quickly regained their composure. Xia Feng was indeed formidable. The awakened outside the hotel were also level 6, yet they had succumbed in less than half a minute under his hand. However, they differed from those awakened, while those had fought individually without coordination. They were a team, united since the onset of the aberration, standing together against the enemy, slaying monsters side by side, having developed a profound synergy. Sometimes, words were unnecessary. A mere glance sufficed for seamless cooperation. Once steadied, the four no longer panicked, their gazes sharpened like hawks, fixated on Xia Feng. That it was then that the sole female awakened spoke. He is but one. While we are four, we need not fear. Let us strike together and deny him a moment's respite. The three leaders of this awakened base, Sang Yu, Sang Shun, and the hotel manager, are en route, accompanied by other level 6 awakened. If we can hold out for 2 minutes, victory will be ours. As she spoke, her innate ability surged forth, an illusion-casting power. Yet Xia Feng, having already tasted defeat once, was not unprepared. Prior to his arrival, he had sprinkled a special powder capable of dispelling illusions upon himself. Rendering him almost impervious to the female awakened's talent, he approached the four with a leisurely gait, as if strolling in a garden. How is this possible? My talent has failed me. The female awakened's pupils constricted, her expression morphing into one of sheer disbelief as she beheld Xia Feng advancing, her earlier calm shattered. This cannot be. It is utterly impossible. The slap of reality struck hard and swift. Only moments ago, they had boasted of their 4 against his 1, confident they could endure until the hotel manager arrived. Yet now, Xia Feng seemed immune to her talent, effectively nullifying her presence. Her only remaining utility lay in her basic attributes. However, in battles among high-level awakened, victory was often decided in the blink of an eye, with innate abilities being the crucial factor. Unless there was a significant level disparity, one's physical attributes would hardly matter. In essence, their numbers had dwindled from 4 to 3 in an instant. Stay calm. Anna, you must remain composed, urged one male awakened. He must possess a special drug that dispels illusions, which is why your talent is ineffective against him. Another male added, Indeed, while your talent may falter, we still stand together, and if we can merely hold out for 2 minutes, we will surely prevail. Let us attack as one, maintaining relentless pressure, leaving him no chance to breathe. The final awakened chimed in, and almost as his words echoed, he sprang into action, unleashing his innate ability. Suddenly, the temperature in the corridor soared, rising by dozens of degrees in an instant, as if one had stepped into a volcano on the verge of eruption. Surrounded by seething lava, a colossal fireball materialized, measuring the combined diameter of 3 basketballs, continuously swelling larger. The terrifying heat withered the potted plants lining the corridor, while decorative items on the walls spontaneously ignited. Engulfed in flames, simultaneously, the other 2 awakened activated their abilities. One wielded the power of wind, creating sharp blades of air in an instant, akin to razor-edged darts, which flew towards Xia Feng like arrows released from a bowstring. Almost simultaneously, beneath the massive fireball, a gust of wind lifted it, making it lighter and causing it to swell even further, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. One awakened commanded fire, while another commanded wind. It was well known that wind could intensify flames, unleashing their most astounding force. This synergy was their strength, their confidence against Xia Feng. As for the last awakened, his talent involved air compression, compressing the surrounding air to its utmost limits before releasing it in a tremendous burst of power. That moment, the air around him was being compressed, and he raised his left hand, mimicking a gunshot pose. In the next heartbeat, the corridor trembled as if pierced by an invisible force, creating a visible vacuum passageway that surged towards Xia Feng. Some tricks, but not many, Xia Feng remarked coldly, a smile playing on his lips. With astonishing vision, he perceived things invisible to the naked eye. Within his sight, those fragments of air tearing the corridor into a vacuum were nothing but compressed gas bullets. Such a racket was unprecedented even for him. He chose not to confront it head-on. With a flicker of movement, he evaded all the vacuum bullets, his agility nearly overwhelming, and charged toward the 4 level 6 awakened. Gripping his Tang Di in that fleeting moment, the awakened who commanded fire had inflated his fireball to over 1 meter in diameter. In the next second, it shot forth, its speed only bolstered by the wind manipulation of his companion. In an instant, it bore down upon Xia Feng. Ha! This is our ultimate combination. Let us see how you will defend against it. Prepare to be reduced to ashes by my flames. No need to endure for 2 minutes. This battle is already ours. At the end of the corridor, 3 male awakened beings bore sinister expressions on their faces. They acknowledged that Xia Feng was indeed formidable, having evaded all gas bullets solely due to the attributes of his physique. However, Xia Feng had grown complacent. Had he chosen to strike directly without allowing them any preparation time, the battle would likely have concluded by now. For given Xia Feng's speed, they doubted they could evade him. They feared that even before they could react, they would be slain. Chapter 85. The encounter with the real Xia Feng's arrogance had inadvertently granted them ample time to execute their coordinated attack. This colossal fireball, with its tremendous heat, would reduce any unfortunate soul that came into contact with it to ashes in an instant. An awakened being of the present could withstand such a force. Not even that esteemed figure who had cleared the barrier could withstand it. This was precisely why they were entrusted with significant responsibilities in the eyes of the hotel manager. Without considerable strength, how could they dare impersonate the one who first cleared the barrier? At that moment, the entire corridor was engulfed by a massive fireball, as if the very air had ignited, swirling in a fierce conflagration that incinerated nearly everything in its path. Even the walls, floor, and ceiling were ablaze. The fireball had now appeared right before Xia Feng, mere half a meter away from his body, leaving him no room to evade unless he retreated. Evading was simply not an option. Yet, Xia Feng showed no inclination to dodge. A resolute glint shone in his eyes, coupled with a hint of madness that if he retreated now, how would he face even stronger foes in the future? This adversary was not merely another awakened being. Xia Feng was the strongest awakened being among humanity, and his true enemy was the Zhang family, whom he regarded with disdain. Rather, it was the monsters that had descended upon this world. The lowest of the low, including those barriers, which were of the most primitive level as time passed. More powerful monsters and barriers would emerge, and those would be the true enemies that, if Xia Feng flinched before a mere fireball, would he also cower before those more formidable monsters and the terrifying beings that inhabited the barriers? Absolutely not. In this life, I shall not retreat. The madness in Xia Feng's eyes intensified as he brandished his tang knife. Cleaving fiercely at the approaching fireball, skill, heavy strike, critical hit talent activated, critical damage. 87. An 87 critical hit was already the maximum value of Xia Feng's base attributes, and moreover, this strike employed the active skill heavy strike. A critical hit combined with heavy strike. The next moment, the tang knife, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, plunged into the fireball, cleaving it asunder. And yet this was not the end of the matter, for this strike was undoubtedly the most powerful blow Xia Feng had ever delivered. Beyond its momentum, it unleashed a sharp blade aura that, upon slicing through the fireball, did not dissipate, but rather surged forth, extending towards the fire attribute awakened being ahead. It cleaved the individual in two. One of the 4 awakened beings had perished. The remaining 3 seemed oblivious to their companion's demise, their faces etched with shock and terror, profoundly shaken by Xia Feng's strike. How could this be? How could there exist such a powerful awakened being in such a short span of time? Even that esteemed figure, the first to clear the barrier in the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the world, could scarcely be so formidable. In a sudden realization, the remaining 3 awakened beings recalled a phrase previously uttered by the hotel manager. It seemed that the Jianghu was also an impersonator of that esteemed figure. Because they were the impostors, they had paid little heed at the time. Yet now, the thought emerged. Could it be that Xia Feng was that esteemed figure, the very first awakened being to clear the barrier? The female awakened being's mouth opened in disbelief, and, as the thought crossed her mind, it cascaded forth like a breached dam, utterly unstoppable. She screamed, "Are you the one mentioned by that mysterious voice?" The first awakened being to clear the barrier? Xia Feng slowly approached the trio along the nearly obliterated corridor, smiled, and nodded. "Yes, that is indeed me." In an instant, despair washed over the female awakened being, as it did the other 2 male awakened beings. The wind attribute awakened being glanced at the corpse of his fallen comrade, a bitter smile gracing his lips. So we have encountered the true master. A fake Li Kuei meets the real Li Kuei, that I wonder if this is our fortune or our misfortune. Is this truly the strength of the one who first cleared the barrier? We cannot claim to have lost unjustly. Let us act. Xia Feng regarded him with surprise. How could one remain so composed in the face of death? A fine specimen indeed, yet it erred gravely by daring to act against Lu Tao. Just as a dragon has its reverse scales, so too did Xia Feng possess his own. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought down his tang knife. In an instant, the wind attribute awakened being was slain. Another one had fallen, leaving only two remaining. Xia Feng turned to the last male and female awakened beings, inquiring, "And what of you? Do you have any final words?" The two awakened beings remained silent. Utterly daunted by Xia Feng's true identity the esteemed figure had been within this awakened base all along. Why then had the hotel manager allowed them to impersonate him, to lead them to their doom? Perhaps the hotel manager himself was unaware that, in a fleeting moment, a surge of intense resentment and fury erupted within them, not directed at Xia Feng, but at the hotel manager, the third in command of this awakened base. How could they be sent into action without a grasp of the situation? Was this not tantamount to sending them to their deaths? Had they known this from the outset, they would have never acquiesced to the hotel manager's proposal, and would have fled far from this awakened base. Alas, they had been ignorant of Xia Feng's true identity from the beginning. Now, it was too late for regret. Their silence indicated they had no final words. Xia Feng coldly proclaimed, "Let us proceed." With that, he swung his tang knife, and the last male awakened being fell lifeless. Only one remained. Just as Xia Feng prepared to slay the last female awakened being, she seemed to be struck by some stimulus and suddenly screamed, "Do not kill me. As long as you spare me, I will tell you everything," before her words could fully escape her lips. Her body was cleaved in twain. Xia Feng retracted his tang knife, his expression devoid of emotion. "There is no need for you to divulge anything. I already know all that I need to know. Now, I shall simply await the arrival of the mastermind behind this, for he shall likely be here soon." The previous wind attribute awakened being had uttered a particularly intriguing phrase before his demise. They had encountered the true master. Piecing together this series of events, Xia Feng comprehended fully. The hotel manager had indeed sought 4 awakened beings to impersonate him. Yet now, the fates had encountered the real deal. Chapter 86. Hostility. So the hotel manager dared to find someone to impersonate me? How amusing! Xia Feng chuckled softly. "Since that is the case, I shall observe what you intend to do." He glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground and the corridor rendered unrecognizable. But rather than departing, Xia Feng chose to remain in place, awaiting their arrival. Calculating the time, the 3 leaders of the awakened base should be arriving shortly. Xia Feng was curious to see what they would do in response. However, his primary motivation lay in meeting the hotel manager. He yearned to discover what manner of person would be a level 7 awakened being, yet prefer to remain in the shadows. Manipulating schemes, that moment. A commotion arose in the distance that a figure suddenly dashed out, but it was neither one of the leaders of this awakened base nor any other awakened being. It was Lu Tao, who stood aghast at the devastation before him, momentarily frozen in shock. However, upon spotting Xia Feng, his expression shifted to one of clarity, and he rushed forward at lightning speed, inquiring, "Xia Feng, are you unharmed?" Xia Feng shook his head. "I am fine." Deeply moved, he understood that battles among the awakened ones were fraught with peril, particularly such life-and-death skirmishes. Should an ordinary person venture too close, a moment's inattention could ensnare them, leading to a tragic demise. The previous situation was even more alarming. The terrifying heat, coupled with a massive fireball exceeding a meter in diameter, and the explosive blade aura unleashed by Xia Feng, were all lethal to a mere mortal. Had it been someone else, they would have fled at the first sign of danger. Yet Lu Tao, upon hearing the commotion, not only refrained from retreating, but hastened towards the fray. Upon arriving at the chaotic scene, his first concern was for himself. Genuine sincerity often begets reciprocity. Xia Feng, undeterred by risk, had come to slay the 4 awakened ones who had harmed Lu Tao. Had the roles been reversed, Lu Tao would have acted similarly. Xia Feng held this conviction with unwavering certainty. All is well. Xia Feng reassured Lu Tao, who exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be overtaken by a sudden panic. Xia Feng, we must leave this place promptly. The commotion from your battle with those awakened ones is far too conspicuous. As I approached, it felt as though the entire building was shaking. I initially thought an earthquake had struck. Such a disturbance has undoubtedly drawn the attention of many awakened ones residing in the hotel, and they are likely on their way here to, if we linger any longer, escaping will become impossible. That we must hurry, leave the hotel, and depart from this awakened base. Xia Feng chuckled lightly, responding, "It's all right. Their arrival is welcome. What I dread is their absence." No sooner had he spoken than fresh sounds erupted from the hallway, growing increasingly louder. The saying goes, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." It was evident that the awakened ones had indeed arrived. The three leaders of this awakened base were likely among them that if on cue. Xia Feng soon spotted a group of individuals emerging at the end of the corridor, one of whom was a familiar face, Sang Shun, who had previously overseen the testing of Xia Feng and his companions. In a mere few hours, they were reunited once more, and it was certain that the other two leaders were present as well. 2 minutes had passed, precisely, neither more nor less. Upon seeing Xia Feng, Sang Shun was momentarily taken aback before sprinting over, scanning Xia Feng from head to toe, and inquiring, "Xia Feng, what transpired here?" As he spoke, he gestured frantically towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng pointed towards the 4 corpses and the chaotic scene, replying, "Isn't it quite evident what happened? I did this. Those individuals sought to kill me. I couldn't simply stand by and let them do so." Sang Shun was momentarily flabbergasted by Xia Feng's candid admission. "I asked you what happened, and you just blurted out the truth in front of everyone. Can't you discern the subtlety of the situation? Was I not clear enough? As the second in command of the awakened base, being the brother of the leader Sang you could have easily concocted some excuse to extricate yourself. Yet, Xia Feng appeared oblivious or perhaps chose to acknowledge his actions openly. In that moment, Sang Shun felt utterly helpless. However, he cast a furtive glance behind him. Xia Feng, undeterred by Sang Shun, focused instead on the 2 individuals accompanying him, a tall young man and a stooped elderly figure. Both were observing Xia Feng, their expressions starkly contrasting. The young man's brow was furrowed in concern, while the elderly man, after a few glances at Xia Feng, fixed his gaze on the 4 corpses, his countenance darkening ominously. In an instant, Xia Feng recognized their identities. The young man was Sang Yu, the leader of the awakened base, while the elderly figure was the hotel manager, the true architect and instigator of this entire affair. With the mastermind revealed, Xia Feng felt no need for further courtesy, as his purpose for remaining here was to confront the hotel manager. Yet, just as Xia Feng prepared to advance, the hotel manager launched a verbal assault. "How dare you commit murder within the awakened base, particularly the assassination of a 6th-level awakened one? You possess audacity beyond measure." His gaze shifted from the corpses to Xia Feng, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that felt almost palpable, as if he wished to rend Xia Feng limb from limb. If looks could kill, Xia Feng would have perished countless times over. "Who are you? Who instigated you to murder within our awakened base?" The hotel manager demanded, his voice laced with fury. As the number of awakened ones increased, many began to band together to confront the ever-encroaching monsters, leading to the establishment of awakened bases. Numerous such bases surrounded the city, varying in strength and often mired in conflict, with some harboring deep-seated vendettas against one another. Sang Yu's base had similarly offended many during its establishment, inviting constant disruptions for neighboring bases. Yet, these disruptions had never escalated to assassination, particularly of a 6th-level awakened one. A first in their history, the hotel manager's swift accusation aimed to seize the upper hand, to condemn Xia Feng, the one who had thwarted his grand ambitions. The manager's plans for seizing power had been nearly obliterated by Xia Feng's actions. Observing the 4 lifeless forms before him, the manager's heart bled, for these were 6th-level awakened ones he had clandestinely recruited, to whom he had devoted countless resources. Now, just as they were needed, they lay slain by Xia Feng. The manager's hatred for Xia Feng surged to a boiling point, wishing nothing more than to consume him alive. However, he refrained from acting recklessly, for Xia Feng's strength was formidable. the 4/6 level awakened ones. If united, could pose a challenge even to Sang Yu, yet they've been dispatched by Xia Feng in mere moments that, if Xia Feng could eliminate 4/6 level awakened ones, he was equally capable of dealing with the hotel manager. Until he possessed absolute confidence, the manager would not act impulsively. Moreover, he perhaps need not lift a finger, for he already held irrefutable evidence that could condemn Xia Feng, and the powerful awakened ones from the base were rapidly converging, leaving Xia Feng with no avenue of escape. Many awakened ones fixed their cold, murderous gazes upon Xia Feng, mirroring the hotel manager's sentiments, regarding him as an outsider from another base. Only Sang Shun appeared anxious, leaning closer to Xia Feng and whispering, "You need to explain yourself quickly." Xia Feng glanced at him, replying, "Explain what?" Sang Shun was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of heightened urgency. "Is it not obvious what you need to explain? You must clarify that you are not from another awakened base, that you did not come here to assassinate anyone." Xia Feng interjected, "I assure you, I did not come to assassinate anyone." Hearing this, Sang Shun's demeanor brightened, but was short-lived as Xia Feng continued, "I killed them openly and with full justification." Sang Shun felt exasperated, nearly cursing aloud. The hotel manager's expression twisted into a sinister grin. "So you admit it?" Xia Feng regarded him with derision, challenging, "If someone intended to kill you, would you stand idly by and let them?" With that, he brandished his tang knife anew. Should the hotel manager dare to affirm such a claim, Xia Feng would not hesitate to charge at him, ready to strike down anyone who dared to obstruct him. Just as the hotel manager prepared to speak, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent directed at him. Akin to being stalked by an unbeatable beast, a chill enveloped him, rendering him unable to voice his thoughts. "Humph." With a fierce tone, he disregarded Xia Feng's words and stated, "Whether you admit it or not is irrelevant now, for I have already obtained evidence of your assassination." Upon hearing of the evidence, Sang Yu, the leader of the Awakened base, could no longer restrain himself and turned to the hotel manager, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "What evidence do you possess?" Sang Shun, along with the other Awakeners, also fixed their gazes upon him. The hotel manager remained silent, extending his hand as if grasping at the air. In the next moment, a powerful force surged forth, lifting the body of the female Awakener and bringing it before him. Suspended in mid-air, he then began to search the corpse with a thoroughness that elicited a wave of nausea among those present. Xia Feng, Sang Yu, Sang Shun, and the assembly of Awakeners, who instinctively rejected such behavior, questioning whether this old fellow harbored peculiar inclinations. The hotel manager sensed their discomfort, his face flushing crimson, yet he did not cease his actions. Soon, he retrieved an object from the corpse, a surveillance tape. Witnessing this, Xia Feng's expression remained inscrutable, while Lu Tao, positioned behind him, bore an expression of regret, wishing he had reminded Xia Feng to destroy the evidence. The hotel manager shook the surveillance tape in his hand, grinning maliciously. "This is the evidence. You have a recording of your assassination of a level 6 Awakener. You wish to view it personally?" Xia Feng smiled, about to speak, but Sang Shun interjected first. "You brandish a mere surveillance tape and declare it evidence. Are you out of your mind? You have not left my side throughout this entire journey. How can you ascertain what the corpse contained? Moreover, in this day and age, any Awakener with illusionary talents could fabricate a false surveillance recording in mere minutes. It is entirely possible that the tape you hold is a forgery." Upon uttering these words, all eyes converged upon the hotel manager. "The authenticity of the surveillance tape does not rest with me, nor with you," he stated calmly, then turned his gaze to Sang Yu, adding, "Only the leader's word holds weight. Am I correct, Leader Sang Yu?" Almost immediately, those Awakeners who had accompanied Sang Yu, Sang Shun, and the hotel manager divided, some aligning themselves with Sang Yu, while the remainder gathered behind the hotel manager, effectively creating two distinct factions. The disparity in numbers was glaring, as those trailing the hotel manager nearly doubled those following Sang Yu. Was evident that a coup was underway, should Sang Yu disavow the authenticity of the hotel manager surveillance tape. He would face the imminent threat of true division and internal strife. This sudden turn of events caught Xia Feng off guard, as a knowing smile crept across his lips. He folded his arms and watched the unfolding drama with intrigue. He had discerned the hotel manager's ulterior motives, an ambition for the leader's position. How intriguing! Xia Feng's strength had already been revealed during the testing, and it was likely that Sang Shun had relayed this information to Sang Yu upon returning. Perhaps the hotel manager had been present at that moment, where he had overheard whispers of Xia Feng's prowess, perceiving him as a potential obstacle in pursuit of the leader's position and to ensure a flawless plan. The most straightforward and effective approach would be to eliminate the hindrance. In an instant, Sang Yu's countenance shifted. Chapter 88. Interrogation. Xia Feng surmised that the hotel manager had long harbored aspirations of seizing control of the Awakener base, with plans to act in the recent days. However, his arrival had rendered him an obstacle in the manager's eyes. In fact, Xia Feng had pieced together the hotel manager's schemes, recalling the words of the previous male Awakener, which were now vividly clear in his mind. The plan was simple: to have 4 Awakeners impersonate him and introduce themselves to Sang Yu, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to strike. After all, Sang Shun had executed a similar maneuver. Upon leaving the training grounds, he had undoubtedly sought out Sang Yu to divulge details about himself. Otherwise, how could the hotel manager have known of Xia Feng's presence at the Awakener base and his immediate arrival at the hotel? The leader of the Awakener base, Sang Yu, was desperately searching for him. This, Xia Feng was utterly convinced of. Having discerned the hotel manager's intentions, Sang Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He fixed a piercing gaze upon the manager, coldly asserting, "Had it not been for my intervention, you would have perished at the hands of the monsters. I granted you the opportunity to live and facilitated your ascension to an Awakener. So now, having become a level 7 Awakener, do you intend to sever our ties and pursue autonomy? Not only do you seek to betray me, but you also wish to lead these Awakeners in establishing your own faction?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over the Awakeners aligned with the hotel manager. As the rightful leader of the Awakener base, it was a profound betrayal to be undermined by his own followers, especially as the vast majority of the Awakeners he had painstakingly nurtured had defected to another's cause, a true failure of leadership. Fortunately, the hotel manager was solely fixated on power, his eyes set on the position of leader. If he had desired Sang Yu's life, the latter would likely have already met his demise. After all, the number of Awakeners who had joined the hotel manager's ranks was significant, particularly among the level 6 Awakeners, 2/3 of whom now stood behind him. These individuals were the backbone of the base. During monster eradication missions, Sang Yu had entrusted his safety to them. Were there even a hint of treachery, Sang Yu would have been left without a burial ground. If you covet the position of leader, you need only express your desire. I would willingly abdicate to you. Why resort to such measures? Sang Yu's gaze remained fixed on the hotel manager, his tone icy as he questioned. "Humph." The hotel manager scoffed. "True, you did save me from the monsters and enable my transformation into an Awakener. However, I have long since repaid that debt. Without me, could you have established this Awakener base? Without my contributions, could you have fended off the monster incursions? This base's growth and development are entirely attributable to my efforts. You are not the most suitable candidate for leadership. My actions merely reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. But now I have changed my mind." He raised the surveillance tape in his hand and continued. "If you acknowledge the evidence as genuine, you shall remain the leader of the base, the true chief. That I will continue to assist you until we transform this base into the largest Awakener stronghold in the Long Kingdom, and indeed the entire world." Before he could finish, Sang Yu sharply interrupted. "What if I refuse to acknowledge it?" Upon hearing this, the hotel manager's expression contorted into a sinister grimace as he retorted, "If you refuse to concede, I shall personally fulfill this ambition." Sang Yu refrained from continuing the dialogue, for he comprehended the implications behind the hotel manager's words. Previously, the manager had proposed utilizing artificially bred goblins to expand the base, absorbing surrounding Awakener factions to augment his own strength. However, Sang Yu had dismissed all such proposals, recognizing the considerable controversy surrounding the use of these artificially bred goblins. Their application in combating monsters or safeguarding the base was already pushing the limits of acceptability. Exceeding that threshold would render him a target for collective outrage. He had previously conveyed the gravity of the situation to the hotel manager, but it seemed the latter had not heeded his warnings. Sang Yu felt a profound sense of disappointment, not only toward the hotel manager, but also toward the awakeners who stood behind him. That it was evident that their vision had been clouded by the allure of power. Sang Yu fell silent, his lips sealed, yet the suppressed fury within Sang Shun could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcano on the verge of explosion. With a swift motion, he lunged forward. In the fleeting moment that followed, he struck with unbridled ferocity, his body akin to an arrow released from its bow, lunging at the hotel manager with a fierce shout. "You traitor! Not only have you betrayed my brother, but you have also betrayed the base. Today, I shall ensure your demise." His voice reverberated through the air, yet he had already materialized beside the hotel manager, his fists clenched and poised to deliver a devastating blow to the manager's hunched form. This sudden upheaval left many present in stunned disbelief, for the speed of Sang Shun was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Even the awakened ones among them could scarcely discern his figure. One moment he stood at the threshold of the monitoring room, and the next he was at the far end of the corridor. Such swiftness was Sang Shun's innate ability, not the enhancement of physical strength. Could it be that speed, too, was within the realm of his enhancements? Xia Feng shared in the astonishment, recognizing that Sang Shun's velocity was nearing his own, and although a gap still existed, it had become perilously narrow. Was this indeed the nature of Sang Shun's talent, intertwined with speed? However, one individual remained unfazed by Sang Shun's sudden assault, his expression betraying little change, as though he had anticipated Sang Shun's move all along. This individual was none other than the hotel manager. He merely lifted his gaze to appraise Sang Shun, and in the next instant, a dramatic transformation transpired. Sang Shun's fist, which had been poised to strike, halted abruptly half a meter away, seemingly obstructed by an unseen force. And no matter how fiercely Sang Shun exerted himself or how vehemently he roared, his efforts proved futile. His fist remained immobile. Traitor, I shall see you dead." Sang Shun bellowed, retracting his fist, and instead unleashed a barrage of alternating punches with both hands, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to shatter the very air around him. In that moment, the onlookers finally discerned the truth. There stood a wall, a transparent barrier. Indeed, the hotel manager had conjured an invisible wall, a manifestation of Huang Cheng's talent, which employed the condensation of air to create a shield that absorbed Sang Shun's nearly lethal blow. Was this Huang Cheng's ability? But had he not been dispatched on a mission, how could he possibly be present here? Had Huang Cheng, too, sided with the hotel manager? Moreover, another perplexing question arose. Although Huang Cheng was the strongest among the awakened within the base, aside from the three leaders, he possessed only a 6th-level ranking. Logically, even with such a formidable talent, he should not have been able to withstand Sang Shun's punch. Yet he had done so. Could it be that Huang Cheng had once again broken through, ascending to become the 4th, 7th-level awakened in the base? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Alas, it appeared that the leadership of the base was on the verge of a transition. Amidst the scene, aside from Sang Yu, Sang Shun, the hotel manager, and the other awakened who had taken sides, there were also newcomers like Xia Feng, who had recently entered the base and were residing in the hotel. Some of these awakened individuals were well-versed in the dynamics of the base, familiar with the names and talents of all the powerful awakened, yet had refrained from pledging allegiance to the base, thus escaping entanglement in this power struggle. The murmurs that had circulated earlier originated from them. Their eyes. The tide of this conflict seemed to have already shifted. Currently, there were 4 7th-level awakened: Sang Yu, Sang Shun, the hotel manager, and Huang Cheng. In this standoff, 2 7th-level awakened on one side seemed to balance the scales. For unless an awakened individual possessed an overwhelming talent that countered another, it was exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short span of time. However, the 6th-level awakened supporting the hotel manager clearly outnumbered those backing Sang Yu. Should confrontation ensue, the hotel manager would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Hence, it appeared that the conclusion was imminent. Contemplating this, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Xia Feng. Sang Yu stood at a crossroads, faced with 2 paths: to engage in a battle with the hotel manager to ascertain who would emerge as the true leader, or to acquiesce to the hotel manager's proposal, acknowledging the authenticity of the videotape in his possession. Based on their conjectures, Sang Yu was likely to choose the latter. After all, sacrificing a single Xia Feng would allow him to preserve his position as leader and quell the brewing storm. It was a choice that anyone in his position would likely make. Yet at that moment, Sang Yu's attention was fixed upon a figure cloaked in black behind the hotel manager, with each word articulated with palpable enmity. He nearly ground his teeth. Huang Cheng, why have you chosen to betray me as well? With his cover now blown, Huang Cheng saw no reason to continue concealing his identity. He cast aside his hood, revealing a youthful visage, and met Sang Yu's gaze unflinchingly, smiling as he remarked, "Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Furthermore, the three leaders are correct. You are indeed unfit to be the grand leader." With that, a surge of energy erupted from him, a manifestation of the aura unique to 7th level awakened, as he invoked his talent to compress the very fabric of space, conjuring invisible cages that ensnared Sang Yu. Sang Shun and the implicated Xia Feng, in an instant, Xia Feng sensed a shift in his surroundings. He instinctively reached out to tap against the newly formed barrier, and a resounding thud echoed in response, though invisible. There was no doubt that a wall indeed existed. Even in his previous life, Xia Feng had never encountered such a peculiar talent, whether it was the prior condensation of air into bullets or the current formation of walls. Both were remarkably unique and eerie. Such abilities did not operate like water, fire, or ice, which could be countered by other talents. To breach this wall would require an overwhelming display of strength, while Xia Feng could shatter it in an instant with full force. It was a feat that the equally ranked Sang Yu and Sang Shun would find exceedingly challenging. Yet, some of the awakened present began to believe that the outcome was already determined. Sang Yu had lost, if he wished to avoid becoming a prisoner, to prevent the painstakingly established base from fracturing, and to retain his leadership position, he would have to act swiftly.